Chapter 1. Vegeta acquires the system. Humph. That useless Raditz was actually defeated by a lower-class warrior and another individual working together. How disgraceful. Raditz is dead. Your Highness Prince Vegeta, shall we avenge him on Earth? Nappa inquired, pressing his detector while observing Vegeta, who was gnawing on the remains of an alien. Of course we shall. Have you forgotten about the Dragon Balls that were reported? They can grant any wish. How intriguing. Vegeta tossed aside the remains with a cold smirk as he rose to his feet. Nappa stood up as well, realizing that Vegeta was intent on traveling to the blue planet. Are the Dragon Balls genuine? Regardless, it would be advantageous to go and resurrect Raditz. Resurrect him? Nappa, you're overthinking it. I intend to wish for our immortality. Vegeta scoffed. Resurrect Raditz? What a ludicrous notion. Well, that's acceptable. Seeing that Vegeta dismissed the idea of reviving Raditz, Nappa refrained from further comment. As Prince Vegeta's subordinate, it was his duty to comply with his wishes. Nappa was a scion warrior, a loyal aide to the royal family. He had been assigned to assist Vegeta, who, even at a young age, already possessed a combat power of 10,000. Thus, his assistance was hardly necessary. Let us depart. Nappa, Vegeta declared as he made his way to the circular spacecraft. Upon entering, he was greeted by the voice of the system's AI. Ding! The Supreme System detects the presence of Vegeta, the perennial second in the Dragon Ball universe. Binding process initiated. The sudden proclamation caught Vegeta off guard, prompting him to shout. Who dares to speak insolently before this prince? What do you mean by perennial second? Preposterous. Yet, no response came. Nappa emerged from the spacecraft, looking at him in confusion. Prince Vegeta, what's wrong? This planet is devoid of litho weight. No organisms remain. Upon hearing Nappa's words, Vegeta stepped out of the spacecraft, narrowing his eyes, but the next moment, the AI voice echoed once more. Ding! System binding in progress. Ding! Binding complete. Congratulations to the perennial second, Vegeta, for acquiring the system. The voice sent Vegeta into a rage. Once again, perennial second. What nonsense was this? In an instant, Vegeta erupted with fury, sending the spacecraft flying. Even Nappa was thrown off balance. With a combat power of only 6,500, Nappa was no match for Vegeta's 18,000. The disparity between their strengths was staggering. Prince Vegeta, what has transpired? Nappa was bewildered. What was happening? Had Vegeta's planet been destroyed, leaving him in a daze? Humph. Did you not hear someone speaking? Vegeta huffed coldly, casting a glance at Nappa. Nappa, looking completely innocent, protested that he had not heard any voice at all. Seeing Nappa's confusion, Vegeta frowned. He could not believe that Babidi would deceive him. Just as Vegeta was about to speak, a flash of light enveloped him. In an instant, he was transported away. In a vast, white space, which could also be described as a system realm, Vegeta stood in shock, surveying his surroundings. He had been brought here without any indication of what was to come. Vegeta, stop searching. I am here. A voice resonated from behind him. It was Yang Tian, the one who had given Vegeta a glimpse of the future. A fellow protagonist. Given Vegeta's less than admirable disposition in the early stages, Yang Tian was there to correct his course, lest he decimate the entire main cast. In a swift motion, Vegeta turned and unleashed a ki blast towards Yang Tian. However, before the attack could reach him, it vanished into thin air. How is this possible? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. If Yang Tian had deflected or blocked the blast, Vegeta might have deemed him formidable, but for the attack to simply disappear before him was a complete upheaval of his understanding. Vegeta, temper your fury. It is precisely because of your anger that you remain the perennial second fiddle in the Dragon Ball world, Yang Tian remarked nonchalantly. Vegeta seethed with rage at the implication of being the eternal second. Who was this person? Who are you? Where's this place? Why have you brought me here? Vegeta demanded, fixing Yang Tian with a penetrating gaze. I am Yang Tian, the possessor of the supreme system of the multiverse. This is the system's space. I noticed your plight, being the perennial second, and thought I might assist you, Yang Tian explained, proceeding to enlighten him about the nature of the system. He also introduced the concept of traversers initially. Vegeta feared Yang Tian intended to harm him, but upon realizing there was no threat, he relaxed and began to absorb the exhilarating information flooding his mind. After a pause, Vegeta incredulously asked, "This system, can it truly make me stronger?" Indeed, I am the supreme system of the multiverse. The previous host achieved mythic status, and I have come to the Dragon Ball world to guide you, the eternal second. Yang Tian replied. Vegeta was left speechless, consumed by irritation at the persistent label of eternal second. It felt deeply ironic, yet he could not dispute the truth of Yang Tian's words. What is this mythic status? Vegeta inquired. Having caught a glimpse of a crucial term, do not dwell on it. You are not yet ready. Instead, I believe you are better suited for the Saiyan transformation path, such as the Super Saiyan. Yang Tian waved dismissively, indicating that mythic status was beyond his current reach. Super Saiyan? You are aware of the legendary secrets among our Saiyan race. Vegeta was astounded to hear someone mention the Super Saiyan, a concept even elite warriors like Nappa were oblivious to. He had only heard tales of it from his father, King Vegeta. Only his father, King Vegeta, was deemed worthy of knowing the legend. To state the obvious, the transformations of Saiyans are numerous. The Super Saiyan form is merely the beginning. What? A Saiyan transformation? Is the Super Saiyan a type of transformation? Vegeta inquired, incredulous. He had always believed that becoming a Super Saiyan simply meant an increase in power. Otherwise, during the time on Namek, he assumed Goku was already a Super Saiyan. He was still unaware that the Super Saiyan form could only be achieved through transformation. Of course, I brought you in here to enlighten you about the system. Now that you are aware, you may exit. As Yang Tian's voice faded, Vegeta found himself back in a familiar place. Observing the anxious expression on Nappa's face, he realized that Nappa had panicked during his brief disappearance. After all, Vegeta was the last prince of the Saiyans. If even he were to vanish, the Saiyans would truly be doomed. Prince Vegeta, what just happened? How did you suddenly disappear? Upon witnessing Vegeta's sudden reappearance, Nappa hurried over to inquire. Nothing. I am preparing to head to Earth. Vegeta offered no explanation to Nappa. What a joke! What authority did Nappa have for him to elaborate on the system? Moreover, he was unsure how to explain it. Without hesitation, Nappa made his way towards the spacecraft, and Vegeta followed suit as they set off on their journey. Given that the voyage would take a year, Nappa activated his sleep mode, while Vegeta remained awake, intent on studying this so-called system. Chapter 2. The Beginner's Gift Package. System. Oh no, Yang Tian, are you still there? Vegeta inquired within the confines of his spacecraft. However, Yang Tian's next words shattered his composure. I reside within your mind. You need only to communicate with me through thought. Your thoughts are your responses. No need to articulate them verbally, lest others perceive you as a fool. Vegeta was infuriated. Did this imply that he, Vegeta, was foolish? Humph. Yang Tian, what is your true purpose? Ding. The system detected that host Vegeta was still unaware of how to utilize it and began to impart knowledge automatically. In the next instant, a memory surged through Vegeta's mind, revealing the system's functionality. Minor matters are for the system. Significant issues are to be brought to me. Yang Tian's voice echoed before fading into silence. Clearly, he did not wish to engage further. It was merely a fragment within Vegeta's mind. His true self was not present. Ding. The system has been bound for the first time. Congratulations to the host for receiving the binding gift package. Would the host like to claim it? A binding gift package? Open it. Vegeta silently commanded the activation. Now, he understood how to use it without needing to speak. He even grasped the meaning of host now. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the binding gift package. You have acquired control over energy. In the next moment, Vegeta comprehended the concepts of energy control and perception in his mind. What is this? What purpose does it serve? Vegeta furrowed his brow, feeling that it was merely a frivolous trinket. He possessed a combat power detector. What need had he for this item? To sense the enemy's location? That seemed unnecessary. Oh, foolish Vegeta. Have you forgotten how Raditz met his demise? It was due to your reliance on that very detector. What? I am not foolish. Yang Tian, enlighten me on the utility of sensing energy. Yang Tian remained silent, instead showcasing a clip from the future Dragon Ball saga. It depicted Gohan and Krillin evading detection for Dodoria and his associates. Without the detector, the likes of Zarbin were utterly incapable of locating Gohan and his companions. What is happening here? As you can observe, without the detector, if the opponent lowers their energy, you become oblivious to their presence. Upon hearing Yang Tian's explanation, Vegeta wasted no time and directly reduced his own combat power. Once he did so, he immediately perceived the advantages. There was no longer a need to remain tense. At all times his body could relax and restore its stamina. Soon, he discerned the direction of Nappa. Is he sleeping with a combat power of 6,005? Vegeta nodded, remaining silent. This was the essence of energy, perception, and ability he had yet to master. Just like Nappa, who perpetually maintained a combat power of 6,005. By the way, Yang Tian, who are the bald man and the short-haired youth in the footage? Why are they engaging Dodoria? The short-haired youth is Gohan, and the bald man is Krillin. You will learn more upon your arrival on Earth. Yang Tian offered no further elaboration, and Vegeta, satisfied with the information, refrained from probing further. After all, he would soon venture to Earth and uncover the truth for himself. Ding. The novice gift pack is now being distributed. Would the host like to open it? Open. Vegeta was well versed in this process, silently commanding it to unfold. Ding. Congratulations, host, for opening the novice gift pack. You have acquired X 10 Senza beans, X 3 spirit tree fruits, and eternal life. Upon hearing Senza beans and spirit tree fruits, Vegeta was utterly perplexed. However, the mention of eternal life ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes. Was this not the very purpose of his journey to the blue planet? Eternal life. How astonishing. Vegeta's eyes glimmered with fervor. In the next moment, a warm current coursed through him, allowing Vegeta to clear his perception and maintain his body in an optimal state. Typically, a Scion's youth is prolonged. However, being granted eternal life would enable him to remain in his prime, significantly benefiting his future training. Yang Tian, is this truly eternal life? How can I verify? Vegeta eagerly inquired of Yang Tian. You can view it by opening your attribute panel. Yang Tian was at a loss for words. Had Vegeta truly lost his mind? Had he perhaps bound the wrong individual? Open the attribute panel. Host, Vegeta. Title none. Combat power. 18,000 lifespan. Immortality is attainable as long as one is not slain. Thus, one shall never grow old. Transformation. None. Ultimate techniques. Gallic cannon. Filthy fireworks. Flash cannon. Skills. Chi perception. System inventory. X10 Senza beans. X3 spirit tree fruits. According to the system's comprehensive evaluation, within the 7th universe of Dragon Ball, the host power is remarkably feeble. First, one ought to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta gazed in astonishment at the lifespan section, yet he felt a sense of unexpectedness. It was not the kind of immortality he had envisioned. Is it not the invincible immortality you had in mind? Surprised, are we? Indeed, but perhaps this is for the best. I shall visit Planet Blue and remedy this with the dragon. Vegeta sighed. He had hoped for an indestructible form, one that could contend with Frieza. Indeed, Frieza was currently his master, the emperor of the universe. He yearned to overthrow him, unwilling to remain Frieza's pawn. Ha! Vegeta, you are indulging in fanciful thoughts. The Earth's dragon can merely restore your youth, not grant true immortality. Only the eternal dragon can achieve that. What? Then what purpose does my journey to Earth serve? Vegeta frowned. What use was it to visit a dragon so inept? Go ahead, venture to Earth. It is your domain. Just as you have seen in the images, that little bald boy and the short-haired youth are hybrids of Earthlings and Scions. Ah, Kakarot's son? Indeed, he possesses the highest potential among the remaining Scions. What? A mere half-breed, superior to my noble Scion lineage as Prince Vegeta? I am of royal blood. Vegeta expressed his disbelief from birth. His battle power stood at 2,000, the strongest in Scion history. He was unaware of Broly's existence. Moreover, the system's mission would lead him to the world of the Broly film to eliminate Broly. In summary, in this cinematic parallel universe, Broly did not exist in Vegeta's world. By the way, is your final evaluation not overly exaggerated? I am quite formidable. Formidable? Huh. Would you care to witness how your journey to Earth unfolds before you make such claims? Yang Tian's voice resonated. Vegeta shivered. He sensed something ominous approaching, yet he stubbornly declared, "Let's see what you have to show." The next moment, a luminous screen appeared before Vegeta. The image depicted Vegeta arriving on Earth, followed by Nappa engaging in combat with Earthling warriors using cultivation seeds. Subsequently, Kakarot arrived, and Nappa was slain by him. Vegeta went from initially dominating to ultimately struggling, culminating in a joint defeat. It could be said that this journey resulted in failure. The footage concluded with him departing in a spacecraft, still enraged that it was Kakarot, that lowly warrior, who had let him go. Chapter 3. Vegeta consumes the spirit tree fruit. How outrageous! I, the illustrious prince of the Scions, find myself compelled to seek the pity of lower-ranked warriors. Truly despicable. Vegeta's countenance was shrouded in darkness. Well, genius warrior, do you still believe there are issues with my overall assessment? You must bear in mind that you have neglected your training, while the lower-ranked warrior Kakarot has been diligently honing his skills at this juncture. The disparity between you two is minimal, yet in the future, that gap will widen considerably. Of course, your moments of glory were marked by the defeat of Android 19 and your playful confrontation with Cell's second form, after which your progress has been rather lackluster. Yang Tian's words rendered Vegeta's expression as grim as the bottom of a pot. Without hesitation, he inquired within his mind, "How can I become stronger?" You'll find the items in the novice gift pack to be quite useful. Yang Tian replied. Nonchalantly, Vegeta wasted no time and opened his system backpack, revealing 10 sins of beans and 3 spirit tree fruits. Is this tiny bean the one that Kakarot is administering to the little bald boy and his son in the scene? Vegeta narrowed his eyes and inquired. Indeed. Just one pill can swiftly heal injuries and satisfy hunger. Upon discovering the function of this item, Vegeta immediately recognized its value. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned his gaze towards the fruit of the Tree of Might. Could it possess a similar effect? No, this fruit could significantly enhance one's combat prowess. The first bite would yield remarkable results, while the second would provide diminishing returns. Upon hearing of the potential to elevate his battle strength, Vegeta acted without delay. Retrieving the fruit, observing its peculiar appearance, he took a whiff and, finding the aroma pleasing, bit into it without reservation. In the next instant, he felt an explosive surge of power within him. Without a second thought, he consumed the entire fruit. Once finished, Vegeta could feel an overwhelming torrent of energy coursing through his body. His strength had increased exponentially compared to before. Without hesitation, he checked his attributes panel. Combat power, 200,000. This was more than a tenfold increase. Vegeta was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated the existence of such a fruit in the universe. Huh, Vegeta, what is there to be surprised about? Your fellow scion, Dallas, consumed this mystical fruit, and his combat power soared from 25,000 to 350,000. He even managed to hold his own against Goku, who was utilizing the Kaioken technique at 10 times its strength. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta was taken aback. How could Kakarot, wielding the Kaioken times 10, be so overwhelming? In the scene, he seemed utterly powerless against the Kaioken times 3. At one point, the Kaioken times 4 even surpassed him. Wait a moment. Who is this low-class warrior, Dallas? I have no knowledge of him. Where did he obtain this fruit? A scion from a parallel world. Moreover, this fruit is exceedingly rare. Only a few can sprout from the Tree of Might on the entire Earth. A parallel world, you say? I am truly eager to witness this low-class warrior. Vegeta chuckled coldly. If he could put them to good use, the scions would have an increased number of warriors. It was no jest. He, Vegeta, had no desire to be a solitary commander. Thus, on Earth, he would not eliminate Nappa. He would journey to Earth and, in passing, utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect Raditz. For he had glimpsed a vision, understanding that the hybrid prowess of scions and Earthlings would be exceedingly formidable. He contemplated the scion revival plan. In due course, he would assign Nappa and Raditz the role of sires. In a decade or so, Vegeta would ascend as the new king of the scion race, no longer merely a prince. Vegeta, your idea is quite commendable. Both Nappa and Raditz would undoubtedly be delighted. However, why do you not consider reviving the scion race? Humph. Reviving a bunch of old fools is hardly preferable to having a group of obedient hybrids. Vegeta disdainfully remarked that he was well aware of the temperaments of those old geezers. Vegeta, without hesitation, grasped the fruit of the Tree of Might once more and took a hearty bite. Upon finishing, he realized that his power increase was indeed diminished, as his battle strength had only risen to 80,000, reaching a total of 280,000. Clearly, the effects had waned. Ding. Detected. Dragon Ball Z. Battle for Blue Star, Ultimate Showdown, Mission, Eliminate Darius and his minions. Reward, Power of the Great Ape. Would the host like to accept? Just as Vegeta contemplated devouring a third fruit from the Tree of Might, he was interrupted by the voice of the system's AI. This time, it was the system's voice, not Yang Tian's. Yang Tian was merely providing Vegeta with hints. He was not the protagonist. The true hero was Vegeta. What kind of world is this? It is one where Darius, having consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might, boasts a power level of 350,000. Oh, so there are several more fruits over there? If you move swiftly, you might seize them. Haha, splendid. I accept this mission. Vegeta laughed heartily. What a remarkable fruit this is. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the third one, elevating his battle power to 350,000. Heh. Now I stand equal to the Drellis who consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might. I shall see what capabilities you, an inferior warrior, possess to compete with me. A prodigious warrior. Vegeta smirked, for he was a prodigy of combat. He would never concede defeat to a lower-class warrior. System, Yang Tian, initiate the teleportation. As Vegeta observed the lack of activity, he urged, this alternate world allows for companions to accompany you. Are you certain you wish to go alone? Having assistance can strengthen you as well. Yang Tian responded nonchalantly. Oh, is that possible? Then let us bring Nappa along. I assume we cannot include Raditz since he is deceased? Once dead, he cannot be included. Then let us take Nappa. His ability to grow stronger alongside us would be beneficial, otherwise, he might hinder my progress. As it stands, he possesses a power level of 350,000. Ding. In 3 minutes, you will commence entry into the Blue Star Conquest Super Showdown world. Please prepare yourself. By the way, with my current power level of 350,000, am I capable of confronting Frisia? Unfortunately, no. Frisia's initial power level is 530,000. He possesses several transformations, ultimately reaching a staggering power level of 120 million. Yang Tian felt a cold splash of reality wash over him. Vegeta felt a chill run through him. Goodness, 120 million? Yang Tian, are you jesting? Do you even know how to count? How could you possibly think that Frisia is weak? I don't. But don't you think your assertion is rather absurd? Absurd? Until your battle power reaches 3 million. Transforming into a Super Saiyan to amplify your strength 50-fold is the only way to contend with Frisia. After Yang Tian spoke, he delved into his thoughts, disregarding Vegeta. Vegeta felt a sense of bewilderment. How could he possibly oppose such a formidable foe as Frisia? At this moment, he was not yet the version of himself that would emerge in the future. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Yang Tian could clearly see that he had been so intimidated that he dared not resist, and he could only respond with resignation. Vegeta, is this truly your demeanor? To be so easily intimidated by a mere Frisia? What does this say of you as the Prince of the Saiyans? You would do well to consider ending your own existence. Nonsense. I am the illustrious Prince of the Saiyans. How could I ever harbor fear? Just wait and see as I eventually take the life of Frisia and sever his head. Vegeta, in a fit of rage, found himself accused of fear. Chapter 4, Vegeta. Such low battle power. Although for a fleeting moment he did feel apprehensive, his pride compelled him to fight. After all, he is the Prince of the Saiyan warriors, a prodigious fighter. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed. Vegeta was enveloped in a radiant light and subsequently transported away. In the next moment, he found himself in an uninhabited area. Meanwhile, Nappa descended in a seated position. With a resounding thud, his rear struck the ground, embedding him into the earth. Oh dear, that hurts terribly, Nappa exclaimed. What just happened? Was I ambushed? Despite possessing a battle power of 6,500, he had been in slumber. Observing this comical scene, Vegeta crossed his arms, tilted his head back, and erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. Nappa, look at your ridiculous state. BB Prince Vegeta? How long has it been? Have we arrived on Earth? Nappa stood up, brushing off the dust from his backside. It's a long story. We have entered the parallel world known as Blue Star. Vegeta succinctly explained. Nappa was left utterly bewildered, filled with questions. A mission? An opportunity? A reward? This is all rather fantastical, isn't it? Nappa, there is no need to rely on a scouter. Just follow me. Vegeta immediately intervened when he saw Nappa about to activate the scanner. At this point, he could sense energy and had no need to rely on such devices. With that, he soared into the distance, heading towards the direction of the Spirit Tree-S fruit, where he could also detect the presence of others. Prince Vegeta, when did you acquire this remarkable ability? Nappa inquired as he flew alongside him. Humph. Is it so difficult for someone of my exceptional talent to master such a skill? Vegeta replied with a sense of pride. Not at all, not at all. Nappa chuckled awkwardly. By the way, how could Raditz perish on this wretched blue planet? Nappa remarked, gazing at the withering planet in bewilderment. What kind of formidable warriors could possibly arise from such a place? And he was defeated in collaboration. Nappa, do not underestimate Kakarot here. He is quite powerful. Vegeta spoke up. He had learned from Yang Tian that he had already been defeated at this point. In this parallel universe, Piccolo had not perished, and thus the group had not journeyed to Namek, but instead were honing their skills on Earth. What? Kakarot is exceedingly strong? A mere low-class warrior. That was simply unbelievable to Bardock. He could not fathom that a low-class warrior could possess such strength. Vegeta cast a glance at him and declared, Nappa, the version of you in this world has perished, and I have been vanquished. Vegeta did not reveal to him that he was the one who had inflicted the fatal blow. Moreover, Vegeta had come to realize that the timeline of this parallel universe diverged from the visions he had witnessed. Clearly, the parallel worlds yield a multitude of outcomes. What? This Kakarot is so powerful? What are we doing here? Boss Face was a canvas of confusion. We are here to complete a mission, to eliminate the Saiyan low-class warrior, Dares. Vegeta remarked nonchalantly, a lowly warrior named Dales? I have never heard of such a person. A parallel universe. Vegeta felt a surge of irritation. How had Nappa transformed into such a chatterbox? Noticing Vegeta's displeasure, Nappa immediately fell silent. As they approached the fruit of the Tree of Might, Nappa's scouter began to beep incessantly, evidently detecting formidable foes. Multiple readings. Let me assess their battle powers, Nappa exclaimed, pressing a button once more. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained still, sensing the auras and comprehending the unfolding events. What? Battle powers of 9,100, 8,400, 13,000, and 7,600, along with several others in the 1,000 range. But their powers are diminishing, Nappa declared in disbelief. This parallel Earth's existence was home to 4 powerful beings. The lower readings belonged to Piccolo, Krillin, and the others who had already been subdued, resulting in their declining battle powers. The 4 formidable readings detected by Nappa's scouter belonged to the minions of Dallas. They were named Amando, Dez, Kakarot, and the Resolacase brothers. The Resolacase brothers, once thought to be extinct fossils of the Benzur race, were resurrected by Dallas using the essence extracted from the Tree of Might. The twins were responsible for constructing the interstellar vessels and weaponry of Dallas' army. Remarkably, they could unite into one formidable entity or separate at will, each maintaining a battle power of 7,600 even when apart. Among them, Kakarot was the strongest, a half-cybernetic being modified for interstellar warfare on the planet Ikonda, who later became a bounty hunter and was hired by Dallas at a high price. As for Dez, clad in Scion battle attire, he was the prince of the Pukimpid dynasty on the planet Kabacha, which had been destroyed by Dallas. Impressed by Dez, Dallas took him in as a subordinate, truly a waste, given that his planet had been obliterated, yet he chose to follow Dallas. Lastly, the yellow-skinned Amando was a target of the Galactic Patrol, fortuitously saved by Dallas and subsequently aligned with him. Nappa remained calm. What threat could this ragtag group possibly pose? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Nappa appeared somewhat at a loss for words. The formidable power of 13,000, the pinnacle among the 4, may seem trivial to Prince Vegeta, yet it stands as a significant challenge for Nappa. To put it differently, even the weakest with a battle power of over 7,000 requires Nappa to maintain composure to contend with. After all, he is an elite warrior among the Saiyans. As long as the disparity in power is not excessively vast, he can engage in combat. Otherwise, why would Vegeta have advised Nappa to remain calm when facing Goku? Indeed, Nappa managed to hold his own against Goku, who possessed a battle power of 8,000, in a brief yet balanced exchange. It can be said that Nappa occasionally succumbs to a volatile mindset, leading to reckless behavior. However, with a steady approach, he can overlook a 1,000-point disparity in battle power. This also elucidates why the Saiyans are regarded as a warrior race. Given the lightness of this planet, is it truly challenging to confront them? Vegeta scoffed. Come. Allow me to treat you to a taste of the fruit of the Tree of Might. Vegeta, uttering those words, soared into the distance, his speed leaving Nappa in awe. The battle power detector on Nappa's wrist registered Vegeta's might, an astonishing 30,000. Could it be that Prince Vegeta had been concealing his true strength all along? How was that even possible? Nappa was taken aback, yet simultaneously elated. The stronger Vegeta became, the more formidable their standing would be under Frieza. However, unbeknownst to them, Vegeta had long harbored disdain for Frieza. Given the chance, he would not hesitate to end Frieza's life with his own hands. Hahaha, hybrid. It seems to be Kakarot's son, with a respectable battle power of 10,000. Would you care to join my Dale's team? We can traverse the universe together, enjoying the finest luxuries. Dales mocked, holding Gohan aloft. Much like Kakarot, he was a low-class warrior, feeling humiliated by his status, yet powerless to change his fate, having been assigned to another planet. Chapter 5. Vegeta and the Spirit Tree Fruit of Dales. Yet, Dales was unwilling to accept his plight. While other Saiyans honed their strength through sheer effort, he relied upon the consumption of the Spirit Tree's fruit to enhance his power. One fateful day, he obtained a Spirit Tree fruit and began sowing seeds across various planets. Unfortunately, the planets he encountered were of poor quality, yielding unripe fruits. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to make do, barely reaching a battle power of 25,000. One day, he and his subordinates discovered the blue planet. Realizing its potential, he planted the Spirit Tree fruit there. To his surprise, he found Kakarot also present, prompting him to consider recruiting Kakarot into his ranks. Along with the boy he was carrying, Gohan. I refuse to ally with a villain like you, Gohan exclaimed, launching a punch. Dales effortlessly caught it. Little one, temper your fury. Join me, and you shall enjoy the finest pleasures. Dales continued to entice the child, believing such a young warrior, already possessing 10,000 battle power, could be molded into his strongest lieutenant. At that moment, Dales sensed a fluctuation in battle power and turned to observe another direction. A mere 18,000. Dales scoffed. Piccolo, cloaked in his cape, glared at Dales with a grim expression. Release Gohan. If you have the guts, come and take him. Dales dismissed Piccolo's challenge, considering the 18,000 battle power trivial compared to his own 25,000. As Piccolo charged, Dales tossed Gohan towards him, who caught the boy instinctively. In an instant, Dales appeared behind Piccolo, unleashing a powerful energy wave that sent Piccolo crashing to the ground, effectively incapacitating him. It could be said that Piccolo was swiftly defeated. The fruit of the spirit tree. Vegeta arrived here directly and beheld the towering tree bearing 3 spirit tree fruits. Without hesitation, he began to search meticulously. Just 3. Indeed, Vegeta surveyed the entirety of the grand tree before discovering 3 spirit tree fruits. Without a moment's hesitation, he plucked them all. At that moment, Nappa hurriedly approached. Meanwhile, Kakarot and his companions were on the opposite side, oblivious to the presence of both Vegeta and Nappa. Vegeta did not hesitate and promptly tossed the spirit tree fruit over. Nappa caught it, inquiring with curiosity, Prince Vegeta, what is this? Consume it, and you shall gain strength. What? Eating this hideous fruit will make me stronger? Impossible. Nappa was skeptical, yet he took a bite. In the next moment, an immense energy erupted within him. Lacking the means to control this energy, it burst forth uncontrollably. Observing that Piccolo remained unresponsive, Dallas returned to Gohan, placing his foot on Gohan's head. So do you submit now? Dallas sneered while pressing down. However, when he noticed Gohan's tail sprouting from his rear, he paused for a moment before erupting in laughter. Ha! A tail has emerged. Excellent. Now unleash your Scion traits. Dallas cackled as he conjured an artificial moon and hurled it into the sky. He then seized Gohan, forcing him to open his eyes. In an instant, Gohan transformed into a gigantic ape. Without hesitation, Dallas unleashed a ki blast, shattering the artificial moon. He feared that he might also transform into a giant ape. Being merely a low-class warrior, he would succumb to rage and lose his rationality, unlike a higher-class warrior who could retain composure even in transformation. Hahaha, go forth, wreak havoc, and embrace your Scion nature, Dallas sinisterly declared. At that moment, Kakarot, Goku, arrived on the scene. Gohan, Gohan. Spotting the rampaging Gohan, he shouted urgently. Yet, Gohan paid him no heed, as Dallas's 4 subordinates swooped in to intercept Goku. However, they were sent flying by a single burst of Goku's ki. Get out of my way, don't obstruct me, Goku bellowed as he charged toward Gohan. But in the next moment, he halted, as did Dallas. They gazed toward the direction of the spirit tree fruit, their expressions one of utter astonishment. What? Battle power? 60,000? Dallas was taken aback. He was only at 25,000, and it seemed that the source of this power was indeed the spirit tree fruit. Anxious thoughts raced through Dallas's mind. My fruit. Without a second thought, he surged toward that direction, accompanied by his 4 subordinates. As for Goku and Gohan, he dismissed them entirely. He had initially wished to witness a father-son battle, but now that his fruit was pilfered, he could not remain idle. Hahaha, Prince Vegeta. I am now brimming with power. I feel as though I could obliterate this planet with a single punch. Nappa laughed heartily. Vegeta scoffed. I consumed this fruit, and my power surged from 18,000 to 200,000. Yet you have only reached 60,000. What is there to be proud of? Vegeta gazed at the scanner, which was originally capable of detecting power levels up to 20,000 before malfunctioning. However, with a slight modification, the system would provide him with superior scanners and enhanced combat perception in the future. Nappa's eyes widened in astonishment. 20,000? Prince Vegeta, is this true? Have I ever deceived you, Nappa? Vegeta replied, his expression one of displeasure. He pondered why Nappa had begun to doubt him ever since he acquired the new system. Perhaps it was time to consider a change in subordinates. At that moment, the scanner emitted a series of beeps. Without hesitation, Nappa took a glance and exclaimed, Oh. For combat power readings have just arrived, along with an additional reading of 25,000. How shall we deal with these intruders, Your Highness? Nappa smirked. Having been previously intimidated but now standing tall, he, Nappa, an elite warrior among the Scions, had achieved a combat power of 60,000. Vegeta had yet to respond when 5 figures suddenly materialized before them. Damn it! Who has taken my fruit? Darius bellowed. However, upon catching sight of Nappa, he was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Nappa supposed to be alongside Vegeta? Indeed, in this parallel universe, he was acquainted with Vegeta and his companions. Yet, as Darius's gaze fell upon the crossed arms of Vegeta, a flicker of fear crossed his visage. In his prime, Vegeta had emerged with a staggering battle power of 2,000 points, instilling a deep-seated dread within him. Nappa, Vegeta, what brings you here? Darius's tone shifted from arrogant to a softer, more subdued intonation. He felt unreserved when addressing the lower-class warrior Kakarot. But faced with the elite warrior Nappa and the prodigious fighter Vegeta, he found himself somewhat intimidated. Oh, you recognize my lord Nappa? Nappa chuckled, pausing as he noticed the tail behind him. With a glance at Darius's face, he remarked, "Isn't that Bardock?" Nappa was unfamiliar with Kakarot, only aware of Bardock. And even Raditz knew of Kakarot solely because he bore a striking resemblance to Bardock. Chapter 6. Nappa, you just startled me. Acquainted, elite warrior Nappa, prodigious fighter Vegeta. Darius's tone hardened as he perceived his subordinate's presence. He was a decisive figure, unyielding in his resolve. Haha, aren't you Bardock? Wait, why are you so dark? Have you been mining coal? Nappa inquired, directing his gaze at Darius. Should Darius have been Bardock, Nappa might have felt a modicum of fear. But with a battle power of 60,000, he was undeterred. No, I am not Bardock. I am Darius. Darius shook his head, asserting his identity. Just as Nappa was about to comment on their striking resemblance, Vegeta interjected, Enough, Nappa. Most low-class warriors look quite alike. Haven't you noticed how he resembles Raditz? He looks exactly like Kakarot. Vegeta sneered, fully aware of the fact that lower-class warriors are merely reflections of one another. Furthermore, he, Vegeta, was acutely conscious that Bardock bore an uncanny resemblance to Kakarot. Raditz had informed him that Kakarot, in his youth, looked just like his father. Moreover, he had witnessed previous footage, thus he knew precisely what Kakarot looked like. This indicated that these lower-class warriors were all cast from the same mold. Lower-class warriors. Dare seethed with rage. It was a humiliation for him, being publicly labeled as such, igniting a profound anger within his heart. Huh, what is this? Are you upset? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Yang Tian informed him that this Dallas had a combat power of 350,000 after consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might. However, since he had taken the fruit, it implied he no longer possessed that strength. How dare he boast before Vegeta? Vegeta, you are exceedingly arrogant, Dallas retorted coldly. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when he was sent flying by a punch from Nappa. You little insect, a mere low-class warrior, dare to utter the name of Prince Vegeta? You are playing with fire, Nappa declared, his fist cracking ominously. Dallas's four subordinates charged forward, intercepting Nappa. Nappa cast a glance at Vegeta and said, Prince Vegeta. May I play with them? Very well, I shall seek some amusement with that low-class warrior. Vegeta nodded and descended swiftly. Dales had just been sent crashing to the ground by Nappa, and they had recently been situated beside the Tree of Might. The Tree of Might was indeed vast, towering within the atmosphere. Very well, Prince Vegeta, Nappa declared, bowing respectfully before casting a cold smirk at the four warriors. Your recent display of power startled me. Nappa the Elder. Now, let us engage in a little amusement. With that, Nappa charged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon them. The four struggled to fend off his relentless assault. The disparity in their battle powers was akin to Krillin and his companions facing the formidable Nappa with his power level of 6,500. They were utterly overwhelmed. The Z fighters faced Nappa as Kakarot and his companions were now facing him. The situation was strikingly similar. The increase in battle power was substantial and comprehensive. It was not a mere illusion, nor was it a matter of transcendent realms, as in some fantasy tales. Combat skills against a foe like Nappa were already quite sophisticated, honed through years of ruthless practice, all geared towards lethality. A battle power of 25,000 points, impressive. Would you care to join me? Vegeta crossed his arms, a serene smile gracing his face. He held no illusions about the disparity in battle power. He was confident that Duralis could not possibly turn the tables on him. Moreover, as the proud prince of all Saiyans, he aspired to gather more followers of his kind. Otherwise, he would not have consented to Raditz taking Kakarot under his wing. Despite Kakarot's battle power being a mere few hundred, Vegeta believed the figure of hundreds was due to the data transmitted by the scouter at that time. In the scene, Kakarot possessed a mere 8,000. His true strength lay in his ultimate technique, the Kaioken. A fleeting surge in combat power obtained at the cost of his own physical endurance. Humph, you shall not succeed. I, Dales, will become the ruler of the universe. Dale scoffed. Just moments ago, he had been enticing Gohan with lavish promises. Now, The tables had turned, and he found himself ensnared. Your strength is lacking. Yet your bravado is excessive. It seems I must enlighten you. Vegeta vanished into thin air after his declaration. In the next instant, Dales was sent flying. His body contorted like a shrimp, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. I offer you a choice. Submit or perish. Vegeta, with an energy sphere coalescing in his hand, gazed down at Dallas. He was acutely aware that Dallas was not dead. Cough, cough. Had it not been for consuming my fruit. Do you truly believe that with your original combat power of 18,000, you could contend with me? Dallas coughed out, blood evident in his sputum, clearly indicating that Vegeta's strike had breached his defenses. He had mistakenly assessed Vegeta's power as 60,000, hence his audacious remarks. Ding. Noncompliance detected from Dallas. Please, host. Provide him with the spirit tree fruit, and subsequently, shatter his pride. Task reward, a super spaceship capable of gravity modulation. Upon hearing the melodic voice of the system's AI, Vegeta raised an eyebrow. The mention of a super spaceship that could adjust gravity momentarily left him in a daze. Yang Tian, what purpose does this super spaceship serve? Did you not find your previous vessel rather cramped? Modulating gravity can facilitate your training, thus allowing for a more effective enhancement of your strength. Yang Tian explained. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Ding. Does the host accept the task? Failure will result in the loss of life. The system reminded him once more. Vegeta squinted his eyes. The prospect of failing a mission and losing his life? How ruthless. Yang Tian, is your punishment not excessively severe? Not at all, Yang Tian replied. If you fail, you will be slain by Dales, thus your only option is to triumph. Hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta was left with a frown. So, this punishment is practically no different from death itself. Yang Tian was indeed correct. Should he falter against Dales, who possesses a combat power of 35, he would meet his demise at Dales' hands, rendering the consequences of failure nearly identical. With this thought, Vegeta silently accepted the challenge. Ridiculous. Would he, the proud prince, ever concede defeat to a lower-class warrior? Humph. After consuming my spirit tree fruit, what audacity you have. Do as you wish, kill or maim. I am at your disposal. Dales snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. In that case, I shall offer you an opportunity, Vegeta declared, as he promptly retrieved the fruits of the spirit tree from his system's inventory. Just moments ago, he had plucked 3 of them, placing 2 into the system's repository while giving 1 to Nappa to consume. Take it, he insisted, devour it, and I demand your complete submission. Vegeta directly tossed the fruit of the Tree of Might, and without hesitation, Dales caught it. A wave of exhilaration surged within him. He had never tasted such a bountiful fruit before. Prince Vegeta, one might question whether to label you foolish or arrogant, since you have chosen this path. Prepare to embrace your demise. As Dale spoke, he devoured the fruit of the Tree of Might. In the next moment, his battle power surged dramatically, his muscles tensed, and his strength soared to 350,000, now rivaling that of Vegeta. Chapter 7. Vegeta slays Dales. Haha. A surge of power courses through me, come forth. Prince Vegeta. Dales laughed heartily, his fists clenched in exhilaration. He could feel the overwhelming force within him. The delectable fruit of the Tree of Might had proven to be an exquisite treat. He chuckled, noting his battle power of 35, quite impressive, indeed, a worthy adversary. Vegeta removed the scouter and crushed it with a single hand. Ha ha ha, Prince Vegeta, brace yourself for my energy aura. Dallas sneered, bringing his palms together before spreading them apart to reveal a crimson circle. This technique, akin to the spirit bomb, possesses formidable power. In the original narrative, it was intended to annihilate the great ape Gohan. Filthy fireworks. With a mere gesture, Vegeta unleashed an explosive burst of energy. He had previously employed this technique against Chio-E. Observing Vegeta effortlessly dispel his attack, he wasted no time and swiftly maneuvered behind Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch. Vegeta seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head as he effortlessly seized his opponent's fist and hurled him aside with great force. Following this, a powerful kick sent Dallas soaring through the air. What? Dallas was taken aback in astonishment. Isn't Vegeta's battle power merely 60,000? How could he be so formidable? Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the scouter. In an instant, he was greeted with a reading of 350,000. He was utterly astounded. How could this be? 350,000 battle power? Hahaha, with such battle prowess, I, Prince Vegeta, am indeed a genius warrior. This is an insurmountable chasm between a prodigy and a lower-class fighter. Vegeta proclaimed, striking his iconic pose with his thumb pointed at himself. Oh yes, Super Vegeta. Arrogant. Dallas seethed with fury, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his hands. Witnessing the multitude of energy projectiles, Vegeta scoffed. Was he truly so inexperienced to employ royal tactics before him? Vegeta swiftly approached from behind and delivered a powerful punch to his back. Darius was sent crashing into the ground. Vegeta swiftly unleashed a torrent of energy blasts with both hands. This is his royal fighting technique. Energy attacks are not to be wielded in such a manner. They should be employed as I do. Vegeta unleashed a ferocious assault, subjecting Dales to immense torment beneath the ground. Why, despite both possessing a battle power of 350,000, was there such a glaring disparity? Dales was on the brink of madness. What was happening? One could hardly blame Dales for his thoughts. After all, Vegeta had mastered the perception of ki, rendering him acutely aware of Dale's position. Coupled with Vegeta's unparalleled combat style as a prodigious warrior, he was simply beyond Dale's capacity to contend with. Vegeta was indeed a true genius, perpetually falling short against the illustrious Son Goku. Who else could rival Vegeta's prowess? In the original narrative, he had consistently trained in the gravity chamber, failing to develop new techniques, unlike Son Goku, who excelled in their application. It could be said that Vegeta was truly treading a path to nowhere. After a brief period of employing his prince's combat technique, Vegeta stood suspended in midair with his arms crossed. He sensed that Dale's ki had diminished significantly, indicating he had sustained grave injuries. It is worth noting that this technique generally follows the principle of causing no harm, yet this time, Dales had indeed breached his defenses. As the dust settled, Dales lay in the pit, gasping for breath, while Vegeta seized him by the neck, sneering, "So, Dales, have you surrendered? Why, you vile prince?" I yield." Dales attempted to muster some bravado, but upon meeting Vegeta's gaze, he wilted and quickly shifted to a tone of supplication. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on defeating Dales and shattering his confidence. You have completed the task. The reward of a super spaceship has been issued to your system backpack." Upon hearing the system notification, Vegeta offered a faint smile. To have a mere lower-tier warrior compel him to act was already a considerable achievement. Meanwhile, Ba had also eliminated 4 of Dale's subordinates. On the other side, Son Goku had severed Gohan's tail, rendering him unconscious. Without hesitation, Goku flew towards this direction, having sensed a powerful ki nearby. Although it was stronger than his own, his curiosity compelled him to investigate. "So, Dales, will you submit to me, or will you choose death? Make your selection." Vegeta forcefully threw Dallas to the ground, his voice dripping with disdain. Nappa stood nearby, ready to act should Dallas utter a word of defiance. At that moment, Dallas wrestled with a torrent of emotions within himself. Yet, upon meeting Vegeta's piercing gaze, he finally exhaled and conceded, "Prince Vegeta, I am willing to join you." A faint smile graced Vegeta's lips upon hearing Dallas's response. Ding. Detection of host reclaiming Dallas. A new subordinate acquired. Ding. Detection of host subordinates reaching 2. Initiating loyalty assessment. A loyalty assessment? Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Yet he proceeded to initiate a loyalty assessment in his mind, casting a glance at Nappa and Dallas. Nappa's loyalty stood at 90, while Dallas lingered at a mere 50. The sight of Dallas's lackluster score elicited a cold smirk from Vegeta. He noted the accompanying remarks, a maximum loyalty of 100 and a threshold of 60 or below signifying potential betrayal. It was evident that Dallas had feigned allegiance. His intentions unmistakable. What a valuable discovery. With this knowledge, one could discern the true loyalty of those around him. Vegeta contemplated inwardly. However, a thought crossed his mind, causing him to furrow his brow. He addressed Yang Tian in his heart. "Yang Tian, no wonder you wanted me to eliminate Dales. It turns out he is a ticking time bomb. Is that so? The characters are dispatched by the system, and I have already entrusted the system with their management, remaining uninvolved." Yang Tian indicated that he does not oversee the issuing of tasks. Vegeta did not hesitate. He unleashed a powerful punch. Dallas was instantly struck down, unable to utter a single word. "This, Prince Vegeta, has Dallas not joined our ranks?" Nappa gazed at Vegeta in confusion. Fool. Do you truly believe such a person would serve under me? He merely seeks to strike us from the shadows. Is that so? This scoundrel is indeed treacherous and cunning. Nappa's expression shifted as well. I had hoped to gain an ally from my own kin, but instead, this is the outcome? I initially intended to incorporate him into our ranks, but he has foolishly chosen his own demise. Vegeta let out a cold snort. The mission assigned by the system was to eliminate Dales and his minions. If Dales could properly serve as a subordinate, this character would have been no more. After all, the system did not mention any punishment. However, Dales was courting death, with a loyalty rating of only 50, and anything below 60 would result in betrayal. It was evident that he was merely feigning allegiance. Such a person deserved immediate execution. Wouldn't he exchanging him for rewards be more delightful? Ding. Congratulations, host, on the slaying of the subordinate warrior Dales. You have received a treasure chest X1. Upon hearing of the treasure chest drop, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 8. Vegeta, my height is too short. I believe I should wish to grow taller. Without hesitation, Vegeta checked his system backpack and found a chest within the grid. Without a second thought, he clicked to open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, on opening the treasure chest. You have obtained the ultimate flash. In the next instant, a memory resonated in Vegeta's mind. The ultimate flash was a direct upgrade from his flash cannon, which required him to spread his arms wide and gather an immense amount of energy before releasing it. This technique had been utilized in the original storyline against Raikou, but it had proven ineffective. By the time of Cell, this technique had evolved considerably. However, it required a lengthy charge time and was exceedingly slow. This was why Vegeta had provoked Cell and Goku, urging them to withstand it. Unfortunately, the former possessed Piccolo's cells, while the latter had greater raw strength, completely disregarding the attack. I never expected the flash cannon could evolve in such a manner. Splendid. It is indeed a formidable technique. Vegeta, reveling in the ultimate brilliance that flashed through his mind, chuckled with delight. He had not anticipated that vanquishing Darius would yield a treasure chest. What a splendid game this was. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slaying Darius and his subordinates. The reward is the power of the humanoid giant ape. In the next instant, Vegeta sensed a remarkable transformation within himself, and he comprehended the essence of the humanoid great ape power. This ability allowed him to transform into a humanoid form, avoiding the cumbersome size of a colossal ape while retaining a height comparable to that of a human. Moreover, it granted him a tenfold increase in battle prowess. The power of the humanoid great ape. Remarkably, this transformation did not necessitate a tail, enabling him to amplify his strength tenfold, thereby facilitating his future transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Upon reading this description, Vegeta felt a mix of delight and confusion. The fact that he could transform without a tail was undoubtedly advantageous, and he was aware of the increase in combat strength. However, the reference to the convenience of transforming into Super Saiyan 4 left him perplexed. Yang Tian, what exactly is the Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta pondered within himself. Once you attain the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, I shall then enlighten you on how to achieve Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue. For now, however, your knowledge is futile. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta refrained from further commentary, as he sensed an approaching presence. This individual was none other than Son Goku. Vegeta, what brings you here? And Nappa, I thought you had been slain by Vegeta. Goku exclaimed upon his arrival, his gaze falling upon both Vegeta and Nappa. His astonishment heightened at the sight of Nappa, who he believed to be deceased, having witnessed Vegeta's lethal act with his own eyes. Nappa, bewildered, responded, Is it yet another Dares? Are you his brother? Furthermore, how could I possibly have been vanquished by Prince Vegeta? Do not speak such nonsense. With that, Nappa prepared to confront Goku. Vegeta directly intercepted him. Nappa, this is Kakarot. Our mission is accomplished. Let us prepare to depart. How could Vegeta be unaware of the reason? He had already viewed the footage where another version of himself eliminated Nappa. Furthermore, having accomplished their mission, he had no desire to engage in lengthy conversations with Goku of this era. Vegeta certainly did not have the luxury of time for such trivialities. Vegeta, are you planning to attack Earth again? Goku inquired, gazing at him intently. Vegeta furrowed his brow upon hearing his words. You merely defeated another version of me. And yet you boast so arrogantly, Kakarot. Do you truly lack any self-awareness? I am Son Goku, not some Kakarot. Prince Vegeta mused. It seemed that Kakarot had suffered a blow to the head, as he was unaware of his true name. Nappa, who was eagerly observing, confirmed the identity of the individual before him as Kakarot when the scouter on Raditz's side relayed Son Goku's voice and name. Kakarot. Allow Lord Nappa to give you a good thrashing. Nappa declared, eager to engage, and Vegeta made no objection. He saw no harm in allowing this era's Vegeta to deliver a few blows to Kakarot. Come forth and battle. Although I am uncertain how you were resurrected, I shall not permit you to wreak havoc upon Earth. Son Goku assumed a combat stance, his entire being enveloped in a crimson aura. This was the manifestation of his Kaioken technique at double its usual strength. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of astonishment towards Nappa. This Nappa was extraordinarily formidable. It required him to invoke the double Kaioken to merely match Nappa's power. Nappa, lacking control over his ki, possessed a combat power of 60,000, which Son Goku was able to discern. In his normal state, Goku's power was 30,000, while the double Kaioken elevated it to 60,000. Just as the two were about to engage in combat, a brilliant light flashed, and both Vegeta and Nappa began to teleport back to their own universe. Gazing at the spaceship, Vegeta squinted. Back already? Consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, you would learn why the flower is red. Vegeta scoffed, remarking that Dales, with a battle power of 350,000, could not be bested even by Kakarot wielding the Kaioken tenfold. Consequently, Vegeta naturally dismissed Kakarot, for he had never suffered a humiliating defeat at his hands. He maintained his lofty demeanor as the Prince of the Saiyans. Meanwhile, Nappa attempted to communicate with Vegeta using his scouter, but to no avail. Vegeta crushed his scouter in frustration. Yang Tian, how can we utilize the spaceship? You were right. This vessel is far too diminutive. At this moment, Vegeta found Yang Tian's words to be quite astute. This spherical space was indeed too confined. With a mere click, he could utilize it. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Vegeta opened his system backpack and located the super spaceship, clicking on it with a single touch. In the next instant, he found himself aboard the vessel. Gazing at the vast planet, Vegeta couldn't help but feel elated. This was far superior to Frisia's spacecraft. Just the number of rooms exceeded a dozen, and the central training chamber alone spanned several hundred square feet. It was truly immense. Vegeta entered the control room and was greeted by a vast screen, which was remarkably intelligent. It was already linked to him, allowing only his access. Furthermore, wherever he wished to go, a mere shout directed at the console sufficed. It could be said to be exceptionally sophisticated, requiring no route configuration. Even the fuel was provided at no cost. Vegeta gazed at the scene of the Nappa spacecraft with a sense of exasperation. For Nappa was anxiously calling out to him from within the ship. That fool, he thought. My scouter has just been crushed. Vegeta was at a loss for words. Yet he still inquired of Yang Tian. Yang Tian, is it possible for that bot to come in as well? Certainly, Yang Tian replied. Before Vegeta appeared the figure of Nappa, who was still shouting, Prince Vegeta, please respond. Nappa continued to call out, and Vegeta swiftly delivered a slap to his bald head. Of course, he was floating, and his height could not reach Nappa's head. This simply wouldn't do. Next time, he must use the Earth Dragon Balls to increase his height by 5 centimeters. No, 10 centimeters. Yet, even that would not suffice to match Nappa's stature. Well, perhaps he should aim to grow to the same height as Kakarot. Vegeta pondered to himself, chuckling at the author's cleverness and envisioning multiple encounters with himself, leading to this particularly striking depiction of him. It is quite possible that such scenarios will be penned, especially considering the potential for other theatrical releases, including the Super Dimension Clash. Chapter 9. The Resurrection of Goku. Meanwhile, Nappa clutched his head and exclaimed, Ouch, that hurts. Who ambushed me? The great Nappa. Upon uttering these words, he beheld Vegeta and the vast expanse around him, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. What? Prince Vegeta, where are we? This is my spaceship. What? More opulent than Lord Frisia's? Incredible! Nappa remarked, rubbing his bald head in disbelief. Vegeta offered no further explanation. What was there to elucidate to a subordinate? Proceed to Earth in the North Galaxy. Vegeta addressed the intelligent voice, inquiring, Very well, Prince Vegeta. Would you prefer to fly at high speed, a normal pace, or a leisurely rate? What distinguishes these options? Came the response. At high speed. The destination can be reached in 10 days. At a normal pace, it would take 6 months, and at a leisurely rate, a full year. Upon hearing the intelligent voice's explanation, Vegeta fell into contemplative silence. Traveling at such a rapid pace seemed futile, as Kakarot had yet to be resurrected. He yearned to surpass the training-enhanced Kakarot and redeem himself from the humiliation of previous encounters. Let us proceed at a leisurely pace, he decided. Vegeta remarked nonchalantly, regardless. This spaceship is equipped with everything we need. Arriving at our destination before encountering Kakarot would be utterly meaningless. Prince Vegeta, why must we proceed at such a leisurely pace? Bardock gazed at Vegeta in confusion. Why not conquer Planet Blue directly? Humph. Here, we have a gravity adjustment device. Let us train diligently and strive to overthrow Frieza in the future. Vegeta expressed his ambitions, and Yang Tian informed him that the gravity chamber could aid in his training to become stronger. Upon realizing the potential for growth, Vegeta was unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Instead, he aspired to dethrone Frieza. What? Overthrow King Frieza? Nappa questioned in disbelief. Are you afraid? No, no, no. Wherever Prince Vegeta goes, I shall follow. Nappa quickly shook his head. His loyalty lay with Prince Vegeta, not Frieza. Observing Nappa's unwavering commitment, Vegeta said nothing further and led him to the gravity chamber. Vegeta initiated the training at 15 times the gravity. Previously, on planet Vegeta, they had already acclimated to 10 times the gravity. As soon as the 15-fold gravity was activated, Nappa immediately found himself on one knee. Had he not been able to control his energy and maintain a battle power of 60,000, he undoubtedly would have succumbed to the immense pressure. Ugh, this is incredibly heavy. Nappa grimaced, expressing his discomfort. Vegeta felt that there was little gravity, merely a slight pressure. Yet observing Nappa, he refrained from saying much. Nappa, your tail is your weakness. You must train diligently. Do not allow yourself to be ensnared like Raditz. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Nappa responded with great difficulty. Vegeta did not hesitate and swiftly severed his tail. This appendage, rather superfluous in battle, would otherwise transform him into a monstrous ape upon gazing at the moon. Although he could retain his rationality, the newfound power of the great ape, coupled with the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4, rendered the tail unnecessary in his eyes. Initially, the loss of the tail might have seemed debilitating. Yet they had long since adapted, having severed countless tails throughout their battles. What? Prince Vegeta, how could you have removed your tail? Nappa exclaimed in astonishment. It serves no purpose for me. You, however, should continue to train with yours. Vegeta remarked as he headed towards another gravity chamber. In such a vast spaceship, it is certain that there is more than one gravity room. Vegeta did not hesitate and commenced his training at 20 times the gravity. Thus, Vegeta and Nappa diligently trained for nearly a year. Nappa, however, displayed a lackadaisical attitude towards his training, managing to stabilize himself at 50 times the gravity of Planet Blue, while Vegeta pushed himself to an impressive 300 times. This clearly illustrates the Saiyan Prince's unwavering dedication to his training. At this juncture, Nappa's combat power had reached 180,000, which only underscores his limited perspective. After completing his grooming, Vegeta donned his battle attire, as they were swiftly approaching Earth. He activated his attribute panel. As Vegeta approached Earth, he felt an urge to assess the fruits of his training over the past year. Host, Vegeta title, None Battle Power. 2. 5 million lifespan, Immortal Transformation, Great Ape Form Ultimate Techniques, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks, Final Flash Skills, Key Sensing System Inventory, Senza Beans X10, Spirit Tree Fruit X1, Super Spaceship System Overall Evaluation, in the 7th universe of Dragon Ball. The host's power is deemed quite feeble. It is suggested to transform into a Super Saiyan first. Yang Tian, how can I be considered weak with over 2 million in battle power? Vegeta wore an expression of disbelief. What sort of battle power was this? And yet it was deemed weak? Nevertheless, he felt a sense of pride. With such battle power, combined with the might of the great ape, would it not assuredly reach 25 million? Yet, the thought of Frieza's 120 million loomed over him. Vegeta has withered. The disparity is simply staggering. It appears that only by transforming into a Super Saiyan can he contend with this challenge. In his weaker form, even as a Super Saiyan, he can merely linger in the early stages. However, as the saga progresses, he becomes merely a bystander. Vegeta. This somewhat insults the rarity of a Super Saiyan, which appears only once in a millennium. Are you deceiving me? It takes 1,000 years for a single Super Saiyan to emerge among us Saiyans. Are you truly misleading me? Vegeta remained skeptical. It takes a millennium for a legendary Super Saiyan to emerge, and the Super Saiyan transformation is merely a result of training, not the fabled Super Saiyan itself. Only the legendary one embodies that title, and he is the sole individual to appear in 1,000 years among your Saiyan lineage. What? That is impossible. Impossible? Yet, it is indeed the truth. In the future, I shall introduce you to this legendary Super Saiyan. As you are now, you are far too weak to even engage him. Yang Tian remarked coolly. Vegeta's face was etched with disbelief. He had always believed that he was the legendary Super Saiyan, not some other Saiyan. After all, he was of noble Saiyan royal lineage. Noticing Vegeta's moment of vulnerability, Yang Tian chose to disregard him. Thus, Vegeta and the others prepared to enter Blue Star. Meanwhile, On King Kai's planet, the king, adorned with two antennae atop his head, paced back and forth, lamenting, "Oh dear, I forgot to calculate your return route." He had overlooked this crucial detail, and the two scions were already nearing Earth. The thought sent shivers down King Kai's spine. This could be disastrous. What shall we do? King Kai, does this mean I have to run back? Can't you simply send me back? Goku pleaded anxiously, looking at King Kai, who appeared utterly helpless. He wished he could assist, but it was beyond his capabilities. At this juncture, he advised, let your companion revive you first. With your current strength, traversing Snake Way will only take a day. Best of luck. With that, King Kai allowed Goku to rest on his back while he communicated with Master Roshi. Chapter 10 Vegeta inquired, Nappa, do we still have 6 seeds for cultivation? Shortly thereafter, Master Roshi emerged, instructing Bulma to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku. Simultaneously, Vegeta and his companions had already descended upon Earth, landing once again in an urban area, specifically in the land of cherry blossoms. As they opened the hatch, Vegeta and Nappa soared into the sky. Vegeta waved his hand, retracting the spaceship with a flourish. It was a precious artifact. The thought of it being damaged would surely cause him great distress. What a light planet this is. And how is it that these individuals are merely 1.50 meters in height? Never mind, let me bestow upon them a little gift to mark our encounter. With a smile, Nappa gazed at the towering cherry blossom people and extended a finger. Vegeta intervened directly. The present Nappa was far stronger than before. This strike would likely obliterate Blue Star. Nappa, control your strength. Upon hearing Vegeta's command, Nappa nodded and gently waved his hand. The land of cherry blossoms was annihilated. Bulma and the others, no longer in the realm of cherry blossoms, knew that in the author's other works, this place was merely fodder. A terrifying shockwave radiated in all directions, and under Nappa's assault, the inhabitants of cherry blossoms were utterly exterminated. The entire Blue Star trembled. One could say that Nappa's greeting was overwhelmingly powerful. Witnessing the destruction of cherry blossoms, Vegeta furrowed his brow. If there were Dragon Balls and you destroyed it, wouldn't my wish to grow taller be rendered null? Nappa replied, Prince Vegeta, wasn't your wish to resurrect Raditz? Why would you wish to grow taller? Nappa thought he had misheard and sought clarification. Is it true that the Dragon Balls can grant only one wish? Vegeta retorted, upon hearing the mention of being kicked. That left Bardock speechless. He truly had no idea how many wishes this thing could grant. If it were multiple wishes, then there would be no issue at all. Let us proceed and seek out the strongest being on this planet for a little amusement. Vegeta spoke as he soared into the distance. Nappa also began to scan the surroundings with his detector. Vegeta raised an eyebrow upon witnessing this. I seem to have neglected to teach you how to sense energy. Next time, make sure to truly perceive it, and refrain from relying on such contraptions. Vegeta spoke softly, leaving Nappa perplexed, yet he refrained from countering. Vegeta is always right. They have arrived. Let us wait for them here. Vegeta and his companions halted in a desolate desert. Aware that these Z fighters could sense energy, he decided to let them handle it on their own. At this moment, Vegeta's energy had diminished significantly, with only Nappa's formidable battle power remaining evident. It could be said that he was exerting a dimension-reducing strike. What? The kingdom of Sakura has vanished? In the distance, Tien sensed the disappearance of the kingdom of Sakura, his 3 eyes widening in sheer astonishment. What terrifying destructive power is this? Tien, such a potent and malevolent aura. Kaiatsu looked at Tien with concern. The towering presence of Nappa weighed heavily upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Kaiatsu, stay here. I will go. Tien declared, resolute in facing death. Tien, perhaps you should reconsider. If you go, you will surely perish. Kaiatsu did not believe victory was possible, for the overwhelming aura was indeed terrifying. What does it matter if I die? As martial artists, we cannot be timid. Tien proclaimed as he soared into the distance, calling out loudly, Kaiatsu. You have already been revived once. Do not go. Thus, Tien swiftly distanced himself from Kaiatsu. Uncle Piccolo, such an immense aura. Are we truly going? At this moment, Gohan had begun to sense energies and recognized the strength of Nappa's presence, prompting him to glance at Piccolo with concern. Piccolo wore a grave expression but did not waver. Even if we do not go, they will find us. Let us not forget they possess the device capable of detecting our location. Piccolo had witnessed Raditz's device and understood its formidable nature, hence his words. Gohan remained fearful, and Piccolo frowned. If you are afraid, you might as well go home and drink milk. After all this time, little Gohan was still frightened. Piccolo had invested considerable effort in his training. Uncle Piccolo. I am not afraid. Little Gohan swallowed hard, though his legs trembled. Without hesitation, Piccolo flew towards Nappa and Vegeta, originally intending to seek them out. But this time Vegeta had embarked on a contrary path. It was evident that after watching the video, Vegeta's mindset had shifted. Perhaps his newfound strength had led him to lose interest in these insignificant beings. His goal was to await Kakarot's arrival and thoroughly trample him, avenging the humiliation of being defeated and released in the footage. This was a disgrace. Krillin and Yamcha also sensed the terrifying power and, without hesitation, made their way towards Nappa and Vegeta. After an indeterminate period, the Z fighters appeared before Nappa and Vegeta. Naturally, the first to arrive were Piccolo and Gohan. Huh, is it just the two of you? Vegeta gazed at the two with a hint of amusement. My father will come, Gohan shouted at Vegeta. Vegeta remained non-committal. Indeed he would come, but at present, he was unable to do so. Ah, Vegeta, is this the hybrid, the son of Kakarot? Nappa inquired of Vegeta. Indeed, that is him. Nappa let out a hearty laugh, then turned to Gohan, saying, Your father, Kakarot, is nothing but a coward. The last time I encountered him, he claimed he had been slain by Vegeta. How absurd. I was just about to teach him a lesson when he fled. What are you saying? Gohan asked, his expression one of confusion. He could not comprehend Nappa's words. Nappa sneered. What I mean to say is that your father, Kakarot, is indeed a coward. Too afraid to face me. Last time, I almost showed him his place. Nappa chuckled maliciously. Vegeta remained speechless. At that time, he had indeed utilized the Kaioken at double its strength, achieving a battle power of 60,000, which had left Nappa feeling rather unimpressed. Had Kakarot employed the Kaioken at 10 times its usual strength previously, he would undoubtedly have been left reeling. Impossible. My father is no coward, exclaimed Gohan, as he prepared to charge forward, only to be restrained by Piccolo. At that moment, the other Z fighters had also arrived. Nappa, upon observing their numbers, began to count. Oh, 3 more have come? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, aha, splendid. This should be entertaining, Nappa remarked as he counted the newly arrived trio, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha. Kaiatsu had been knocked unconscious by Tien. Concerned for his safety, Tien had incapacitated him, fearing that Kaiatsu might meet a dire fate if he followed along. Thus, Kaiatsu had not joined this time. Nappa, I recall there are still 6 seeds of the Vegeta race, correct? Let us bring them out to entertain our guests while we await Kakarot's arrival. This shall serve as our amusement. As Vegeta observed that Nappa was about to act, he interjected to halt him. He was acutely aware that Kakarot would not arrive for over 3 hours. During this interval, he resolved to seek some amusement. Chapter 11. Yamcha's chest pierced Prince Vegeta. You truly possess a refined taste. Indeed, there are still 6 seeds. Nappa nodded, subsequently retrieving 6 seeds and probing the soil beneath. The earth was remarkably fertile, perfect for cultivation. As he spoke, Nappa commenced planting the vegetable beings. Before long, 6 grotesque vegetable beings emerged from the ground, each more terrifying than the last. Ah, how horrifying, Krillin remarked, feeling somewhat nauseated. Humph, this is merely the beginning. That little one is even more frightening, Piccolo commented, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta. Though Vegeta's aura was notably subdued, rendering it difficult to gauge his strength, Piccolo discerned that Nappa, a formidable giant, followed Vegeta's commands with utmost deference, indicating that Vegeta was far from ordinary. Moreover, he had overheard another title being used. Prince Vegeta. This is evidently no simple matter. As for Goku's identity, he is a Saiyan warrior. A fact that prompts Piccolo to ponder that this Prince Vegeta must undoubtedly be the royal scion of the Saiyan battle clan, and his prowess needs no further elaboration. Hey, you Namekian over there, I caution you, this is none other than our esteemed Prince of the Saiyans. He is no mere insignificant being. If you wish to meet your demise prematurely, feel free to voice it, Nab retorted, fixing his gaze on Piccolo. It is precisely this remark from Nab that astonished both Piccolo and the Supreme Kai, who was far away in the heavenly palace. It dawned upon them that they were not Earthlings, but extraterrestrial beings. Piccolo, I never imagined you were also from another world, Krillin exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Humph, is this truly the time for such revelations? Piccolo scoffed, yet he turned to Nab and added, I appreciate the reminder of my origins, but as compensation, I shall take your life. Hahaha, take our lives? Just based on your capabilities? Do you even know your own combat power? Nab laughed heartily. Vegeta frowned upon hearing this. Nappa, do not trust that scouter. They can manipulate their own battle power. This Dragon Ball is indeed his doing. Be cautious not to kill him. If he perishes, we will have to make a trip to Namek, which would be exceedingly troublesome. Vegeta remarked nonchalantly, since we are all here, we should make our wishes before heading to Namek. Indeed, he coveted the Dragon Balls of both planets. Ah, Prince Vegeta, I had no idea until you mentioned it. Very well, I shall show mercy to one of them when the time comes. Nappa chuckled, removing his scouter and instructing the Cybermen, you are to eliminate the 4 opponents. But spare that green-skinned Namekian. Piccolo, you truly are fortunate. They won't be killing you. Krillin remarked enviously, casting a glance at Piccolo. Humph, they merely seek the Dragon Balls. Once they obtain them, I will meet the same fate. Piccolo scoffed. Just as the Cybermen were preparing to engage, a notification chimed in Vegeta's mind. Ding. Task detected. Eliminate Yamcha. Task reward. 3 wishes with the Earth Dragon Balls. Ding. Does the host accept the task? Upon hearing this peculiar mission, Vegeta was left bewildered. Nevertheless, he silently acknowledged his acceptance. What a jest. 3 wishes. My aspirations for growth are within reach. Yang Tian, am I to personally eliminate this individual named Yamcha? Or would it suffice for Nappa or the Cybermen to do so? Vegeta's psychological inquiry. If they were mere fodder, he would not deign to lift a finger. Only if it were you or your allies that delivered the fatal blow would it count. It must be you personally to unlock the treasure chest. Yang Tian's voice resonated, causing Vegeta to squint. Thus, it seems he must take matters into his own hands. Opening the chest could yield extraordinary treasures. Came house. Are these truly Saiyans? How terrifying. Bulma gazed at the images of Vegeta, Nappa, and the cultivators, feeling a surge of fear. Indeed, my crystal ball is somewhat unstable. The fortune-telling elder utilized her unique abilities to steady the crystal ball. The hope of Earth rests upon Tien and his companions. Goku, why haven't you arrived yet? Master Roshi sat alongside, observing. In the past, he was the god of martial arts, but now he was merely an ordinary old man. In such a predicament, he had no chance to intervene. Gohan, my dear Gohan, how have you become this way? Chi-Chi and King Ox also arrived at Kame House. Watching the scene within the crystal ball, it had been a year since they last saw him, and she felt a pang of longing. The moment she learned that her son had been taken by the Demon King Piccolo, she nearly lost her mind. Her husband was gone, and her son had been abducted by a dark force. The weight of such blows was unfathomable. Cultivators, make sure to entertain them. Nappa directed at the cultivators. Since Vegeta wished to play, let the cultivators engage with them. After all, time was abundant. Chirp, chirp. The cultivators prepared to charge. But Vegeta was quicker, halting them immediately. Wait a moment. What is it, Prince Vegeta? I have a question for someone. Vegeta replied coolly, scanning the 5 opponents before him. Which of you is Yamcha? Upon hearing the diminutive Vegeta's inquiry, the Z warriors exchanged glances. Yamcha, noticing Vegeta calling him, stepped forward. I'm Yamcha. Good. You've got guts. You're not frightened by me. Now, choose your method of demise. Vegeta, witnessing his audacity, promptly offered him a choice of demise. You arrogant fool. Yamcha exclaimed upon hearing Vegeta's haughty words, swiftly forming a stance with his hands, channeling a blue energy wave. The Kamehameha. A brilliant blue energy wave surged forth, hurtling towards Vegeta. Vegeta stood motionless, arms crossed, doing nothing. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated, enveloping a 10-meter radius around him in smoke. It worked. Yamcha exclaimed with excitement, astonished that this scion was so arrogant as to withstand his attack. This was the ultimate technique honed by Master Roshi over 50 years. Incredible. Gohan observed in awe. Did it really start off with such a bang? Well done, Yamcha. Tien offered him an approving smile. However, Piccolo doused their enthusiasm with cold reality. Their energy hasn't diminished. What? That's impossible. To take a direct hit from the Kamehameha and remain unscathed? Krillin, the bald fighter, could hardly believe it. Before the thick smoke had cleared, Vegeta's voice emerged. What are you all so pleased about? Then, a deadly beam shot forth from the haze, piercing straight through Yamcha's chest. Wow, Yamcha was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell to the ground. Unable to utter a word, only clutching his chest and howling in pain. What speed? Piccolo was taken aback. He couldn't even see that last attack. As the smoke dissipated, Vegeta's right hand remained pointed in their direction. This technique was still in its developmental phase for Vegeta. In the future, it would be known as Atomic Blast. Executed with 3 fingers, he had once used it against Majin Buu. Chapter 12. Vegeta grows taller. Raditz is revived. Vegeta once concentrated his energy to form a beam of light, which possessed tremendous penetrating power, piercing through Majin Buu's abdomen. However, due to Majin Buu's remarkable regenerative abilities, he suffered little consequence. At present, it is merely a prototype. Utilizing his fingers, Yamcha was struck by a beam that penetrated his chest. Huh. Is this all the strength you possess? Such fragility in your form. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, a cold smirk on his face. As he observed the diminishing aura of Yamcha, clearly on the brink of death. It was a jest indeed. His chest had been pierced through, and without the magical beans, survival was impossible. During the Android saga, he had been impaled by Android 20, and had it not been for the beans, he would have perished. Yet now, the Z fighters were devoid of any beans. All had been consumed by Yachirobe. It could only be said that the veteran was deliberately suppressing the availability of the beans to prevent the protagonists from exploiting any loopholes. Yamcha, don't die, Yamcha. Krillin rushed over to support him. Krillin, don't shake me. Yamcha's voice was barely a whisper as Krillin shook him fervently, mistakenly believing he was seeking vengeance, thus intensifying his efforts. Damn it, Yamcha, hold on, Krillin shouted, completely oblivious to Yamcha's plea. Unfortunately, Yamcha, who still clung to a thread of life, succumbed to Krillin's fervent shaking. Oh, poor Yamcha. In the original tale, he was killed by the Cybermen, and now he was pierced by Vegeta, only to be shaken to death by Krillin. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have slain Yamcha. Earning a treasure chest X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and earned 3 wishes. Upon hearing the 2 notifications from the system, a gleam of joy appeared on Vegeta's face. Finally, he was dead. He had even contemplated delivering a finishing blow. However, he chose to disregard the battlefield and turned to Young Tian with a question. Young Tian, can these wishes grant me immortality? Vegeta has now attained immortality, however. He remains vulnerable to being killed. Therefore, he seeks a means to achieve true invincibility to rectify this flaw. Unfortunately, the immortality he currently wishes for resembles that of Majin Buu, wherein he can resurrect as long as his cells remain intact. Yet, should he encounter a foe of superior strength who can utterly obliterate him, he would still meet his demise. This constitutes a rather rudimentary wish, akin to the powers of the Earth's dragon, which offers only a single wish per year. What? Is it truly that ineffective? Vegeta was left speechless. The ability to resurrect with cells certainly seemed impressive. However, if the strength of an opponent surpassed his own, he could still be defeated. Conversely, if an adversary's power fell short, he would be unable to trigger such a passive ability. Thus, it truly seemed rather futile for him. So, if I wish to grow taller, that can certainly be accomplished? Vegeta inquired, seeking the crucial information he desired. Of course, it can be done. One can even become smaller. Vegeta, damn it. What he desires is to grow taller and larger, not to diminish in size. He's already rather diminutive. I wish to increase my height. However, transforming too drastically at once is unwise. Perhaps I could reach a height akin to that of Kakarot when I last encountered him. Vegeta pondered for a moment and chuckled. Haha, your boss Frieza is quite amusing as well. However, he finds the notion of growing taller all too comical. His goal is to increase his height by 5 centimeters. They are already en route to the planet Namek. What? Frieza? He also wishes to grow taller? How did he manage to go to Namek? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Your previous conversation was transmitted back via the scouter of Nappa. You mentioned the Namekians. Yang Tian interjected. Damn it. But never mind, he is merely pursuing this wish. Thankfully, it is not the quest for immortality. Vegeta contemplated for a moment and deemed it acceptable, as long as it did not involve immortality. The modest desire to grow 5 centimeters taller is rather amusing. Your idea is splendid. He harbors the aspiration for eternal life, with the 5 centimeter increase in height being merely a secondary consideration. Vegeta. No, I cannot allow him to fulfill this wish. Vegeta immediately frowned. He was aware that Yang Tian had mentioned to him that the wishes granted by the Namekian's Dragon Balls were far superior. If he wished for immortality, he would be deprived of any chance for a comeback forever. But what is there to fear? He still had some time before reaching the Namekians. It would not be too late to go after you finish your tasks, Yang Tian remarked casually. Vegeta has regained his composure. His spaceship is swift, poised to intercept at the right moment. At the Kame House, a shocking revelation unfolds. What? Impossible. Yamcha has perished. Bulma gazes in disbelief at the crystal ball, struggling to accept the demise of her beloved Yamcha. Just moments ago, she was elated, celebrating Yamcha's triumph over the Scion, Vegeta. Yet, in an instant, the tables have turned, and she finds herself unable to bear the weight of this loss. Bulma, do not despair. We still have the Dragon Balls. Master Roshi approaches her, attempting to console her. albeit with hands that seem restless. Ignoring his presence, Bulma remains engulfed in sorrow, knowing that if Master Roshi were to make any grand gestures, she would undoubtedly retaliate. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi focuses intently on Gohan in the footage, indifferent to the fate of others. At this moment, Vegeta is not distracted by extraneous thoughts. He promptly selects the wish option. This is a reward for completing his task. He swiftly types in, "Grant me a height of 183 centimeters." Vegeta made a rough estimation of the height of Nappa and Kakarot. He certainly did not wish to be as tall as Nappa, for that would be rather peculiar. A height of approximately 183 centimeters would suffice. In the next moment, Vegeta suddenly expanded, growing from 164 meters to an impressive 183 meters. This astonishing transformation left Nappa and the other Z fighters utterly stunned. What? Has he just reached adulthood? How could he grow so rapidly? Nappa pondered, recalling Goku's words from years past, when he mentioned experiencing a similar growth spurt at a certain point in time. Meanwhile, Tien and Krillin engaged in conversation. While Nappa directed his inquiry towards Vegeta, "Prince Vegeta, what has happened to you?" To which Vegeta curtly replied, "I wish to grow taller." No further questions. Vegeta uttered a faint remark, interrupting the inquiry that was about to follow. He then clicked on the wish section once more, inscribing the words, "Revive the Scion Raditz." In the next instant, Raditz materialized before him. Originally deceased for a year and devoid of a corporeal form, revival seemed impossible. Yet the resurrection granted by the system surpassed that of Earth's Dragon Balls, effortlessly disregarding such limitations. Am I not in hell? How did I arrive here in the blink of an eye? Raditz, sporting the same Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle, gazed around in bewilderment. Upon spotting his comrade Raditz, Nappa promptly slapped him on the forehead. "Raditz, my friend, you have finally returned." "Hey, who just hit me?" Raditz turned around to see Nappa and Vegeta, his face lighting up with joy. "Nappa, Prince Vegeta, it is truly wonderful to see you both again." Vegeta directly presented the last fruit of the Tree of Might to him, declaring, "Consume it, for if you do not, your weakness will hinder my progress." Vegeta spoke lightly. Raditz did not hesitate and began to munch on it. Meanwhile, Nappa looked on with envy. Chapter 13, Nappa's desire to plant seeds. Vegeta paid him no heed. The reason for this was that he had consumed the most significant power boost, yet its effectiveness had diminished considerably. A mere few thousand battle points would be better spent enhancing Raditz. They were about to confront Frisia's army, and Raditz, with his 1,500 battle power, would be utterly ineffectual. As for the reason behind their weakness, it stemmed from Frisia providing them with outdated spacecraft. Each journey took half a year, or even a year. By the time they reached their destination, planets had already been annihilated, and they were given their tasks before departing, leaving them no opportunity for training. Frisia also denied them the chance to cultivate their abilities. Additionally, he did not allow them to conquer planets with formidable battle powers, which is why they had not triggered the explosive surge of power associated with near-death experiences. Otherwise, Vegeta would not have remained until the Namek saga to realize the Scion's unique traits and subsequently have Din assist him in exploiting his passive near-death abilities. As for the final wish, Vegeta chose not to utilize it, intending to reserve it for unforeseen circumstances. Raditz, on the other hand, consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might, his body erupting with immense energy. His battle power soared to 150,000. One could only remark that Nappa was the most unfortunate, experiencing the smallest increase. With exuberance, Raditz exclaimed, "What overwhelming power! I feel as though I could obliterate this blue planet with a single punch." He raised his fist and laughed heartily. The device on Nappa's wrist began to beep in response. "What? 150,000 battle power?" Nappa gazed at the device in disbelief. However, before he could finish his sentence, Vegeta obliterated the device with a swift strike. "Nappa, our movements are being monitored." Vegeta wore a grim expression. They must have gauged their combat power by now, which complicates matters. Fortunately, his power of 2.5 million had not been revealed, only he was aware of it. In the Parallel World S-Earth tournament, the combat strength they unleashed could not be detected by Frisia in this realm, as they existed across parallel universes. This meant that Nappa had detected a power level of 150,000 but had not specified whose it was. This strongly suggested that the 150,000 power level likely belonged to Earthlings rather than them. With this thought, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. "We are being monitored? What does that mean, Prince Vegeta?" Nappa inquired, puzzled. As for Raditz's S-Scouter, it had long been taken by Bulma. "Humph! What a useless scouter! Frisia has placed a tracking device on us." Vegeta scoffed. Yet, he did not dwell on this and instead contemplated other matters, not rushing to take action against the Z fighters. Nappa and Raditz, seeing that Vegeta had given no orders, began conversing among themselves. After all, they were the only scions left, and having worked together regularly, they harbored no deep-seated enmity. Any such feelings had long been eradicated. As for the original story where Vegeta sought to eliminate Nappa to showcase the brutality of scions, the circumstances had changed. Killing him would leave him without subordinates. There was no need to put on a show before Kakarot and the others. Raditz, what is the afterlife like for you? Nappa curiously asked. Alas, it's truly dreadful. I would rather not speak of it. It's all tears. Raditz lamented, nearly moved to tears himself. He then recounted his experiences in the underworld, leaving Nappa in a cold sweat. Was this villainous fate truly so grim after death? Noticing their conversation, Vegeta paid them no mind. He had no interest in the question of life and death. He was already immortal. As long as he maintained his composure, he would not perish. What? Raditz, how did you come back to life? Piccolo exclaimed, astonished at the revived Raditz. Simultaneously, the suddenly towering Vegeta handed him a peculiar fruit. After consuming it, Raditz's power surged dramatically. Although not as powerful as Nappa, it was enough to leave them gasping for breath. What? Is this the scion who forced you and Goku to fight so hard? Tien Shinhan gazed at Raditz in disbelief. The newly appeared Raditz had seemed formidable, yet not overwhelmingly so. However, after consuming the fruit, his overwhelming aura made Tien's third eye sweat in fear. How terrifying, even more so than before. Krillin trembled at Raditz's presence. He still bore the psychological scars from being flung away by a single tail swipe. The sudden surge in Raditz's energy filled him with dread. Ding! Detected fear in Z fighters. Please, host, seize the opportunity to initiate the cultivation group battle. Task reward. Big Bang Attack. Ding! Does the host accept the task? Big Bang Attack? What a splendid name. I accept. Vegeta did not hesitate and silently accepted the offer. Such a generous reward. At that moment, he glanced at the Z fighters and noticed their trepidation, smiling as he remarked, Are you scared? Cultivators, let us show them your strength. Just as Vegeta's words fell, the 6 cultivators charged towards the 4 fighters. Gohan was overwhelmed with fear, while Piccolo stood firm against 3 of the cultivators. His actual combat power was 500. Battling these cultivators felt like child's play for him, yet he had a strategy. He was stalling. He awaited Goku's arrival. He knew that victory was only possible with Goku's presence. Krillin and Tien seemed to comprehend Piccolo's intentions and stepped in to confront the 3 cultivators, initiating a brawl. Meanwhile, Gohan stood in the center, his face a mask of fear and anxiety, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. How could this little brat be even weaker than the other one? Remarked Nappa, observing Gohan. In a parallel world, he had witnessed another Gohan with a combat power soaring to 10,000. This one barely reached around 1,000. It was utterly disappointing. Disappointing? Nappa. That other Gohan had a combat power exceeding 300, and I suffered a significant loss after he butted me. Raditz frowned. Haha, who asked you to be so arrogant? 2 fighters weaker than you managed to defeat you. Perhaps you overestimated yourself. Nappa laughed heartily. Raditz was at a loss for words, yet it seemed to be true. By the way, Prince Vegeta, since he is technically my nephew, should we not nurture him? Our scion kin are few and far between. Raditz inquired of Vegeta. Glancing at Gohan, do you truly believe he would accept you as his uncle? Vegeta posed a rhetorical question. Raditz, momentarily taken aback, responded that Kakarot, when he was young, suffered an injury to his head and now does not stand with us. Hence, I believe that his child, still in their infancy, can be nurtured and will undoubtedly become an exceptional scion warrior. Although of mixed blood, they undeniably possess the essence of our warrior race. That is a valid point. Prince Vegeta, what are your thoughts? Nappa chimed in agreement. Vegeta remained silent as Nappa continued. Prince Vegeta, a hybrid of scion and earthling lineage, can bestow extraordinary talents upon offspring. Thus, I propose that we engage in fruitful endeavors with Raditz, allowing our scion empire to flourish once more. I wonder what your thoughts are on this, Prince Vegeta? Chapter 14, Vegeta's desire for the 2 to engage in procreation. Haha, Nappa. I am not mistaken in my assessment of you. As expected from our elite scion warriors, your intellect is indeed sharp. However, there is no need for such measures. As long as we attain strength and immortality, that suffices. The women from the island you previously obliterated were indeed appealing, a pity. Nonetheless, you may experiment with the women of other races. It can be merely for amusement. However, Producing offspring is unnecessary. I do not require a mixed blood legion. Vegeta remarked that the previous small island was indeed Cherry Blossom Island. Upon their arrival, Nappa's greeting inadvertently led to the annihilation of the Sakura nation. I must agree with Prince Vegeta. Such actions would surely muddle our scion lineage. It is better to remain pure, I believe. Raditz concurred. Oh, what time is it? We are but a few scions left. What more could you desire? Nappa exclaimed, slapping Raditz on the head. He then turned to Vegeta and said with a grin, Prince Vegeta, have you truly given no thought to my suggestion? Absolutely not. I will not allow you to spread your seed. As for those other races, be they dark-skinned, fair-skinned, or with golden hair and blue eyes, you may indulge in them for amusement, but I shall not concern myself with such matters. I have no need for a scion race of that sort. Vegeta's tone was somewhat frosty. Nappa shuddered, though he could not comprehend the reason behind Vegeta's words. He complied nonetheless. Raditz was at a loss for words. Had he been resurrected merely to serve this purpose? What kind of thought process did Nappa possess? Raditz certainly was not a character from Dumas' works. Prince Vegeta, if you possess the power to resurrect me, why not revive all the scions from planet Vegeta? A spark of realization lit up Raditz's eyes. Humph, those old fools never listen. I have no need for disobedient scions. Vegeta spoke coldly. Those scions are not obedient by nature. Even if his father were alive, he could not control all of them. It is well known that scions are inherently combative and refuse to concede. Will our cultivation process take too long? Raditz inquired. Rest assured, I shall ensure they grow at an accelerated pace. Vegeta spoke softly, having anticipated this scenario long ago. Otherwise, he would not have preserved a wish for such an occasion. Naturally, this wish also serves as a strategic reserve for future contingencies. One might assert that he was preparing for dual outcomes. Indeed. Both Nappa and Raditz found merit in Vegeta's words and chose to refrain from further discussion. Instead, they focused their attention on the chaotic struggle among the 3 fighters and the 6 vegetable warriors. Remarkably, amidst their idle chatter, not a single vegetable warrior had fallen. What was happening? They had been battling for so long. Nappa, perplexed, wondered how these vegetable warriors could withstand their onslaught while they were unable to vanquish them. Foolishness. Just when he had praised your cleverness, you now display ignorance. They are merely stalling for time. Vegeta had long discerned the crux of the matter and cast a sidelong glance at Nappa. Enraged by the audacity, Nappa exclaimed, How dare you perform before Lord Nappa? You have sealed your fate. As he spoke, a terrifying battle power of 180,000 erupted from him, causing the very foundations of the blue planet to tremble. This was merely the initial phase. The planet had yet to undergo any upgrades. Even a full force output of 18,000 battle power could obliterate the blue planet. In the wake of Nappa's explosive display, all hostilities ceased, with even the vegetable beings gazing at him in trepidation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and acquiring the Big Bang attack. In the next moment, Vegeta grasped the essence of the Big Bang attack, a technique previously utilized during the Android saga, renowned for its singular success in vanquishing Android 19. Alas, the dust from Nappa's outburst loomed large. With a mere wave of his hand, Vegeta dispersed the thick smoke that had been raised by Nappa. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa ceased his rampage and cast a cold gaze upon everyone present. Without hesitation, Nappa swiftly eliminated the 6 cultivators. Pathetic, he scoffed, with a combat power of 1,200. They couldn't even handle these weaklings. Now that Nappa's strength had surged, he regarded the cultivators as mere trifles, which emboldened his arrogance. In the past, the cultivators had been instrumental in clearing out the minions and buying them precious time, but now, with a mere flick of his finger, he could annihilate the entire blue planet, rendering the cultivators utterly unnecessary. Vegeta spoke little, crossing his arms defiantly. He was eager to witness what other tactics this group of Z-fighters possessed. Observing their hesitance to strike, Vegeta sneered. What's the matter? Are you afraid to engage? Would you prefer a group assault or a one-on-one duel? Among us 3, feel free to choose your opponent. Vegeta spoke with a nonchalant tone. He felt rather pleased. For upon his return, he would seize the Dragon Balls from Frieza by preemptively intercepting him aboard his spacecraft. Moreover, the velocity of his ship surpassed that of Frieza and his cohorts. Observing Vegeta's arrogant demeanor, Piccolo felt an urge to reprimand him. However, the thought of stalling for Goku's sake left him feeling quite vexed. Meanwhile, Krillin was filled with dread, shouting towards the heavens, Goku, please return. We can barely hold on. Witnessing Krillin's panic, Nappa and Raditz erupted in laughter. Ha ha, Nappa, he has nearly scared Witless. Indeed. Who do they think they're to challenge me, Nappa? What a farce. Nappa laughed heartily. At this point, he lacked even the inclination to engage with them, with their combat power merely in the thousands. He found no interest whatsoever. Furthermore, there was a more significant factor at play. He had already toyed with opponents boasting combat powers of 7 or 8,000, and thus had little regard for the weaker fighters in the thousands. Oh, so you merely view Kakarot as your last hope? Very well, I, Vegeta, shall await the arrival of your savior, Kakarot. Vegeta scoffed derisively. Ha, Prince Vegeta, it appears that Kakarot has turned into a coward, too afraid to show himself. Nappa did not believe that Kakarot would dare to approach. After all, following that devastating blow, how could Kakarot possibly have survived? Had he truly been resurrected? Raditz held a differing perspective. He recalled the moment when Kakarot had embraced him, only to be pierced through the chest by Piccolo's lethal beam. He could not fathom how Kakarot could still be alive. Humph. My father is no coward. He has been resurrected, and he is on his way. My father will surely defeat you, Gohan declared, suppressing his fear. Though intimidated by these formidable foes, he would not permit anyone to demean his father as a coward. If he has truly returned, why does he not dare to confront us? Is he not simply afraid? Nappa sneered dismissively. Vegeta, uninterested in their verbal sparring, simply stated, enough. Let us await Kakarot's arrival. Vegeta, seated upon a nearby stone, closed his eyes in contemplation. Nappa and Raditz, perplexed, chose to remain beside him. Why must we wait for Kakarot? What makes him so significant? Nappa inquired. Nappa, Prince Vegeta has his reasons. We need only to follow his lead, Raditz advised. Unwilling to defy Vegeta's words, Vegeta expressed his satisfaction upon hearing Raditz's words. Nappa, did you hear what Raditz said? Do not ask so many questions. Simply obey. Yes. Prince Vegeta. Nappa immediately straightened his posture and replied. Chapter 15. Vegeta attains the mimetic Super Saiyan. Prince Vegeta, I am uncertain when Kakarot will arrive. Shall I seek some amusement in the meantime? Nappa inquired, his tone submissive. His notion of amusement involved the destruction of cities. How could Vegeta be oblivious to his own thoughts? Just as he was about to nod and suggest that he refrain from going too far in his destruction, he heard Yang Tian's words. Vegeta, oversee your subordinates. It is paramount that this planet remains undisturbed for settlement. What significance does such an inferior planet hold for habitation? Vegeta pondered in confusion. However, the exquisite cuisine here has enticed the god of destruction, Beerus, and not to mention, the colossal egg of Majin Buu resides here. In the future, many formidable warriors are destined to emerge. Do you truly wish to forego the opportunity for challenges from such powerful adversaries? Yang Tian remarked nonchalantly. Vegeta narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. As a Saiyan, he was innately combative. Yang Tian's mention of formidable opponents in the future, capable of attracting the god of destruction, Beerus, was what truly astonished him. Wait, the god of destruction, Beerus. Are you jesting? Vegeta heard the name that inspired dread. At that time, his father, King Vegeta, had been trampled underfoot simply for failing to provide him with the finest pillow in the universe. Even he lacked the courage to resist. Indeed, your planet, Vegeta, was also commanded to be destroyed by Beerus, who harbored no fear of your legendary Super Saiyans. For Frieza, a few push-ups and a few months of training with his aunt could easily surpass decades of your arduous cultivation. Yang Tian remarked indifferently. Vegeta listened in utter disbelief. He had always believed that planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteorite, only to discover that this notion was entirely unfounded. The author recalls that Vegeta was unaware of the true perpetrator, Frieza, and only learned of this during his encounter with the Namekians, who revealed the truth to him. Yang Tian, if that is the case, I must treat this planet as a potential new home. Contemplating this, Vegeta gazed at Nappa. Nappa, refrain from destroying the city. I intend to consider this place as my new settlement. Huh? Vegeta wished to inquire further, but upon seeing the look in Vegeta's eyes, he hesitated. You may indulge yourself with those dark-skinned and fair-skinned ladies, as well as those with golden hair and blue eyes. Just ensure that you do not cause any destruction to this planet. Vegeta spoke softly, then resumed his meditation. Upon hearing this, Raditz also took to the skies, eager for some amusement. As the two Saiyans departed, Piccolo and the others tensed, yet they had no choice but to refrain from pursuit. The disparity in power was too great. Moreover, Vegeta had mentioned waiting for Kakarot, so all they could do was hope they wouldn't wreak havoc upon the Earth. If they were to be defeated, the Dragon Balls could always be used to restore everything afterward. 3 hours elapsed, and as Vegeta spotted the two approaching figures in the sky, He squinted. 3 hours. How many has it been? The two exchanged grins, and Nappa chuckled. Prince Vegeta? It won't be that quick. Besides, Raditz and I can take on 10 each. Observing their banter, Vegeta chose to remain silent. He had no interest in such pastimes. And he was well aware that Kakarot was on his way. It had already been 3 hours. I recall having a treasure chest, don't I? Vegeta pondered. This was the moment he had slain Yamcha. Without hesitation, he opened his system backpack and clicked to activate it. Ding. Congratulations, host has achieved the transformation of Super Saiyan. In the next instant, a radiant light enveloped Vegeta, invisible to all except himself. A transformation of Super Saiyan? What could that possibly entail? Vegeta wore a perplexed expression. Isn't he a Super Saiyan? What is this other form of mimicry? Vegeta glanced at the transformation section and was immediately captivated by this particular metamorphosis. Upon reading the notes, he was momentarily taken aback. The mimetic Super Saiyan, this transformation promised a 30-fold increase in battle power compared to his usual state. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta clasped his hands together and bellowed, "Ha!" In the next instant, his hair stood on end. Oh no, it was already defying gravity. Vegeta's hair transformed into a light red hue, while his once white aura now radiated a golden brilliance. Furthermore, his pupils vanished, rendering his gaze wild and frenzied. The ground surrounding Vegeta fissured with countless cracks, evidently torn apart by the force of his energy. What is this power? Piccolo and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Nappa and Raditz were sent flying, overwhelmed by the explosive energy emanating from Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, what is happening? Nappa shouted, gazing at him in astonishment. Raditz, equally taken aback, could only stare in disbelief. Ha! Behold, Super Vegeta. Nappa, Raditz. This is the transformation of a Super Saiyan, or rather, a mimicry of it. Vegeta laughed maniacally, only to realize he had misspoken, promptly correcting himself. He could feel the surging energy within him. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at the system evaluating his battle power. 75 million. Such terrifying might. What? A Super Saiyan? Is that not a mere legend? Raditz stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Nappa, too, gaped in astonishment. Humph. So what if I, Vegeta, have mastered the transformation? Vegeta scoffed. The two nodded, unable to refute him, and then Vegeta dismissed the transformation. How formidable. If this is merely the incomplete Super Saiyan, how powerful would the full form be? Vegeta pondered. The overwhelming sensation from the transformation left him somewhat bewildered, yet he deemed it a natural occurrence. Vegeta, upon transformation, may induce a state of frenzy within you. It would be prudent to transform frequently, suppressing this brazen demeanor. The power of a Super Saiyan is 50 times that of one's base form. Thus, the stronger your base form, the mightier your transformation becomes, Yang Tian remarked calmly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta found it to be quite reasonable and resolved to practice his base form more diligently. As for Yang Tian's remarks about his arrogance and pride after transforming, he thought little of it. After all, he is the proud prince of the Saiyans. Such arrogance and haughtiness are to be expected. He was astounded to discover that the base form of Super Saiyan 1 is, in fact, 50 times stronger. Truly remarkable. Vegeta mused to himself. This is just the beginning. There are still Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and even Super Saiyan 4 and 5 to come. Not to mention the Ultra Saiyan forms. Yang Tian replied nonchalantly, but Vegeta felt a surge of impatience within him. Yang Tian swiftly assigned the tasks. I yearn for these transformations. Vegeta exclaimed eagerly, there's no need to rush. Take your time and progress gradually. You must also rely on your own training to enhance your fundamental combat abilities. Once your basic strength improves, you will become even more powerful upon transformation. I understand now. Yang Tian. After Vegeta finished speaking, he cast his gaze into the distance. A formidable energy was approaching swiftly, and the source of this power was none other than Kakarot. Vegeta crossed his arms, addressing Nappa and Raditz. Kakarot is coming. He will soon be delivered to me. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Yes, Prince Vegeta. The two stood upright, resembling loyal bodyguards. Chapter 16. Goku battles Vegeta. As Vegeta awaited Kakarot's arrival, Piccolo and the others returned. They too sensed Goku's energy. Before long, Goku appeared before Vegeta and the others. Upon seeing Kakarot, Raditz's anger surged. Kakarot, why have you arrived so slowly? Hearing his name called, Goku turned to see Raditz and was taken aback. Raditz? I thought you were dead. Humph. If you can be revived, why can't I? Do you possess the Dragon Balls? Aren't they only capable of reviving one person at a time? Goku questioned in confusion. Raditz did not provide an explanation. Instead, he glared at his brother in frustration. Kakarot, I give you one last chance to join us. Enough. Do not utter such nonsense. I will not join you in attacking other planets. You villains had best leave, or I shall not hold back. Goku interrupted Raditz decisively. Kakarot, you are truly stubborn. Raditz expressed his exasperation, trying to counsel him. After all, they had both faced death once. Kakarot, our race is nearly extinct. I implore you to reconsider the resurrection of the Scion lineage. If that is the only way to revive it, then I refuse. Goku adamantly rejected. He then inquired, who killed Yamcha? At this moment, Goku was not as enraged as portrayed in the original narrative, as most of the Z-fighters were present, with the exception of Yamcha. Stubborn as ever, Prince Vegeta, what shall we do? Raditz looked towards Vegeta. It matters not. Vegeta remarked with a hint of disdain, expressing his fervent desire to deliver a beating to Kakarot. The sight of another version of himself being allowed to escape left him in a foul mood. Kakarot, I have slain that Yamcha you spoke of. Do you seek vengeance for him? Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, a serene smile gracing his face, clearly dismissing Goku, who possessed merely a fraction of the Kaioken's might. Humph. Naturally, he is my comrade. Let us engage in battle. Goku, glancing at Piccolo and the others, spoke. Piccolo regarded Goku and inquired, Goku, do you have confidence? To be honest, my confidence is rather limited, but we must give it a try, mustn't we? Goku replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He sensed an overwhelming power emanating from Vegeta, a force that left him somewhat breathless. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Mission activated. Inflict severe injury on Kakarot. Reward, infinite energy. What? Infinite energy? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he contemplated reprimanding Kakarot, a voice echoed in his mind. The reward for this task left him utterly astounded. Infinite energy. It is well known that their energy blasts and high-temperature battles are exceedingly draining. Ding. May I inquire if the host accepts the task? Accepted. It is imperative to accept. Vegeta's heart roared with exhilaration. With this newfound technique, his princely combat style could be employed at will. Even more importantly, he could now unleash his most energy-draining ultimate attack. Hahaha, Kakarot, you have truly astonished me. Vegeta erupted into laughter, instantly teleporting to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Goku's expression shifted dramatically. He had utterly failed to perceive Vegeta's speed. It was astonishingly swift. I shall grant you a chance to strike, Kakarot, for otherwise, you shall find no opportunity. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, firmly planted in place. As a royal scion and a prodigious warrior, how could he possibly strike first against a weaker opponent? Are you so confident? Indeed. I am a combat genius among the scions, while you are merely a low-class warrior. A low-class warrior? There will come a day when even a low-class warrior can surpass a genius. As Goku spoke, he assumed a classic fighting stance, the very pose they had taken during their initial confrontation. Yet, Vegeta remained unmoved. With a resounding thud, Goku swung his fist, propelled by a fierce surge of energy directed at Vegeta. However, it had no effect on him whatsoever, merely ruffling his battle attire. Hold nothing back, Kakarot. If you're merely testing me, there's no need. Truly a genius warrior. Goku squinted, then clenched his fists. A crimson aura enveloped him. The manifestation of the Kaioken technique he had mastered over the past year, or rather, the last month or two. He had spent half a year merely traversing Snake Way. And after grappling with Bubbles and Gregory, his actual training in the Kaioken had only spanned a month or so. Kaioken times 2. With a powerful kick, Goku unleashed a terrifying burst of energy that left the ground beneath him cratered. A punch imbued with a combat power of 16,000 hurtled toward Vegeta's face. Vegeta nonchalantly evaded the attacks, while Goku, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of punches in rapid succession. Yet, despite the intensity of his assault, he could not land a single blow on Vegeta, who strolled with an air of ease, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught. This was alarming. Goku was at a disadvantage. Piccolo swallowed hard, his concern palpable. Nearby, Tien and Krillin were equally astonished. It was the first time they had witnessed Goku falter. To them, Goku was a savior. Come on, Goku. You can do it. Krillin urged, clenching his fists in encouragement, joined by Goten and Tien. Meanwhile, Yamcha, lying incapacitated, could only lament in silence. Wishing he could voice his frustration. Why is it always me who ends up injured? On North Kai's planet, he observed the unfolding drama on Earth with growing trepidation. Goku. This Vegeta is more formidable than anticipated. Don't overexert yourself. You can't withstand the strain of the Kaioken X3. At that moment, Goku had indeed unleashed the Kaioken at 3 times its normal power, but his body was suffering under the immense strain. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. He still could not touch Vegeta. Damn it. Even with the Kaioken X3, why can't I hit him? Goku's expression was one of anguish, grappling with the side effects of his chosen technique. Kakarot thinks he can match Prince Vegeta with that level of power? What a delusion, Nappa observed, hands in pockets, bemused by Goku's apparent weakness. Despite Kakarot's significant growth over the past year, he was still lacking in comparison to Prince Vegeta. Raditz chimed in, just a bit lacking. Indeed, Nappa scoffed. Just a bit? How much is that exactly? He gestured with his hands, thumb and forefinger barely touching, indicating a minuscule margin. That's a fitting analogy, Nappa. Raditz laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the battle escalated as Goku summoned the Kaioken at 4 times its original strength, his crimson aura surging dramatically. This is my Kaioken X4, my last resort. Goku's veins bulged as the strain of the technique took its toll on his body. Kaioken, 4 times. He shouted defiantly. Far away, the Kai of the Kaioken warned him urgently. Goku, stop. The 4-fold increase will devastate your body. I can't afford to hold back any longer. With gritted teeth, Sun Wukong brought his hands together, forming the shape of a flower bud. This was his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. As he shouted the final syllable, a radiant blue light surged forth towards Vegeta, evidently intent on engulfing him. Indeed formidable, but I am no longer the same. Vegeta grinned, and then transformed into a mimetic Super Saiyan. Boom. The area surrounding Vegeta was engulfed in a profound depression, while the Kamehameha was swept away by the force of the energy wave. Upon witnessing this scene, Son Goku was taken aback in sheer astonishment. What an overwhelming presence! Son Goku exited the Kaioken state, staring blankly at the unfolding spectacle. Vegeta, with an expression of indifference, his hair and pupilless eyes proclaiming his dominion. The Kaioken? Its side effects are too severe. My transformation is far superior. Remember this, Kakarot. This is the mimetic Super Saiyan. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, he materialized before Goku, who then collapsed, clutching his abdomen. In the moment that Kakarot lost consciousness, Vegeta's icy voice echoed. I shall spare you this time. Furthermore, your battle power under the 4-fold Kaioken stands at a mere 32,000. Yet I, Prince Vegeta, boast a staggering battle power of 75 million. Upon hearing Vegeta's proclamation, Son Goku fainted entirely, utterly bereft of his fighting spirit. Vegeta's recent strike has left his entire meridian system shattered. Ding! Congratulations to Vegeta for completing the task and acquiring infinite energy. Upon hearing the system notification, Vegeta reverted from his transformed state and cast a glance at the Z fighters. Where are the Dragon Balls? Surrender them, and I shall spare your lives. You shall not have them. We will not divulge anything. Tien responded coldly. He was acutely aware that this malevolent scion intended to use the Dragon Balls for nefarious purposes, and thus he refused to yield. Krillin, too, shared the sentiment but gazed at them in fear. There was little they could do. Their stalwart leader, Goku, lay incapacitated on the ground. Prince Vegeta, may I eliminate them? Nappa interjected, stepping forward, seeing that these individuals were obstinately defiant. Forget it. Let's find a place to settle down before we head to Namek. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, finding no meaning in exterminating these weaklings. As for seizing Blue Star to sell it for a high price? Forget it. His foremost desire was to annihilate Frieza. With arms crossed, Vegeta soared into the distance, seeking something to satiate their hunger. Quick, let us see how Goku is doing. As Krillin witnessed their departure, he made no attempt to stop them. After all, what could he use to obstruct them? Soon, the Z warriors arrived before Goku, who was clearly in disarray, his life hanging by a thread. Do we have any senza beans? Tien Shinhan inquired, his brow furrowed. I don't have any, Krillin replied thoughtfully. Korin said there were 2 beans still unripe, but they should be ready by now. All right, let us help Goku to Korin Tower, Tien suggested. However, as they attempted to assist Goku, he cried out in agony. It hurts. Goku, what's wrong? Krillin exclaimed in alarm. I won't die. But what about Vegeta and the others? They've left, and we lack the strength to stop them. Let us focus on getting you to Korin Tower for a senza bean, Tien insisted as he prepared to lift Goku. Goku shook his head and whispered, I still have a senza bean at my waist. Upon hearing this, Krillin eagerly searched and, as expected, found a senza bean tucked away. This bean was given to him by Korin when he descended from the lookout. He had received 2, consuming 1. In the original storyline, They were meant for Gohan and Krillin, each receiving half a bean. In the next moment, Goku sprang to his feet, his power level soaring to 90,000. It could only be said that the healing properties of the Senzu bean dramatically enhanced his battle capabilities. In the original narrative, medical equipment had aided Goku's recovery, thus the near-death effects triggered by the Senzu bean were minimal. Otherwise, after Jinyu's body swap, Goku would have emerged from the healing chamber with his power skyrocketing from 90,000 to 3 million. Huh, I feel invigorated, exclaimed Son Goku, his face alight with joy. Yet, upon recalling Vegeta's explosive surge of strength, he felt disheartened. Vegeta was far too formidable. Raditz had spoken the truth. His two allies were exceptionally powerful. Son Goku slumped to the ground, despondent. He had been diligently training, yet still found himself unable to compete. Goku, something feels off. Piccolo, the strategist, interjected. What do you mean, Piccolo? What feels off? Raditz was resurrected, and his power level remained the same as it was a year ago. Yet, after consuming a fruit, his energy surged significantly. Clearly, they have all consumed that fruit. Piccolo mused, gazing into the distance. Goku furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Is there something in this world that allows one to grow stronger without effort? I refuse to believe it. Refuse to believe? Have you forgotten about the ultra-divine water you drank before? Krillin retorted, leaving Goku momentarily speechless. It indeed seemed to be the case. They were uncertain whether those beings would commit malevolent deeds. If they did, it was imperative that he intervened. By the way, Piccolo, do you have any plans? Goku inquired, gazing at Piccolo. I wish to return to Namek, Piccolo replied, initially reluctant to engage in conversation with Goku. However, considering his son, their relationship had softened somewhat. Namek? What is the matter? Goku questioned. This group of Scions intends to journey to Namek. I must see for myself. If my kin are in danger, I shall not stand idly by. Piccolo lifted his gaze towards the heavenly temple, seemingly conveying a thought to the old man. Surely, you think likewise? Yet, at this moment, he was not inclined to merge with the deity, not now, at least. What? Vegeta and the others are heading to Namek? Then we must go too. Goku sprang to his feet, only to feel bewildered again. But how do we get there? As soon as Goku's words fell, the voice of the deity resonated in his mind. Goku, I once had a spacecraft here. I will have Bubbles take you. You may give it a try? The deity was aware of Piccolo's thoughts, as they were intrinsically linked. Very well, Lord of the Gods. Goku replied inwardly, then turned to Piccolo to relay the deity's message. Humph, that old man, Piccolo muttered. All right, let us wait here for Bubbles. Goku instructed Krillin to secure Yamcha's body, so that he could be revived in a year's time. At that moment, Gohan excitedly rushed over to embrace Goku, and the two shared a heartwarming father-son moment. Chapter 18, Vegeta's combat power of 4 million. Nightfall. Vegeta found a place to rest and closed his eyes in meditation. How much longer until we reach Namek from Frieza's location? Vegeta remains quite attentive to Frieza's movements, for it allows him to prepare accordingly. A month later, we shall arrive at Namek. Oh, in this light, it seems we still have time. Vegeta squinted his eyes, gazing into the distance at Nappa and Raditz. Nappa, Raditz? Dedicate yourselves to sowing well for the next few days. We shall depart shortly. Yes, Prince Vegeta. The two nodded before seeking out their companions. They were indeed quite busy, experiencing the joys of life for the first time. Previously, they would disembark from their spacecraft only to be dispatched by Frieza to conquer planets, returning to Frieza's planet to report after each conquest, and then embarking on another assault. The planets they attacked were predominantly inhabited by alien beings, with few resembling civilized life forms. Nappa had become rather accustomed to the sight of the octopus aliens. Aboard the super spaceship, Vegeta continued his training while Nappa and Raditz engaged in mutual combat practice within the gravity chamber, their fighting powers being quite comparable. Aware that Frieza would arrive in a month, Vegeta had adjusted the speed of the super spaceship to a slower pace, taking half a month to reach their destination. There was no alternative. They were indeed at a slower pace, but half a month would suffice. The reason for this deceleration was undoubtedly to allow for further training. Meanwhile, on Goku's side, Bulma and Dr. Briefs collaborated to construct the spaceship that the KO had once traveled in during his youth. Additionally, incorporating a small gravity chamber as per Goku's request, facilitating his solitary training. They planned to set off for Namek 7 days hence. During this week, Goku and his companions engaged in sparring. Although their improvements were minimal, any progress was better than none. On one of those days, the new Senzu beans were ready. which the cat sage entrusted to Goku. He carefully stored them away, now enlightened on how to enhance his combat strength. As the spaceship took flight, destined for a month's journey, Goku instructed Piccolo, Krillin, and the others to acclimatize to 10 times the normal gravity. They spent several days getting accustomed to this enhanced gravity. And for the remaining time, Goku trained with them, increasing the gravity further. Over the course of the month, Goku's gravity training reached 100 times the normal level, an achievement he attained after experiencing yet another near-death encounter. This was a hurried endeavor, resulting in the gravity being capped at 100 times. In contrast, Krillin and Tien managed to reach 50 times the gravity, as they did not possess the resurrection benefit that Goku enjoyed. Gohan, meanwhile, trained with Piccolo, adapting to 70 times the gravity. At present, Goku's combat power stood at 3 million, having faced death twice and become accustomed to 100-fold gravity. I have attained a combat power reminiscent of that on planet Namek. One could only say that Vegeta's small wings have indeed spurred Goku, allowing this child of fortune to grow stronger. Piccolo's battle power stands at 200,000, while Gohan's reaches 250,000. Krillin and Tien Shin'an both possess a power level of 120,000, marking their ascent to the level of the Ginyu Force. On this journey to Namek, Bulma did not accompany them, as the Z fighters were all alive, and there was no need for her to take unnecessary risks. With the Dragon Balls on Earth, she could summon them should Goku and the others find themselves in peril. As for Gohan, Chi-Chi was unwilling to let him go, yet Piccolo, having survived, took him away, leaving Chi-Chi with no choice. Goku, on the other hand, faced a severe reprimand from Chi-Chi, Namek. 2 weeks later, as Vegeta and his companions stood upon Namek, Nappa widened his eyes in astonishment. The gravity here is akin to that of Earth. It seems perfectly suited for us, Nappa remarked after feeling the surroundings. Namek is located in the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation, and its atmospheric composition and surface gravity are approximately equivalent to those of Earth. It is orbited by 3 stars, the sky is green, and there is no night. Additionally, a year on Namek comprises merely 130 days. Indeed, there are many Namekians here, and although they have learned to sense energy, their skills are not yet refined, Raditz observed from a distance. During these 2 weeks, Vegeta had taught them how to perceive energy, and they had been training rigorously in the gravity chamber. Nappa's battle power reached 300,000, while Raditz stood at 250,000. Vegeta, however, had achieved a staggering battle power of 4,000,000. This was imparted to him by Yang Tian, who had informed him that Scion's experienced a significant power increase when on the brink of death. He had even severely injured himself aboard the spaceship, which had led to his formidable power level. Something feels amiss. There is an anomaly with this Namek. Vegeta gazed into the distance, his expression grave. He had sensed numerous presences vanishing. What could this possibly mean? Something felt amiss, but what exactly was it? Raditz stepped forward to inquire. Frieza must have arrived. I can feel a distinct energy, which undoubtedly belongs to Frieza. But why has he arrived so much earlier than expected? Vegeta, perplexed, did not hesitate and commanded the two. Come, follow me. The duo nodded and soared after him. Upon arriving at a village, Vegeta witnessed Frieza's minions clad in battle attire mercilessly slaughtering the Namekians. It was evident that Frieza had arrived before them. Nappa, Raditz, that must be the Dragon Balls. Retrieve them. Vegeta, with his keen eyes, spotted a small leader holding a Dragon Ball and remarked, "Very well, Prince Vegeta." The two of them charged forth, prompting Frieza's subordinates to exclaim upon seeing Nappa and Raditz. "Nappa, Raditz, what brings you here?" The leader among them was none other than Chui, who had been dispatched by Frieza to gather the Dragon Balls. Chui, is that you? Hand over the Dragon Ball in your possession, or else. Nappa, upon recognizing Chui, wore a disdainful expression. Once intimidated by him, Nappa now felt no fear. It could be said that Nappa's combat power was of a mid-tier level within Frieza's army, while Chui, with a battle power exceeding 10,000, was considered an elite. What audacity, Nappa! You traitors have betrayed Lord Frieza, and I have yet to report your transgressions. You dare to act so brazenly here. Chui clutched the Dragon Ball under his arm, visibly irked. As soon as he uttered those words, the Dragon Ball slipped from his grasp. The one who snatched it was none other than Raditz, who had not forgotten Vegeta's command to seize the Dragon Balls. Damn it! Return the Dragon Ball. It belongs to Lord Frieza. Chui shouted furiously. What a pathetic dog of Frieza! Raditz retorted, holding the Dragon Ball and then using instant transmission to send Chui flying. He struck him with his knee, a move Raditz seemed to enjoy, having previously used it against Kakarot. Chui spewed blood midair. Meanwhile, the commotion did not go unnoticed by Dodoria, Frisia's loyal henchman. Lord Frisia, Nappa and Raditz have stolen your Dragon Balls. The rotund pink figure bowed respectfully to Frisia, who was seated in a baby carriage. Humph. Those damned wild monkeys have thwarted my grand plans. Zarbon, Dodoria, you two go and fetch Nappa and Raditz's heads. If Vegeta is present, bring him to me as well. Chapter 19. The mission, swiftly capture Vegeta. Yes, Lord Frisia. The two responded, flying towards Nappa and Chui's direction. Indeed, a power level of 150,000 was sensed. They did not believe it belonged to Vegeta and the others, but rather to the warriors from Earth. This is the Dragon Ball, quite substantial, Nappa remarked as he weighed the Dragon Ball in his hands. Upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta took the item and placed it into his system backpack, asserting, if you were to damage it, we would lose the chance to make a wish. Allow me to safeguard it. Suddenly, Raditz remarked, where are the Dragon Balls? He was taken aback by their absence. However, he refrained from inquiring further, knowing that Vegeta had chosen to keep this information from them. Vegeta, too, offered no explanation and proceeded towards their next destination. Yet, before they could reach that location, a notification chimed in Vegeta's mind. Ding! Detection of the world of the theatrical version of Super Saiyan Goku. Mission: eliminate Slug and his minions. Mission reward: transformation into Super Saiyan. Upon hearing the system's prompt, a smile graced Vegeta's face as he soared through the skies. Elated by the prospect of achieving the Super Saiyan transformation, the world of Super Saiyan Goku, Kakarot, could it be that he succeeded in transforming in that realm? Vegeta pondered within himself. No, in this world, Goku can only transform into a Super Saiyan in his incomplete form. This timeline's Goku has already traversed Namek, and instead of achieving the Super Saiyan transformation, he vanquished Frisia with a spirit bomb, thereby only grasping the incomplete Super Saiyan form. Oh, Yang Tian, are you suggesting that the original Kakarot could transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek? Indeed. Look at the footage for yourself. In the next moment, two shimmering screens materialized before Vegeta, who stood suspended in the void, not flying. Nappa and Raditz lingered nearby. They soon beheld the two displays, clearly orchestrated by Yang Tian for their viewing pleasure. What? Kakarot? Is he battling Frisia? This cannot be. Raditz's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His brother, born with a mere battle power of 1, exhibiting such courage? Nappa also rubbed his eyes, evidently witnessing something of tremendous horror. Do not speak. This is Kakarot from a parallel universe. Vegeta cast a glance at the two individuals before turning his attention to the screen. On the left, he beheld Goku, who, enraged by the demise of Krillin at the hands of Frisia, transformed into a Super Saiyan. His hair radiated a brilliant golden hue. Was this a mere hair dye? No, this was the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, taken aback by the revelation of what a Super Saiyan truly entailed. His own transformation had manifested as a yellow aura, yet his hair had taken on a light red shade, distinctly different from this new form. In the image, Kakarot's hair gleamed golden, harmoniously complementing his aura. A Super Saiyan? Kakarot had attained this form? It was beyond belief. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, declaring, it has been said that this is a parallel universe, a realm of infinite possibilities. Alas, attempting to explain this to you is a formidable task. Merely observe. He then turned his attention to another screen, where he beheld Goku unleashing a spirit bomb, which obliterated Frisia. Frisia was vanquished. Was this truly the resolution? Vegeta felt a sense of bewilderment. Was it truly this effortless? When had Frisia ever exhibited such behavior? Wait a moment, Prince Vegeta pondered. Why does this Frisia bear such an appearance? Then, Bardock recalled something and spoke up. After all, they had encountered Frisia before, yet this bald, round-headed version was entirely unfamiliar to them. I, too, have never witnessed such a sight. Vegeta shook his head. Tragedy Tower, this is Frisia's ultimate transformation. Boasting a combat power of 60 million, and when unleashed, it reaches an astounding 120 million. Upon Yang Tian's reminder, Vegeta recalled what Yang Tian had revealed to him, that Frisia's full power was indeed 120 million. However, he remained unaware that Frisia possessed the ability to transform further. It can only be said that Frisia truly excels in concealing his prowess. Ding. Does the host accept the mission? Upon learning of Frisia's potential to transform, Vegeta did not hesitate and exclaimed, I accept the mission. Indeed, young Tian. Is this task not to eliminate Kakarot? How then do we confront Slag and his subordinates? Who might they be? Slag was born with formidable combat strength and an exceptionally malevolent heart. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as an unconventional super Namekian. From the moment of his birth, he surpassed the adult warriors of Namek by a significant margin, possessing a combat power of 5,000, making him a rare prodigy of Namek in a century. His parents, reluctant to part with him, sent him to live on Slagstar, where he vanquished all challengers, thereby adopting the name Slag. What? This is quite akin to my own story as Prince Vegeta. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. He too had been invincible on planet Vegeta from a young age, boasting a combat power of 10,000 in his youth. Meanwhile, Bardock was often absent from planet Vegeta. His father, King Vegeta, wielded a power of 8,000 and was the strongest, which made Vegeta's 10,000 in his early years the epitome of a Scion's strength. Tragedy Tower, you are truly self-absorbed. What tragedy? I am none other than Vegeta. Vegeta expressed his displeasure, chuckling as he remarked, did you know that in most parallel universes, you are undoubtedly the epitome of tragedy? You make your entrance, looking dashing for barely 2 seconds, declaring that only I can defeat Kakarot, only to be swiftly overwhelmed. Then, you boastfully proclaim, oh la la, Super Vegeta, while pointing at yourself with your thumb, only to be vanquished once more. Yang Tian, as he spoke, even displayed the scene for emphasis. Vegeta's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Beside him, Nappa and Raditz were perplexed. What was happening to Vegeta in this scene? With his golden hair? Wait, golden hair? Wasn't this the Super Saiyan? How could he be so thoroughly defeated? Vegeta was infuriated. How dare they? I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. Who are these wretches? Vegeta cast a brooding gaze upon the scenes unfolding on the screen before him. The images depicted his moments from the speed competition. You are not yet a match for them. Be patient, and your time will come, Yang Tian remarked calmly. Vegeta suppressed his anger, finally understanding why Yang Tian referred to him as Tragic Tower. How infuriating. One's charm can only last for a fleeting 3 seconds. Just after uttering grandiose declarations, he ended up conceding defeat. Truly exasperating. Meanwhile, Nappa and Raditz, noticing the fluctuations in Vegeta's expression, scratched their heads, hesitant to utter a word. Humph. It is time to prepare for the mission. Eradicate Shrag and his subordinates. Vegeta cast a glance at the two. After all, he had concealed a Dragon Ball that Frieza would never be able to locate. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, the two nodded in acknowledgement. Just as they were about to be transported by the system, Dodoria and Zarbon arrived. In Chapter 20, The World of Super Saiyan Goku. Upon witnessing the approaching Zarbon and Dodoria, Vegeta's face contorted with fury. For within that rapid scene, there existed the shadow of Zarbon. Huh, Vegeta. You three have audaciously disobeyed orders by coming here. How utterly foolish. However, you have provided Lord Frieza with splendid news. So he has commanded me to escort you before him to confess your transgressions. You would do well to reflect on your choices. The pink. Rotund Dodoria sneered coldly at Vegeta. Zarbon, brushing his hair back, spoke with a nonchalant tone. Prince Vegeta, please. Just as Nappa and Raditz prepared to take action, Vegeta, his face darkened, commanded, stand down, this is my treasure. Indeed, it was true that Vegeta would eliminate them for the sake of his treasure. He had previously forgotten this detail. Humph. It seems you have chosen your demise. Prepare to become my treasure. With that declaration, Vegeta swiftly appeared before Dodoria and delivered a decisive kick. Dodoria was instantly killed, his head exploding upon impact. Before Zarbon could even comprehend the situation, he found himself pierced through the chest by Vegeta. Subsequently, he was lifted into the air and erupted in a violent explosion. The air was filled with the stench of charred remnants. Vegeta let out a cold smirk, and a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing Dodoria. You have received a treasure chest X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Zarbon. You have received a treasure chest X1. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, saying nothing. They were aware of their prince's ruthless nature, and they had long harbored disdain for the pudgy figure in Zarbon. If a kill was to be made, so be it. After all, what was toppling Frieza when aligned with their prince? In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped the three of them. They were transported to the world of the movie version of Super Saiyan Goku. In an instant, a biting cold struck the trio. What on earth? It's so frigid? Even the burly Nappa shivered uncontrollably. The reason for this chill was that Slug had shrouded the earth, blocking the sun's rays. With the planet deprived of sunlight for an extended period, it had grown increasingly cold. This had also resulted in Goku being outmatched by Slug after an initial standoff. The cold made Goku tremble. In such a state, how could he possibly fight? Meanwhile, the Namekian Slug was impervious to the weather's effects. At this moment, Slug had restored himself to a youthful prime using the Dragon Balls and was currently pummeling Goku. The cold was to be expected. Just look at the sky. Raditz gestured for Nappa to observe the heavens. Nappa and Vegeta looked up to see dark clouds looming overhead. What is that? What is happening? Nappa was bewildered. But he launched a ki blast at the clouds. However, it had no effect. Don't waste your efforts. Let us confront Slug. Vegeta observed as Nappa's energy blast pierced through the clouds, remaining silent. It was evident that this phenomenon required a more formidable power to dissipate. However, Prince Vegeta had no intention of engaging in such matters. Rather, he yearned to confront Slug and deliver a sound thrashing. Very well, Prince Vegeta. I sense two energies over there, Raditz exclaimed, gesturing towards the distance. That location was none other than the battlefield where Kakarot, Son Goku, was locked in combat with Slug. Without further ado, they set off to investigate. Upon the arrival of Vegeta and his companions, they suppressed their energy. Both understood the advantages of controlling their power and refrained from unnecessary expenditure. Vegeta, however, remained indifferent. He now possessed boundless energy. It mattered little to him whether he suppressed it or not, as his objective was to confront Shrag, ensuring that the latter would perceive his presence. Is that fellow truly Shrag? Kakarot is at a disadvantage, Naba remarked, observing the scene. Naba, can you foresee the outcome? Raditz chuckled. Indeed. My esteemed Naba possesses a combat power of 300,000. When transformed into a great ape, that escalates to 3 million. Naba burst into laughter. A combat power of 3 million. That is no trifling figure. Humph. That bulky form of yours seems unnecessary. I shall teach you the transformation into the great ape form later. Vegeta snorted coldly. This colossal ape-like creature was indeed a great ape, albeit in a more diminutive form, akin to a miniature gorilla. While its stature had been reduced, its combat prowess remained formidable, enjoying a tenfold enhancement. Thank you, Prince Vegeta, exclaimed Nappa and Raditz with delight. Particularly Raditz. He would lose all reason upon transforming. How wonderful it would be if he could master this ability. Vegeta, having been enlightened by the system, understood that by imparting his insights, the two of them could surely attain mastery through practice. Moreover, considering both were his loyal subordinates, he saw no reason to withhold such knowledge. Meanwhile, Goku found himself in a dire predicament, stripped of his previous advantage and subjected to a relentless assault. A powerful strike from Shrag sent Goku crashing into a building. Exhausted and chilled to the bone, Goku resorted to fleeing, as he no longer possessed the stamina to confront Shrag. Haha, Scion, is this all you're capable of? Running about like a mere mouse. Shrag laughed heartily, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. He then approached Goku, gripping his collar with one hand while unleashing a barrage of punches with the other, landing blows upon Goku's face and abdomen, all the while cackling, ha ha ha, the fighting race of Scions? Merely this. Yet, as his laughter echoed, a voice resonated above him, declaring, merely this is your fate. I have unveiled my 400,000 battle power, and yet you remain oblivious to my existence. You have truly disappointed me. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, a mocking expression adorning his face. Beside him stood Raditz and Nappa. Who is speaking above me? Shrag furrowed his brow and turned to see the three hovering above him. You? Who are you? Shrag gazed at the trio, but upon noticing the tails of Nappa and Raditz, he paused, then burst into laughter. I was wondering who it was. Turns out you're Scions. What, here to rescue him? He said, gesturing towards Goku, whom he held aloft. Goku struggled to open his eyes, and as soon as they fluttered open, he beheld Vegeta. Vegeta? What are you doing here? Goku exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. After the battle on Namek, he had utilized a spirit bomb to vanquish Frieza, subsequently wishing for the resurrection of those slain by Frieza, excluding the villains. Therefore, the Vegeta of his era had not been revived. Kakarot, you truly fight like a novice. I've been watching for ages. And it seems you are the one who is truly outmatched. Vegeta sneered derisively. Yang Tian often referred to him as the perennial second. Yet, is this all he could muster? In his own realm, he could incapacitate Kakarot with a single blow. In this world, however, this Kakarot had been beaten like a dog. The thought irked Vegeta. How could he even compare himself to this? Chapter 21, Super Saiyan Vegeta. Shrag's demise. Vegeta, you. Goku attempted to speak further when Shrag interrupted. Enough. You lot of monkeys should reunite. With that, Shrag hurled Goku towards Vegeta. Vegeta remained still, while Raditz stirred. Kakarot, what is this situation? Aren't you capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan? Raditz furrowed his brow, recalling that Vegeta had mentioned this world belonged to the Super Saiyan Son Goku. Is this how we greet each other? Super Saiyan? What is that? Son Goku inquired, perplexed. However, Raditz chose not to elaborate. Instead, he descended to the ground, setting him aside. Shalat, is it? Where are your subordinates? Vegeta still retains thoughts of his subordinates, for they are all treasures. My underlings have been slain by this monkey, yet if you wish to become one of my followers, I might reluctantly acquiesce, Shrag declared, opening his arms as if to embrace Vegeta. Vegeta shivered slightly, yet coldly remarked, damn it, my treasure chest. What treasure chest? If you join my ranks, you'll have gold, silver, and jewels aplenty. Shrag replied with a faint smile. Humph, join you? I dare say it would be more fitting for you to join under Prince Vegeta. As Vegeta descended, he locked eyes with Shrag. Oh, it's me, Super Vegeta, he declared, pointing to himself with his thumb. He almost let slip the name Supa. It was all Yang Tian's fault for showing him that video and mentioning Super Vegeta. This had left him somewhat flustered. Such catchphrases were truly troublesome. In the next moment, the ground within a 10-kilometer radius trembled violently. Vegeta has transformed into a mimetic Super Saiyan, his golden aura soaring towards the heavens. Presently, Vegeta possesses an infinite energy, exuding an overwhelming and tempestuous power that knows no bounds. He seeks nothing less than absolute dominance, an audacious display of might. Shrag clenches his fists, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. The surroundings are engulfed in chaos, with debris flying and buildings collapsing in disarray. What? He is holding back while fighting me? Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, no one offered him a response. At this moment, Shrag's combat power has surged to approximately 10 million, a stark contrast to his previous 4 million before unleashing his full potential. Upon returning from Namek, Goku trained diligently, increasing his strength from 3 million to 350,000. However, even with this growth, he could only momentarily match Shrag's ferocity. Arrogance? Come and test it. Vegeta stood there, his face a mask of mockery. Do you comprehend the repercussions of your boastfulness? In an instant, Shrag teleported, delivering a forceful punch to Vegeta's face, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing into countless homes of the Cherry Blossom people. Humph, did you think so little of me? Can you withstand this blow? Shrag chuckled, gazing at the wreckage where Vegeta lay. Goodness, that punch was formidable. Naba, can you endure such power? Raditz remarked, observing Shrag's fist and turning to Naba. If you wish for my demise, just say it. Together, we wouldn't even match the strength of a single blow from him. Naba looked at Raditz as though he were a fool. Have you met your end once and lost your wits? How could that be? This is merely a metaphor. Raditz protested. Is your metaphor truly fitting? Naba retorted with irritation. Amidst the ruins, Vegeta erupted with a fierce energy, toppling the surrounding structures. Is this all you have? Your punch is feeble and lacking in strength. Vegeta closed his eyes, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Clearly, such a feeble display of strength was of no consequence to him. He had intentionally allowed himself to be struck, curious to gauge the extent of his opponent's prowess. And this was the result? Vegeta felt a twinge of disappointment. How dare you insult me? Slag seethed with fury. He had unleashed a considerable portion of his power, only to find it dismissed so easily. At the same time, he harbored a growing apprehension towards Vegeta's abilities. A seemingly unguarded punch had left him unscathed. It was truly astonishing. Insult? What manner of creature are you? This blow will pierce your chest, Vegeta reminded him. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, he made his move. In an instant, he transformed into an afterimage and vanished from his original position. The next moment, he appeared before Shrag, delivering a powerful punch that pierced through Shrag's chest. Subsequently, Vegeta extended his hand, unleashing a ki blast that sent Shrag flying. I had warned you, I would pierce through your chest. Why did you not prepare for it? Vegeta let out a chilling sneer, shaking off the green blood. He then advanced step by step towards Shrag, who was now feeling a prickling unease at the back of his head. Just moments ago, he had failed to perceive Vegeta's incredible speed. Next, I shall scatter your ashes. Do you hear me? Vegeta advanced towards him step by step. Shrag gathered energy into a ki blast in his hand and hurled it to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the air. He intended to flee. Vegeta is utterly terrifying. That recent punch, that powerful energy blast, has severely injured him. Thinking of fleeing? Can you really escape? With a mere battle power of 10 million, you're nothing but a weakling. Vegeta let out a cold chuckle, his hands clenched tightly. Gathering his energy, he simultaneously unleashed a wave of ki that surged forth towards the airborne Shrag. Sensing the intense pressure from behind, Shrag turned around, only to be engulfed by the energy wave. With a resounding explosion, Shrag was obliterated. This very technique had previously been employed by Vegeta to reduce Nappa to ashes. Shrag met his end without even the opportunity to transform. The potential of transformation could have granted him an astounding battle power of 60 million. The reason he did not transform lay in the fact that he had been caught off guard, a gaping hole now in his chest, leaving him 3 parts terrified of Vegeta. The pressure from Vegeta's overwhelming ki was so suffocating that Shrag struggled to breathe. It could be said that with his boundless energy, Vegeta transcended the concept of Super Saiyan full power. With his energy fully charged, there was simply no room for any leakage. One could only describe Vegeta's infinite energy as a glitch in the fabric of reality. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Vegeta, for completing the task and attaining the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. In the next instant, Vegeta comprehended the transformation technique of the Super Saiyan within his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a deafening roar. The terrifying golden aura surged even higher. His hair shifted from a simulated light red to a brilliant gold, and his pupils transformed from void to vibrant. Haha! Super Saiyan! Super Saiyan! I, Vegeta, have become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta erupted into laughter. A powerful wave of energy sweeping in all directions, scattering the dark clouds above. At that moment, Vegeta's combat power soared to an astounding 200 million. With a base power of 4 million, his transformation into a Super Saiyan amplified his strength by 50-fold. The clouds parted, revealing the azure sky. Shrag's ominous darkness dissipated, and the sun emerged once more. Chapter 22. Vegeta flips the table. Prince Vegeta, is this your transformation into a Super Saiyan? Nappa inquired, his expression one of astonishment. Raditz, too, gazed in wonder at this extraordinary sight. Indeed, it was their first encounter with a Super Saiyan. No, the legendary one. Indeed, this was the essence of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta flashed a sinister smile. One could truly say that this power is simply extraordinary. Haha, indeed, he is Prince Vegeta, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Raditz exclaimed in admiration. So too did Nappa. However, at that moment, Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, arrived. He gazed at Vegeta in astonishment and remarked, Vegeta, what on earth is happening with you? Hep Kakarot, how pathetic. This is the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta chuckled, then turned to the two, saying, the mission is accomplished. We must take our leave now. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, the 3 were said to have vanished. Son, was that Vegeta and Raditz? Piccolo stumbled forward to inquire. Indeed, I cannot fathom the circumstances. They seem to materialize out of thin air, especially Vegeta. His aura is utterly terrifying. Goku shook his head, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. I can only hope they do not bring calamity to Earth. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to seek his fusion. Piccolo frowned, his thoughts racing. Yet, he was mistaken. Vegeta and the others did not belong to their world. Namek, has it returned? I wonder what rewards my Nappa shall acquire this time. Nappa, upon surveying his surroundings, recognized the location. They had returned to Namek. Rewards? What rewards? Raditz questioned Nappa, a hint of confusion in his voice. Accompanying Prince Vegeta on missions yields rewards. Nappa chuckled. Just then, as his laughter subsided, he heard the sound of a reward being credited. Ding! Congratulations to Nappa and Raditz for assisting Vegeta in completing the mission, earning the ability to transform into the Ascended Super Saiyan. In the next moment, a rift in space emitted a radiant light that enveloped the two. What? An Ascended Super Saiyan? Vegeta also heard the sound, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, is this becoming commonplace? Fortunately, he, Vegeta, had already attained the Super Saiyan transformation. Otherwise, he would be on the same level as the rest. Suddenly, 2 resounding echoes emerged. Nappa and Raditz transformed into pseudo-Super Saiyans. With the presence of the system, akin to a glitch, both were able to transform effortlessly, regardless of their battle power. Truly extraordinary. Prince Vegeta, where shall we venture next? Nappa boasted with his golden aura radiating with arrogance. However, Vegeta did not gaze at him, but instead focused on Raditz. Raditz, with his wild red hair, appeared particularly flamboyant. Raditz, don't you find that hair of yours to be a hindrance? Vegeta inquired. Not at all. I think it's perfectly fine, Raditz replied, admiring his long locks. The hair of Saiyans is generally fixed in shape and does not grow unless cut, in which case it would revert to its original style. Enough chatter. Let us head over there and see if we can collect the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, while soaring towards another village, was accompanied by Nappa and Raditz, who had also reverted from their transformed states. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted. As Nappa and Raditz transformed, the detectors on Frisia's side exploded en masse. What on earth is happening? Frigia glanced at the shattered remnants of the detectors. Moments ago, they had registered 2 formidable power levels. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the devices detonated. Lord Frisia, our detectors have also been destroyed. A subordinate approached and bowed respectfully. Go, relay my orders. Deploy my Ginyu Force, Frisia commanded. His gaze fixated on the 2 Dragon Balls aboard the spacecraft. He was determined to acquire all 7 Dragon Balls with them. His wishes for immortality and increased stature would be realized. Indeed, he desired both eternal life and greater height. Vegeta, you have truly surprised me. Hahaha. Vegeta arrived at the next village, yet he found no Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Frisia's minions had been vanquished by Nappa and Raditz. As for Vegeta, he had not yet made a move when the 2 had already outpaced him. The reason was simple. They had transformed into their Super Saiyan forms upon encountering one another, and a single energy blast rendered everything futile. How many Dragon Balls does Frisia possess? Vegeta pondered. It was evident that Frisia had already secured the Dragon Balls, though the exact number remained a mystery to him. Never mind, let us open the treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Vegeta has opened the system's backpack, revealing 2 treasure chests. These chests belong to Zarbin and Dodoria. Ding. Congratulations, Vegeta, for opening the treasure chest and acquiring 1 million battle power. Ding. Congratulations, Vegeta, for opening the treasure chest and acquiring another 1,000,000 battle power. Is it solely battle power? Nevertheless, 1 million battle power is certainly substantial, Vegeta pondered. In the earlier stages, this million was indeed formidable, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that in the later phases, this million would become utterly trivial. He opened the attribute panel. Host, Vegeta title, none battle power, 6 million. Lifespan, immortal transformation, power of the Great Ape, Super Saiyan, including mimicry ultimate moves, Gallic Gun. Dirty fireworks, final flash other. Key sensing, infinite key subordinates, Nappa, Raditz. System inventory, Senzabeans X9. Super Spaceship System comprehensive evaluation. Although the host can transform into a Super Saiyan, within the Dragon Ball Universe 7, the host's strength is remarkably weak. It is advisable to first transform into Super Saiyan 2. Upon reading the final remark, Vegeta felt an urge to curse. Previously, he had been instructed to transform into a Super Saiyan first. Now, they wanted him to become a Super Saiyan too? How was he to know how to transform? Nevertheless, Vegeta dismissed his thoughts and closed the attribute panel. There must be a task ahead. Perhaps the next one would indeed involve transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta did not hesitate and headed straight towards Frisia's location. He was prepared to turn the tables. With a battle power of 6 million in his normal state, was there any need to engage in a prolonged skirmish with Frisia? Certainly not, as Vegeta soared through the sky at remarkable speed. Nappa and Raditz transformed into their advanced Super Saiyan forms, desperately trying to catch up, yet they remained far behind. Despite their transformations, they were still no match for Vegeta's sheer power. Meanwhile, the Ginyu Force was nearby, engaged in a mission on a neighboring planet. Upon receiving Frisia's directive, they promptly activated their superior scanners and made their way toward the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Goku and the others were still some distance away from planet Namek, clearly missing out on this pivotal battle. It was evident that Vegeta was poised to tackle the Namekian saga single-handedly. Before reaching Frisia, Vegeta and his companions spotted a house perched atop a towering peak. This abode belonged to the Grand Elder of Namek. Chapter 23, Vegeta confronts Frisia. What is that? 2 distinct energy signatures. Vegeta furrowed his brow and flew towards that direction. Upon descending, a Namekian emerged, resembling Piccolo to an uncanny degree. Who are you? Leave this place at once, Nairo exclaimed, gazing intently at Vegeta and his companions. Given their attire, he suspected them to be invaders. It is you who have invaded our Namek, Nairo declared, assuming a combative stance. Hey, Namekian, I advise you to choose your words carefully. I have not harmed your kin. Raditz stepped forward, asserting his position. Yet, Nairo erupted with a white aura of energy, his combat power a mere 60,000. Is that the extent of your strength? You dare to obstruct me? You are playing with fire. Raditz cracked his knuckles menacingly. However, before he could take action, a voice, aged and commanding, resonated from within the dwelling. Nairo, allow them entry. Indeed, The speaker was the Grand Elder. Had he remained silent, Naira would have faced dire consequences. Grand Elder, but there are no buts. Please, admit them, came the firm reply. Please, Inside resides the Grand Elder of our Namekian clan. We ask for your respect, Naira stated, his tone shifting to one of formality. Vegeta paid him no heed and strode directly inside. Upon entering, he and his companions were utterly astounded. This elderly Namekian was remarkably tall, far exceeding their expectations. You emanate an aura of malevolence, yet you have not harmed my kin. Who might you be? The Grand Elder inquired of Vegeta. As Vegeta stood at the center, he was evidently the spokesperson, the leader. We have come in search of the Dragon Balls, with the intent to vanquish Frieza. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before responding. The Dragon Balls? What purpose do you seek them for? Immortality and eternal youth. Vegeta did not mince words. After all, his sole purpose was to test the efficacy of the Dragon Balls on Namek. Seeing Vegeta's forthrightness, the Grand Elder hesitated to respond immediately. Very well, if it means eliminating Frieza, we shall permit you to use the Dragon Balls of Namek. Huh? Are you attempting to negotiate with me? Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. However, before the Grand Elder could utter a word, Yang Tian's voice resonated in Vegeta's mind. Tragic Vegeta, should this Grand Elder perish, the Dragon Balls will be rendered useless, so your posturing before him is futile. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. He was completely unaware of this situation. Moreover, wishing requires the Namekian language. With Yang Tian's additional clarification, Vegeta lowered his head in contemplation. Yet, when he raised it again, he remarked with a grin, that is no issue. However, I wish to ascertain whether my wish can indeed be fulfilled. We cannot guarantee that, as no Namekian has ever made such a wish. Spoke Nail, seamlessly taking over the conversation. Is that so? Then we shall see when the time comes. Now, we must proceed to eliminate Frieza. Vegeta spoke as he strode out, followed closely by Nappa and Raditz. Without a moment's hesitation, the trio set their course towards Frieza. Nello watched them depart, casting a glance at the Grand Elder. Do you trust them? He inquired. What choice do we have? The Grand Elder replied. Moreover, they lack the language of Namek. Perhaps they are unaware of our wishes. Rest assured, Nello. Given the Grand Elder's demeanor, Nello chose to remain silent. Over there lies Frieza's domain. You two descend while I confront Frieza directly. Enter the spaceship and seize the Dragon Balls. Remember, if necessary, destroy the ship for my sake. Vegeta approached Nappa and Raditz, who nodded in understanding of the gravity of the situation. They descended directly, making their way towards the spaceship. Meanwhile, Vegeta landed before the infantile Frieza. Greetings, King Frieza. How have you been of late? Vegeta approached with a broad smile, graciously bowing in a gentlemanly manner. However, his expression seemed more deserving of a punch than admiration. It must be said, Vegeta struggles to feign a smile convincingly. Hahaha, Prince Vegeta. I never anticipated you to be so polite, yet your smile is utterly disingenuous, Frieza chuckled, seated comfortably in his infant carriage, concealing his laughter behind his hand. Is it truly insincere, Lord Frieza? This smile is exclusively for you. Vegeta maintained a gentlemanly smile. All right, my little Vegeta, what of Zabon and Dodoria? Frieza squinted at Vegeta. Although he had his suspicions, he still desired for Vegeta to voice it himself. Oh, Lord Frieza, your two loyal subordinates have fallen silent, and yet you claim that I, Vegeta, am disobedient? Is that not sheer nonsense? Thus, they have become my mere experience packages. Vegeta chuckled with a hint of mischief. Upon hearing this, Frieza narrowed his eyes and remarked, what they say holds some truth, does it not? Are you not the rebellious one? And what is this talk of experience packs? They have misjudged my intentions. It is not disobedience I exhibit, but rather a desire to ascend to leadership. Therefore, I implore you, mighty Frieza, to yield your position. As Vegeta uttered these words, a cold smirk adorned his face as he gazed at Frieza. Haha, Prince Vegeta, this just is hardly amusing, Frieza remarked. As a violet aura surged around him, he soared out of his pram, landing directly before Vegeta. Vegeta stood his ground, unwavering in his gaze. In that moment, he addressed Frieza. Oh, Frieza, why are you so diminutive? I have heard whispers that you intend to use the Dragon Balls to wish for an increase of 5 centimeters in height. Is there any truth to this? Frieza retorted. Vegeta, how is it that you tower over me? And from whom did you hear this rumor about my aspirations for height? Vegeta chuckled. I merely wish for greater stature and immortality while on Earth. As Vegeta uttered these words, he leaned in closer to Frieza. Frieza's first form possessed a mere combat power of over 500,000, rendering him exceedingly weak in Vegeta's eyes. However, Vegeta harbored no intention of swiftly eliminating Frieza. Rather, he sought to toy with him. With a transformation that granted him a combat power of 300 million, how could he possibly fear Frieza's 120 million? It was laughable. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Frieza felt a jolt of apprehension. It was no wonder that Vegeta exhibited such audacity. He must have acquired immortality. Otherwise, how could he dare to challenge Frieza? Vegeta noticed the shift in Frieza's expression and erupted into laughter, boasting, "Frieza, have you prepared your last words?" Before Frieza could respond, he witnessed one of his spaceships explode. The sight left him astounded. Without his ship, he would have to fly back, although he could survive in space. The distance to his headquarters from Namek was considerable. Ha, it seems that Baba and Raditz have succeeded. Frieza, your Dragon Balls are now mine. Vegeta laughed heartily as he beheld Nappa and Raditz each clutching 3 Dragon Balls. In Chapter 24, Vegeta proclaimed, "Frieza, my battle power is a staggering 300 million. Initially, there were only 2, but one by one, other minions had gathered the Dragon Balls from various villages. The final one resided within Vegeta's system backpack. Prince Vegeta. The Dragon Balls are in our possession, Nappa announced, encasing the Dragon Balls in his energy. Very well, you may depart first. As Vegeta spoke, he witnessed Frieza charging towards them. Without hesitation, Raditz tossed the Dragon Ball to Nappa and instantly transformed into the Ascendant Super Saiyan. It was a transformation completed in the blink of an eye, after which he sent Frieza flying. With a resounding crash, Frieza plummeted into the ground. The disparity in their combat power was glaringly evident. Although Frieza had concealed his transformation, this blow elicited a painful grimace from him. Haha, I never imagined that striking Frieza would be such a delight. Raditz observed his fist and burst into laughter. Frieza emerged from the depths of the earth, his face contorted with fury as he glared at Raditz. Damn wild monkey, how dare you strike my face? Frieza was seething with rage. After all, he was the emperor of the universe. When had a filthy monkey ever dared to land a blow on him? However, upon noticing Raditz's condition, Frieza furrowed his brow. What is this state? Ha. Frieza, this is not madness. What stands before you is the legendary Super Saiyan, a being you greatly fear. Vegeta clenched his fist and let out a hearty laugh. A Super Saiyan? Frieza was taken aback. When had he ever feared a Super Saiyan? Indeed. Raditz was merely an imitation, while I, Vegeta, am anything but. Vegeta smirked coldly, then clenched his fists. In the next instant, golden hair and a yellow aura erupted forth. Frieza's pupils constricted upon witnessing this. Although he could not sense energy, the overwhelming pressure was undeniably palpable. This was a staggering battle power of 300 million. While Frieza remained in his base form at a mere 530,000. What distinguishes your transformations? Frieza inquired, glancing at the transformations of Raditz and Vegeta. Did I not already explain? He replied, that is a pseudo-Super Saiyan. Vegeta proclaimed as he executed an instantaneous teleportation, delivering a decisive blow to Frieza's knee, propelling him through the air and causing an avalanche of countless small mountains to crumble. Upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta crossed his arms. With a resounding crash, Frieza soared into the air, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted with fury. Damn you, wild monkey, seeking your own demise, Frieza declared, transforming before their eyes. A terrifying purple aura swirled around him as he grew taller, his physique becoming robust, reminiscent of his father, King Cold. His horns elongated as well. Observing Frieza's transformation, Vegeta turned to Young Tian and inquired, Young Tian, what is Frieza's battle power? Although he could sense the energy, he was unable to gauge the battle power. Simply call for system detection. Yang Tian's languid voice replied. Upon hearing this, Vegeta addressed the system in his mind. System. Assess Frieza's combat power. The system responded, Frieza, second form, combat power, 1 million. Merely 1 million, truly feeble. Vegeta continued to taunt. Frieza, go ahead and transform. Do not hide your true self. Do not get too smug. Frieza charged directly at Vegeta, and the speed of his approach was matched only by his rapid retreat. It must be said that Frieza, who lacked the ability to sense energy, was indeed at a disadvantage. Damn you, filthy monkey. Frieza roared as he continued to transform. This time, he bypassed his second form entirely, for it was simply too grotesque. Without hesitation, he transformed into his third stage, a bald visage, oh no, not entirely bald, but rather with a round head. Ha, Prince Vegeta, you are the first to witness this transformation of mine. Frieza spread his arms wide, legs together. System. Assess Frieza's battle power. Frieza's final form registered a battle power of 60 million, which could surge to 120 million upon unleashing his full potential. Upon hearing the system notification, Vegeta sneered. 60 million is formidable. If only I had acquired the mimicry before, I could have subdued him. Moreover, I currently possess a battle power of 300 million. Ding. Detection of the Namekian Saga, Frieza Chapter. Task. Eliminate Frieza to receive a substantial reward. Ding. Would the host like to accept the task? Upon hearing the prompt, Vegeta unhesitatingly clicked accept. His intention was already to eradicate Frieza, and now he had the added incentive of a reward. What a profitable turn of events. You filthy monkey. Have you thought about how you will meet your end? You destroyed my ship and seized my Dragon Balls. Frieza declared as he unleashed a beam of energy from his fingertip. Vegeta smirked disdainfully and closed the distance. You are merely tickling me, Frieza. What? No need for exclamations. Your battle power is a mere 60 million, whereas I possess a staggering 300 million. Vegeta burst into laughter. Eager to witness Frieza's reaction upon hearing that his combat power had reached an astonishing 300 million. 300 million? Vegeta, you truly are a master of pretense. It seems your mind has unraveled. I shall send you on your way. Frieza scoffed upon hearing this. 300 million? What a fabrication. Aside from the god of destruction, Beerus, and Majin Buu, I have never feared anyone. With a swift motion, Frieza vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta was quicker still, delivering a powerful sidekick that sent Frieza hurtling through the air, skimming the ground for several hundred meters. Vegeta did not let him off the hook, swiftly appearing before him, seizing his head with his right hand, and then sprinting forward with fervor. Now that Vegeta had gained height, he could emulate Broly by applying pressure. Hahaha, King Frieza. Is the sandy terrain of Namek cool enough for you? Vegeta grappled with Frieza for a while before lifting him up. At that moment, Frieza's mouth was smeared with dirt and blood. Meanwhile, Goku, aboard his spaceship, was astonished as he communicated telepathically with King Kai. What? King Kai? Are you saying that Vegeta has already arrived on Namek? Indeed, Goku. It appears that Vegeta has engaged Frieza in combat. I thought he was one of Frieza's subordinates. But I cannot comprehend the situation. King Kai's antennae twitched, clearly astonished by the scene of Vegeta delivering a severe beating to Frieza. Is Frieza truly formidable? Goku inquired. Indeed. Goku. He is the Emperor of the universe, Frieza. Do not even consider challenging him. Moreover, Vegeta has transformed into the legendary form of your Saiyan race, King Kai sighed. Super Saiyan. What is that? Goku furrowed his brow, unaware of what a Super Saiyan entailed. I am uncertain as well. All I know is that Vegeta possesses golden hair and a golden aura. However, you still have several days before reaching Namek. It would be best if you did not proceed. Your involvement would likely be futile. King Kai advised. Chapter 25, Frieza's Demise. Upon hearing King Kai's words, Goku remained resolute in his decision to go. King Kai did not press the matter further, merely sighing. Goku was a promising fighter, having mastered the King Kai fist and spirit bomb in a short time. Alas, he had an insatiable penchant for combat. My heavens, am I dreaming? This is the first time I've witnessed Prince Vegeta mercilessly thrashing Frieza. Nappa exclaimed, scratching his bald head in disbelief. Raditz, punch me and see. Boom. As soon as Nappa's words fell, Raditz's fist struck Nappa's face. Nappa howled in pain. This is no dream. I can truly hit you. Raditz chuckled. Did you hit too hard? Nappa exclaimed. How else could I determine if it were a dream? Raditz retorted. By the way, does Frieza really possess a battle power of 60 million? How is it that he cannot retaliate against Prince Vegeta? Nappa mused, stroking his chin. Certainly. Even if we both transformed into Super Saiyans, we would not stand a chance against Frieza. Did you not sense the overwhelming aura of Prince Vegeta? One touch would be fatal for us, Raditz said, looking at Vegeta with trepidation. At that moment, Vegeta's golden aura surged, imbuing him with a brash confidence that allowed him to unleash every attack with full power. Haha, Frieza, what are you doing? Why do you not fight back? Vegeta's fist struck Frieza's chest with tremendous force, causing a deep indentation to form. In the next instant, Vegeta's palm pressed firmly against Frieza's head. Vegeta could have effortlessly vanquished him. However, the years spent under Frieza's oppressive rule have fostered a profound resentment within him. This has led Vegeta to revel in tormenting Frieza. Damn it, cursed monkey! Frieza exclaimed, his head pinned down, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, he found himself powerless to retaliate. "Remove your filthy hands," Frieza bellowed, ensnaring Vegeta's hand with his tail. Vegeta let out a chilling laugh, refusing to break free. Instead, he wrapped his arms around and seized his tail, swinging it vigorously. The surroundings were eerily quiet, yet the resounding thuds against the floor echoed with striking clarity. Vegeta, with an unrelenting ferocity, relentlessly struck until he severed Frieza's tail. Blood gushed forth from the wound, and Frieza let out a piercing scream of agony. "Ah, so you have managed to break free? Do not hold back your strength. I recall your battle power is a staggering 120 million. Vegeta mocked with a scornful voice. Damn it, damn it. Frieza, consumed by fury, had bloodshot eyes. Subsequently, a violent surge of energy erupted, creating a deep crater that engulfed a 10-kilometer radius. This was his attempt to unleash the energy within him in an instant, with the intent to send Vegeta flying. However, it proved futile. As the dust settled, Vegeta remained steadfast in his position. "I will grant you 1 minute, otherwise I shall take your life." Vegeta's cold voice resonated through the air. Without hesitation, Frieza commenced his energy accumulation, his body gradually swelling in size. He was about to unleash his full combat power. This expansion did not impede his speed. Rather, it was a genuine, comprehensive enhancement. Many believe that this increase to 120 million in combat power came at the cost of agility, but that was a misconception. "Hiss, how terrifying. I must leave," Raditz remarked as he departed the scene, clutching 3 Dragon Balls. Nappa followed suit. The intensity of this battle was so fierce that proximity could result in death from the shockwaves. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder observed this unfolding spectacle. They had engaged in combat, and it appeared that this malevolent cosmic tyrant was on the verge of defeat. "Grand Elder, do you truly believe they can prevail?" Nail inquired, astonished by the unexpected prowess of Vegeta and his allies. "Indeed, our planet Namek has a glimmer of hope," the Grand Elder replied, closing his eyes to meditate, aware that his days were numbered. As for why he chose not to use the Dragon Balls to extend his life, it was simply his wish. Frieza, now devoid of his tail and brimming with muscle, glared ominously at Vegeta. "As you wished, this is my complete power." The atmosphere was thick with a chilling aura and the unmistakable scent of Frieza's blood. "Ah, impressive, but I wonder how long you can sustain this state. Come, Frieza, let us battle once more." Vegeta, with determination in his eyes, charged directly towards Frieza, gathering a sphere of energy in his hand before hurling it forth. As the energy blast approached perilously close to his face, Frieza retaliated with a powerful kick, sending the projectile soaring away. However, in the aftermath of deflecting the energy attack, he too was propelled backward. Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch upon Frieza's body, emitting strange cries from his mouth. The might of the Cosmic Emperor proved to be remarkably insignificant. After completing his series of punches, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending his opponent flying. The force of this blow was immense, causing Frieza to crash into the ground, creating a deep pit that seemed to stretch into the abyss. A tremendous explosion ensued. Vegeta gathered a tremendous amount of energy with a single hand. However, he refrained from releasing it, choosing instead to wait. He awaited Frieza's emergence. Should he unleash this power underground, planet Namek would undoubtedly explode. While he harbored no regard for the lives of the Namekians, he and Raditz, along with others, could not survive in the vastness of space. So he had to tread carefully. "Haha, Frieza, the cowardly turtle, are you too afraid to show yourself?" Vegeta, noticing that Frieza had yet to emerge, could not resist taunting him. The absence of a system notification indicated that Frieza was still alive. Thus, with the presence of this system alert, Vegeta felt it was indeed quite useful. "Now, Nappa, Raditz, do extend your greetings to Lord Frieza with your words." As Vegeta observed that Frieza had yet to emerge, he instructed his 2 subordinates to hurl insults. Without hesitation, they flew over and began to shout. "Frieza, you round-headed fool, come out. My esteemed uncle is about to prepare dumplings. Frieza, I have an abundance of hair. Come, I shall cut some for you to wear." Upon hearing their taunts, Vegeta's expression was one of utter disbelief. For heaven's sake, can't they even insult properly? Nevertheless, their jeers were effective. As the ruler of the universe, Frieza could not tolerate such affronts, and thus he appeared without delay. However, the moment he emerged, Vegeta's Big Bang attack struck him squarely in the face. The explosive shockwave and energy blast sent Nappa and Raditz hurtling far away, leaving a massive crater in the Earth itself. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing Frieza. You have received a grand gift package. Upon hearing the system's notification, Vegeta's face lit up with joy. A grand gift package. He was eager to discover what treasures lay within. Open the grand gift package. Vegeta, without a moment's hesitation, promptly opened the grand gift pack contained within his system backpack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unsealing the grand gift pack, acquiring 100 CN beans, a staggering increase of 10 million in combat power, and the basic version of instant transmission. Chapter 26. Vegeta, grant me the strength to surpass Beerus. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Vegeta's expression was one of sheer astonishment. The Senzu Bean, renowned as a miraculous healing elixir, required no further elaboration. He was so reluctant to utilize it that he had only resorted to its use once, triggered by a near-death experience. Following that instance, he came to regard its efficacy with profound appreciation. It was clear that he would never consider the Senzu Bean as mere sustenance. Rather, he cherished it as a precious treasure. In the next moment, Vegeta felt an immense surge in his power level, soaring to an astounding 16 million. He has already reverted from his transformed state. If I were to transform, wouldn't I achieve a staggering power level of 800 million? Vegeta let out a hearty laugh. The thought of his inflated battle power filled him with immense satisfaction. At this moment, he was the strongest in the universe. A basic version of instant transmission? What might this be? Vegeta contemplated the technique of instant transmission in his mind. In the next moment, he materialized behind Nappa and Raditz. Unlike Goku, who would typically touch his forehead with a finger, Vegeta relied solely on his ability to sense energy to reach his desired location. This was merely a rudimentary skill. The advanced form was akin to that of Jebet, and the ultimate mastery surpassed even that. Goodness, Prince Vegeta, you startled me, Raditz exclaimed in surprise, causing the Dragon Ball to slip from his grasp, though he quickly bent down to retrieve it. Vegeta paid him no mind and simply remarked, "What a splendid item. With this, I can go anywhere I desire." Vegeta grasped the two individuals and, with a swift instant transmission, arrived at the Grand Elder's location. Indeed, he intended to make a wish from Nail. However, he was not fluent in the Namekian language. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Vegeta and the others, Nail was taken aback, while the Grand Elder remained unfazed. Clearly, Vegeta's actions had little effect on him. With death looming, what concern was there for such trivialities? We have vanquished Frieza. Surely we are entitled to a wish, are we not? Vegeta spoke as he retrieved a Dragon Ball from the confines of his system backpack. The 7 Dragon Balls lay within the confines of this small room. Vegeta gazed at the two, awaiting their response. Very well, Nail, summon the Eternal Dragon. The Grand Elder's soft voice echoed. Reluctantly, Nail enveloped the 7 Dragon Balls in his energy and ventured outside. Vegeta also ventured outside. Come forth, Shenron. Nello shouted at the Dragon Balls. Naturally, to them, it was merely the language of Namek. Even the author could not convey it. In the next moment, Shenron manifested. Though referred to as a dragon, this creature was muscular and bore a slight resemblance to the genie from Aladdin's lamp. Is this truly Shenron? Vegeta, astonished, spoke up. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. Indeed, this is the dragon of our Namek, Naru remarked nonchalantly. The dragon Purunga then gazed at the group. Whoever summoned me, please articulate your wish. You are granted 3 opportunities. Purunga declared, his eyes gleaming. Speak your wish. Naru urged Vegeta. Yang Tian, can the dragon grant me immortality? Vegeta did not hasten to respond. Instead, he inquired of Yang Tian in his mind. No. Upon hearing Yang Tian's refusal, Vegeta immediately dismissed that desire. He then turned to Naru and declared, grant us the ability to survive in the cosmos. Vegeta pointed at himself and Nappa, both of whom were filled with immense joy. The ability to survive in the cosmos. What a splendid gift. Naru directly conveyed Vegeta's wish to Purunga. The dragon's crimson gaze flickered, and he made an okay gesture. Your wish has been granted. Upon hearing this, a radiant light enveloped Vegeta and his companions, only to fade shortly thereafter. It was evident that the wish had taken effect. For the second wish, let me, Vegeta, become a being even stronger than Beerus. Vegeta faced Naru, acutely aware of the terrifying presence of the god of destruction, Beerus. He contemplated whether this wish could possibly be fulfilled, only to be met with disappointment. As Naru articulated the wish, the dragon Purunga trembled in fear. I cannot comply. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is an unparalleled existence, and I am incapable of such a feat. With these words, Purunga vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls soared into the sky, evidently fleeing the scene. What manner of being is this? To even entertain the thought of surpassing Lord Beerus? By what right does he presume to do so? What is this absurdity? Have I accomplished my task? Vegeta gazed upon himself, perceiving no enhancement in his fighting prowess. As for the words of Shinran Purunga, they eluded his comprehension. No. The wish he had made had instilled fear in Purunga, who fled without hesitation. Naru, too, widened his eyes, witnessing this unprecedented spectacle for the very first time. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. What is this Beerus? Quite impressive, isn't he? He actually scared off the wish-granting dragon? Nappa felt a tinge of annoyance. He was eager to witness the significance of Vegeta's wish. And this is the outcome? Damn. I just found the Dragon Balls, and now they're gone? Vegeta began to curse in frustration. Nappa remained speechless, choosing not to elaborate further. The dragon had already departed. What more could be said? Tragedy Tower, you're mistaken. Beerus, the god of destruction, is the mightiest entity in your 7th universe, excluding the angels. Oh. Not just in the Earth universe, but across the 12 universes, Beerus reigns supreme. Apart from the Super Dragon Balls, do not expect these beings to fulfill such wishes. Even the 2nd star dragon, in terms of wishes, demands a sacrifice of lifespan and cannot surpass Beerus. As Yang Tian's words resonated, Vegeta fell into silence. He acknowledged Beerus's might. Yet he had not anticipated such an extraordinary stature. Well then, Nappa, Raditz, let us depart. Vegeta, preparing to depart in his spaceship, was interrupted once more by Yang Tian's voice. Ding. Detection indicates the presence of additional Frieza minions on Namek. The mission entails the eradication of Frieza's forces on Namek, with the reward being a power level detector. What sort of mission is this? The reward seems rather meager, does it not? Vegeta is speechless. A power level detector? He possesses boundless strength at present. With 5 warriors at Frieza's headquarters capable of battling him, what is it to him to have as much power as he desires? Tragic Tower, your perspective is limited. This device is indeed indomitable, capable of detecting even the presence of a god of destruction. However, it does not merely measure combat power. It senses the divine aura. No matter how formidable mortals become, they remain unable to perceive the essence of divinity, yet this detector is different. Oh, in that case, it is acceptable. If it were an ordinary detector, I would have no interest in wearing it. Upon hearing about this ability, Vegeta felt a flicker of interest. However, what does the essence of divinity entail? It is something beyond your current reach, so there is no need for haste. Vegeta. Chapter 27. The Tragic Title of Speedy Collapse. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Vegeta chose not to elaborate further. Although he was still uncertain about the essence of divine energy, he knew that he would encounter it eventually. Ding. May I inquire if the host accepts the task? Accepted. Vegeta promptly clicked to accept, then cast a glance at Nappa and Raditz. I shall first eliminate Frieza's minions. You both stay here and refrain from claiming my kills. Vegeta uttered those words and instantaneously vanished. Now equipped with the ability to teleport and sense energy, who still needs to fly? Upon witnessing Vegeta's departure, Nappa and Raditz were left in utter confusion. What does he mean by snatching heads? Nappa inquired. If you ask me, who should I ask? Let's just stay put, he replied. Settling down in his spot, he reminisced about the alluring women of Earth, both black and white. Now, doing nothing and sitting idly felt like an unbearable torment. Ding. Congratulations. Host, for vanquishing Frieza's minions, you have earned a treasure chest X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing Frieza's minions, you have earned a treasure chest X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. For vanquishing Frieza's minions, you have earned a treasure chest X1. With each instantaneous teleportation, Vegeta effortlessly eliminated the horde of minions. However, upon hearing the tantalizing chime in his mind, a look of sheer delight adorned his face. He had already begun to envision the potential treasures that awaited him. Within less than an hour, Vegeta had vanquished hundreds of Frieza's lackeys. The reason for this hour-long endeavor was simply the overwhelming number of Frieza's minions scattered across various locations. Gazing at the hundreds of treasure chests in his backpack, Vegeta's face was alight with excitement. Ah, how wondrous it would be to discover what magnificent items lay within. Vegeta's face was adorned with a radiant smile. Open everything, Vegeta shouted. In the next moment, a cacophony of voices echoed in his mind, nearly causing a ringing in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for opening the treasure chest and obtaining a combat power of 1 million. Ding. Congratulations, host, for opening the treasure chest and obtaining a combat power of 1 million. Ding. Congratulations, host, for opening the treasure chest and obtaining a combat power of 1 million. The myriad notifications of 1,000,000 in combat power made Vegeta raise an eyebrow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the treasure chest and acquiring a sacred bean X1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the treasure chest and acquiring a sacred bean X1. Furthermore, hundreds of chests contained additional sacred beans. This is only one. Nevertheless, better than nothing, for it could mean the difference between life and death at this crucial moment. Vegeta's eyes widened, and then he consoled himself internally. He certainly had no qualms about accumulating more of these magical beans. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a treasure chest and obtained the title of Speedy Tragedy Tower. Upon hearing the final treasure chest open, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. What is this ridiculous title? He felt as though he might shatter. However, when he beheld the title that appeared in his status bar, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Speedy Tragedy Tower. When equipped, it would double his attack speed and damage. It was well known that in battles of equal strength, the determining factor lay in combat skill. With equal power, the ability to double both attack speed and damage was unequivocally a form of cheating. Moreover, the mention of critical damage during a special move clearly referred to his explosive attacks and ultimate flash techniques. Surely, a mere energy blast could not also deliver critical damage, for that would be too much of a disparity. Equip it. Vegeta pressed the wear button. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted. 5 resplendent golden characters appeared above his head. Speedy Tragedy Tower. What? It even has a display? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Although the title was undeniably appealing, it severely impacted his identity as Vegeta. The very name of the title was indicative of its connection to him. However, upon noticing a concealed button nearby, he swiftly clicked it. Damn it! It greatly tarnished his princely image. Fortunately, he unlocked an impressive array of combat power, which was more than sufficient. Vegeta's face broke into a smile as he silently invoked the attribute panel. Host, Vegeta title, Speedy Tragedy Tower combat power, 50,000,000. Lifespan, immortal transformation, power of the Great Ape, Super Saiyan including mimicry special moves, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks, Final Flash others, Key Perception, Infinite Key, Instant Transmission Subordinates, Nappa, Raditz. System Inventory, Senzabeans X509, Super Spaceship System Comprehensive Evaluation. Although the host can transform into a Super Saiyan within the 7th universe of Dragon Ball, the host's power is exceedingly weak. It is recommended to transform into Super Saiyan 2 first. I never imagined that my combat power could reach such heights. Vegeta, with a look of satisfaction, declared his intentions to regroup with Nappa. However, the voice of Yang Tian echoed in his mind, causing him to falter. Tragic Tower. Are you truly content with a mere 50,000,000 in base battle power? Are you aware of Goku's base battle power at the onset of the GT timeline? It was indeed the Tragic Tower that had been affected. Now, he was particularly sensitive to the term Tragic Tower. How much? Vegeta's temples throbbed. A hint of fury ready to erupt, yet he managed to restrain himself, eager to discover the true strength of GT's Goku. 2,000,000 in base form. Yang Tian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, 3 question marks appeared above Vegeta's head. Have you never heard of it? The protagonist begins with a combat power that, in its normal state, rivals that of Z's Super Saiyan 3 Goku. The inflation of combat power is exceedingly formidable. Do you still believe your 50,000,000 in a normal state is impressive? Yang Tian's voice left Vegeta feeling both humiliated and enraged. The disparity in combat power is staggering. While he still clings to the notion of thousands, this individual has surpassed 100,000,000, not to mention reaching trillions in their normal state. Is this truly a human? Can such feats be accomplished by a mere mortal? Are Saiyans even considered human? Vegeta, never mind. I still have a long journey ahead of me. Vegeta has only now realized that aspiring to be the ruler of the universe is rather unimpressive, given the multitude of formidable opponents that exist. Fear not, for these tasks will soon become available. However, at present, you are far too weak and would merely meet a swift demise. Do you still believe there is any merit in your title of Speedy Tragedy? In other realms, you, Vegeta, are perpetually the second fiddle, merely a supporting character to Kakarot. As Yang Tian spoke, Vegeta's expression shifted between shades of green and white, yet he remained silent. Internally, he vowed to surpass this Kakarot, who boasts an astonishing power level of 2,000,000. He refuses to accept the role of the eternal second. In an instant, he teleported before Nappa and Raditz. Nappa, Raditz, let us move. In an instant, Vegeta transported the two back to Earth, landing precisely beside the Capsule Corporation. One could say that Vegeta's choice of residence was remarkably fortuitous. Without hesitation, he released the spaceship and addressed the two, saying, "Devote yourselves to your training. The foes that lie ahead are formidable. My ambition is not to become a mere cosmic overlord, but to reign as the sovereign of parallel worlds." Vegeta spoke as he entered his gravity training chamber. Chapter 28. A year later, Kurt arrives upon learning of the existence of so many formidable warriors in parallel worlds. He felt discontented with being merely a cosmic emperor, especially with Beerus looming above him. Previously, he had aspired to surpass Frieza, but with Young Tion's emergence, everything seemed rather dull. His fury ignited upon hearing that his counterpart in the parallel world was an omnipotent second-in-command. He resolved to visit those worlds and assert his dominance. Nappa and Raditz, observing Prince Vegeta's demeanor, were somewhat perplexed, but ultimately retreated to their own gravity training chambers to hone their skills. Days later, Goku and his companions had arrived on Namek. They discovered that aside from a few uneven terrains, there were no significant issues on the planet. Alas, there were some Namekians' corpses, victims of Frieza's minions. As for the Dragon Balls, they had fled, and it would be over 100 days before they could be summoned again. In the Grand Elder's residence. "Ah, Gadaz. I never expected you to be Gadaz's descendant. I had thought I was the only one who survived." The Grand Elder of Namek sighed as he gazed at Piccolo. Although Piccolo still harbored some dark thoughts, he understood the backstory as the Elder stroked his head. It was a result of the split caused by the Supreme Kai. Piccolo could not be blamed for it. "Grand Elder, please, do not say anything further. I am simply glad you could visit our kin." The Elder, while patting Piccolo's head, unlocked his potential. In an instant, Piccolo's battle power surged to an astounding 5 million. It seemed the Grand Elder could only unlock potential to this extent. "What is this? I have unlocked your potential. But if you can merge with another version of yourself, you will become the mightiest Namekian warrior. Gadaz was a combat genius in his time. Your lineage shall not be weak." The Grand Elder reminisced. Piccolo was a descendant of a Namekian named Gadaz, who had fled to Earth in a spaceship during the calamity that befell Namek. Gadaz and the current Grand Elder were brothers. Thus, seeing the descendant of his brother brought him immense joy, for his brother's legacy continued. "Ah, Piccolo, your energy is remarkably strong, far surpassing mine," Goku exclaimed, taken aback. "Hee, you all should come as well. I shall unlock your potential too." The Grand Elder chuckled. However, Nairu's expression shifted. "Grand Elder, is this wise? Your health? It's quite all right. It poses no problem." Upon witnessing the Great Elder's demeanor, Sun Wukong and Gohan stepped forward, eager to ascertain the nature of the method purported to enhance their combat prowess. In the next moment, their energy began to swell, with Sun Wukong reaching a formidable 7 million and Gohan 3 million. "I have little time left. Nail, for the next dragon. Let us Namelessians find another planet to inhabit. This Namek is no longer safe," the Elder proclaimed, subsequently closing his eyes to meditate. Nail nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Sun Wukong and his companions took their leave, for there was little to attend to on Namek. As they departed, the Elder transferred his legacy to the new Elder and instructed Nail to merge with Piccolo. Although uncertain of the rationale behind this directive, Nail recognized that he was a descendant of the Elder, just as Piccolo was a descendant of his brother. In essence, they were all part of one family. What an immense energy! Piccolo marveled at his own power. Initially reluctant to fuse with Nail for fear of compromising his personality, he was unaware that this was the Elder's intention, to allow a part of Nail to influence him. After all, Piccolo still harbored malevolent tendencies. Presently, Piccolo's combat strength surged to an astounding 500 million. It could be said that as Vegeta grew stronger through the system, the main cast was subtly bolstered as well, albeit not significantly. "Wukong, are you heading back to Earth? Where are you off to?" Krillin inquired, observing Wukong's flight towards the distance, drawn by an overwhelming energy signature. "I sense the Jinyu force," Sun Wukong replied, accelerating towards them. By the time Wukong vanquished the Jinyu force, half a day had passed. Piccolo, unwilling to engage in a drawn-out battle with the Jinyu force, dispatched them with swiftness, leaving them no opportunity to even swap bodies. The author seemed disinclined to elaborate on this incongruous character, as the chaotic Jinyu force floundered amidst their skirmish. These individuals' attire resembles that of Vegeta and his companions. Could they be associated with him? Krillin speculated, gazing at the fallen members of the elite squad. "It's possible, but they are woefully weak," Gohan concurred. his confidence bolstered by his newfound strength, which rendered their confrontation akin to child's play. Very well, let us return, Krillin suggested. No, I shall not return just yet. I wish to board their spacecraft and venture into the cosmos, seeking greater strength to confront Vegeta. Son Wukong declared, choosing not to accompany them. All right, we shall head back to Earth. If we meet our demise, we shall use the Dragon Balls of Namek to resurrect ourselves. Farewell. Thus, Wukong departed aboard Jinyu's spaceship. With their next destination being the planet Yardrat, everything seemed to be returning to normal. 6 months later, throughout this period, Piccolo had been monitoring the movements of Nappa and Raditz. Upon discovering their frivolous pursuits with women of both races, he widened his eyes in astonishment. Unable to fathom that scions possessed such inclinations. However, relieved to see that they had not wreaked havoc on Earth, he felt a sense of ease. During these 6 months, they dedicated themselves to rigorous training, particularly Vegeta, who essentially remained in the gravity chamber, much like in the original narrative. It can be said that Vegeta now regarded surpassing Kakarot from an alternate universe as his goal, especially upon hearing that Kakarot had achieved a power level beyond normal thresholds. He found it impossible to remain still. In this timeline, there had been no sign of King Cold. Thus, another 6 months passed. Ding! The detection system indicated that King Cold was approaching Earth. Task: eliminate King Cold. Reward: infinite stamina. Vegeta, still engaged in training within the gravity chamber, was momentarily taken aback by the system notification, but soon a smile spread across his face. He was unfamiliar with this King Cold, but he certainly understood the implications of infinite stamina. Coupled with his boundless ki, wouldn't that be extraordinarily formidable? Young Tian, who is this King Cold? Vegeta, filled with curiosity, inquired. He was unaware of the Kurdish king, Frisia's father. What? Frisia's father? Isn't that quite formidable? Vegeta was taken aback. He had no idea that Frisia had a father. Just because you have not encountered something does not mean it does not exist. In parallel worlds, Frisia has an elder brother named Cooler. Oh, it appears that the Frisia family is quite numerous. Indeed, once you vanquish Kuririn, you shall journey to the realm of the strongest to eliminate Cooler. Chapter 29, A New Mission, Infinite Stamina. The strongest against the strongest? Is Cooler formidable? Certainly, he surpasses Frisia by a considerable margin. Boasting a power level of 470 million. He is stronger than both his father and younger brother. Yang Tian remarked with a hint of indifference. The original text indicates he is indeed stronger than Frisia, yet Frisia's power during the Namek saga was also formidable. Fascinating, such strength in combat. I wonder what Kuririn's power level is. You shall discover it once you commence your scanning. Ding. Would the host like to accept the mission? Accept. Vegeta accepted without hesitation. He was eager to witness the appearance and prowess of King Cold, the father of Frisia, and to determine whether he could provide the exhilarating challenge he sought. Over the past year of relentless training, his battle power had only increased by 10 million, bringing his base power to 60 million. Despite utilizing the gravity chamber for his training, he had remained somewhat insular in his approach, much like in the original narrative, resulting in only modest gains. Once he had deactivated the gravity chamber, Vegeta stepped outside, freshened up, and then stored away his spaceship, wary of potential damage. Throughout the year, Dr. Briefs, the founder of the Capsule Corporation next door, had persistently sought his collaboration for research. Fearing for his equipment's safety, Vegeta had rudely dismissed him, despite Dr. Brief's offers of monetary exchange. Upon stepping outside, Vegeta addressed Nappa and Raditz, who were still meditating, saying, "Prepare yourselves. King Cold, Frisia's father, is on his way." What is happening? Prince Vegeta? Raditz inquired, confusion etched on his face. Vegeta then provided a brief explanation, leaving both men bewildered yet hesitant to ask further questions. In the past year, their battle power had reached a stable 3 million, yet they were still unable to transform into Super Saiyans. Vegeta is also one who can transform, yet he remains unaware of how to achieve this transformation, unlike in the original narrative, where he relies on rage to metamorphose. He thus understands the necessity to instruct Goku on harnessing anger for his transformation. As for the technique of gathering energy to the back, the present Vegeta is oblivious to it. Just as Vegeta and his companions complete their preparations, they sense an ominous presence approaching Earth from the depths of the cosmos. It has arrived. Let us proceed, Vegeta proclaimed as he soared into the air. He did not shy away from displaying his formidable power. Rather, he eagerly awaited Kurd's arrival. Yang Tian had stated that Kurd would not surpass the 470 million mark. Thus, defeating Kurd would be as effortless as child's play for him. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, boasting an astounding battle power of 3 billion. His base form already possessed a battle power of 60 million, which was no trifling matter. What was that sinister energy? Piccolo sensed the malevolent aura, his face instantly turning a shade of green, though it was already green to begin with. As for fear, he felt none. During the previous encounter on Namek, he had fused with Nail, achieving a battle power of 500 million. After a year of training on Earth, his power had risen to 600 million. Meanwhile, Son Goku had yet to return, evidently requiring a year to reach Earth, just as depicted in the original tale. What an ominous presence. Was this the apocalypse? Krillin glanced anxiously at the cosmic expanse. All the Z fighters trembled with trepidation, yet they flocked towards Piccolo. With Goku absent, Piccolo had become their pillar of strength. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan approached Piccolo's side. Piccolo nodded. Fear not. The energy is potent, but it poses little threat to me. Furthermore, Vegeta has already engaged and is clearly attempting to attract King Kurd. Oh, I see. What should we do then? Gohan inquired. Let us go take a look. If you are frightened, you needn't follow, Piccolo replied as he flew towards Vegeta. Hey, what are you all doing here? Do you wish to court death? Nappa sneered at the Z fighters. Over the past year, Vegeta had forbidden them from causing destruction, which had left them itching for action. After all, they were accustomed to wreaking havoc on planets, and it was no small feat to restrain them now. Don't underestimate us. Our targets are beings from across the universe. Krillin retorted defiantly. Humph. What are your battle powers? Can you handle it? Nappa scoffed. Tien and the others seethed with indignation. Yet their battle power paled in comparison to Nappa's, leaving them with no choice but to grit their teeth in silence. However, Piccolo interjected with a smirk. They may not be able to handle it, but I can. With that, Piccolo unleashed his battle power of 500 million. A terrifying aura radiated in all directions. Nappa and Raditz's expressions shifted dramatically. With their 3 million battle power, even in their Super Saiyan forms, they barely reached 90 million. They were truly no match for the Namekian Piccolo before them. Humph. Such arrogance from those who are clearly inferior. Silence. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at the group, regarding them with indifference. A combat power of 500 million? Is that truly formidable? Nanny. Piccolo assumed a battle stance, fixing his gaze on Vegeta, unwilling to tolerate any mockery directed at him. Though Vegeta was indeed powerful, Piccolo was resolute in his desire to confront him. For you, I, Vegeta, can hardly be bothered to engage. Vegeta proclaimed, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a calm demeanor, his overwhelming aura rendering Piccolo breathless. The Super Saiyan transformation enhances power 30-fold under normal circumstances. Thus, Vegeta's battle prowess has surged to an astonishing 1.8 billion. Go home, indulge in milk and watch television. Do not attempt to claim my glory, lest you face dire consequences. Vegeta let out a cold snort, gazing into the cosmos. He was waiting. This mission was imperative. You, Piccolo exclaimed with difficulty. This is utterly disrespectful, yet there is nothing we can do. He is unable to take any action. Vegeta's aura emanated a profound sense of dread, rendering him devoid of the courage to confront. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon him. King Cold will arrive on Earth in 15 minutes. A subordinate approached King Cold with utmost reverence. Seated upon his throne, King Cold cast a brooding gaze upon the planet. Initially, he had intended to converse with Frieza, but upon discovering Frieza's demise and the ensuing chaos within the Frieza Empire, he had no choice but to intervene directly. Subsequently, he gathered intelligence that Frieza had ventured to Namek. However, by the time King Cold sought out Namek, it had ceased to exist. The Grand Elder had foreseen the perilous fate of Namek and had urged them to wish for relocation, resulting in King Cold's fruitless endeavor. Nevertheless, at Frieza's headquarters, he inquired about the circumstances. It was revealed that news of Vegeta discovering the Dragon Balls on Earth had reached him through a scanner, prompting his desire to resurrect his son, Frieza. Upon my arrival on Earth, I demand the Dragon Balls be located. King Cold squinted his eyes, a dark expression lingering on his face. His son Frieza was meant to inherit his empire, a formidable force among the Frost Demons. Unthinkable that he had perished so easily. Chapter 30. King Cold. Your combat power is a mere 60 million, while mine stands at a staggering 170 million. It is well known that his son's potential was unparalleled, though he often succumbed to laziness and neglect of training. Frieza was born with a battle power of 120 million. As the spacecraft gradually penetrated the atmosphere, the subordinate scanners began to emit their incessant beeping. Beep, beep, beep. What is it? Any discoveries? King Cold inquired with a dismissive glance. King Cold, it's bad news. We detected a presence with a battle power of 60 million. He is waiting for us below. The subordinate stammered, initially mistaking it for 60,000. But upon closer inspection, his face turned pale. This was indeed 60 million. 60 million? In this desolate region of space. How could such a powerful entity exist? King Cold rose to his feet. He then procured a new scanner, wary of any malfunction. However, as the beeping persisted, his expression shifted dramatically. It was, indeed, 60 million battle power. King Cold, shall we proceed with the landing? Land. It's merely 60 million. King Cold replied nonchalantly. 60 million? He possessed a battle power of 170 million, superior to Frieza. Mechanical Frieza boasted a power level of 160 million, as he had boasted of being able to contend with Goku during the Namek saga, where Goku's battle power was 150 million, with his father present. Frieza's confidence soared. How dare a mere fighter with a combat power of only 170 million come here? Vegeta, clutching the previously assigned scouter, let out a disdainful chuckle. This device is capable of detecting all levels of combat power, which means it holds no significance against concealed strengths. Ahem, Prince Vegeta. That combat power of 170 million is indeed formidable, remarked Nappa, stroking his bald head. Who's to blame for your lack of diligent training? Are you truly so frightened by a mere 170 million? Vegeta let out a cold snort, just as he was about to seize the detector and await Kurd. The device registered the presence of other energies in the vicinity. Clearly, suppressing his battle power was utterly futile in front of this detector. What is that energy? A battle power of 4 million? Vegeta, upon noticing the signals from the detector, glimpsed a young man concealed behind the rocks. The youth, upon realizing he had been spotted, immediately flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, this young man was Trunks. He had just arrived but was already aware of Vegeta and his companions. There was no escaping the fact that Vegeta's presence was too conspicuous. With a battle power of 60 million in his normal state, how could he not attract attention? A battle power of over 4 million is intriguing, yet hardly remarkable. Vegeta curled his lips in disdain and then cast his gaze towards the heavens. At that moment, a spacecraft descended from the sky. It was none other than Bulma. Upon disembarking from the vessel, Bulma greeted everyone with a cheerful wave. Vegeta paid her no mind. Throughout the past year, this woman had persistently visited his home, her sole intention being to examine his magnificent spaceship. However, he had resolutely rebuffed her advances. After all, it boasted a gravity chamber. What would happen to his training if it were damaged? Clearly, Vegeta remained unaware of Bulma's true capabilities. Otherwise, he would not harbor such thoughts. In the later arcs of Dragon Ball, it was Bulma who enhanced and intensified the gravity in Vegeta's chamber. Hey, Vegeta, why don't you greet me? Bulma called out, only to find Vegeta standing with his arms crossed, ignoring her completely. This left her questioning her own allure. How tedious. Vegeta merely cast a fleeting glance at her. How mundane, clarify your words to me. Just as Bulma contemplated advancing, a circular spacecraft descended from above. This scene startled her. Bulma screamed. Vegeta furrowed his brow and swiftly struck her unconscious. Women can indeed be quite troublesome. Vegeta floated in midair, for he had spotted the young boy with a battle power of 4 million approaching. He could not allow this brat to claim his victory. As the door of the spaceship opened, all the henchmen emerged. Vegeta waved his hand with decisive authority, and in an instant, the group was vanquished by his might. Ding! Congratulations, host, for annihilating the minions. You have received a treasure chest X1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the minions. You have acquired a treasure chest X1. A series of notifications rang out, leaving Vegeta with a sense of satisfaction. Could this truly be the father his mother had described? Trunks gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. In his mother Bulma's accounts, his father had cowered in fear upon the arrival of Frieza and his son, sneaking around quietly. This was a stark contrast to the bold display of power he was witnessing now. The thought of such overwhelming strength sent a shiver down his spine. The normal state of battle power exuded an alarming pressure. This was decidedly unusual. How dare you eliminate my subordinates? King Cold's thunderous roar echoed as he emerged from his spacecraft. Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy blast, obliterating Kurd's spacecraft. I, Vegeta, not only intend to annihilate your subordinates, but also to eradicate you. You have presented yourself as a gift, a token of deep sentiment despite its modesty. Vegeta revealed a smile. Infinite stamina. This King Kurta is truly a benevolent soul. Offering up a head? How audacious. This wild monkey is exceedingly arrogant. Does he not comprehend that our Frost Demon clan reigns supreme in the universe? King Kurta's expression darkened to an extreme. Having spoken, he instantaneously transported himself before Vegeta and struck him, sending him crashing into countless hills. They found themselves amidst the hills. What astonishing speed! Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Nevertheless, they harbored no concern for Vegeta. The strength of Vegeta is evident to all. Perhaps one should be more concerned about the King of Kurds. Haha. A wild monkey is indeed a wild monkey, completely unaware of its own limitations. Your combat power is a mere 60 million, whereas I possess a staggering 170 million. The resounding laughter of the King of Kurds echoed around. Just as Trunks was about to make his move, he sensed an impending attack from behind. Without hesitation, he swiftly evaded, and the spot he had just occupied was soon carved into a deep ravine by a powerful energy wave. Do not lay a finger on my head. Do you wish to meet your demise? Vegeta cast a chilling glance at Trunks. You nearly struck me just now. Do you dare to challenge Kakarot? If so, not only will I strike you down, but I shall also eliminate you. I have made it abundantly clear that Kakarot is my prize. No one shall take him from me. Vegeta hovered in midair, a cold smirk gracing his features as he gazed down at Kuririn. What did you just say? What is your battle power? Humph. Your battle power is merely 60 million, while mine stands at 170 million. Oh, are you using a scouter to check? Vegeta sneered. Observing this, Cool took out the latest model of their detector, renowned for its extensive measurement capabilities. Its purpose was to assess their combat power, which exceeded 100 million. Chapter 31, Vegeta, Young Tian, will I perish in the future? The detector emitted a series of beeping sounds. Cool's expression shifted from calm to one of sheer horror, culminating in a final moment of dread. The reason was simple. He witnessed an astounding sight. The detector indicated that Vegeta's combat power had reached an astonishing 3 billion. Unlike Goku, who preferred to spar with a fraction of his strength, Vegeta exerted his full power. Although he often faced defeat, his opponents were formidable, ones he could not subdue in a short span of time. 3 billion? Is the detector malfunctioning? Cool exclaimed in disbelief. Hahaha, malfunctioning? Do you lack confidence in your own technological prowess? Vegeta scoffed, then pointed to himself with his thumb. Oh, look at me, Super Vegeta. Impressive indeed. Trunks widened his eyes at this spectacle. He never anticipated his father to be this formidable. What had he just heard? Kuririn claimed his father's combat power was 3 billion. How could this not astonish Trunks? After all, his own combat power barely exceeded 200 million. His knowledge of his own strength stemmed from calculations based on Kuririn's abilities. He could clearly perceive Kuririn's might, thus enabling him to gauge his own combat prowess. Kuririn had stated his power level was 170 million. Could it be that his mother was mistaken? How could such a powerful father be defeated by an android? Trunks found himself engulfed in doubt. In their world, the androids he faced could only be fought one-on-one, and he would inevitably succumb to two. Meanwhile, in his future world, the androids possessed combat powers of 250 million each. Their strength derived from boundless energy. No, it cannot be. The scouter must be malfunctioning. I refuse to believe you possess such immense power. Kuririn remarked darkly. He truly could not fathom that Vegeta wielded such strength. After all, how many years had they dominated the universe? They had never encountered a worthy opponent. Yet now, a scion with a combat power of 3 billion had emerged. How could this not leave him astounded? What's wrong? It seems your mind is nearly as faulty as your scouter. Let it serve as my experience package. Vegeta, witnessing the foolishness of his opponent, instantaneously appeared before him and delivered a devastating punch that pierced through Kurd's chest. Boom. Kurd was left with a gaping wound in his abdomen. Have you lost your mind? I struck your belly, and that was my mistake. Therefore, this time, I shall aim for your head. Vegeta uttered words of apology, yet his hands remained relentless. He swiftly withdrew his arm from Kurd's body and delivered a powerful punch to his forehead. Bang! The tremendous force of the strike utterly obliterated Kurd's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have been rewarded with infinite stamina. In the next moment, a radiant glow enveloped Vegeta's form, visible solely to him. I can sense an unending surge of power. Vegeta wore an expression of sheer delight. He had never experienced such a sensation before. An inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursed through him. How could he not be astonished? Haha! Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, casting his head back to laugh maniacally. unleashing the aura of a Super Saiyan that radiated in all directions. He, Vegeta, had risen to greatness. The earth trembled beneath him. All the Z fighters gazed in astonishment at Vegeta, bewildered by his antics as he transformed into a Super Saiyan and laughed with abandon. After a brief moment of mirth, Vegeta relinquished his Super Saiyan form. He then turned to Nappa and Raditz, stating, "Let us go." Just as he was about to depart, Trunks' voice caught his attention. "Everyone, I know when Mr. Goku is arriving. He is on his way." Upon hearing this, Vegeta narrowed his eyes. "Are you one of Kakarot's associates?" "Mr. Vegeta, I am not aligned with Mr. Goku," Trunks clarified, though his gaze betrayed a hint of evasion. Vegeta instantaneously teleported before him, grasping his collar firmly. "How do you know my name is Vegeta? I do not recognize you." Hey, Vegeta, what are you doing?" Bulma interjected as she stepped forward. Noticing his attire clearly identified him as an employee of the Universal Capsule Company. "Stop this." Upon witnessing this, Vegeta merely scoffed, yet he still set Trunks down. He harbored no belief that this novice could slip away from his grasp. "I am not of this world. Indeed, to be precise, I hail from the future, though my true identity shall remain undisclosed for the time being. I must await the arrival of Mr. Goku to convey certain matters to him. Simultaneously, I wish to inform you that in 3 years' time, formidable and terrifying beings will emerge. These two powerful entities will annihilate all who inhabit the future, including you." After Trunks spoke, he noticed Vegeta gazing at him with a dark expression. "What? Are we destined to perish in the future? That cannot be true. Can it? Is it really possible for someone from the future to arrive here? It might indeed hold some truth. Have you not noticed they can call us by our names? But isn't he from Bulma's Capsule Corporation? Better to believe than to dismiss. Thus, do not let your imagination run wild." The Z fighters began exchanging thoughts among themselves, as did Nappa and Raditz, though both kept their eyes fixed on Vegeta. Vegeta, too, found himself unable to speak as the voice of young Tion resonated in his mind. "Tragic Tower," he referred to Trunks, "is your son from a parallel world. A future version of yourself." "What? He looks like this? My son? Why doesn't he have black hair?" Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. "All Saiyans possess jet black hair. Even hybrids predominantly exhibit black locks. Is it customary for Earthlings, who are typically dark-haired, to have blue hair? Haha, your wife's genes must be exceptionally potent. Prince of the Saiyans. Neither your hybrid son nor daughter bears black hair," young Tion mocked. Simultaneously, a glimpse of a future scenario unfolded on the screen. This future was not the world of Bulma, but rather the realm of Dragon Ball GT. Vegeta has also cut off his iconic spiky hair, opting for a crew cut and a beard, much to the disdain of his daughter Bra, who views him as an old man. In the scene, Vegeta's expression is one of disbelief, as he grapples with the fact that his beloved daughter finds him unappealing. Observing the image, Vegeta's incredulity deepens. "Nanny, how could it be that I, Prince Vegeta, have this hairstyle? And this beard? How is that even possible?" Vegeta was incredulous, while Nappa and Raditz, standing nearby, were witness to the astonishing sight. "Is this truly the future of Prince Vegeta? And this woman, she is the Princess of Vegeta?" they exclaimed in astonishment. It seems that Prince Vegeta has indeed ascended to the throne as King of Vegeta, Nappa and Raditz remarked. Vegeta effortlessly sent the two flying with a swift strike. He then gazed at the screen, his expression one of constipated disbelief. "Tragic Vegeta, accept reality. Your future self holds a profound love for your family." Images of Vegeta with his loved ones flashed before him. Yet, the present Vegeta felt none of these emotions, only disdain and a sense of impossibility. Chapter 32. Vegeta discovers the future version of Trunks. "This cannot be me. You mentioned parallel worlds. And why does that old woman resemble someone I know?" Vegeta was naturally referring to Bulma. As he turned around, he caught sight of Bulma, who was also gazing back at him. Could it be her? The guess was correct, yet no reward accompanied it. It was not only the version of you from this world who treated her well. Many parallel versions of you have shown her kindness as well. You are destined to be a couple. After Yang Tian finished speaking, his voice abruptly ceased, leaving Vegeta to ponder the implications. Vegeta furrowed his brow deeply upon hearing this, but soon relaxed, deciding not to dwell on it. Such matters were not for him, the Prince of all Saiyans, to contemplate. Instead, he focused on what Trunks had said about the future. "Young Tian, will I truly be killed by two formidable beings as he claimed? If you do not grow stronger, you may not fall to those two. But you will certainly perish at the hands of Cell. Your current battle power has already surpassed both the future androids and the androids of your own world. However, against Cell, you are still not his equal." After Yang Tian spoke, He revealed the complete form of Cell from the future world. Vegeta responded with his signature phrase and a thumbs up. "Oh, let us go, Speedy Vegeta." And then he dashed off. Vegeta, so this fellow is named Cell? Humph. What is his battle power? Vegeta scoffed, declaring that the full power of Cell amounted to 100 billion, while the lightning Cell reached an astonishing 175 billion. The scene then shifted once more, showcasing the emergence of Lightning Cell, who unleashed a relentless assault with his Prince's battle techniques, followed by yet another rapid defeat. Witnessing this, Vegeta felt his blood pressure soar dangerously high. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. 175 billion, is it? And Cell, right? In 3 years, I shall make him kneel. Vegeta's countenance was shrouded in darkness. Being repeatedly defeated by the same individual left him, the prince of all Saiyans, with a tarnished sense of dignity. Vegeta cast a glance around, relieved to find that no one had witnessed the light. Damn it, this is utterly embarrassing. Young Tian swiftly removed the footage. I, Vegeta, shall never be humiliated. Vegeta urged with increasing impatience, for Bulma was already approaching. Hey, Vegeta, do you find the words of this charming young man to be credible? Over the course of the year, Bulma had frequently visited Vegeta's residence, fostering a sense of familiarity between them. Furthermore, Vegeta harbored no animosity towards her due to the presence of the young Tian system. After all, in the original narrative, Vegeta often occupied Bulma's home without inciting any discontent from her family. Credible, indeed, but I, Vegeta, shall not perish. Vegeta remarked nonchalantly that waiting for Goku was unnecessary. However, as soon as his words fell, a familiar aura emerged from the sky. It was Goku's. This presence felt so familiar. It was indeed Goku. Krillin, ever the loyal friend, was the first to sense Goku's energy. Ah, it's really him, my father. Gohan chimed in, and soon the others erupted in cheers. Only Trunks appeared bewildered. How could this be happening 3 hours early? Fortunately, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, lest he find himself embarrassed again. It seemed that the changes in this world were simply too outrageous. What? You mean to say I will die of a heart disease in the future? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the two were conversing in the distance, much like in the original tale, while Piccolo twitched his ears in surprise. Vegeta, with an air of disdain, had no desire to listen. He was on the verge of departing when Goku's words halted him momentarily. As soon as Goku arrived, he boldly declared, Vegeta, I wish to challenge you. Subsequently, a system notification resonated in Vegeta's mind. Ding. Challenge detected. Task initiated. Defeat Goku to earn the reward, the Big Bang attack. Humph, am I not the Prince of Saiyans? Why would I employ their techniques? What? Is that a Super Saiyan? Raditz gazed in astonishment at Goku and Trunks, who were engaged in a spar as Super Saiyans from a distance. This Goku was remarkably stronger than in the original narrative. In his normal state, he possessed a battle power of 10 million, and as a Super Saiyan, it soared to 500 million, while Trunks hovered around 220 million. Unbelievable! I never imagined Kakarot could attain the Super Saiyan form while we are still languishing in the pseudo-Super Saiyan state. Nappa, stroking his bald head, was taken aback, especially considering that over the past year, their battle power had only risen to 3 million. In their normal state, they were already inferior to Kakarot, let alone in transformation. Humph, what have you been doing for a year playing around? Even lower-class warriors can reach a battle power of 10 million. Just look at your own power levels. Vegeta coldly scoffed at the system reward detector. Well, Prince Vegeta, I too am a lower-class warrior, Raditz scratched his head and remarked. Only Nappa wore a dark expression, for he hailed from a prestigious Saiyan lineage, classified as a higher-tier warrior. It was one thing to share equal standing with Raditz, a lower-class warrior boasting a combat power of 3 million, but the fact that even Kakarot, another lower-class warrior, surpassed him was intolerable. Son Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan was a result of training on planet Yardrat and confronting formidable adversaries, which fueled his rage and triggered the transformation. He spent the subsequent 6 months mastering this newfound ability, for the King Kai had informed him that the golden state he achieved was akin to that of Vegeta. This revelation greatly bolstered Goku's confidence, igniting his ambition to surpass Vegeta. At this moment, Goku and Trunks had concluded their conversation, and Trunks prepared to return. Concerned about potential unforeseen events back home, Vegeta paid him no mind. He felt little emotional connection to the revelation that it was indeed his son. Much like in the original narrative, he would only come to accept this fact after a year of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Observing that Goku was at a loss for words, Piccolo stepped in to provide clarification while tactfully sidestepping the issue of Trunks' identity. So, it seems a formidable foe will emerge 3 years hence. We must dedicate ourselves to our training, yes? Yamcha said, furrowing his brow. He too had been resurrected. Indeed. I have no desire to meet my end again, so let us all train diligently. With that, Tien Shinhan departed, unwilling to waste a moment. 3 years. It was neither a short nor an excessively lengthy period. Piccolo, what about you? Goku inquired, casting a glance at him. He believed in Piccolo's strength. A year prior, during the Namek saga, Piccolo's assimilation of Nail had already made Goku feel the pressure. Now, even with their powers suppressed, he felt confident that he could still hold his own. Of course, training is essential. Did you not hear his warning? A formidable adversary awaits. One who could spell your demise. It would be wise to take that special medicine sooner rather than later, Piccolo replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at the potion in Goku's hand. Chapter 33, Mission Reward, the Explosive Kamehameha. We'll see about that, Goku said, turning to Piccolo. Once I finish my bout with Vegeta, let's have a match. Absolutely. But I must warn you, old friend, the odds are heavily in my favor. How would you know without a fight? Let us wait and see, Piccolo replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The prowess of Vegeta has been witnessed by all. Have you concluded your discussion? Vegeta crossed his arms and stepped forward, speaking with a nonchalant tone. Oh, Vegeta, are you in a hurry? Humph. How dare you make Prince Vegeta wait? Who do you think you are? Nanny. Piccolo assumed a battle stance. When he speaks of who, it certainly includes them. Vegeta, do refrain from being so rude. We are all friends. Bulma exclaimed. TCH, let us engage in battle, Kakarot. Vegeta shouted emphatically. Kakarot is now the target of the mission. The devastating Kamehameha wave must be unleashed. He bears a title, albeit the moniker Speedy Tragedy may sound somewhat unflattering. Nonetheless, he revels in the enhancement of critical damage from his ultimate attack. Very well, let us proceed. As he spoke, Son Goku soared towards the opposite side. Vegeta crossed his arms and instantaneously teleported behind Goku. What? Instant transmission. Vegeta, you can do it too. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. This instant transmission required a keen perception of energy, unlike Vegeta, who merely grasped it in a rudimentary manner to teleport. It could be said that the disparity between the two was quite significant. Is it really so difficult? Vegeta chuckled. Vegeta scoffed, dismissing the matter entirely. Goku assumed a battle stance and then swiftly appeared before Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch. Get lost. Vegeta executed a powerful high kick, sending Goku soaring through the air, while simultaneously inflicting significant damage upon him. Kakarot, cease your childish antics. Are you attempting to gauge my strength? What prowess do you possess? Vegeta scoffed, questioning how Kakarot could possibly think to gauge him with a mere battle power of 10 million without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Was this a sign of contempt towards him, Vegeta? With a disdainful snort, Goku coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. The disparity between 10 million and 60 million was stark, especially considering that Vegeta had not held back. The fact that Goku had not been obliterated was testament enough to the protagonist's fortunate destiny. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and acquiring the Big Bang attack. In Vegeta's mind, the technique for executing the Big Bang attack resonated vividly. Originally, this explosive assault was concentrated in a single palm, but now it was harnessed through both hands. Subsequently, by channeling the energy of the Kamehameha, he transformed the Big Bang into a Kamehameha variant. This technique was a formidable amalgamation of the Big Bang and Kamehameha. Indeed, it was remarkably potent, far surpassing even my final flash. Vegeta muttered, Vegeta, your actions are rather ruthless. Bulma stepped forward and remarked. Gohan and the others also approached. Vegeta let out a cold snort and retrieved a magical bean from his system pouch, tossing it away. This is a Senzu bean. Give it to Kakarot. Upon seeing Bulma, Vegeta could not muster any anger. Instead, he chose to forego any quarrel and promptly resolved the matter with the Senzu bean. Subsequently, Vegeta departed with Nappa and Raditz. You two should diligently train, lest you meet your demise in 3 years. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Indeed, Prince Vegeta. The two nodded vigorously and hurried off to train. Vegeta was not stingy, bestowing upon each of them a dozen or so Senzu beans, aiding them in their rapid cultivation and enhancement of combat prowess. Ah, it hurts, exclaimed Goku, clutching his chest. The recent high kick had shattered several of his ribs. Were it not for the Senzu beans, a visit to the hospital would have been inevitable. This Vegeta truly strikes with ferocity. Gohan remarked anxiously. Humph, Vegeta speaks the truth. Old friend, you must amend your disposition. I advise you to unleash your full power without restraint. If Vegeta were to harbor any murderous intent, your demise would be assured. Though this Vegeta is exceptionally formidable. Piccolo scoffed, preparing to take flight. He had no desire to engage in sparring with Goku. Their strengths were comparable, rendering such an exchange rather futile. Piccolo. Accompany me to the Capsule Corporation. We can train together. Goku called back. However, Piccolo did not look back as he soared into the sky. Another year passed. Vegeta's rigorous training has elevated his base combat power to an astounding 100 million. Over the course of the year, Bulma sought his company multiple times. Initially, he attempted to dismiss her, but upon recognizing her tenacity, he allowed her to conduct her research aboard his spaceship, provided she did not cause any damage. Bulma, having delved into the rudiments of advanced spacecraft technology, assisted Dr. Briefs in achieving remarkable advancements and accomplishments. Consequently, Dr. Briefs allocated a share of the new technology's profits to Vegeta, granting him financial independence, thereby eliminating the need to pilfer from the wealthy. Given Vegeta's disposition, one could hardly expect him to engage in conventional labor. Merely refraining from violence was already a commendable feat. With his newfound shares, Vegeta no longer faced financial constraints. Nevertheless, he commissioned the creation of an improved battle suit, which could only be crafted by Bulma, as others were incapable of such craftsmanship. The original battle suit lacked a cape, but the current Vegeta adorned himself with a striking red cape, reminiscent of the attire worn by the notorious Majin Buu. Opening the attributes panel, host, Vegeta title, tragic speedster combat power, 100 million. Lifespan, immortal transformations, grade 8 power, super saiyan, including mimicry ultimate techniques, Gallic gun, dirty fireworks. Final flash, big bang attack others, key sensing, infinite key, instant transmission, unlimited stamina subordinates. Nappa, Raditz. System inventory, Senzu Beans, X450. Super Spaceship Comprehensive System Evaluation. Although the host can transform into a Super Saiyan, his strength remains relatively weak within Universe 7 of Dragon Ball. It is advisable to first transform into Super Saiyan 2. Relying solely on training proves to be a slow process. Perhaps it is time to board the spaceship and eliminate Frieza's minions. Vegeta pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. However, before he could delve deeper into his musings, he heard a chime echoing in his mind. Ding! A most formidable world has been detected. Mission, eliminate Cooler. Reward, a grand gift. Oh, a grand gift? It appears to be something splendid once again. Vegeta wore a look of delight. He had heard Yang Tian speak of Gula a year ago. This Gula was none other than Frieza's brother from a parallel world and also the son of King Cold. Ding! May I inquire if the host, Tragic Tower, accepts the mission? Could you refrain from calling me Tragic Tower? Very well, Eternal Second. Vegeta. Please continue to address me as Vegeta. Very well. May I inquire if Tragedy Tower accepts the mission? Accepted. Vegeta accepted the situation with a grim expression, feeling powerless against the formidable system he faced. Chapter 34, Mission. The strongest against the strongest world. Upon stepping outside, Vegeta observed Nappa and Raditz preoccupying themselves with flirtation, which darkened his mood further. Did they wish to meet their demise in 2 years? Although Vegeta harbored no fear of these artificial beings, he knew he was currently no match for the 175 billion power level of Cell. Yang Tian had informed him that the androids were merely appetizers, with Cell being the true antagonist. In his normal state, he possessed a power level of 100 million, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it merely increased to 5 billion. How could he possibly contend with Cell? The thought flashed through his mind. Oh dear, hurry up, Vegeta. In the next moment, he indeed felt the urgency. Contemplating this, Vegeta felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The acquisition of the system had granted him foresight into the future, providing him a sense of security. Otherwise, he might have remained complacent with his 100 million power level, only to find himself swiftly defeated once Cell emerged. Prince Vegeta, we acknowledge our mistakes, the two said as they rose to their feet, observing the woman being chased away by Nappa and Raditz. Vegeta let out a cold snort. Let us go. There is a mission at hand. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two companions lit up. This assignment was far more engaging than solitary training. In the next instant, a brilliant flash enveloped them, and the trio was transported away. A world where the strongest confront the strongest. Nappa and Raditz surveyed their surroundings, feeling an uncanny resemblance to the Earth they currently inhabited. Nappa queried, Prince Vegeta, Does this seem like Earth? Indeed, it is Earth. And our objective this time is to eliminate Cooler, the brother of Frieza. Ah, Frieza has a brother? Vegeta asserted his claim, and Raditz, with unwavering faith, accepted the prince's words as truth. Vegeta disregarded the words of the two and soared into the sky, having already sensed the energy signature. Meanwhile, Goku, rejuvenated by the use of a Senzu bean, was back to his vibrant self. This timeline was set a year after the demise of Frieza and his father, aligning with Vegeta's timeline. The sole distinction lay in the fact that this parallel universe was a continuation of the realm where Goku had previously vanquished Frieza with a spirit bomb, thus never grasping the essence of Super Saiyan transformation. Furthermore, Vegeta, not being of virtuous nature, was not resurrected by the Dragon Balls. This is the author's premise. Each creator has their unique settings, and the timelines of the films can often be disordered. This explains why, upon encountering Cooler, Goku instinctively contemplated employing the Kaioken technique rather than transforming into a Super Saiyan. Although they were in the post-Frieza timeline, their excursion took place in the wilderness. In this timeline, Trunks also made an appearance but departed in disappointment upon realizing that this version of Goku could not transform into a Super Saiyan. After all, it was Frieza who had been defeated by a spirit bomb. Even during the climactic battle with Cooler, Goku's eventual transformation into a Super Saiyan was catalyzed by a small bird. This Goku had yet to master the Super Saiyan form, lacking even the comprehension of its concept, rendering him significantly weaker than the Goku from the original storyline who first encountered Trunks upon returning to Earth. Nonetheless, this Goku's base form was stronger than during his time on Namek, boasting a combat power of 10 million. In contrast, Cooler's power level was a staggering 470 million. Otherwise, upon meeting Cooler, Goku's initial impression would have been that he surpassed Frieza. In his transformed state, Goku's power soared to 500 million, sufficient to propel Cooler away. My foolish brother, with your combat power, how could he have lost so utterly? Cooler mused, resembling Frieza's final form with his bald head, albeit with distinct skin coloration. At present, Cooler's power level stood at 150 million, still far from his final form of 470 million. To him, Goku's base power of 10 million seemed truly feeble. He pondered the circumstances of Frieza's defeat at Goku's hands. Could it perhaps be that he struck while Frieza had not yet transformed? Cooler contemplated, aware of Frieza's tendency to compress his combat power in his initial transformation, a tactic he deemed perilous, fearing he could be swiftly dispatched by a fighter of higher caliber. Who is your brother? What relation do you share with Frieza? Goku inquired, his brow furrowed, yet he had yet to employ the Kaioken technique, leading Cooler to underestimate him. However, Goku possessed the capability to utilize the Kaioken ×2. Had he encountered Frieza on Namek at that moment, he could have easily vanquished him without resorting to a spirit bomb. My foolish brother is named Frieza. I am his brother, Cooler. Gula swiftly approached Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. Blood streamed from Sun Wukong's nose, yet he endured the pain and unleashed the Kaioken technique, 20 times its original power. A crimson aura erupted around him, escalating his combat strength from 10 million to 200 million. Upon witnessing this, Gula's expression shifted, but before he could react, he was sent sprawling by a single blow. Subsequently, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving Gula incapacitated. Standing beneath the waterfall, Gula wiped the blood from his nose. Realizing the truth, it was no wonder his brother had perished at the hands of Sun Wukong. With a gesture, Gula declared, once more, "What? I possess an additional transformation compared to my brother." He laughed, adopting a seated position to gather energy, initiating his ultimate transformation. In that moment, Gula's physique expanded and became more robust. Horns sprouted from his head, extending backward, while his mouth was shielded by a mask, though it could be removed. It was merely for aesthetics. His eyes transformed, the pupils vanishing, and two horn-like structures emerged from his shoulders, resembling protective armor. Two more horns sprouted from his back, while his arms morphed into scythe-like appendages. Most importantly, his power surged dramatically, elevating his strength from 150 million to 470 million. With his transformation complete, Gula regarded Sun Wukong with a broad smile. To perish in my current state, you shall be the first and the last. As Gula's words echoed, he appeared before Sun Wukong. Despite Sun Wukong's fierce assault, his punches had no effect on Gula. In retaliation, Gula struck with a single punch, sending Sun Wukong hurtling away. Once again, Sun Wukong summoned the Kaioken technique, enveloped in a fiery red aura, and unleashed the Kamehameha wave powered by 20 times the Kaioken. The force of this attack reached 220 million in combat power. A mere parlor trick. Gula scoffed, effortlessly passing through the Kamehameha wave, which had no impact on him whatsoever. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock. In that moment of distraction, he was sent flying once more. Gula swiftly moved, delivering a kick that slammed Sun Wukong into the rocky ground, then clenched his fists and hammered him down into the earth. Sun Wukong, enveloped in a white aura, floated in midair, gasping for breath. Ha, ha, ha. He wheezed, feeling the sting of the blows he had endured. Chapter 35, Vegeta's Rage Against Gula. 20 times Kaioken. Sun Wukong once again unleashed the Kaioken. With a swift acceleration, he appeared behind Gula. However, Gula did not turn around. With a mere flick of his fist, he sent Wukong flying. Wukong was propelled back several meters, yet he activated the Kaioken once more and charged forward again. Yet again, he was struck down. Without hesitation, Wukong flew backward, only to collide with Gula's form. Stunned, he thought, what kind of speed is this? Can't even keep up with 20 times the Kaioken? You cannot win, Scion. Gula's voice resonated from behind him, before he knocked Wukong to the ground. At this moment, Wukong remained on the ground, devoid of strength. He could not overcome Gula. Say farewell to this planet. Gula concentrated energy with a single finger, forming a colossal energy sphere, powerful enough to obliterate a planet. Damn, is there truly no way out? Wukong lamented bitterly. The others lay nearby, their fates uncertain. Kakarot, you truly fight poorly. It seems you are the one who is outmatched. Vegeta's voice resonated through the air. Both Gula and Sun Wukong looked up, only to see Vegeta hovering above them, arms crossed, observing. He, Vegeta, had witnessed the entire spectacle unfold. You are King Vegeta? No, something seemed amiss. Gula dispelled the energy blast and gazed at Vegeta, suspended in midair. The reason he initially thought of King Vegeta instead of Vegeta himself was due to his towering height. Vegeta's height has now reached 183 centimeters. He is no longer the diminutive figure he once was. Vegeta? Is that you? How have you grown taller? Goku, with his keen perception, identifies the target with uncanny accuracy. The reason for the again is due to the previous Slug saga, where the storyline featured a Super Saiyan Goku counterpart. They are indeed the same individual, albeit from divergent timelines. Vegeta descended gradually. Meanwhile, Nappa and Raditz remained grounded, as they stood no chance against Gula. How could it be that I, Vegeta, gifted with exceptional talent, face issues with my height? Look at you. Your fighting skills are truly pathetic. Vegeta curled his lips in disdain, then turned his gaze towards Cooler. This was his target for the mission. Cooler, the brother of Frieza, the son of Kuriza? TSK. Oh, you are familiar with me? Indeed, I just scattered your father and Frieza's ashes a year ago. Vegeta crossed his arms. A fierce grin plastered across his face. At this moment, his crimson cloak billowed dramatically in the wind, yet it could not conceal the overwhelming majesty of Prince Vegeta. Humph? What nonsensical words do you utter? My father, King Cold, still reigns in his domain. This prince bears no obligation to enlighten you. You mere appetizer. As Vegeta spoke, a golden aura surged forth. Witnessing this transformation, Son Goku was taken aback. This transformation again. Previously, it was the mimetic transformation that vanquished Slug, but after that, Vegeta had adopted this form. He had witnessed it firsthand. What is this? The transformation that instills fear in your race of frost demons, the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta grinned and explained. The legendary Super Saiyan? A name that resounds. But who are you trying to deceive? Gula scoffed, clearly dismissing Vegeta's prowess. He was unable to sense energy, hence he failed to perceive Vegeta's true combat strength. Only Son Goku, who remained silent, was astonished by the scene unfolding before him. He could sense energy and understood the vast disparity between the two. Vegeta was akin to a bright moon, while Gula was merely a firefly. Deceive? Haha. Vegeta heard something amusing and vanished from sight. Nanny, such incredible speed. Gula exclaimed, astonished that he had not witnessed Vegeta's movement. In the next instant, Vegeta's left foot landed on Gula's tail, while his right foot rested atop one of Gula's feet, and with a firm grasp on Gula's head, he yanked it upwards. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Gula. He attempted to seize Vegeta, but the latter's overwhelming strength left him utterly defenseless. The chilling cries resonated throughout the vicinity. Nappa and Raditz stood in stunned silence, yet they were not particularly surprised. Vegeta has indeed consumed the flesh of extraterrestrial beings. What does that signify? Eating a frozen demon hardly seems extraordinary. Only Goku turns away in disgust, shutting his eyes. Kakarot, this is what true combat entails. Vegeta cast a mocking glance at Kakarot. In the next moment, he forcefully wrenched Guldo's head from its body. Subsequently, Vegeta hurled the severed head before Son Goku, locking eyes with him. Goku, who was sprawled on the ground, let out a terrified scream, having never before witnessed such a gruesome spectacle. Vegeta did not hesitate. With a single energy blast, he obliterated Guldo's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving a special gift package. Upon hearing the system's notification, Vegeta grinned with anticipation. He eagerly awaited to discover the contents of this gift package. Open the gift package, Vegeta murmured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the grand gift package, acquiring 100 million combat power, a 100-fold enhancement of cultivation talent, and 500 milliliters of divine nectar. Only 100 million combat power? Vegeta furrowed his brow, his displeasure evident. Damn it, Tragedy Tower, your normal state only boasts a mere 100 million in battle power. What are you thinking? I had anticipated a reward in the hundreds of billions. What sort of nonsense are you attempting? You wish to bestow a reward in the hundreds of billions? Yang Tian remarked, utterly speechless. Ahem, well, forget it. What does it even mean to enhance one's training aptitude 100-fold? I am a combat genius, an exceptional warrior among scions. My prowess in training is unparalleled. Your actions cast a shadow on my worth. Vegeta curled his lips in disdain. However, just after he spoke, a sudden clarity illuminated his mind. He realized that training did not necessarily require the mere act of throwing punches in the gravity chamber. Your IQ stands at a mere 250, while Kakarot's intellect soars to an astonishing 500. Vegeta, how amusing. Who are you mocking? A fine nectar, you say? TSK, merely 500 milliliters? How miserly of you. Vegeta curled his lip in disdain. However, upon reading the note, his eyes widened in astonishment. The elixir, upon consumption, would render his body more resilient and formidable, while simultaneously enhancing his combat prowess. Upon seeing this note, Vegeta did not hesitate. He swiftly retrieved it from his system's inventory and uncorked the bottle. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. Vegeta did not hesitate. Fearing the effects of the medicine might dissipate, he promptly gulped it down. Gulp, gulp, the entire 500 milliliters was consumed in an instant. Vegeta clicked his tongue, remarking, "The flavor is quite delightful, yet I do not sense any discomfort." Just as Vegeta's words lingered in the air, a cacophony of cracking bones echoed throughout his body. Subsequently, a scream erupted. Chapter 36. Vegeta ingests the divine elixir, and his battle power surges dramatically. Vegeta's anguished cries resounded through the heavens and the earth. As Nappa and Raditz hastened over, they beheld Vegeta writhing upon the ground. His power level surged dramatically, ascending from 200 million to 300 million, then to 400 million, and reaching 600 million, before finally halting at a staggering 1 billion. Vegeta's base form has reached a staggering 1 billion. This power surpasses that of the Vegeta from the original timeline during the Cell games by a slight margin. During the second emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta's battle power was recorded at 900 million. How astonishing it is that even the cries of Prince Vegeta in agony can elevate his combat prowess. This is utterly extraordinary. Nappa gazed at this spectacle in disbelief. How enviable. I too wish to scream for a moment and subsequently enhance my strength, Raditz thought with longing. Meanwhile, Goku and the others had already regained their composure, though they refrained from drawing near. Vegeta's aura is overwhelmingly powerful. Nappa and Raditz can only approach him by utilizing their transformed Super Saiyan forms. At this moment, Vegeta unleashes his full energy in a tumultuous roar, and any who dare to come near him will meet their demise. He is not in a state to control his power, and collateral damage is inevitable. What is happening with Raditz and Nappa? Were they not supposed to be dead? Piccolo furrows his brow as he supports Goku. I cannot say for certain, but I suspect they do not belong to this realm. Have you forgotten the enigmatic youth, Trunks, from a year ago? Goku, aided by Piccolo, also furrows his brow as he gazes in that direction. The reason is simple. Their strength is astonishing. Vegeta's power is astonishingly formidable. Even with his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he feels utterly incapable of rivaling this baseline form of Vegeta. It truly is the case that his normal state could overwhelm even the Super Saiyan form. After enduring great suffering, Vegeta rose to his feet. Yang Tian, why did you not mention such a painful ordeal sooner? You never inquired, and besides, have you not noticed the resilience and combat prowess of your own body? Surely they have improved. Even consuming the fruit of the tree of might in excess yields no benefit. You must learn to be self-sufficient. Yang Tian replied, rendered speechless. Vegeta felt a surge of discontent within. Just moments ago, he had humiliated himself with that wretched scream before the two hands. He had always held a position of superiority in their presence. What did you two witness? Vegeta fixed his gaze upon the two individuals, who were drenched in a cold sweat, repeatedly shaking their heads in denial. Prince Vegeta, I was just engaged in a rather private moment. Ah, yes. I just witnessed Nappa in the midst of a similar predicament, after which I hastily made my way to relieve myself. Raditz chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Upon hearing this, Vegeta relaxed his expression slightly. Haha, Vegeta, you truly are one to cling to your pride. Although the alternate version of yourself in a parallel universe values his dignity, he remains the king of humiliation. Yang Tian's laughter echoed, causing Vegeta's countenance to darken. How could he be oblivious to the implications of those words? He longed to strike down his other self. Each time he boasted, he only ended up bringing disgrace upon himself. Vegeta, with a scowl upon his face, chose to disregard Yang Tian as he awaited the transmission. As for Kakarot and the others in the distance, he felt no inclination to acknowledge them. They were weak, exceedingly so, devoid of any thoughts that might pique his interest. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations to Nappa for shouting 666 and receiving a task reward, Super Saiyan Transformation. In the next instant, two beams of light penetrated their minds, granting them the ability to transform into Super Saiyans, albeit at a rudimentary level. However, for Vegeta, the concept of basic, intermediate, or advanced transformations held no relevance. He was beyond such trivialities. How could one with infinite energy possibly experience a loss of power? It could be said that Vegeta had reached the pinnacle of transformation. Haha, I have become a Super Saiyan, Nappa exclaimed joyously, without hesitation. Raditz too transformed into a Super Saiyan, his flowing hair signaling his ascension to what could be likened to the third tier of Super Saiyan. Vegeta's expression darkened further, now comparable to that of his two subordinates. Yang Tian, quickly tell me how to transcend into a Super Saiyan. I yearn to achieve the second tier of Super Saiyan. You truly are an arrogant individual. Why not wait for the next mission? Why not release it already? What's the rush? You have already enhanced your innate abilities 100-fold. Don't you wish to train properly? I do not. It is far more efficient to grow stronger through missions. Upon hearing Vegeta's remarks, Yang Tian chose to ignore him and promptly transported them back to his own universe. Vegeta's sudden appearance startled Bulma. Indeed, she had been contemplating reaching out to him today. She wished to inquire if he would consider going on a date with her. The truth was, she had lost interest in Yamcha. He had proven to be utterly ineffectual, lacking any ambition. Despite the looming threats of formidable adversaries in the future, he remained preoccupied with frivolous pursuits. It was evident that he did not take the situation seriously. This often led Bulma to reminisce about her neighbor, the relentless training enthusiast, Vegeta. What brings you here? Vegeta crossed his arms and spoke in a nonchalant manner. Now, he had begun to engage in brief conversations with Bulma. After all, the compensation she provided was substantial. Simultaneously, the battle suits he and Raditz wore were designed by Bulma herself. The designs from others on Earth were merely aesthetic, lacking in the comfort and fit that Bulma's creations offered. Vegeta, you startled me, Bulma exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart. Upon witnessing her reaction, Nappa and Raditz discreetly took their leave, intending to resume their training, particularly given the reports of formidable foes on the horizon. TCH, this is my home. And you come here only to claim I startled you? Vegeta smirked and remarked. But just as he finished speaking, he noticed Bulma with her eyes glistening with tears. What troubles you? Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Bulma remained silent, drawing closer to him. Vegeta remained unperturbed, having grown accustomed to the familiarity. Before Bulma could utter a word, she pressed her lips against his. The moonlight spilled like a river of stars, and the journey ahead was long. This is how Trunks of this era came to be. Previously, I noticed some voices advocating for Bulma as the sole heroine, and so it shall be. Rest assured, there will be no other female leads. Vegeta is not a transient soul, hence his devotion to Bulma remains unwavering. One fine morning, Bulma gazed upon Vegeta's towering figure with a heart full of joy. The Vegeta from the parallel worlds of Dragon Ball Super and GT would undoubtedly be taken aback by such a grand stature. In this timeline, Vegeta cherishes Bulma even more. resulting in Bra and Trunks being only a few years apart, as he effortlessly asserted his superiority over others. Vegeta, where are you headed? To train. I have no desire to meet my demise 2 years from now. Vegeta, clad in his battle attire, remarked. What? Even someone as formidable as you lacks confidence. Bulma expressed her astonishment. It was the first time she had witnessed Vegeta utter words of defeat. He had always been the arrogant one, effortlessly dominating his opponents. Indeed, that individual possessed an astonishing battle power of a staggering 175 billion. Vegeta spoke without turning his head. Chapter 37. 3 years later. A warrior of 100 billion energy. It can be said that Cell has already secured a place on Vegeta's list of targets, having suffered defeat and humiliation twice before Cell. Although it was not directly his fault, the repercussions in the parallel world have left Vegeta's reputation in tatters. 175 billion? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. She attempted to rise, only to be met with excruciating pain, compelling her to remain reclined. Over the subsequent year, Vegeta continued his rigorous training in the gravity chamber. Coupled with his newfound talent for 100-fold training, his combat power surged dramatically. His normal combat strength reached an astounding 2 billion. One must acknowledge that this 100-fold talent has proven to be immensely beneficial. It is noteworthy that after his initial emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta's base power was merely 300 million. Following his second emergence, it had increased to 900 million. In just 1 year, he surpassed 600 million. The tenfold talent enabled Vegeta to attain 2 billion in the gravity chamber within a year, which is certainly not an insignificant feat, however. The primary advantage derived from the thin air within the hyperbolic time chamber greatly facilitated his training. Now, let us access the attributes panel. At the entrance of the delivery room, Vegeta spoke softly. Today marks the day of Bulma's childbirth. He holds his child in high regard. It can be said that this version of Vegeta exhibits a greater sense of humanity than in the original narrative. Host, Vegeta title, Speedy Tragedy Vegeta Combat Power, 2 billion. Lifespan, Immortal Transformations, Power of the Great Ape, Super Saiyan including Mimetic Form Ultimate Techniques, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks, Final Flash, Spirit Bomb Others, Energy Perception, Infinite Ki, Instant Transmission. Limitless Stamina, 100-fold Training Talent Subordinates, Nappa, Raditz. System Inventory, Senzu Beans X450, Super Spaceship System Comprehensive Evaluation. Although the host can transform into a Super Saiyan. In the 7th universe of Dragon Ball, the host's power is considerably weak. It is advisable to transform into Super Saiyan 2 first. Sigh, in just a year. I shall confront that monster. If I cannot surpass 3.5 billion, I fear I may truly meet my end at the hands of Cell. Vegeta closed his eyes, lost in thought. However, he was somewhat being overly anxious, for the mission would not keep him waiting for long. During this year, Vegeta's son, Trunks, was born. Yet, the two did not hold a wedding. Prince Vegeta, in his essence, was indifferent to such formalities. Bulma, too, did not press the matter. One could say that Bulma understood Vegeta, for otherwise, they would not have come together, would they? It's a boy. Meanwhile, Bardock Vegeta paced anxiously outside the delivery room. There was no helping it. Another Saiyan was about to join their ranks. And it was their very own Prince Vegeta, or rather, he should be called Prince Vegeta. Vegeta may be renamed King Vegeta. Really? Is that true, Nappa? You must be mistaken. Raditz, what utter nonsense. I did not see it. I merely heard it. Nappa's face turned pale. How could such a thing be said lightly? Is this meant to bring about Nappa's demise? That makes sense. Raditz nodded and then turned to Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, oh no, King Vegeta, the young Prince Vegeta has been born. Congratulations, indeed. Yes, King Vegeta. With the birth of young Prince Vegeta, we Saiyans have welcomed a new valiant warrior into our ranks. Raditz and Nappa offered their compliments. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at the two. Very well. From this day forth, I shall be known as King Vegeta. Upon seeing Bulma, Vegeta approached her with palpable joy and embraced the mother and child. Vegeta, have you decided on a name for the baby? Let us name him Trunks. Vegeta replied without a moment's hesitation. Aren't you going to name him after yourself? I heard from Nappa and Raditz that your lineage traditionally bears the name Vegeta. Vegeta. No, Trunks is fine. Vegeta rejected it. The planet Vegeta has ceased to exist. Only Nappa and Raditz still refer to him as Prince Vegeta. Oh no, he is now King Vegeta. Others do not recognize his identity as Vegeta unless the planet Vegeta and that group of Saiyans are resurrected. However, Vegeta has no desire to waste his breath on those brutal Saiyans. He fears that a single action might lead to their resurgence. Presently, Vegeta, with Bulma by his side, has acquired a touch of humanity. Well, I must admit, I too wish to call him Trunks, and it seems we share the same thought. Bulma chuckled. Vegeta chuckled as time swiftly passed by. 3 years had gone by, all thanks to the existence of Trunks. Vegeta has been training with increased diligence. Yet he also carves out time to be with his family. Consequently, his combat power has only risen by 500 million. Currently, Vegeta's battle strength stands at 2.5 billion. This afternoon marks the day when the androids, as mentioned by that young boy, are set to make their appearance. Vegeta, are you feeling anxious? Bulma, cradling Trunks, gazes at the trio of Vegeta adorned in their battle attire. The androids are merely an appetizer. The true threat lies not in the androids themselves, but in the ultimate android known as Cell. Vegeta candidly expressed to Bulma, revealing thoughts he had no intention of sharing with others. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall emerge victorious. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at Trunks before soaring into the sky. Nappa and Raditz followed closely behind. My lord Vegeta, shall we resolve this matter? Nappa inquired, gazing at Vegeta. If you are frightened, then return to your mother's embrace. Vegeta spoke calmly. It's not that we are afraid. Raditz interjected. Scion's afraid? What nonsense is that? Over the course of a year, their battle power had ascended to a staggering 20 million. It could be said that they surpassed the strength of Goku during this period in the original storyline, or rather, they were more formidable than the androids 17 and 18 at this time. Transforming into a Super Saiyan equates to a battle power of 1 billion, matching the first stage of Cell, who also possesses a battle power of 1 billion. Ding! The detection of an intense battle involving warriors with energy levels in the hundreds of billions has been registered. Mission: eliminate the metallic cooler on the new Namek. Mission reward: Super Saiyan second stage. Upon hearing the system notification, Vegeta wore a look of delight. A new mission had arrived. However, upon hearing of the 100 billion energy warriors, he raised an eyebrow. Yang Tian, what is this metallic gula? What is the situation? And does this 100 billion energy refer to a combat power reaching 100 billion? Vegeta pondered within himself. If it were merely 100 billion units of energy, he would perceive it as an abundance of energy, inconsequential. However, a battle power of 100 billion indeed posed a formidable adversary. He would need to transform into an extraordinary Super Saiyan to contend with such a force. Naturally, even the ascended Super Saiyan form would effortlessly dominate. His base power stands at 25 billion. The ascended Super Saiyan amplifies his battle strength by 30-fold. Even the might of the great ape could easily overpower 100 billion battle power. Oh, pathetic. Vegeta immediately adopted a mocking expression. A mere 100 billion in battle power. What does that even signify? The timeline of this world is rather peculiar. The premise dictates that within the 7 days proclaimed by Cell, only Vegeta and Goku are capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, while Gohan remains unable to change. Thus, the author has chosen to alter the timeline, extending it to a span of 3 years. For those who enjoy this tale, feel free to add it to your bookshelf and bestow a 5-star review. The author is a professional in writing stories about Joshu and is attempting to explore the realm of Dragon Ball for the first time. Chapter 38, Vegeta, Big Bang Attack. While still en route, Nappa and Raditz felt a sudden shift, as if they had been transported to another world. What on earth? Nappa exclaimed, startled. One moment they were flying smoothly, and the scenery changed in an instant. Damn it, this is absurd. Raditz suggested they halt. Only Vegeta regarded the two with a look of incredulity. After having completed several missions together, are you still unaware that this is a parallel world? Have you both become foolish from your training? Vegeta scoffed derisively, leaving both of them feeling quite awkward. Nevertheless, they gazed around their surroundings. King Vegeta, where are we? This is New Namek. The only task now is to eradicate this metallic menace known as Cooler. Vegeta, uttering these words, soared into the distance. He had sensed an overwhelming multitude of auras lingering far away. Meanwhile, in another realm, the parallel worlds Vegeta and Goku were engaged in a strenuous battle against a metallic Cooler. Only after they vanquished their foe did they realize it was merely a doppelganger. How could there be so many? Witnessing this scene, both Vegeta and Goku wore expressions of dismay. Gohan, Piccolo, and the others were fraught with anxiety. At that moment, the mountains were teeming with metallic coolers, encircling the two warriors. Exhausted, they found themselves devoid of energy, having nearly depleted their strength in the effort to defeat a single metallic cooler. Damn it. I can barely muster any energy. Vegeta, filled with indignation, let out a furious roar. At this moment, he found himself unable to maintain even his Super Saiyan form. It was not just him. Even Son Goku, standing beside him, was in the same predicament. When the main universe's Vegeta beheld the vast expanse of metallic cooler, a flicker of joy crossed his face. He had previously contemplated annihilating the remnants of Frisia's minions, but now, this horde of metallic coolers seemed like a perfect opportunity. What was going on? So many Frisias? What Frisia? Wasn't he this merely that cooler from before? Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, perplexed. However, upon witnessing the multitude of metallic coolers, Vegeta couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. Young Tian, what is happening? Why are there so many coolers? These metallic coolers originated from a computer chip in the cosmic graveyard, which, after prolonged exposure to energy, enhanced its own power. Subsequently, it absorbed materials from the universe's energy, gradually evolving into a colossal mechanical planet known as Big G. The cooler that was propelled away by the Super Saiyan Son Goku from a parallel universe ultimately survived. In his dying state, he drifted to this planet and fused with the main computer to dominate it, transforming himself into metallic cooler. Oh, a parallel universe Kakarot? Was he the one who sent this Kakarot flying? Indeed, it was he who brought forth this calamity. As for the cooler you defeated last time, he is utterly dead. Once Yang Tian's voice faded, Vegeta grasped the situation. This metallic cooler was merely a creation of another Kakarot. It had nothing to do with him. Vegeta. With this realization, Vegeta swiftly teleported before the two, arms crossed, his cape billowing dramatically in the wind. He couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at them. You're fighting so poorly against such an insignificant cooler. How pitiful. You are. Vegeta? Son Goku gazed at the scene in astonishment. What? Is that me? Vegeta struggled to rise, staring back at him. Haha, indeed, I'm another version of you. You two should really lie down. It's quite embarrassing. Vegeta unleashed his scorn, capable of mocking even another version of himself. Nanny, how dare you humiliate me, Prince Vegeta? Super Vegeta rose and approached Vegeta. Yet, upon drawing near, he was taken aback. What was this situation? The height difference was so substantial. Super Vegeta stood at a mere 164 meters, whereas the dragon-enhanced Vegeta towered at an impressive 183 meters. Vegeta gazed at the alternate universe's Vegeta through his nostrils and remarked nonchalantly, humiliation? Just look at yourself. Are you still the Prince of Science? Such a trivial being. Struggling so hard, and yet you dare to boast before me? Vegeta declared, unleashing a powerful aura that sent another version of himself sprawling. Observing the terrifying presence of this alternate self, he furrowed his brow. Are you the future me? The cinematic version of Vegeta squinted at his counterpart. Aware of the existence of parallel worlds, having been informed by Trunks during his previous visit, he had spoken of a formidable enemy that would emerge 3 years hence. One that would lead them into a fierce battle. The Vegeta before him exuded immense power, leading him to believe he was indeed a future iteration of himself. Though doubts lingered, well then, you lot over there, while you indulge in your trivialities, witness how I, the Saiyan King Vegeta, shall obliterate this scrap metal. Upon concluding his statement, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle power soaring to an astonishing 125 billion. The very fabric of New Namek quaked in response. Even the metallic form of Cooler trembled. Such might, he deemed, was beyond his capacity to consume. He yearned to devour life itself to enhance its strength. Yet the aura emanating from Vegeta was insurmountable. What an overwhelming presence. It's suffocating, Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood in sheer disbelief. Is this truly so powerful? We are both Super Saiyans, yet the disparity is staggering. However, recollecting his previous words, he pondered the notion of a future version of himself. In truth, he was mistaken. It was a counterpart from a parallel universe. Hahaha, Kakarot, it appears that my future self surpasses you. Vegeta stood aside, laughing heartily. Goku, however, paid him no heed. His gaze fixed upon the unfolding scene. With a single leap, Vegeta plunged into the ranks of the Gula Legion, wreaking havoc with fierce blows and powerful energy blasts, sending numerous foes flying and reducing many to mere fragments. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the Metal Gula. You have earned a treasure chest X1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the Metal Gula. You have earned a treasure chest X1. A chorus of notifications echoed around him, observing the Gula being obliterated and then reconstituted. Vegeta displayed a bloodthirsty grin. Haha, all of this is the fruit of my experience. Vegeta? Vegeta stood in the void, unleashing the infinite diffusion. He sent forth waves of energy, boundless and ceaseless. As countless metal gulas surrounded him, many were pierced and vanquished. This technique was first showcased in the original Frieza saga, where an enraged Vegeta attempted to use it against Frieza, yet failed to land a blow. However, in this moment, it became a devastating force. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating a metal gula, earning a treasure chest X1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating a metal gula, earning a treasure chest X1. TSK, TSK. How many more are there? Come forth all at once. Vegeta gazed at the scattered remnants of metal cooler with a mocking expression. Moments ago, he had annihilated over 10,000 of them. It appeared that metal cooler had not replicated itself once more, as if its residual energy was nearly depleted. Who are you? Why are there two Vegetas? The fallen do not deserve to know the unfolding of events. Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Answer me. How many more of you are there? Come forth all at once. Do not waste my time. Vegeta declared, his golden aura surging once more. Meanwhile, Metal Cooler, witnessing this, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Yet he valiantly suppressed his fear and proclaimed, I am indestructible. I can spawn countless forms. With a sardonic laugh, Vegeta retorted, Oh, is that so? Then prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta unleashed a devastating death ray, obliterating the remaining metal coolers, and then retrieved a locator device from his system backpack. This device could pinpoint the location of his original form, which he intended to eradicate. He had grown weary of these metallic foes. After defeating nearly 10,000, he pondered whether he might unearth something of value from the spoils. Beeping incessantly, the device signaled a surge of formidable energy in the distance, prompting Vegeta to smirk. So that's where it is. At that moment, Nappa and Raditz also approached, having refrained from joining earlier, as their presence would have only hindered the effort. Their power was insufficient to contend with the metal coolers. Vegeta paid no heed to the two individuals and soared into the distance. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the scene where the ancient Gula and the mechanical planet were fused together. At that moment, the mechanical Gula perceived the approaching Vegeta with a visage of fury. Vegeta, you dare to slay my doppelganger? How tiresome. I have already vanquished you once, and I have no idea how many of your copies I have dispatched. I shall not only eliminate your doppelgangers, but I shall also seek your demise. Prepare yourself to witness the awakening of my Super Saiyan second level. Vegeta smirked, placing his hands before him, palms open, and rotating them approximately 90 degrees upwards. Subsequently, he conjured a colossal explosion attack in front of him, channeling immense vitality into a Super Kamehameha, elevating his energy to unprecedented heights, ultimately unleashing a magnificent Kamehameha wave. This was his explosive Kamehameha. With a thunderous roar, Metal Cooler and the towering figure of Big Goku were engulfed by the devastating Kamehameha wave. In that fleeting moment, planet Namek teetered on the brink of annihilation. It could only be said that this strike pierced through the new Namek with devastating force. Ah! The anguished cries of Metal Cooler echoed, while a subtle smile graced Vegeta's lips. This was bound to deliver critical damage. Did he truly carry the title of Speedy Tragedy Tamer merely for amusement? Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying Metal Cooler. The task reward of attaining the second tier of Super Saiyan has been granted. A radiant light flashed within Vegeta's mind, revealing to him the transformation into the second tier of Super Saiyan. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 2. His hair stood up even more defiantly, and lightning crackled around him, signifying a surge of energy. I, Vegeta, have finally ascended to Super Saiyan 2. So, prepare to kneel before me. Vegeta laughed heartily towards the heavens. In the next instant, his aura surged dramatically, reaching its zenith with astonishing intensity. At this moment, Vegeta's battle power has reached an astonishing 250 billion. His base form stands at 25 billion, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power amplifies 50-fold. Upon further transformation into Super Saiyan 2, his power amplifies 100-fold. What an overwhelming aura. Could it be that his previous display was not his full strength? Far away, both Vegeta and Goku sensed the immense energy emanating from the main universe's Vegeta. Trembling in fear, there was no denying it. This battle power was simply too formidable. After their own transformations, their battle power barely reached several billion. While the distant Vegeta boasted an incredible 250 billion, the disparity was indeed extraordinary. King Vegeta, is this a new transformation? Taba had approached Vegeta, observing the crackling lightning that danced around him, and inquired with curiosity. Indeed, this is a transformation that transcends the Super Saiyan level. I refer to it as Super Saiyan 2nd grade, or simply Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta felt a sense of exhilaration. With such formidable battle power, what was there to fear from Cell? A mere 175 billion was impressive, but he, Vegeta, was even stronger. A cold smirk crept across his lips as he envisioned the moment he would unleash a devastating blow upon Cell. In the blink of an eye, he and his companions were teleported away, having accomplished their mission. "We are back on our Earth," Raditz remarked, observing the changing scenery around them. This was the scene as they prepared to journey to the southern island to confront the impending threat of the androids. Ding! Congratulations to Nappa and Raditz, who cheered with excitement, for they had gained an astonishing battle power of 100 million. In an instant, their base battle power surged dramatically. Originally at 10 million, they now boasted an impressive 110 million. Haha. Although I did not achieve the same transformation as King Vegeta, a tenfold increase in battle power is more than sufficient. Nappa exclaimed joyously as he marveled at his newfound strength. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was a staggering 5 billion, and with this thought, both Nappa and Raditz felt a surge of delight. Vegeta disregarded the two, feeling a sense of disdain. How could they be so elated over merely a power level of 100 million? They were truly beyond redemption. Vegeta soared into the distance, as he sensed that a battle had already commenced elsewhere, a consequence of the time he had lingered. Evidently, the duration of his absence was mirrored by the passage of time in this realm. En route, Vegeta gazed upon the multitude of over 10,000 chests, and without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to open them all. Among these treasures were some that had belonged to the fallen minions of King Cold, vanquished 3 years prior. "Open the treasure chests," Vegeta silently chanted, his gaze directed towards a distant isle. This was due to the fact that Kakarot, Son Goku, was currently engaged in battle with the android number 19. The combat prowess of this android, along with number 20, was an astounding 400 million. They surpassed the future versions of androids number 17 and number 18 in strength. The future iterations of number 17 and number 18, having not undergone the secondary modifications by Dr. Gero, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humanity, resulting in their significantly diminished power of merely 250 million. Conversely, the No. 17 and number 18 of this era had indeed been re-engineered, endowing them with improved temperaments and heightened strength. Otherwise, Dr. Gero, upon awakening them, would not have mistaken their respectful demeanor for signs of restoration. The unrefined future versions of number 17 and No. 18 were incapable of contending with the formidable 400 million of Dr. Gero, rendering them susceptible to control. It was only after the enhancements that Dr. Gero began to regard the transformed number 17 and number 18 with trepidation. Ding! Congratulations, Vegeta, for opening a treasure chest and acquiring 1 million battle power. Ding! Congratulations, Vegeta, for opening another treasure chest and acquiring 1 million battle power. Out of the 10,000 chests, the first 1,000 contained 1 million battle power each. Vegeta endured a tumultuous blend of pain and joy. Subsequently, he uncovered 5,000 treasure chests, each filled with divine beans. Ding! Congratulations to Vegeta for opening a treasure chest and receiving a divine bean X1. Ding! Congratulations to Vegeta for opening a treasure chest and receiving a divine bean X1. Chapter 39, Super Saiyan 2, Goku was mercilessly beaten by the androids. Ding! Congratulations to Vegeta for opening a treasure chest and receiving a spirit tree fruit X1. Ding! Congratulations to Vegeta for opening a treasure chest and receiving a spirit tree fruit X1. By the time he opened the last treasure chest, Vegeta wore an expression devoid of emotion, for he had amassed a combat power of 1.5 billion, equating to 500 chests, each containing 1 million combat power. Subsequently, he opened 1,000 chests filled with divine beans, resulting in an abundance of over 1,000 divine beans. One could say Vegeta was quite affluent in divine beans. Next came the spirit tree fruits, numbering in the thousands. Gazing at his inventory filled with thousands of spirit tree fruits, Vegeta's countenance turned grim. The utility of these fruits had diminished significantly upon repeated consumption. Only the first intake yielded a substantial increase in combat power. Nevertheless, he resorted to consuming them like fruit, casually tossing a few to Nappa while munching on one himself as he flew. "King Vegeta, these extraordinary fruits are simply marvelous," Nappa exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. While Vegeta remained stoic and silent, Raditz was equally moved, yet continued to savor the spirit tree fruits. "Open the attribute panel," Vegeta silently mused to himself. Host, Vegeta title, Speedy Tragedy Tower Battle Power, 4 billion. Lifespan, Immortal Transformation, Great Ape Power, Super Saiyan Second Stage Ultimate Techniques, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks, Final Flash. Spirit Bomb. Other abilities, Key Perception, Infinite Key, Instant Transmission, Boundless Stamina, Hundredfold Training Talent Subordinates, Nappa, Raditz. System Backpack, Senzu Beans, X1050. Super Spaceship Comprehensive System Evaluation. The host is nearly invincible on Earth. However, in the 7th universe of Dragon Ball, the host's strength is exceedingly weak. First, transform into a Super Saiyan 3. Upon reading the final evaluation, Vegeta's face darkened. What does it mean to be nearly invincible? Am I not invincible? Who on Earth could possibly challenge me? Vegeta? Yang Tian, have you made an error? On this planet, is there anyone who can compete with me? The sealed Majin Buu egg. Vegeta. What is that? A mere egg stronger than me. Are you out of your mind? No, I'm not mistaken. It will emerge in 7 years. 7 more years? Indeed, it cannot escape now. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta refrained from further inquiries and instead took Nappa and Raditz to a nearby hill to observe the spectacle. You might wonder what they were watching, of course. It was Goku's rapid transformation. Currently, Vegeta and his companions were suppressing their energy, and with the Z fighters focused elsewhere, they naturally went unnoticed. At this moment, Piccolo's battle power stood at 800 million. In the original story, it was 500 million at this time. This allowed him to easily overpower Dr. Gero's 420 million. Meanwhile, Goku's base power was 30 million, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it surged to 1.5 billion. Initially, he had the upper hand against Android 19, but as the battle progressed, he unleashed too many energy blasts, inadvertently bolstering Android 19's power to 800 million. Goku's personality, ever the warrior, led him to treat the encounter as a sparring match, resulting in him nurturing a formidable opponent, compounded by the recurrence of his heart disease. His power plummeted from 1.5 billion to 500 million. He was mercilessly battered by Android 19, who was currently seated atop Goku, delivering relentless blows. Chapter 40. Hundreds of bills a month. What kind of life are you leading? What is happening? Why does this android grow stronger with each blow? Krillin shook his head in disbelief. Initially, Goku had a significant lead, but it gradually leveled out, culminating in the current scene of him being utterly overwhelmed. This defies all logic. Old Sun is in a precarious state. The recently consumed Senzu Bean has proven ineffective. Piccolo, with keen insight, discerned the situation. He had already tossed a Senzu Bean to Goku. Unlike before, Goku was not throwing Senzu Beans to his opponent. I understand now. It's the heart disease virus. That boy was right. My father is afflicted with the heart virus. Gohan was the first to grasp the reality, especially recalling the vivid image of Goku clutching his chest moments ago. What? Didn't he give Goku the antidote for the heart disease? How could it still have resurfaced? Piccolo gazed at Gohan in astonishment. This is a critical moment of failure. Over the past 3 years, there had been no signs of abnormality in his father's health. Hence the absence of the antidote. Gohan, in a state of urgency, opened his mouth. Without hesitation, Piccolo, upon hearing him, prepared to intervene and rescue Goku. For if the assault continued, Goku would surely perish. Meanwhile, Android 20, also known as Dr. Gero, observed with keen interest as a laser blast created a deep crater in the ground. This is a duel between us. Do you wish to meddle? Dr. Gero stated nonchalantly. Then let us battle, Piccolo declared, ready to confront Dr. Gero. With a combat power of 800 million, he believed he was certainly not inferior to the androids, despite being unable to sense their energy. Over the past 3 years, he had trained rigorously alongside Goku. However, before Piccolo could make his move, a resounding noise interrupted. Bang! Android 19, who had been pummeling Goku, suddenly bore the imprint of a shoe on his face. The assailant was none other than Raditz, who could no longer bear to watch and intervened to strike down the so-called garbage android, having grown weary of observing alongside Vegeta. What? Who are you? Dr. Gero inquired, frowning as he cast a glance at Raditz. After a brief moment of surprise, he chuckled. Ah, it's Raditz. Though I am uncertain how you returned. Are you here to meet your demise? Over the past 3 years, neither Raditz nor Nappa had exhibited any formidable combat power, leading Dr. Gero to perceive them as ineffectual. Kakarot, King Vegeta was right. You are the one who falls flat. Better off joining us. Raditz sneered at the ailing Goku. Presently, Raditz possessed a combat power of 11 million, while Goku, despite being free from heart disease, barely reached 30 million. The disparity was glaring, hence Raditz's disdainful remarks. Raditz, answer me. Are you here to shoulder Goku's burdens? Dr. Gero's icy gaze fixed on Raditz. He bore no ill will towards Raditz and had no desire to engage him in conflict. His only target was Kakarot, Goku, as a scientist of the Red Ribbon Army. After witnessing his organization's annihilation at Goku's hands, he vowed vengeance, dedicating himself to creating androids capable of defeating Goku, ultimately transforming himself into Android 20. He employed an antiquated energy absorption device designed to siphon Goku's Kamehameha and could absorb energy merely by grasping them, with the goal of increasing his own power. The subsequent enhancements of Cell S absorption capabilities were derived from this invention. Raditz disregarded Dr. Gero's words, seizing Kakarot by the collar and tossing him towards Piccolo. My brother is truly a handful, fighting while ill. He is courting death. Go, ensure he receives proper treatment. Without hesitation, Pic caught it with one hand. At that moment, number 39 struggled to his feet, clutching his bruised face, and glared at Raditz with fury. You scoundrel! How dare you thwart my plans? Just as he was about to make a move, two figures descended from the sky. It was Nappa and Vegeta. Nappa, Vegeta, Dr. Gero exclaimed as he beheld their arrival. You scrap metal, how could you possibly kill us in the future? Are we truly so weak, or are you simply far more formidable than we imagined? Vegeta crossed his arms, casting a scornful gaze at Dr. Gero. The future? What are you talking about? Dr. Gero responded to him. I am under no obligation to explain. You merely need to understand that you are doomed. Vegeta spoke as he stepped forward. However, before he had taken more than 2 steps, he was interrupted by Nappa and Raditz. Lord Vegeta, allow us to take action. It has been far too long since I last fought. Nappa exclaimed, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Vegeta nodded upon witnessing the situation. Who among you will escort Goku to take the heart disease remedy? Piccolo inquired, glancing at the other Z warriors. I shall go. I am of little use here, and I am aware of where Goku's home is located. Yamcha volunteered first. Recently pierced through the chest by an android, he was once again engulfed by the dread of death, prompting his desire to leave this place, especially with Vegeta present. He felt an overwhelming mixture of fear and anger, for Vegeta had taken away his goddess, Bulma, and even had children with her, which left him utterly devastated. Very well. Upon your return, ensure you also take the heart remedy to avoid contamination. Piccolo agreed, permitting Yamcha to lead Goku away. However, upon seeing Goku being rescued, Dr. Gero attempted to intervene, only to be thwarted by Dabura and Raditz, who obstructed his path. Suddenly, a notification shined. Detection of Android storyline initiated. Mission: eliminate Android 19. Allow Dr. Gero to release Androids 16, 17, and 18. Mission reward: upgrade from basic instant transmission to intermediate. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Young Tian. I have already instructed Nappa and Raditz to yield. If they succeed in annihilating the androids, would that not be considered a reward? Indeed, Yang Tian replied. They're your subordinates. Their actions in vanquishing the foes are indeed part of your mission. Furthermore, releasing Dr. Gero to liberate the other androids is also a task in itself. Vegeta nodded in response. He had previously heard Yang Tian mention that his subordinates' actions could also be considered as tasks. Ding. May I inquire if the host accepts the mission? Accepted. Without hesitation. Vegeta clicked to accept. Just as Nappa and Raditz were about to make their move, Vegeta interjected. Nappa, Raditz, allow me to pose them a question first. Upon hearing his words, Nappa and Raditz stood beside Vegeta like bodyguards. At that moment, the two displayed expressions reminiscent of the legendary warrior Guan Yu, conveying a sense of incredulity as they gazed at the two androids, as if questioning what peril they faced for mere hundreds of currency each month. Chapter 41. The Escape of Dr. Gero. You two, which one of you is Android 19? Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, observing the two individuals before him. He truly could not discern who they were. You scoundrel, your subordinate just kicked me in the face, and it hurt tremendously. The android number 19, a creation of Dr. Gero, sneered coldly at Vegeta. Vegeta disregarded the worthless fool and instead fixed his gaze upon another elder. I give you a chance to unleash the so-called scrap metal, number 16, number 17, and number 18. After Vegeta spoke, he glanced at the scarred Raditz. Do not kill him. Just pursue him closely if he tries to flee. He instructed. Very well, King Vegeta. And what of this rotund fellow? Nappa inquired, casting his gaze towards the artificially created android number 19. Do as you wish, but be cautious not to use excessive force. We mustn't obliterate the Earth. Vegeta spoke softly. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa charged directly at Android 19. Android 20 also moved, but was intercepted by Raditz. Subsequently, both transformed into Super Scions and unleashed a relentless assault upon the two androids. It was ludicrous, as the disparity in combat power was immense. How astonishing! These androids are utterly no match for the two Scions. Gohan exclaimed in surprise, observing the scene. His own battle power barely reached 20 million. And he had yet to master the transformation into a Super Saiyan. What was happening? Why had these two Scions experienced such exponential growth and strength? Did Vegeta possess some secret training method? Piccolo pondered to himself, his thoughts diverging from those of Gohan and the others. While they all toiled diligently in their training, why did these Scions consistently remain ahead of them? How could this not astonish him? Absorbing energy? How intriguing. Let's see if you can withstand the power of my energy, you rotund fool. Nappa scoffed as he felt the hefty android grasping him, attempting to siphon his energy. At that moment, he was in his false Super Saiyan state, boasting a combat power exceeding 3.5 billion. He feared that transforming into a Super Saiyan might lead to an instant defeat of the android. Thus, he opted to toy with the plump android, who had a mere 800 million in power. As Android 19 continued to absorb Nappa's energy, he swallowed hard. He had been drawing energy for quite some time, feeling his own power rising, yet he noticed that this Scion named Nappa was inexhaustible. This is too slow. Let me amplify your energy. Nappa jeered, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. He then seized the android and hurled him into the sky. Opening his mouth, a beam of light erupted forth. This attack was akin to a Kamehameha wave, representing Nappa's most formidable technique. The soaring beam met Android 19, who attempted to block it with both hands, aiming to absorb the attack. However, upon contact, he was immediately engulfed. You think you can absorb my ultimate move? Nappa sneered disdainfully. Meanwhile, Raditz was relentlessly pursuing Dr. Gero, Android 20, who was desperately trying to evade. In a final act of desperation, he launched an energy blast towards the ground, creating a cloud of smoke in an attempt to escape. Being an android, he possessed no ki. Vegeta paid no heed, but instead, he heard a notification chime echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Vegeta, for completing the task and upgrading your basic instant transmission to an intermediate version. In the next moment, his mind was flooded with advanced techniques for utilizing instant transmission. It could be said that his current ability had reached the level of Jebit. He could now teleport effortlessly within the 7th universe, completely devoid of the need to sense energy. This is the essence of intermediate instant transmission. What, then, lies beyond in the realm of the advanced? Vegeta squinted his eyes. Vegeta, why let the androids go? Krillin stepped forward. Seeing the androids leave made them furious. What if they harmed others? You little bald head, how dare you call our king Vegeta by his name? You must be seeking death, Nappa declared as he advanced to teach Krillin a lesson. However, Krillin hid behind Piccolo. Piccolo, with exasperation, remarked that Android is not as terrifying as you think. The future boy has already warned us. These two androids are merely an appetizer. You have no idea who the true enemy is, yet you dare to question me. King Vegeta? What a joke. Get out of my sight. Vegeta unleashed a brilliant white aura, his power surging to a staggering 4 billion, effortlessly sending all the Z fighters flying. Next time you speak to me, do so with respect. Vegeta, with both hands resting on the treasure chest, spoke softly. At that moment, an aircraft approached from the horizon. It was none other than his wife, Bulma, and from another direction, a figure emerged, none other than Future Trunks. What? Did you just engage in battle with that rotund android? You've made a grave error. The terrifying android I referred to is a sibling duo, Trunks exclaimed, his disbelief palpable as he learned of their encounter with the android. However, upon hearing their descriptions, he sensed something was amiss. This iteration of Trunks had not witnessed the severed head of Android 13, as it had been obliterated by that Bew. How could he have seen it? The revelation from Trunks left everyone astounded. Indeed, Vegeta had been quite accurate in his assessment. They had not been battling the main adversary but rather an appetizer. The thought filled them with shame and anger. They could not even handle a mere appetizer. Meanwhile, Bulma shared tender moments with Vegeta, yet he urged her to leave, fearing for her safety. As she departed, Vegeta mentioned that this android was known as Dr. Gero, and Bulma disclosed the location of Dr. Gero's secret base. Thus, they all set off towards the clandestine lair of Dr. Gero. King Vegeta, are you not coming? Raditz inquired, noticing that Vegeta had not joined their flight. I can instantaneously teleport whenever I choose. I simply do not wish to go now. The android that is about to emerge is not the primary threat. Vegeta shook his head. With the image of Yang Tian in his mind, He understood the combat prowess of the android sisters, number 17 and number 18, both boasting a staggering power level of 1 billion. They possessed limitless energy. In the original narrative, Vegeta also reached a power level of 1 billion at this moment. Yet lacking infinite stamina, he gradually fell behind number 18's pace, ultimately leading to his defeat. Even when Android 16 later emerged, his power level was merely 1.6 billion, surpassing the initial form of Cell, who stood at 1 billion. Vegeta lacked the courage to confront androids 17 and 18, which compelled him to suppress his own power. Lurking in the shadows, waiting for Din and number 17 to weaken each other amidst the chaos, so he could ambush and absorb them. Transforming into the second form of Cell. In this second form, Cell's power soared to 8 billion. Very well, King Vegeta, let us go and witness this, Raditz exclaimed, eager to join the fray. Apart from Vegeta, they were the strongest, and thus were keen to gauge the strength of the other androids and issue a challenge. King Vegeta, I too shall accompany you, Nappa said, following suit as he took to the skies, leaving Bulma and Vegeta behind. Chapter 42, The Awakening of Super Android 13, 17, and 18. After Vegeta instantaneously transported her back to the Capsule Corporation, he contemplated his next move. However, before he could take action, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Detection of 3 formidable Super Saiyan realms indicates that Android 13 is on the verge of absorbing the chips of his 2 companions, Android 14 and 15. Preparing to transform into Super Android 13. Mission: eliminate Super Android 13. Mission reward: Sunlight Cannon. Who are these additional androids? Furthermore, what is the extent of Yang Tian's prowess as a super android? And what precisely is the Sunlight Cannon? Vegeta inquired with curiosity. The strength of the Super Android 13 is on par with that of Cell during his saga, emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber as a fully powered Super Saiyan Goku. Oh, fully powered? Fully powered signifies maximum output with minimal energy expenditure. Considering your boundless stamina and infinite ki, you are an existence that surpasses even the notion of full power, Yang Tian remarked. Vegeta's lips twitched in annoyance upon hearing this. What does BT even mean? At full power, Kakarot's combat strength stands at a staggering 80 billion. The individual strength of the 3 of them is rather feeble, barely exceeding 500 million. However, akin to Cell's absorption abilities, they have fortuitously grown stronger. Cell absorbed the androids 17 and 18, both boasting combat powers of 1 billion each, thereby transforming into his perfect form with a combat strength of 100 billion. Oh, so this android number 13 has assimilated the chips of androids 14 and 15, achieving Kakarot's full power of 80 billion combat strength? Vegeta raised an eyebrow and remarked, not bad. But that is still trash. I have now ascended to Super Saiyan and my battle power has reached an astonishing 250 billion. Vegeta smirked. What is the Super Android 13? Merely a novice. Speaking of novices, he recalled the rewards associated with that character. And what exactly is the Daylight Cannon? It is a technique you devised in the GT timeline. A powerful move you employed against Super 17, combining your Big Bang attack with a Kamehameha for an even greater impact. Isn't that quite similar to the Big Bang Kamehameha? It bears resemblance, yet this strike is a unique creation of yours. While the Big Bang Kamehameha can only be executed post-fusion, the 2 are distinct. Understood, quite intriguing. And Super 17, what a farce these scrap heaps are. Just wait and see how I, Vegeta, will annihilate them. Let us begin with this Super 13. Vegeta let out a cold chuckle. Ding. May I inquire if Tragedy Tower accepts the mission? Accepted. Vegeta disregarded the system's address of him, as it was of little consequence. After all, no one else could hear it but him. This time, he did not bring Nappa and Raditz along. If those 2 wished to join the fray, they could do so without him. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta was transported to the mission world, the realm of the 3 great Super Saiyans. Nappa, Raditz, how did you 2 arrive here? Where is Vegeta? Piccolo inquired, casting a glance at Nappa and Raditz. What worthless androids. Prince Vegeta would never deign to battle such trash. Nappa scoffed, while Raditz chimed in with an air of arrogance. Indeed, my esteemed Nappa could easily send them reeling. Raditz and Nappa exchanged disdainful remarks, particularly Nappa, whose fondness for combat was well known. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. Ah, splendid. You 2 can handle the androids when they appear, Krillin exclaimed, his face lighting up at the prospect of the Saiyans confronting the androids. With Goku absent, the remaining Z-fighters would struggle to contend with the androids alone. Enough chatter. This space is vast, and we risk losing our way, Piccolo interjected, casting a wary glance at Krillin before surveying their surroundings. The androids emitted no energy, rendering their detection impossible. They were situated not far from Dr. Gero's secret base. The group then resolved to split up in search of the androids' energy signatures. When Krillin finally discovered Dr. Gero's whereabouts, he erupted with energy. All the Z fighters, along with Nappa and Raditz, quickly gathered around him. I see that android, Dr. Gero, has entered that hidden base, Krillin pointed out. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let us proceed, Tien Shinhan declared. No sooner had he spoken than Nappa and Raditz soared into the air, displaying no signs of trepidation. Indeed, they were far from intimidated. With a baseline power level of 110 million, transforming into a Super Saiyan propelled them to an astonishing 5 billion. To put it bluntly, aside from the second form of Cell, they were capable of wreaking havoc without restraint. Cell's second form boasted a power level of 8 billion. While Nappa and Raditz were formidable, they had yet to reach the level of Vegeta upon his first emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber. At that time, Vegeta's Super Saiyan form registered an astounding 15 billion. Furthermore, his second stage of Super Saiyan 1, which he referred to as Super Vegeta, possessed a battle power of 21 billion. This second stage yielded a power increase of 70 times the baseline. However, its drawback lay in the significant drain on energy and stamina. The third stage involved muscular inflation, a transformation previously witnessed in Trunks and Goku within the time chamber. This stage boasted an 80 times increase over the baseline, similar to the second stage, while also depleting stamina, the most critical disadvantage being a significant reduction in speed, albeit with enhanced strength. In the chaotic battle, Trunks adeptly switched between modes, utilizing his full power in ordinary Super Saiyan form for swift attacks. In an instant, he transitioned to Super Saiyan Level 1, third stage, achieving an extraordinary 80-fold increase in his striking power. As he witnessed Nappa and Raditz entering, Trunks and the others charged into the secret base, where they encountered 3 figures. No, 1 android, and 2 Saiyans. Dr. Gero gripped a remote control, visibly anxious, yet resolved to activate androids 17 and 18. Old man, where's your backup? Nappa remarked, irritated by Dr. Gero's nervous demeanor. Right here. If you dare to enter. It seems you seek your demise. Dr. Gero retorted coldly, his fingers deftly pressing 2 buttons. The 2 stasis pods whirred to life, and in the next moment they opened, revealing the awakened androids 17 and 18, who slowly rose to their feet. Is this your savior? Nappa scoffed. These 2 youngsters were hardly a match for him and Raditz. Although androids 17 and 18 possessed a combat power of 1 billion in an alternate reality, Vegeta had indeed been bested by the very same android 18. Dr. Gero glared at Nappa, fury etched across his face, while androids 17 and 18 surveyed the crowd with indifference. Hello, Doctor. Android 17 greeted, completely disregarding the others. What did you call me? Dr. Gero exclaimed, astonished. It was known that the freshly awakened and unrefined Android 17 was a berserk menace, killing indiscriminately, an aspect that had necessitated his earlier modifications. Dr. Gero's intention was not to create a killer, but to forge androids to eliminate Goku. Thus, the partially modified androids 17 and 18 represented his greatest failure. Originating from Trunks' future world, the androids were ruthless, slaughtering anyone in their path. As for Android 16, he was a replica of Dr. Gero's deceased son, designed to resemble him perfectly and possessing greater combat strength than Androids 17 and 18. However, due to his overly gentle nature, he had not been completely modified and was ultimately slain by 17 and 18. In that future world, Android 16 remained in slumber, while this world's version was on the verge of awakening. I called you Doctor because you created us, Android 17 reiterated. Dr. Gero's face lit up with joy, believing that the androids had finally been perfected. On the 18th, a voice called out to Dr. Gero, which brought him immense joy. Excellent, number 17, number 18. Swiftly eliminate these individuals, Dr. Gero commanded, gesturing towards Piccolo and Nappa. However, as he turned around, his head was severed in an instant. Bang! Number 17 delivered a powerful kick that sent Dr. Gero's head flying. Number 18 advanced and severed the hand gripping the control device, then crushed the stop button beneath her foot. Phew. Finally, that old man has been dealt with. Number 17 sighed in relief. He had just exchanged a knowing glance with number 18, who understood the unspoken cue, leading to this unexpected turn of events. After all, despite their speed, they feared being halted by the push of a button. What? They have killed Dr. Gero? Have they turned against their own? Krillin was left in shock. Meanwhile, Trunks seethed with rage. It was them. It was they who had irreparably shattered the future. Trunks' eyes were filled with fury and dread. Yet, number 17 and number 18 paid no heed to the others and instead focused on the base. This place is truly loathsome, and there is even a larva here. How revolting. Number 17 remarked. I recall the old man mentioning that this creature is stronger than us. What was it called? Cell? Yes. I believe it was designed to absorb us. Utterly disgusting. With that, number 17 unleashed a ki blast, obliterating the still-developing cell. Thus, Cell met his demise in this era. Number 18, there's a stasis pod here. Number 17 pointed to the pod labeled number 16. He then kicked the lid off. In the next moment, the slumbering number 16 awakened. Number 16 glanced at the group, saying nothing. I am number 17, he introduced himself. Number 16 remained silent. Number 18 chimed in. Are you mute? I am number 16. He finally responded. Oh, I thought you were mute. So it seems our numbers are sequential. Number 17 raised an eyebrow. Number 16 continued to be taciturn and moved towards the outside. He had no fondness for combat. Meanwhile, number 17 unleashed an energy blast that obliterated the research facility. The Z fighters were propelled outside. Only Nappa and Raditz protected their chests with their arms. Damn it. Launching a powerful attack without any warning? Nappa grumbled. As the dust settled, the base lay in ruins. Outside, Trunks and the others beheld three figures soaring into the sky. Number 16, number 17, and number 18. Krillin, not seeing Nappa and Raditz, shouted, Where are Nappa and Raditz? Have they perished within, caught in the aftermath of the explosion? As Krillin uttered those words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, for they too were at a loss. Yet, in an instant, two fierce flames erupted, dispersing the surrounding smoke. Hey, little bald head, don't curse us, exclaimed Nappa, visibly irritated. What does it mean that his esteemed grandfather perished in the shockwave? Indeed, it's merely a technique that produces smoke, Raditz remarked while pinching his nose. The Z fighters, witnessing this spectacle, were taken aback. Piccolo, however, broke out in a cold sweat. Truly, the Scion race is formidable. To survive such a close-range explosion unscathed. Piccolo's battle power was 800 million. Although androids 17 and 18 had not exerted their full strength during the destruction of the base. Even Piccolo dared not face the explosive shockwave head-on. Not to mention Vegeta, with a battle power of 1 billion in the original tale, who would also refrain from such proximity. Before long, Nappa and Raditz transformed into their ascendant Super Saiyan forms, casting their gaze towards the trio in the sky. Hey, do you think you can put on a show in front of my esteemed grandfather Nappa and simply escape? You must be delusional, Nappa declared, gesturing with two fingers. The three androids sensed the impending danger, and Android 17 quickly erected a defensive shield. Boom! An explosion erupted above. A thunderous sound resonated through the air. This technique was the very one Krillin had hoped to employ to save Tien Shinhan, where Nappa, with a mere flick of his fingers, had unleashed a devastating blast that created an unfathomably deep pit in the ground. As the explosion reverberated, the terrifying shockwave forced Krillin and his companions to take cover on the ground. The force of Nappa's strike was undeniably formidable. The Ascendant Super Saiyan possessed a staggering battle power of 3.5 billion. As the smoke cleared, the shattered shield revealed a shocked Android 17. Androids 18 and 16 were solemn expressions as they gazed at the two figures below, Nappa and Raditz. Especially Android 17, who had immense confidence in his defensive barrier. He understood its strength better than anyone. It was evident that without an overwhelmingly powerful attack, breaching his shield was impossible, as it could withstand even the mightiest of assaults. Hadn't the Super 17's shield played a crucial role during the Tournament of Power? Of course, at that time, Android 17's battle power far exceeded 1 billion. How could this be? Android 17 felt an overwhelming dread towards Nappa, trembling slightly at the sight of him. It could only be said that Nappa had grown too powerful, and his once proud shield was barely holding its ground. Haha, look at you pretending in front of my esteemed grandfather Nappa. Nappa laughed heartily, dismissing the three androids entirely. Nappa, how shall we divide our targets? Raditz inquired, glancing at the trio above. Haha, naturally, I will take on 2. What? Absolutely not. I want to take on 2. No way. My esteemed grandfather Nappa will take on 2. Fine. Shall we decide with rock, paper, scissors? As Raditz witnessed Nappa's unwillingness to yield, he proposed a game of rock, paper, scissors. All right. Let's do it. exclaimed Nappa. Damn it, what do you take us for? Number 18 glared fiercely at the two below, just as she was about to charge down. She was stopped by number 17. Chapter 44. Cell, what is going on? Nappa is still alive? What is the matter, number 17? They are formidable. Before number 17 could respond, number 16 spoke up. He possessed the ability to perceive energy levels, allowing him to discern the strength of Nappa and Raditz. Formidable? We are androids, the strongest. Number 18 retorted indignantly. No, the three of us are no match for them. Trust me, I will create a smokescreen. And we should scatter and regroup at a safe distance, number 16 calmly suggested. Though he spoke little, he remained firmly on the side of the androids. Number 18 was reluctant to concede, but number 17 agreed with number 16's assessment. His protective barrier had been shattered, and his confidence had taken a hit. Damn it, number 18 muttered in frustration. Rock, paper, scissors. Haha. Nappa wins. I will take the two men, and you can have the woman, Nappa declared, having chosen scissors while Raditz picked paper. Ugh, foolishness. Why did I choose to reveal my palm? Raditz lamented, smacking his forehead in agony. It's truly infuriating to strike a woman. Meanwhile, the Z-fighters were left utterly perplexed, especially Trunks. Are you serious? These are notorious androids. They kill without a second thought. The future has been ravaged beyond recognition. In the future, the land of cherry blossoms was the first to be slaughtered, leaving only the Dragon Kingdom's people alive. Trunks had endured immense suffering and despair in that future. These two scions, why do they remind me of Goku? Krillin pondered, scratching his head as he saw traces of Goku in their demeanor. It must be inherent to the Scion race and their characteristics. Piccolo remarked, equally astonished. That last strike from Nappa? I couldn't withstand it. It would lead to my demise. He hadn't anticipated that the androids would respond so effectively, affirming Trunks' assertions that they were no match for the androids in the future. Now, number 16 shouted, unleashing two energy spheres towards the ground as Nappa and Raditz prepared to take flight. Number 17 and number 18 each hurled two energy balls as well. Nappa and Raditz deflected two of them, but several others struck the ground, enveloping the area in smoke once more. Damn it, what is happening? With an explosive release of energy, Nappa dispelled the surrounding dust and debris. As the haze settled, he discovered the Z-fighters, but the others were nowhere to be found. Cursed be it, they have fled. Enraged, Nappa chose a random direction and pursued them. Dare to toy with me, Nappa, and you have sealed your fate. He unleashed an overwhelming aura and soared northward, while Raditz, equally furious, flew southward. Yet, in the paths they chased, there was no trace of the android's presence. Have the androids escaped? Gohan exclaimed in surprise. It seems so. The androids are wise enough to flee when faced with insurmountable odds. They concealed their energy, creating a cloud of dust to evade capture. Piccolo found himself slightly impressed by the intelligence of the three androids. Uncle Piccolo, what should we do next? Gohan inquired. Let us check on Grandpa Goku. With Nappa and Raditz being so formidable, this is a grave matter. And those androids, their absence of energy leaves me uneasy. Piccolo gazed into the distance, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, Nappa and Raditz, having flown far from their original location, seethed with fury at having been outmaneuvered by mere scraps of metal. In the shadows of the future world, the first phase of Cell observed the skies as Nappa passed by. Is that Nappa? How can his energy be so formidable? Cell pondered, taken aback. He had come from the future, having slain Trunks, a Trunks who had already eradicated androids 17 and 18 after the Cell games. Just as he intended to return through the time machine to share his triumph, he was ambushed by Cell, who had transformed into an egg and commandeered Trunks' time machine to arrive here. His time machine had been dormant for some time, as he had arrived in this era ahead of schedule, suppressing his energy to remain undetected. At present, his battle power stood at 400 million, as he had yet to absorb countless humans. It was only through such absorption that he could reach 1 billion in battle power. Wait a moment. My memories tell me that Nappa was killed by Vegeta. Cell recalled. During the Scion saga, Dr. Gero had collected Scion cells using microscopic insects. He was aware of Nappa's demise, yet the living embodiment of Nappa before him exhibited a terrifying strength. This revelation left him astounded. Never mind. I shall proceed with caution and absorb what I can. Cell dismissed further thoughts and headed towards the small city, aiming to absorb its inhabitants before moving on to larger ones. Given the circumstances, let us depart. Krillin, upon hearing that Piccolo intended to visit Goku, felt a sense of security in Goku's presence. Just as the Z-fighters were about to take flight, three figures emerged in the distance. When they focused their gaze, they recognized who it was. Were those not androids 16, 17, and 18? They refrained from flying away and instead sought refuge in a nearby hiding spot. Aware that they could not match the speed of flight, they deemed it wiser to remain concealed. Meanwhile, those like Babidi were oblivious to their presence, allowing them to evade detection. What? They haven't left. How astute of them to realize that the most perilous place could also be the safest. Piccolo observed this scene with astonishment. Enraged, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged forth. Androids, he yelled, swinging his large sword at Android 17. However, upon contact, the sword shattered into pieces. What? Witnessing the once invincible sword splinter, Trunks was left dumbfounded. Before he could make another move, he was abruptly forced out of his Super Saiyan form. With a resounding thud, Android 17 struck him in the abdomen. Trunks, Piccolo shouted, rushing to his aid. They had already become acquainted and knew each other's names. Even without introductions, Piccolo had learned his name 3 years prior. Did he think his ears were merely for decoration? It was precisely his acute hearing that made him intolerant of Gohan's humming. Shall we all perish together? Android 18 remarked with a sly smile, swiftly dodging as the Z fighters attempted to counter. Yet, when it came to Krillin, she mirrored the original tale by planting a kiss on him. One could only conclude that Krillin's fate was inextricably linked to his beloved, the realm of the 3 great Super Saiyans. As soon as Vegeta arrived, he sensed 3 distinct auras emanating from the far northern region. It was evident that a fierce battle was underway. Vegeta, aware of the absence of energy signatures from the androids, realized that a battle had already commenced in that vicinity. Without a moment's hesitation, he utilized his instant transmission technique to appear near them. Chapter 45, Vegeta, have you all once again found yourselves in a predicament? The current Vegeta possesses the ability of instant transmission. Aside from the limitation of not being able to traverse between universes, he can teleport instantly within a single universe. It must be noted that this intermediate level of instant transmission has its constraints. The advanced technique, however, allows one to teleport between all universes within the Dragon Ball realm, a feat achievable solely by the Grand Minister. The ultimate form of instant transmission is even more formidable. Upon arriving at the scene, Vegeta beheld 3 resplendent Super Saiyans engaged in combat with 3 androids. Trunks, Kakarot, and another version of myself? How can their power be so feeble? Vegeta furrowed his brow. This timeline of the theatrical version occurs after Dr. Gero has been slain by androids 17 and 18. I recall that the opening scene features the moment of Dr. Gero's demise. Goku has just recovered from his heart condition and has yet to take Vegeta to the temple for training. Moreover, Gohan has not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Trunks still sports short hair. Thus, the timeline is roughly situated here. Androids 13, 14, and 15 seek vengeance for Drive Gero, aiming to eliminate Goku and the androids 17 and 18, as these 2 traitors were responsible for Dr. Gero's death. However, their individual strength pales in comparison to that of androids 17 and 18, which is why they require the assistance of android 13. Even in death, their chips can empower android 13 to become Super Android 13. This Super Android 13 corresponds to the Cell games, showcasing a fully powered Super Saiyan Goku with a battle power of 80 billion, while the complete form of Cell boasts a power level of 100 billion. Cell's perfect form has also absorbed androids 17 and 18, suggesting that this theatrical version may either pay homage to or replicate the narrative. Damn it. How dare you, you little imp, challenge me, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta, with his arms raised in defense, felt a surge of anger as the diminutive android unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. His fury escalated, and the aura of a Super Saiyan enveloped him once more. Memories of his defeat at the hands of Android 18 flooded his mind, and now, being relentlessly assaulted by this insignificant scrap of metal, he could hardly contain his rage. The relentless onslaught. In response, the world-renowned Vegeta initiated his counterattack, pushing the android back with relentless force. Ultimately, a colossal explosion obliterated his opponent, leaving nothing but a shattered chip behind. Witnessing Vegeta's prowess, Trunks swiftly dispatched his own android adversary, also leaving behind a mere chip. Together, Vegeta and Trunks soared towards Android 13, forming an imposing pincer formation. Quite impressive. However, if you believe victory is within your grasp, you are gravely mistaken, Android 13 remarked disdainfully. Upon witnessing his grotesque visage, Vegeta was poised to take action when Goku intervened, declaring, "He is mine. You 2 have already triumphed." However, scarcely had Goku uttered these words when 2 chips hurtled in from the distance, seamlessly integrating into the body of Android 13. The transformation into a state of explosive power commenced. Humph. A mere assemblage of scrap metal, absorbing 2 insignificant chips. Dares to challenge the heavens? Vegeta smirked disdainfully. One could only say that the obliviousness to the energy of the androids had prompted him to adopt a Fa once again. It was inevitable. Having just vanquished an android had reignited the pride of a scion prince within him. As Vegeta's words lingered in the air, our protagonist, Vegeta, made his entrance. With a tone laced with derision, he remarked, "Heh, do you perceive others through your nose?" Vegeta seized the scouter, a mocking expression adorning his face as he gazed at the other version of himself. It was no wonder he had fallen to the ground in disbelief. How could the opposing figure disregard the power levels? Oh no, it was not that he couldn't see them. Vegeta could perceive them clearly. This Super 13. Battle power. 80 billion. What? Who is behind me? As Super Saiyan Vegeta turned, he beheld another Vegeta clad in Saiyan battle armor, adorned with a crimson cape. Who are you? The shorter Vegeta was utterly astonished by the sight of the imposing figure standing at 183 meters. Meanwhile, Goku and Trunks were equally taken aback. "Father," Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide as he beheld the 2 Vegetas. "Vegeta? 2 of them? Could you be from the future?" Goku's intellect remained sharp, quickly grasping the crux of the situation. Trunks and the diminutive Vegeta also realized something, casting their gazes toward him. "Heh, don't concern yourselves with my identity. Rather, pay close attention to who your true enemy is." Vegeta crossed his arms and pursed his lips. The 3 turned their heads towards the direction of number 13. There stood Super number 13, fully transformed, exuding an overwhelming aura. What on earth is this? Goku was taken aback, sensing that this Super number 13 was extraordinary, incomparable to the previous encounters. Regardless of what worthless scrap this may be, let me show you how Vegeta takes down his foe. Vegeta roared, the aura of the Super Saiyan surging once more. He then charged towards Super Android 13. Oh. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Vegeta's fist descended upon Super Android 13 like a tempest. However, they bore no consequence. Unable even to compel the slightest movement from Super Android 13. What? Vegeta wore an expression of disbelief. Could this truly be the same android he had battled previously? The disparity in strength was staggering. With a single punch, Super Android 13 sent Vegeta hurtling through the air. Subsequently, with formidable force, Super Android 13 delivered a blow to Vegeta's midsection, reverting him to his ordinary state. "Father!" Trunks cried out, rushing towards Super Android 13. Yet, his actions mirrored those of Vegeta, resulting in an immediate collapse. "So powerful!" Goku exclaimed in astonishment, propelling himself forward. However, he was swiftly ensnared by Super Android 13, who executed a devastating maneuver that rendered him utterly powerless. In this era, Kakarot was shattered. "Ah!" Goku cried out in anguish. Vegeta felt a shiver run down his spine. This sight was truly agonizing. As Goku succumbed, Super Android 13 turned his gaze towards the calm and composed Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed. At that moment, the wind rustled through Vegeta's cape. "Have you 3 already surrendered? Without me, would you not be facing certain doom?" Vegeta did not gaze upon Super Android 13. Instead, he focused on the 3 figures of Goku and his companions. At that moment, the trio had reverted to their normal state, their faces adorned with a mix of embarrassment and indignation as they regarded another version of themselves. "Though they all bore the name of Vegeta, your temperament is not mine. I do not possess your recklessness." Vegeta cast a glance at the diminutive version of himself and remarked coolly, "First to charge, first to prostrate. Damn it. If you're so capable, why don't you go ahead?" The smaller Vegeta retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. Although he recognized the other as a reflection of himself, it still irked him. What kind of tone is that? What sort of attitude? Hell, watch closely. I, Vegeta, shall teach you how to fight. Vegeta proclaimed, his previously crossed arms now clenched into fists, as he bellowed. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A golden aura erupted, soaring skyward like a pillar. An overwhelming presence engulfed the surroundings. Chapter 46, Vegeta annihilates Super 13. This was a staggering power level of 200 billion. It could be said that Vegeta's explosive surge at such close range instilled a sense of impending doom in Goku and his companions. At that moment, Vegeta's energy sent tremors throughout the very planet itself. This was far superior to the energy of Lightning Cell. When Lightning Cell gathered his energy, the entire Earth trembled, leading many to believe it was the apocalypse. Ah, is it the end of the world? What is happening? Am I to perish? I do not wish to die, mother. People across the globe erupted into frantic cries. Even the World-S cell, along with androids 17 and 18, were taken aback. What is happening? Is this truly the end of the world? No, there is an immense energy emanating from over there. The android 16 of this era, possessing the ability to sense energy, gazed in astonishment towards the far north. What on earth is this? Such a colossal aura and power level. The destruction of the entire planet could occur in an instant. This is impossible. How could another version of me possess such formidable energy? The diminutive Vegeta stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Meanwhile, Goku swallowed hard. The pain in his lower body momentarily forgotten, he stood transfixed, gazing at this alternate Vegeta. He had never anticipated anyone could possess such incredible strength. This revelation deepened his resolve to train within the hyperbolic time chamber. What an incredible father! Trunks admired the other Vegeta, standing tall at 6 feet. He truly is tall, handsome, and powerful. Watch as I teach you all how to fight. Vegeta exclaimed, making the iconic gesture of defiance. Oh, he certainly would not be defeated. Oh, behold. Super Vegeta. Upon uttering his words, Vegeta struck a pose. Observing the trio of Vegeta and the imposing Super Android 13, a surge of hypertension enveloped him. How audaciously arrogant. Damn it, that is my signature gesture. The diminutive Vegeta lamented. At that moment, Super Android 13 let out a furious roar and charged towards Vegeta. The recently unleashed aura of Vegeta enveloped him with a palpable pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to strike first, determined to demonstrate to this Vegeta the formidable prowess of an android. At that moment, Super Android 13's iron fist hurtled directly toward Vegeta's face. Although this Vegeta bore a striking resemblance to the one he had just effortlessly dispatched with 2 blows, he dared not underestimate the 183-meter-tall warrior. With his hair standing on end, Super Android 13 resembled a blue demon, possessing a power even greater than before, having triumphed over Goku and the other 3 Super Saiyans. Yet, in the presence of this Vegeta, he remained cautious. Bang! Before Super Android 13's iron fist could even graze Vegeta's visage, it was effortlessly halted by a solitary finger. Indeed, just a single finger. Have you forgotten to eat? Your punch is so feeble and lacking in strength, it truly disappoints me. Vegeta wore a mocking expression. He then flicked his finger, directly striking the fist of Super Android 13. With a crack, Super Android 13's fist shattered. In the next moment, before he could react, Vegeta seized his entire hand and wrenched it off. This scene left everyone present in shock. Remarkable. From a distance, Piccolo watched in awe, swallowing hard. Goku, clutching his egg, looked on in disbelief. Meanwhile, Trunks shouted, "Father, that was incredible!" Beside him, the furious Vegeta felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. He had just been outdone by a being that resembled him. His own relentless punches had barely affected Super Android 13. Yet, to his astonishment, this alternate version of himself had effortlessly shattered the opponent's fist with a mere fingertip before ripping it away. Could a Super Saiyan possess such formidable strength? This must be the legendary Super Saiyan, Vegeta murmured to himself. However, no one paid him any heed, as all eyes were fixed on the unfolding spectacle. Even scrap metal bleeds? Surely, it must be oil, he remarked with a sneer. Vegeta wore a disdainful expression while Super Android 13 appeared utterly apprehensive. Before he could muster any reaction, Vegeta yanked down his other arm as well. Hahaha, this worthless scrap metal is hardly resilient, Vegeta proclaimed as he unleashed a powerful punch, sending Super Android 13 soaring through the air. Allow me to present something remarkable, Vegeta spoke as he cast a glance towards Goku and the others. Vegeta swept his sword with a flourish, causing Super Android 13 to erupt in a magnificent explosion. A plethora of sparks filled the air. Filthy fireworks. Vegeta, crossing his arms and turning his back to Goku and the others, wore a smug expression. What, is that it? Just like that? Goku stood up and slowly floated over. Meanwhile, Vegeta, filled with fury, followed suit. Hey, you must be my future self, right? What brings you to this world? Vegeta has become convinced that the other Vegeta before him is indeed himself. If Trunks can return from the future, then it is certainly plausible that another version of himself could do the same. I am here, of course, to annihilate this worthless being. You all fight with such disgrace. It is astonishing that you struggle so against this mere scrap of 800 billion in battle power. Vegeta taunted, eliciting immense fury from the latter. Nevertheless, he inquired, in the future, have you surpassed Kakarot? He regarded Kakarot as his benchmark. From their recent skirmish against the androids, it was evident that Kakarot possessed greater strength. Such was to be expected. In my realm, Kakarot had yet to recover from his heart condition, and his transformation into a Super Saiyan was comparable to yours. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. The three listeners, however, felt their pupils constrict in shock. Is Kakarot still suffering from heart disease? Is this not merely a matter of time past? What do you mean? You're not mistaken. Did the androids 19 and 20 just emerge on your end? Indeed. Impossible. How could your power? You wish to inquire why my strength is so formidable? Haha. I, Vegeta, am endowed with extraordinary talent. From the moment I arrived on Earth, I dispatched Kakarot with a single blow. On Namek, I single-handedly vanquished Frieza. When King Cold arrived on Earth, I scattered his ashes to the wind, and even Kakarot was sent flying with just one punch from me. Vegeta laughed heartily, while the other three looked on in utter disbelief. How could this differ from their narrative? Just as the diminutive Vegeta was about to inquire further, a voice resonated in the mind of the protagonist, Vegeta. Ding. Congratulations, host Tragic Vegeta has completed the mission and acquired the Sunlight Cannon. In the next instant, images of the Sunlight Cannon's execution and energy accumulation flashed through Vegeta's mind. He was astounded by the technique, which surpassed even his own Grand Explosion attack in potency. Chapter 47. Nappa, Raditz. So you are called Prince Vegeta? The Grand Explosion attack is a single target strike, whereas the Sunlight Cannon can sustain its assault against waves of foes. The disparity is indeed significant. Of course, the Sunlight Cannon still falls short when compared to the Grand Explosion Kamehameha. Just as Vegeta and Goku were about to pose their questions, the protagonist Vegeta teleported away. What? Where has he gone? Vegeta furrowed his brow and scanned the surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Trunks and Goku were equally perplexed. Never mind. That other Vegeta is remarkably powerful. It appears I must train in that location, Goku declared. Trunks paused, intrigued. Mr. Goku, may I inquire about this place you speak of? The hyperbolic time chamber. Inside, a year equals a day outside, Goku proclaimed, deliberately raising his voice to entice Vegeta to join. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Vegeta expressed his desire to accompany them. If another version of himself could attain such strength, he was determined not to lag behind. Upon arriving at a familiar locale, Vegeta realized he had returned. However, upon sensing his surroundings, he discovered Nappa and Raditz floundering about like headless chickens in search of someone. A bit puzzled, he instantaneously transported himself before them. Before long, the trio of Scions reunited, and Nappa and Raditz recounted the events that had transpired. Your IQ is rather low. It is astonishing that you fell for such a rudimentary ruse, Vegeta remarked calmly. The latter lowered his head, too afraid to speak. Indeed, they had not anticipated this. What shall we do next, King Vegeta? We wait. After all, the androids will eventually emerge, Vegeta remarked casually, showing little regard for the three androids. The two nodded in response and resumed their training in the gravity chamber. Vegeta, however, chose a different path, opting to amuse young Trunks and indulge in affectionate moments with Bulma. He had already attained the formidable Super Saiyan 2 transformation. The threat posed by Cell no longer seemed to concern him. He felt it was time to relax. After Krillin administered the Senzu beans to the Z fighters, he observed them with their heads bowed in shame. I apologize for my earlier cowardice, Krillin admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The android had been overwhelmingly powerful, leaving him paralyzed with fear. However, the others reassured him that it was understandable. In that situation, your involvement would have been futile. It's fortunate that you survived to provide us with Senzu beans. Otherwise, we would have been doomed, Piccolo remarked. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Piccolo, as he was the only one holding the group together in Goku's absence. What are you all looking at me for? Piccolo frowned. We currently find ourselves without options, which is why we sought your counsel. After all, we are comrades, are we not? Comrades. What naivety. I am Piccolo Daimao, and my association with you is solely to defeat the Scions and the androids, Piccolo exclaimed, reacting impulsively. He unleashed a powerful energy blast into the distance before soaring towards the lookout. He was intent on seeking fusion with Kami. What has gotten into Piccolo? Why the sudden change? Krillin questioned, perplexed. That's just his nature. Do you not know where he is headed? Tien Shinhan replied nonchalantly. Oh, where to? The lookout. Tien clarified. Then where shall we go? Krillin inquired. To Payaz Mountain. We should relocate Goku to Kame House. These androids are after him. And since Baba and Raditz cannot detect their energy, It is clear that the androids are currently unbeatable, Tien suggested thoughtfully. The group then set off towards Payaz Mountain, while Trunks declined to join them, expressing his desire to find his mother, Bulma. In this era, Trunks had already been born and felt no need to conceal his identity. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Detection of the parallel world tragedy tower being severely damaged by the female android, number 18, resulting in the loss of the Scion Prince's confidence. Task: assist the parallel world tragedy tower in achieving Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Task reward: a grand gift package. Huh? Young Tian, what is this nonsense? I became a Super Saiyan 2 through my own efforts. Now you want me to help him achieve the same? Vegeta, upon hearing this task, wore an expression of utter disbelief. This was an utterly impossible mission. Tragedy Tower, you possess an abundance of spirit tree fruits, enough to elevate his basic combat power significantly. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2 merely requires reaching a certain level of power, and through sheer fury, one can achieve that transformation. In your parallel universe, where you were left battered and bruised, it wouldn't take much to provoke you into transforming. Yang Tian remarked nonchalantly. Vegeta, upon hearing this, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Transforming into a Super Saiyan through anger? Surely you jest. Vegeta felt a twinge of disbelief. He had never undergone the transformation of a Super Saiyan fueled by rage. His powers had solely been cultivated through rigorous training. One could say his mindset did not shatter as it did in parallel worlds. No, the task at hand was neither overly difficult nor particularly simple. It all depended on how one chose to instruct another version of oneself. Yang Tian remarked calmly. Ding. May I inquire if the host, Tragedy Tower, accepts the task? Accepted. Vegeta accepted without hesitation. As for how to empower his alternate self, he had already devised a plan. Utilizing the gravity chamber of the spaceship, he intended to employ the fruits of the Tree of Might. Although the effects of the fruits diminish with each successive consumption, the sheer quantity at his disposal was a significant advantage. Moreover, the parallel universe's Vegeta had never tasted these fruits before. His initial consumption would undoubtedly result in a tremendous surge in battle power. With this thought in mind, Vegeta naturally perceived the task as less daunting. However, after waiting for a while, the system had yet to initiate the transfer. Vegeta was filled with questions. Young Tian, what are you doing? I have already accepted the mission, yet you have not activated it? I believe it would be more effective if you brought along Nappa and Raditz. They are superior to the parallel version of you, and their presence would undoubtedly provoke a stronger reaction from the other you, yielding double the results. Vegeta. Goodness. Is this meant to humiliate another version of himself? He too is Vegeta. He can easily envision the scenario where two of his subordinates, once inferior to him, suddenly surpass him and mercilessly pummel him, shouting, You dare call yourself Prince Vegeta? Surely, he would be utterly broken. Contemplating this, Vegeta could only lament how cruel this system is, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of sympathy for the other him. Deep down, he couldn't help but think how fortunate he was to be the one endowed with the system. Before long, Vegeta summoned Nappa and Raditz from the gravity chamber. Upon hearing about the mission Vegeta proposed, they were left utterly perplexed. Goodness, are they really expected to mock another Vegeta? How exhilarating. But, dear Prince Vegeta, is this truly wise? Although he is not you, he is still a Scion Prince. Nappa and Raditz felt a sense of trepidation. It can be said that an inherent fear of Vegeta truly exists within them. Chapter 48. Nappa and Raditz ruthlessly thrash Dragon Ball Z Vegeta. Humph. When I say it can be done, it can be done. Why the hesitation? Vegeta let out a cold snort. In the next moment, they were teleported. The destination was none other than the original storyline of Dragon Ball Z. It can only be said that if the original Vegeta were to transform into Super Saiyan 2 ahead of time, he would be able to boastfully eliminate Cell. As the scene shifted, it transitioned to a parallel Earth. Come on, I sense the energy of another me. Vegeta spoke, and in an instant, he transported the two of them before the parallel world as Vegeta. This tragic Vegeta was indeed a true embodiment of tragedy. He believed that by transforming into a Super Saiyan, he would be invincible. However, after boasting about his prowess and defeating Android 19, he found himself at Dr. Gero's lab, engaging in a fierce battle with Android 18. Initially, the fight was evenly matched, but as time progressed, his stamina waned, leading to a brutal defeat, culminating in a broken arm. Had it not been for the Senzu beans, he could have faced an extended hospital stay in the wilderness amidst a pile of rocks. The defeated Vegeta had stood for 3 days and nights since his defeat by Android 18. The Dragon Ball Z version of Vegeta, arms crossed, gazed into the distance, lost in thought. His once proud Super Saiyan form had been utterly humiliated by a woman. Behind him, Trunks had remained by his side for the same duration, silent yet steadfast in his support of his father. His mother, Bulma, had informed him that his father was a man of immense pride. "Father, you have been standing here for 3 days and nights," Trunks finally spoke. Yet, the Dragon Ball Z Vegeta remained unmoved. Meanwhile, upon their arrival, Vegeta and the others overheard Trunks' words. "What has happened to another version of me?" Yang Tian pondered. Vegeta inquired with Yang Tiandao. "Oh, see for yourself." In an instant, a luminous screen materialized. Nappa and Raditz, having become accustomed to such phenomena, turned their gaze towards the display. It depicted the Vegeta of this era, arrogantly slaying Android 19, only to be subsequently vanquished by the likes of Android 18. The scene then shifted to him standing alone for 3 days and nights. There were only a few days left until Son Goku arrived to summon him to the hyperbolic time chamber, though the exact number had escaped his memory. "What? This Prince Vegeta is so weak?" Nappa questioned, unable to contain his disbelief. The Vegeta of this timeline was, astonishingly, inferior even to him. As soon as Nappa uttered these words, the Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z became aware of the commotion. "Who dares to claim that I, Prince Vegeta, am weak? Are you seeking death?" Vegeta cast a cold glare in this direction, and then he beheld the trio of Vegeta. He was momentarily taken aback. Were those not he, Nappa, and Raditz? Trunks was also stunned. 2 fathers? Tragic Vegeta, defeated by a mere woman, standing here as if it could make him stronger? The protagonist Vegeta crossed his arms, a mocking expression gracing his face as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the Z Vegeta's face contorted with rage. How dare this wretched being bring up such an unpleasant matter? "You seek death." The Dragon Ball Z Vegeta growled, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and launched a powerful punch at the protagonist Vegeta. Yet before contact could be made, Vegeta effortlessly caught it with a single finger. "Pathetic, truly pathetic," Vegeta mocked, flicking his fingers to send another version of himself soaring away. His base power level of 4 billion starkly contrasted with the mere 2 million of the other. At this moment, Z Vegeta's transformation only granted him a power level of 10 billion, much like Android 18, allowing for only a brief parity in strength. Not a sustained one. "Damn it, who are you?" The ejected Vegeta coldly gazed at his counterpart. "Me? I am another version of you. We hail from a parallel universe. Though I am under no obligation to elucidate the concept of parallel worlds, I simply wish to convey that I am here to assist you in growing stronger." Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, observing another version of himself. To him, this Vegeta seemed quite feeble. However, the numerous spirit tree fruits he possessed could certainly elevate his base combat power. The initial consumption of the spirit tree fruit had a significant effect, but subsequent intakes only provided a mere 1% boost. Yet, every little bit helps, does it not? "You? Ha ha ha, do you consider yourself strong? Strong? Heh. It appears you are yet to grasp the reality of your situation. Do not underestimate me. Even my companions Nappa and Raditz could easily overpower you." Vegeta remarked with a hint of disdain, gesturing for Nappa and Raditz to confront him. Upon seeing Nappa and Raditz advance, Dragon Ball Z's Vegeta shot them a piercing glare. The two instinctively recoiled, yet they did not retreat. "Nappa, Raditz, I am uncertain how you were resurrected, but do you dare to challenge me?" Vegeta sneered as he regarded the pair. They exchanged glances, then bravely approached him, proclaiming, "Prince Vegeta, you must pay for your sins." As they spoke, they surged forward, accelerating towards Vegeta. Vegeta and Trunks were astonished. What incredible speed! Nevertheless, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, immediately bracing himself against the onslaught. Trunks, too, stood resolutely by his father's side. Nappa and Raditz were unrelenting, transforming into Super Saiyans. The overwhelming battle power of 5 billion left them gasping for breath. This energy, it resembles that of Nappa and Raditz. Piccolo sensed the presence from the sacred world. He was taken aback. Hadn't Nappa and Raditz perished? And even if they were resurrected, could they possess such formidable power? Without hesitation, he turned to the Supreme Kai. "Old man, let us fuse. You see the situation. Earth does not need a deity now, but rather, a warrior." Piccolo spoke calmly, fully aware that the Supreme Kai could hear him. "Very well, let us combine." The Supreme Kai replied with a tinge of desolation. Not only had he detected Nappa and Raditz, but also the distant menace, Cell. In that moment, he comprehended that this era required warriors, not deities. "Oh, the Supreme Kai." King Kai gazed at him, an expression of deep sorrow upon his face. The Supreme Kai merely responded with a faint smile. King Kai, I thank you for your care over the years. Thus, the entity known as God Piccolo was born. What an immense energy. Whose could it be? Uncertain, yet hoping it does not belong to an adversary. Oh, Goku, awaken swiftly. Meanwhile, from afar, Goku, having just regained consciousness, was observing from Korin Tower. Such strength. Just as I recover, I encounter so many formidable foes. Fascinating. Goku stood on Korin Tower, gazing into the distance, where Vegeta was located. Goku, do you feel confident? The turtle hermit inquired. Not exactly. But I must give it a try. Goku, clad in his martial arts uniform, prepared to depart, but was compelled to stay by Chi-Chi. However, he sensed the Supreme Kai's absence and Piccolo's newfound strength. He understood that the Supreme Kai and Piccolo had merged into one. The Supreme Kai. Chapter 49. Dragon Ball Z's Vegeta. What? Impossible. How could Nappa and Raditz be this powerful? Vegeta gazed in disbelief at the two individuals before him. However, their fists were raised in a greeting directed at him and Trunks. Throughout the encounter, they endured relentless blows, emerging battered and bruised. Soon enough, they found themselves sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Damn it, Vegeta shouted. However, the protagonist, Vegeta, tossed a senzu bean to Trunks from a distance. The reason he did not offer one to himself was that he intended to consume the spirit tree's fruit later, thousands of them. In fact, although Saiyans possess hearty appetites, it is likely that even with a senzu bean, he would struggle to consume such an abundance. You ought to calm down. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, an expression of calm indifference on his face as he gazed at another version of himself. The other Vegeta, who was sprawled on the ground, rose to his feet and regarded the counterpart standing before him, who measured a striking height of 6 feet. It was then that he realized just how towering this other version truly was. You, how is it that you are so tall? He inquired. I was simply born this way. The Vegeta from Dragon Ball did not delve into explanations about the Dragon Balls, instead diverting his gaze toward the horizon. Dragon Ball Z Vegeta. Damn it, are you implying that I am naturally short? Yet, in light of this, it seems difficult to refute your claim. With a huff, he continued, you mentioned wanting to assist me in becoming stronger? Well, have you noticed Nappa and Raditz? Those two are the key to my enhancement. What must I do? Vegeta stated coldly, evidently still reluctant to seek assistance. Adjust your attitude. Otherwise, there is no point in discussing this. Vegeta does not indulge another version of himself. If it were not for the mission, who would come? May I inquire how one becomes stronger? By consuming. Vegeta proclaimed, casting forth an entire mound of spirit tree fruits. Vegeta was utterly astonished. So much. Will you consume it all? Are you mocking me? Mocking? If you eat just one, you will undoubtedly beg me later. Vegeta, uttering these words, transformed the entire bounty of spiritual fruit from the small mountain back into his system's inventory, before tossing one into his hand. Without hesitation, the Dragon Ball Z version of Vegeta took a bite. The flavor was a delightful blend of tartness and sweetness, tantalizing to his palate. Perhaps driven by hunger, he consumed the entire fruit in one go. Yet, it was insufficient. Just as he contemplated its inadequacy to satisfy his cravings, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality. His combat power surged dramatically, muscles expanding significantly. From a baseline of 20 million, it skyrocketed to 300 million. He had instantly reached the level he attained upon his first emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber. What? What is this? Vegeta gazed incredulously at his own body, while Trunks beside him stood in stunned silence. This is called the fruit of the sacred tree. Cultivating it is an arduous endeavor. The lowly Saiyan warrior, Darius, once attempted to grow it. Yet on such a magnificent planet, only 3 flawless sacred fruits could be nurtured. Vegeta recalled the moment he entered the world replica, where Dales utilized Earth as a medium to nurture the fruits of the spirit tree, ultimately cultivating 3. Had it not been for the diminished effects due to overindulgence, Vegeta would have consumed them himself, rather than leaving them for another version of himself. A lowly warrior like Dales. Who is he to possess such remarkable treasures? There is no need for you to know the details. I merely wish to inquire. Is this not an extraordinary find? Vegeta gazed at his counterpart with an expression of disdain. The other him flushed with embarrassment and wished to slap himself a few times. The reason was simple. What had he just said? A jest? Those were several thousand. Consuming them would yield immense power. As this thought crossed Vegeta's mind, his heart ached. Could you possibly share some with me? Certainly, but do adopt a more courteous demeanor. I am the prince of all Saiyans. Then, Bardock, Raditz. Enlighten him as to my identity. Vegeta smirked derisively. In response, Bardock stepped forward and proclaimed, "This is our King Vegeta." "King Vegeta? Is your planet still intact?" "Ah. Why inquire so much?" Vegeta smirked coldly, offering no response to the inquiry. Observing his counterpart's demeanor, the Dragon Ball Z version of Vegeta felt a surge of frustration. His fists clenched tightly. He was tempted to simply walk away, yet the thought of his potential for growth left him in a state of indecision. Vegeta gazed at him in silence, awaiting a decision from his counterpart. He was also wagering whether this other self possessed the same formidable pride. If not, he, Vegeta, would forego this task. As the saying goes, no one understands their own character better than oneself. Half an hour passed, yet he remained indecisive. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta chuckled. He directly tossed thousands of spirit tree fruits to him. "Consume these. If you continue to speak to me in such a subservient manner, I might very well turn and leave. This task is not worth my time. Yet, you still refuse to relinquish your pride. How marvelous. The proud prince of the Saiyans. How could you ever bow your head so low?" Vegeta crossed his arms, wearing an expression of indifference. In Dragon Ball Z, he said little, directly seizing the enormous spirit tree fruits and consuming them with fervor. One by one, the fruits were stuffed into his mouth. Vegeta's combat power gradually increased from 300 million. Initially, the second fruit could augment his strength by 200 million, but the increase diminished thereafter. Meanwhile, the protagonist Vegeta found himself wincing, realizing that he should have conserved his spirit tree fruits for later consumption, as that would have yielded a higher cost-effectiveness. It was evident that consuming the first spirit tree fruit resulted in a tenfold increase. Although the subsequent fruits offered lesser increments, their abundance compensated for it. At this moment, it can be asserted that Vegeta's baseline combat power reached an astonishing 2 billion. Thousands of spirit tree fruits catapulted his strength to this remarkable level. I feel invigorated with power. Vegeta clenched his fists, a look of pride adorning his face. This newfound power surpassed even his previous transformation into a Super Saiyan. "Haha, I, Vegeta, have risen once more." Vegeta erupted into laughter, his fists clenched tightly as he yearned to seek vengeance upon Android 18. Hey. This is still insufficient." Vegeta spoke with a hint of indifference. Upon hearing his words, Dragon Ball Z's Vegeta was taken aback. Was his combat power truly insufficient? Wasn't defeating Android 18 akin to child's play? Noticing his gaze, Vegeta continued, "Do you truly believe your adversary is Android 18? No. These are merely appetizers. You must surpass Super Saiyan. Only then can you confront the formidable Android Cell." "Android Cell? Who is he?" "Do not concern yourself with his identity. Simply heed my words and strive to transcend your Super Saiyan form." "Transcend Super Saiyan? What transformation is that?" "Anger. With sufficient rage, you can achieve this transformation." "Anger? Indeed. At present, you are incapable of transforming. Reflect deeply on your anger. Consider moments such as being bested by Android 19 or the destruction of planet Vegeta at the hands of Frieza." Vegeta casually remarked, recalling that Yang Tian had told him to rely on his anger. He was uncertain if it would work, as he did not transform through rage. Chapter 50. Cell. Upon hearing the other S words, Vegeta furrowed his brow. Clenching his fists, he attempted to transform. However, he immediately ascended to a Super Saiyan. With a battle power of 1 trillion, the earth trembled beneath him. This display astonished the other Z fighters on the planet, including Goku. "What? Has Vegeta surpassed that level?" Goku exclaimed in disbelief. He had realized that being a Super Saiyan was not the ultimate goal. Thus, he too sought to transcend the Super Saiyan form. Yet sensing Vegeta's formidable energy, he mistakenly believed that Vegeta had achieved that breakthrough. After all, Vegeta's energy was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Din gazed towards Vegeta's direction, his expression grave. This energy was astonishingly intense. He could not compare. Damn it, Frieza, the androids, Kakarot. At this moment, Vegeta was striving to surpass the Super Saiyan transformation. He reminisced about past encounters, growing increasingly furious with each recollection. The fact that Kakarot had transformed into a Super Saiyan before him ignited his anger. He was the prince of the Saiyans, of noble blood. The mere thought of it infuriated him further. Additionally, he had been humiliated by a woman, left battered and bruised, and even had his arm broken in front of everyone. Such was a profound disgrace. Vegeta's fury surged uncontrollably, his power intensifying. His hair stood on end, crackling with electricity. Observing this transformation, Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. This alternate version of himself was indeed formidable, capable of transformation through sheer rage. While he himself relied on a system to achieve such feats, With a final, thunderous roar of anger, Dragon Ball Z's Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2. His battle power soared to an astonishing 200 billion. Witnessing this spectacle, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. He had succeeded. Soon after, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received a special gift package. Vegeta did not activate it. Instead, he quietly awaited. Initially, it was thought that the hyperbolic time chamber would be necessary, but it seems that is no longer the case. Haha. Is this what it means to transcend the Super Saiyan transformation? Vegeta laughed heartily, turning his head just as he intended to inquire of another version of himself, only to find that the trio of Vegetas had vanished. Nanny, how did they disappear? I didn't even notice. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, a figure appeared before him. It was Goku. Hey, Vegeta, have you transcended to Super Saiyan? Goku scrutinized Vegeta's transformation. In response, Vegeta smirked. Indeed. I didn't expect you to notice, Kakarot, haha. However, this time it is I, Vegeta, who has reached this stage before you. Vegeta laughed heartily, once again embracing his proud Saiyan Prince mentality. Simultaneously, he felt a flicker of surprise towards Kakarot. He had not anticipated that Kakarot had already discerned the means to transcend the limits of Super Saiyan. Just 2 hours prior, he had been engulfed in a sense of despondency as a prince. However, the realization of Kakarot's breakthrough ignited a surge of pride within him. Congratulations, Vegeta. I had planned to take you to a special place for training, but it appears you no longer require it. Goku remarked with a note of congratulations. Though a sigh escaped his lips. Humph, no need for that. I am going to deal with the androids right now. Vegeta smirked coldly, ready to set off in search of the androids, but was halted by Goku. Wait a moment, Vegeta. Can you sense the energy of the androids? No. But at my speed, it won't take long to traverse the entire planet. Vegeta remarked with a hint of indifference. Upon hearing this, Goku fell silent for a moment. Yet he responded, let us proceed directly to the sacred temple. From its heights, we can swiftly address any discovery of the androids. What do you think? Acknowledging the wisdom in his longtime rival Kakarot's suggestion, Vegeta scoffed, humph. Lead the way. Thus, Trunks, Vegeta, and Goku made their way to the sacred temple, joined by the other Z warriors. However, this time, Vegeta chose not to enter the room of spirit and time. He felt invincible at present, believing there was no need for such training. And indeed, he was not mistaken. With a constant battle power of 2 billion, he stood as an unparalleled force. Even if the formidable Cell emerged, he would be obliterated. Vegeta, are you not going in? No, I cannot afford to wait even a moment, Vegeta replied, gazing down at the world below, biding his time. Meanwhile, Kami Piccolo was at Kame House, and the arrival of the protagonist Vegeta had disrupted the usual protocol of entering the room of spirit and time, allowing Goku and Gohan to enter ahead of schedule. Vegeta did not enter the fray. After some time, the divine Piccolo had already engaged in combat with Android 17. Sensing the energy, Vegeta made his way to the designated location. Piccolo and Android 17 had chosen a desolate island for their battle. They had exchanged blows for several hundred rounds, but Piccolo, having exhausted much of his stamina, gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Cell had stealthily arrived, lurking in the shadows, biding his time to absorb. What an opportune moment! Utilizing the smoke and chaos, Cell ensnared Android 17, absorbing him into his being. A brilliant flash of light illuminated the scene as Cell ascended to his second form. In this new state, Cell retained his tail and possessed a more robust physique, resembling humanity more closely. His face began to take on human features, with large, sausage-like lips, and the ability to alter his voice. This voice modulation was intended to deceive Android 18 into falling prey to him, although it had previously failed. Such tremendous power. I, Cell, am invincible, he boasted, laughing maniacally as he reveled in his newfound strength. His combat power had surged to a staggering 8 billion, completely overshadowing the energy Vegeta had unleashed earlier. It was evident that his elevation in power had led to a sense of arrogance, especially given his possession of Vegeta's cells. Damn it! Piccolo's expression darkened upon witnessing this turn of events. He had initially aimed to eliminate Android 17 to prevent Cell from evolving into his perfect form. But now he had failed. Quickly, Android 18. Android 16 realized that if she did not flee, she would undoubtedly be absorbed as well. With no alternative, he charged forward to buy her some time. However, before Android 16 could act, Tien Shinhan arrived ahead of schedule. His Kikaho unleashed a torrent of energy, pinning the second form of Cell in place. rendering him immobile. In this brief respite, Android 18 seized the opportunity to escape with Android 16. Tien's assault continued for an indeterminate duration until he could no longer sustain his energy and began to falter. Lacking Goku's instantaneous movement this time, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Damn it! You wretched fool, you've wasted precious time. Cell unleashed a Kakarot that sent Tien's lifeless body soaring. Chapter 51, Vegeta vs. Cell. Just as Cell was about to pursue Android 18, a voice boomed across the horizon. Humph, you hideous monster, how repulsive it is that you possess my cells. It infuriates me to think that I, the proud prince of the Scions, have had my essence taken by such a loathsome creature. At that moment, Vegeta had arrived. With his arms crossed, he regarded Cell, who had yet to depart, staring back at him. Vegeta, so it is you, Cell remarked. Heh, you recognize me? Yet I find it utterly shameful. Vegeta, with an air of arrogance, descended upon the small island. Upon hearing this, Cell's expression turned to one of fury. What audacity from Vegeta! Are you seeking your own demise? Seeking death? I believe that applies to you, Cell. Vegeta chuckled coldly, then pointed at him and declared, I shall grant you a chance, otherwise your opportunities shall dwindle away. Upon finishing his words, Vegeta unleashed a brilliant golden aura, transforming into a Super Saiyan. His battle power surged to an astonishing 100 billion. Close by, Cell felt the intensity of Vegeta's energy, his expression turning utterly discomposed. It became evident that his earlier perception was not a mistake, but indeed the truth. Vegeta, he is indeed that powerful. How infuriating. Cell, in a fit of rage, unleashed a surge of energy. Yet, this energy was effortlessly subdued by Vegeta. If this is all the strength you possess, I can only bid you farewell. Vegeta smirked. The energy wave in his hand gathering intensity. Wait, wait, Cell shouted as he sensed Vegeta's impending attack. Speak your final words. Do you not yearn to battle a formidable opponent? If you allow me to absorb Android 18, I shall attain my perfect form, rendering me invincible. Do you not desire to engage in combat with a being of my caliber? After uttering these words, Cell gazed intently at Vegeta, wagering that his arrogant nature would compel him to respond. As anticipated, after a brief silence, Vegeta's energy wave dissipated, his focus now solely on Cell. Go ahead. Hesitate if you must, but mark my words. I shall reduce you to ashes. Vegeta spoke with an air of indifference, while the latter, filled with joy, dashed in the direction where Android 18 had fled. The details of Android 18's assimilation by Cell shall remain unspoken for the time being, as the protagonist, Vegeta, still requires further elaboration. Haha, I have finally attained my perfect form. At this moment, Cell gazed upon himself with a smug expression. Dr. Gero had established that once he absorbed Androids 17 and 18, he would become invincible. Indeed, Dr. Gero had not deceived him. At this juncture, Cell's perfect form had manifested wings, with his tail neatly retracted within them. This tail could be utilized to spawn smaller versions of Cell, and, should Cell desire, it could extend to absorb others. It can only be said that after achieving his perfect form, he chose to retract his tail for the sake of combat convenience. Moreover, his legs resembled those of a human, and his face bore an even closer resemblance to that of a human. Vegeta gazed upon the fully formed Cell with an air of indifference. One could only remark that he remained unchanged. Humph, thank you, Vegeta, for enabling me to attain my perfect form. As a token of gratitude, I shall be the first to end your life. Cell proclaimed with a smug expression as he regarded Vegeta. Vegeta remained silent and transformed into a Super Saiyan. The impact was thunderous. Vegeta moved with astounding speed, delivering a knee strike that propelled Cell into the air. Cell, in excruciating pain, spat out a vile substance. Nanny! Cell exclaimed, astonished. He had never anticipated that even in his complete form, a single blow from Vegeta could inflict such agony. It was inevitable, for Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, boasting a staggering battle power of 100 billion. In contrast, although Cell had achieved his complete form, he had yet to unleash his full power, which stood at merely 44 billion. Having just merged, he had not even begun to tap into his potential. Such was the reality. The much-lauded complete form was not as formidable as it had been proclaimed. Vegeta declared, delivering yet another powerful kick that sent Cell flying. As Cell soared through the air, he clenched his fists, staring at him with fury. Damn it! In the next instant, Cell unleashed a radiant white aura, reminiscent of the time he faced Goku at full power. His combat strength surged to an astonishing 85 billion. Later, during his confrontation with the Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, his power reached an unprecedented 100 billion. Impressive as that energy may be, if this is all you can muster, then I shall be left with no choice but to eliminate you, for you have greatly disappointed me. Vegeta spoke with a mocking expression. Meanwhile, the Z warriors in the heavenly temple sensed the situation from afar. They were all hoping that Vegeta would not squander this opportunity and would eliminate Cell. However, he was overestimating the situation. It was futile. Vegeta concealed an extraordinary level of power, demonstrating an admirable composure. Suddenly, with a resounding impact, another blow struck. Cell was once again sent flying. What? Cell clutched his abdomen, disbelief etched across his face. Despite unleashing over 80% of his strength, why was he still struck down by Vegeta's decisive strike? Humph. Vegeta scoffed, unleashing a flurry of relentless attacks. Each punch and kick left Cell dazed and disoriented. If this is all the strength you possess, you have truly disappointed me. Prepare to meet your end. Vegeta proclaimed, summoning the Gallic Gun with unwavering determination. Although the final flash was formidable, Cell's power was insufficient to withstand it, and with his remarkable speed, Vegeta doubted Cell would dare to absorb the attack head-on. Damn it. The Kamehameha. Cell mirrored the stance of the Kamehameha, preparing to unleash it against Vegeta. As the Kamehameha collided with the Gallic Gun, the Earth trembled violently. While this clash was not as devastating as the confrontation between Goku and Super Saiyan 2 and Cell, it still possessed the potential to annihilate the planet. How terrifying. Is the Earth doomed? Yamcha exclaimed, his pessimistic words eliciting an angry glare from Bulma, who cradled little Trunks in her arms. Yamcha, upon hearing her retort, wore a look of despair but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, the other Z fighters fervently hoped that Vegeta would eliminate Cell in an instant. At that moment, as Vegeta's Gallic Gun pressed down upon Cell's Kamehameha, Cell felt a surge of urgency. He began to channel his energy while simultaneously launching his attack. He needed to unleash his full power. Yet, it was in vain. The Gallic Gun continued its relentless advance. In terms of combat strength, the Gallic Gun was superior to the Kamehameha. It is noteworthy that at that time, Goku, utilizing a threefold Kaioken, had dominated Vegeta in close combat. Goku's power level then stood at 24,000, while Vegeta's was at 18,000. Despite this disparity, Vegeta's Gallic Gun proved to be remarkably potent. Haha. Utilizing another's technique ultimately leads to insignificance, especially when it belongs to Kakarot. Remember this, my Gallic Gun, Vegeta's Gallic Gun, is anything but trivial. Vegeta, in an instant, transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His energy surged, eclipsing that of Cell. This power exceeded even that of Goku's final burst in Super Saiyan 2. Goku's battle power was 170 billion, and in his last explosion, it reached 180 billion, which was sufficient to vanquish Cell. At the time, Cell possessed a battle power of 175 billion. Nah, nanny, such overwhelming energy. Upon witnessing this scene, Cell's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 52, 5 billion battle power. Super battle suit. Yet, he had no chance left. He was already engulfed by Vegeta's Gallic Gun. This was a clash of 200 billion battle power against 100 billion of the Kamehameha. The suppression was even more formidable than Goku's Super Saiyan 2. No, it cannot be. I am the perfect android. These were Cell's last words before his demise. In the next moment, he was obliterated, utterly destroyed. Boom. Even his core was shattered, leaving no chance for resurrection. Vegeta did not hesitate. He unleashed the Gallic Gun, launching it directly into the cosmos. Earth could not withstand such a blow. Haha, and they still think they are complete beings. How amusing. Vegeta gazed skyward and let out a hearty laugh before soaring back to the Temple of the Gods. He awaited the emergence of Kakarot, eager to challenge him. After a considerable interval, Kakarot and his son finally appeared, both having mastered the full power of Super Saiyan. However, they had yet to grasp the essence of Super Saiyan 2. Hello, Vegeta. Goku attempted to greet him, but was swiftly interrupted by Vegeta. Come, let us engage in battle. Thus, the two clashed on a deserted isle. It was abundantly clear that Goku, in his full Super Saiyan form, was being overwhelmed by Vegeta's Super Saiyan prowess. In his normal state, Goku possessed a power level of 1.6 billion, while Vegeta boasted an impressive 2 billion. It was evident that Goku was contending with a Vegeta at the level of perfect Cell. Yet, this Vegeta was not akin to the Cell from the Cell games, who had toyed with Goku. Consequently, before long, Goku was rendered unconscious after a few dozen exchanges. Haha, at last, I have triumphed, Kakarot. I have finally defeated you, Vegeta proclaimed as he soared back to West City. Thus, He spent his time in exhilaration until Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, delivering blows that had him howling in realization. The protagonist, Vegeta, returned to his own realm. Observing the surroundings, he curled his lip. You two should train diligently. As Vegeta's voice faded, a notification sound resonated. Ding. Congratulations to Naba and Raditz for assisting Vegeta in completing the mission, earning a combat power of 100 million. In an instant, their combat power surged once more, reaching 210 million. Meanwhile, Vegeta received a grand gift package, which he had previously refrained from opening in another realm. Without hesitation, he accessed his system backpack and unveiled the grand package. Upon opening the grand package, another notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Vegeta, for opening the grand package, receiving 1 billion combat power and a super battle suit. Is that it? Nothing more? Vegeta's expression darkened. Damn it. The difficulty of this task was exceedingly high, transforming another version of himself into Super Saiyan 2. Yet, he had squandered all his spirit tree fruits on this endeavor. To think it would yield so little. Nevertheless, Vegeta activated the super battle suit in his system inventory. The super battle suit, once donned, allowed for the adjustment of gravitational intensity and was impervious to wear and tear. Upon reading the suit's description, Vegeta wasted no time and promptly clicked to use it. It seamlessly replaced his existing battle attire and fit him perfectly. Vegeta took a moment to savor the feeling, and he donned his cape once more. Now he was indeed King Vegeta. Although there were hardly any Saiyans left, he possessed the true royal bloodline. Open the attribute panel. Vegeta murmured to himself. Host, Vegeta title, Speedy Tragedy Tower Combat Power, 5 billion. Lifespan, Immortal Transformation, Great Ape Form, Super Saiyan 2nd Stage Ultimate Moves, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks, Final Flash, Spirit Bomb. Other abilities, Key Sensing, Infinite Key, Instant Transmission, Limitless Stamina, 100-fold Training Talent Followers, Nappa, Raditz. System Inventory, X10 50 Senza Beans. Super Spaceship System Comprehensive Evaluation. The host is nearly invincible on Earth, yet in the 7th universe of Dragon Ball, the host's strength is significantly weak. It is advised to transform into Super Saiyan 3 first. Vegeta disregarded the final assessment, instead gazing into the distance. He had sensed an unusual energy. For Kakarot had already recovered, and more significantly, Piccolo had fused with the Supreme Kai. In this era, the fused Piccolo possessed a power that surpassed even that of his counterpart from the Dragon Ball Z world. It could be said that Piccolo's battle prowess had reached an astonishing 1.6 billion, on par with that of Android 16. More crucially, upon awakening, Goku heeded the counsel of his allies. Rather than seeking out Vegeta, he chose to train alone with Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber. He recognized that Vegeta's strength eclipsed his own, and time was of the essence. There was no moment to squander. Ah, have you come to seek the old monkey? Alas, you are too late. He has already departed. Piccolo, as usual, encountered the androids on Koroness Island. However, this time he was brimming with confidence. He harbored no fear of the androids. Oh, then I suppose I must compel you to divulge our whereabouts, Android 17 remarked, rolling up his sleeves and advancing. Yet, as he approached, he was halted by Android 16. 17, you are no match for him. Stand down, allow me to handle this. Android 16, possessing the ability to sense energy, accurately gauged Piccolo's formidable strength. Chapter 53, Perfect Cell, the Cell Games in 7 days. I am willing to oblige. However, we must engage in battle at a different location, Piccolo declared, gesturing towards a remote, uninhabited island. Android 16 nodded and soared into the distance. Upon arriving at the new site, he observed Piccolo shedding his heavy armor and commencing his power-up. Piccolo's mindset had evolved from the original narrative. He now recognized the necessity to decisively eliminate the androids. Within a year, he was uncertain if Goku could surpass the Saiyan limits he had mentioned. But he knew he must take action. With a fierce cry, Piccolo began to concentrate his energy. Android 16 also initiated his own preparations, wary of underestimating his opponent. Meanwhile, Androids 17 and 18 stood at a distance, arms crossed, observing. What is this? Is Piccolo truly that formidable? Android 18 remarked, unimpressed. They were unable to sense energy. After all, having been ordinary humans before their transformation into androids, they lacked such abilities. I don't know, but judging by his demeanor, he possesses some skill. Though I doubt it's substantial, Android 17 commented. Yet in the next moment, he was rendered speechless. Piccolo moved with blinding speed, leaving him unable to comprehend the action. Android 16 followed suit, also moving at incredible velocity. This is far too fast, 17 exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. As their combat accelerated, the thunderous clashes of fists and feet filled the air, instilling fear in their hearts. Aren't we androids supposed to be the strongest? Number 18 found herself unable to endure the situation any longer. Meanwhile, the two combatants in the distance had engaged in hundreds of exchanges, providing the perfect opportunity for Cell to make his entrance. Stealthily, he approached from behind, delivering a powerful blow that sent number 18 flying. In an instant, his tail ensnared number 17, swallowing him whole. It could be said that number 17 was truly unfortunate, forever the first to be absorbed. Hahaha, you were too careless. Cell's manic laughter echoed. Piccolo and the others turned their gaze, sensing a green speckled insectoid creature enhancing its energy. Its battle power surged from 1 billion to astronomical heights. 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion, until it reached 80 billion, where it finally halted. Cell had attained his second form, boasting a battle power of 80 billion. Ha, I am brimming with power, Cell proclaimed, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he regarded Piccolo and number 16, who were still engaged in combat. You two have delayed me long enough. I have decided to spare your lives for now, so you may witness my perfect form. With that, Cell swiftly appeared before the recently risen number 18. His tail enveloped her, and before she could even struggle, she was consumed. This is bad, Piccolo exclaimed in alarm, diving down to unleash a special beam cannon directly at Cell. Yet, as the dust settled, the fully formed green speckled monster emerged, revealing the complete form of Cell. His battle power now stood at an astonishing 440 billion. At this moment, having just achieved his final form, he was yet to unleash his full potential. Ah, behold my perfect appearance, Cell declared, striking a flamboyant pose. Number 16 and Piccolo regarded him with grave expressions. However, in the next moment, they both dropped to the ground in a hurry. Clearly, Cell's intention to show them his perfect form was genuine, and the urgency of their submission was equally real. By the way, where are Goku and the others? The fully formed Cell could not sense Goku's energy, as he was still in the hyperbolic time chamber, isolated from the outside world. He is training. When he emerges after a day's time, he will be able to defeat you. Oh, he thinks he can triumph in just one day? How amusing. I shall grant him that time. Cell chuckled at this revelation. Dr. Gero had mentioned that upon absorbing the androids 17 and 18, he would become perfect. After all, his body contained the cells of numerous beings. With several scion cells within him, how could he possibly lose to a single scion? Contemplating this, Cell smiled faintly, extending his arms wide. In 7 days, I shall commence my Cell games. Let us employ the format of your World Martial Arts Tournament. Ultimately, Cell chose not to eliminate the two, envisioning something far more entertaining. Upon hearing Cell's words, the two fell silent, though Piccolo's face lit up with joy. 7 days would be ample time for Goku and him to enter the hyperbolic time chamber twice. Although Cell had just demonstrated formidable battle power, it was not yet at the level of invincibility, because he sensed Vegeta's presence. By the way, remember to invite Vegeta. I believe this Scion Prince deserves a thorough beating. After saying this, Cell soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa had just arrived. It can be said that as Cell departed, the trio of Vegeta followed closely behind. What happened to this android that fled? Nappa scanned the surroundings. However, upon noticing Piccolo and Android 16 lying on the ground, Vegeta tossed them a senza bean. Indeed, Vegeta is feeling generous. After consuming the senza beans, the two stood up, particularly upon seeing Android 16. One couldn't help but exclaim, is it truly effective for a robot to consume senza beans? Quite remarkable. Upon concluding his statement, Vegeta intended to pursue and eliminate Cell. However, Piccolo intervened, recounting the words that Cell had just uttered. Vegeta heard a cold chuckle. Let him live a few more days then. As Vegeta prepared to depart, Nappa and Raditz followed suit. Observing the trio of Scions leave, Piccolo immediately ascended towards the Supreme Kai's temple. Chapter 54, The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. He intended to wait for Goku to emerge, after which he would enter alongside Trunks. Together, they could engage in training, thereby accelerating their progress. At least, that was his contemplation. At the Supreme Kai's temple, Piccolo stood still, eyes closed in deep thought. He could sense Cell promoting his Cell games on television, instilling fear in humanity across the globe. The following morning, just hours remained until Goku's emergence. Meanwhile, Cell's arena had been completed, and he stood atop it, waiting. Time passed as he waited, yet instead of Goku, an army arrived. However, to him, they were merely fodder. When the door to the hyperbolic time chamber finally opened, Piccolo beheld Goku and his son emerging, both transformed into Super Saiyans, maintaining their base forms. This was the full power state. Old Man, Gohan. Upon witnessing their transformation, Piccolo's expression turned to one of astonishment. He could sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from them. At this moment, Goku's base power was 1.6 billion, while Gohan's reached 1.7 billion. In sheer base form, Piccolo realized he could not match either of them. As Goku and Gohan surveyed their surroundings, they nodded upon confirming that the Z fighters were all present. Piccolo, how are things on your end? Goku inquired. Not particularly optimistic. Here as the situation, Piccolo recounted the events in their entirety. Goku's expression shifted upon hearing the news. So many of the Cherry Blossom people have perished? And Piccolo, can you create Dragon Balls with the Supreme Kai? Goku asked gravely, glancing at Vegeta. The last time Vegeta visited Earth, Nappa had obliterated the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Subsequently, the Earth Warriors utilized the Dragon Balls to restore it. However, with the onset of the Cell games, Cell had declared his combat rules. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom viewed their previous defeat as a disgrace and resolved to retaliate, only to find themselves once again slaughtered by Cell. No, although I merged with him, I cannot produce Dragon Balls. I have tried, Piccolo replied, shaking his head in resignation. I see, what should we do now? Goku found himself at a loss. But then Piccolo had a sudden inspiration. Goku, why not travel to Namek and seek out new Namekians to serve as the Supreme Kai? Ah, that is a valid point. However, I wonder if they would be willing. Goku expressed some hesitation. After all, they were not the saviors of Namek, and Den did not share a particularly deep bond with Gohan. Nonetheless, it was worth a try? Alright. I shall consult King Kai regarding the location and give it a shot. As Wukong spoke, he swiftly departed using instant transmission. Piccolo then beckoned Trunks to enter the hyperbolic time chamber together. Time passed rapidly. When Piccolo and Trunks emerged, it was already the following day. Wukong had also traveled to Namek to recruit a new Namekian for the role of the Supreme Kai, and this individual was none other than Dandy. The details of Wukong's persuasion remain a mystery. Hey, Piccolo, your strength has significantly improved. Wukong greeted Piccolo. At that moment, Piccolo's battle power had reached an astounding 3 billion. It is evident that their time in the hyperbolic time chamber, accompanied by training partners, had spurred them to train with fervor. As for Trunks, he now sported long hair. With a normal battle power of 300 million, equivalent to Vegeta's upon his initial emergence. Humph, with such power, you stand no chance against Cell. Wukong remarked. Old son, have you found the new Supreme Kai? Yes, it's Dandy. Wukong replied, gesturing toward the small Supreme Kai, Dandy. Dandy's presence was motivated by Piccolo's fusion with his counterpart, Nail. Their bond was exceptionally strong, prompting Dandy to visit Earth for broader experiences. Thank you, Dandy. I wonder if the dragon can resurrect anyone? Piccolo smiled at Dandy, who returned the gesture. Dandy bore an uncanny resemblance to his brother Nail. Just after his resurrection, Wukong had ventured to seek the Dragon Balls. Alright, I appreciate your help. Old son, no trouble at all, I'll be right back. Wukong assured as he soared down from Korin Tower, intent on collecting some Senza beans. Wary of any waste by Yajirobe. Upon entering Korin Tower, the cat sage tossed a bag of Senza beans to Wukong. Thank you, Korin. Earth needs your protection. Wukong acknowledged. I understand. I'll confront this Cell first, then seek the Dragon Balls. With that, Wukong instantly teleported behind Cell. As Cell opened his eyes, he did not turn around but coolly remarked, Wukong, you have 5 days. Use this time to live and breathe well. Cell, I hope you refrain from killing during the remaining time, Wukong declared before vanishing. He sensed immense pressure emanating from Cell, yet believed that this pressure was incomparable to Gohan's potential to surpass the limits of a Super Saiyan. Having witnessed Gohan's extraordinary potential firsthand, Wukong was resolute. In the subsequent days, Wukong embarked on his quest for the Dragon Balls, while Vegeta spent time with Bulma and young Trunks. During this period, future Trunks made an appearance but was met with Vegeta's fierce reprimands. Chapter 55, Ignite. The intense battles, the fierce confrontations, and the ultimate clashes stem from his cowardice. He fled to seek assistance simply because he was outmatched by the androids. Such actions tarnished the dignity of the Saiyan Prince, nay, the entire Saiyan race, and besmirched the honor of King Vegeta. Nevertheless, do not place all the blame on Trunks. Over there, he has lost your presence. Bulma stepped forward to mediate. Trunks felt deeply moved by her words. His mother remained as gentle as ever. Meanwhile, Vegeta merely scoffed and addressed him. You claim to have trained in that so-called hyperbolic time chamber? Is this truly the extent of your power? How shameful. Vegeta wore an expression of sheer frustration. This transformation into a Super Saiyan possesses a mere battle power of 15 billion. One could say it is remarkably feeble. Enough with the excuses. You are simply weak. Come with me to the gravity chamber for some serious training. Vegeta, uttering his intent to drag him to the gravity chamber for training, was halted by Bulma. All right. He has just finished his training. Let the child have a proper rest, she declared before taking Trunks away. This left Vegeta standing alone, bewildered in the wind. However, with a dismissive snort, he proceeded to train nonetheless. Ding! A detection of the movie version has occurred. Burn brightly. Fierce battle, intense struggle, ultimate showdown. Mission: eliminate the Saiyan Paragus and his son, the legendary Broly. Mission reward: energy manifestation. Saiyan Paragus and his son, the legendary Broly? Before Vegeta could take action, he heard the system notification echoing in his mind. Yang Tian, our Saiyan lineage consists of merely a few thousand individuals. This Paragus and his son, who have transcended into Broly, are unprecedented among our kind. How is it that in the parallel world, there are more Saiyans than among us? Furthermore, what exactly do you mean by the manifestation of energy? Vegeta inquired with curiosity. Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyans. At a tender age, he was already acquainted with all his kin, thus he was unaware of Paragus, much like Duralis. In a parallel universe, this Broly is indeed a legendary Super Saiyan, a being that emerges only once in a millennium among your Saiyan lineage. What? Does that not render him exceedingly formidable? Moreover, is the reward you are offering not rather meager? Vegeta, with a look of disbelief, exclaimed, the battle power of the newly born Broly is 10,000. What? Vegeta has been utterly shaken. A birth power level of 10,000? Even in his youth, he possessed only a power level of 10,000. Moreover, his combat strength doubles each year, meaning he would continue to grow stronger even without training. In other parallel universes, this Broly has already ascended to Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face was a canvas of disbelief. He felt as if he might shatter. He is currently merely a Super Saiyan 2. As for Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4, he was genuinely unaware of their existence. Well, do not be disheartened. You will inevitably grow stronger. Thus, Broly's current power level is not as insurmountable as it seems. It remains manageable for you. As for the manifestation of energy, it entails the ability to materialize your ki, such as ki swords and Gotenks dazzling super chocolate rings and continuous super chocolate rings, all of which are commendable skills. After Yang Tian elaborated, he also demonstrated the practical applications of these techniques to Vegeta. Vegeta couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth upon seeing it. Yet he refrained from uttering further remarks. After all, he was thoroughly satisfied with Yang Tian's assertion that this Broly was inferior to him. Very well. I shall bring Nappa and Raditz along as well. Vegeta, having spoken, summoned Nappa and Raditz, instructing Trunks to accompany them. The true path to strength lies in the pursuit of rewards. Merely training in the hyperbolic time chamber may not guarantee significant power. A flash of light illuminated the scene. Vegeta and his companions have been transported to the world of the Burning Inferno, a realm of intense warfare and fierce battles. This world bears no relation to the parallel universe Vegeta previously visited. Oh, the gravity here is a staggering tenfold. It is strikingly similar to our home planet, Vegeta. As he speaks, Nappa lands on the ground and takes a step. However, he feels little difference. After all, it is merely 10 times the normal gravity. He has already acclimated to hundreds of times that weight. Well then, let us seek out the lower-class warrior Paragus and his son Broly. Once we have dealt with them, we shall be on our way. Vegeta cast a glance at Nappa and Raditz. Upon hearing this, the two fell in line beside him. Trunks furrowed his brow and remarked, Father, is it truly acceptable to take lives so casually? To which Vegeta retorted, mind your own business. Just lie there and grow stronger. Vegeta let out a cold snort. Did he, Vegeta, require his son to dictate his actions? Upon witnessing Vegeta's demeanor, Trunks was taken aback, unable to fathom that his father could behave in such a manner. After all, in his mother's words, his father was the epitome of greatness. Chapter 56, Broly. Since you are oblivious, allow me, King Vegeta, to enlighten you. Vegeta noticed that Raditz appeared equally perplexed, prompting him to elucidate the details of their current mission. His explanation was primarily directed towards Trunks. as Bulma had informed him that another version of himself had met an untimely demise, while his other mother had consistently hailed the deceased Vegeta as a virtuous being. Thus, in an effort to provide this unfortunate son with a positive recollection, Vegeta took it upon himself to clarify the situation, ensuring Trunks understood that his father, Vegeta, was no mere slayer of innocence. "Father, is there a deeper significance to this?" Trunks inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he gazed intently at Vegeta. "Humph. Indeed. That lowly warrior, Paragus, is one of the survivors from our Vegeta planet. He harbors ambitions of becoming the ruler of a new Vegeta planet. And that new Vegeta planet is none other than the very world we stand upon now." Vegeta paused at this point. In truth, all of this had been revealed to him by Yang Tian, for he was utterly unaware. After all, there was no mention of this Paragus in his realm. Consequently, he intended to employ his son Broly to extinguish the true scion Prince Vegeta of this era, along with the remaining surviving Saiyans. Vegeta concluded his statement by revealing that this was a parallel universe. Trunks, quick to comprehend the implications, understood that the future was immutable, signifying the existence of divergent timelines. At least, that was his interpretation. What? How dare this lowly warrior exhibit such audacity, aspiring to become the new Saiyan King and, moreover, plotting against Prince Vegeta? Such insolence warranted retribution. Nappa's expression darkened menacingly. They were loyal vassals of the Vegeta royal lineage, and upon hearing of a potential usurper, they were immediately incensed. If they had the opportunity to seize power, they would have done so long ago. In certain parallel worlds, the throne was claimed by those of superior strength. Let us amend this notion slightly here. Enough, Nappa. Our current objective is to locate this lowly warrior. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at Nappa, internally acknowledging the loyalty of this subordinate. Raditz also expressed his intention to reprimand this inferior warrior. Previously, it was mistakenly noted that Raditz was the inferior warrior. In truth, he was a superior warrior, merely weakened by his own laziness. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Trunks' perception of his father shifted significantly. After all, they were contemplating the demise of another father figure. Was there any moral dilemma in eliminating this father-son duo? Clearly, there was none. As the four of them soared above the skies of New Vegeta, Nappa suddenly spotted a familiar face below. Isn't that Kakarot? He exclaimed, gazing down at Goku. This parallel world's timeline was situated within the 7 days following Cell's declaration of the game. At this moment, everyone was capable of transforming into Super Saiyans. And both Goku and Gohan had attained their full-powered Super Saiyan forms. Indeed, Kakarot, what is he doing here? Raditz mused, scratching his head. For they had not brought Kakarot along for this mission. Humph, this is the Kakarot from the parallel world. Vegeta immediately discerned the issue at hand. Yet he had no intention of descending. However, below, Son Goku had noticed their presence. Huh? What is that? Kakarot looked up and saw 4 figures soaring through the sky, 2 of whom were familiar faces. These 2 were none other than Trunks and Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, weren't you at the palace? What brings you here? Kakarot instantaneously transported himself before Vegeta. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, having heard the words spoken. Another version of himself in which palace? Kakarot, show some respect towards King Vegeta. Raditz interjected, soaring forward with a reprimand. You are. Raditz? I thought you were dead. How have you returned? And what of you, Nappa? Were you not slain by Vegeta? Kakarot gazed at the 2 in astonishment. Nappa's face contorted with fury upon hearing this. Nonsense. I am the most loyal subordinate of King Vegeta. Do not sow discord, Nappa declared, preparing to strike Kakarot. However, he was halted by Vegeta. Enough, Nappa and Raditz. This is indeed a pertinent inquiry, Vegeta said, turning his gaze towards Kakarot. Kakarot, you mentioned seeing another version of me in some palace? Please, reveal the location. Vegeta spoke softly. The planet Vegeta was vast, and he could not sense another presence. After all, they had all mastered the art of controlling their energy, suppressing it to a minimum. Vegeta, why are you so tall? Kakarot, upon hearing Vegeta call his name, immediately turned around, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Goodness, is this Vegeta really so tall? This is not the Vegeta I am familiar with. Is there a problem with my extraordinary talent? Vegeta replied, glancing into the distance. Without Kakarot needing to say a word, he too sensed the energy. Come on, Nappa, Raditz. Let us go and dismantle that palace. Vegeta gestured towards the distance. Without hesitation, the 2 soared towards the direction indicated by him. Upon arriving at their destination, they beheld a magnificent palace. Goku followed closely behind, and the group entered the palace directly. In Chapter 57, titled Let Broly Take Charge, they found a man adorned in a blue battle suit seated upon the throne, none other than the tragic figure, Suppa. At this moment, he embodied Suppa's essence. Below him stood the one-eyed dragon, Paragus, who had lost his eye due to an injury inflicted by his own son. Beside him stood his son, Broly. Prince Vegeta. This is the visage of our new planet Vegeta, Paragus proclaimed, presenting a map to Suppa. In order to differentiate between the original Vegeta and the protagonist, the latter would simply be referred to as Vegeta, while alternate dimensions might employ prefixes or use Suppa in lieu of the original name. Very well, Paragus. Your intentions are commendable. However, we Scions remain few in number. I hope your son can effectively propagate our lineage, for that would not pose a challenge for our Scion race. Suppa Vegeta remarked, a broad smile gracing his face as he examined the map. The gravity and dimensions of this planet were strikingly reminiscent of the planet Vegeta he had known in his youth, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Paragus, in a state of bewilderment, contemplated the notion of having his son become a great progenitor. However, upon realizing that the ultimate aim was to ensnare them, he found solace in the idea. Haha, did you hear that, Ba? He believes he can single-handedly cultivate a Scion empire. Am I dreaming, or is he? Vegeta and the others entered, and upon hearing the jest, Raditz burst into hearty laughter. Who dares to intrude upon the royal palace? Paragus exclaimed in a fit of rage. However, upon turning around, he was taken aback. Another Vegeta? And there was Nappa. Nappa, a peer of Paragus, merely appeared aged. When Prince Vegeta was young, Nappa had already reached adulthood. However, Vegeta and his companions were unfamiliar with him. He did not belong to their world. Humph, a lowly warrior? How dare you? Nappa was incensed. He did not recognize this subordinate warrior. That voice sounds so familiar. Is it Raditz and Nappa? Upon hearing the familiar voices, Surpassed Tragedy immediately looked up. After all, Raditz and Nappa had been with him for over a decade. How could he not recognize their voices? When Vegeta finally saw them, he was astonished. The newcomers were all familiar faces. Who are you? Surpassed Tragedy rose from his throne, gazing at another version of himself. You need not know who I am. All you need to understand is that your dreams as King Vegeta are nothing but illusions. Vegeta spoke as he swiftly appeared before the throne, sending the tragic Tartar flying below with a powerful kick. Nanny, the tragic Tartar was taken aback. Such astonishing speed. He had not even seen it coming. Moreover, this Vegeta was taller than he had anticipated. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta, having dispatched the tragic Tartar, took a seat upon the throne, surveying the individuals below. He chuckled softly, remarking, "This throne is quite splendid, yet alas, it is not the life I, Vegeta, desire." Vegeta remarked, gazing down at Paragus. When will your sinister plot come to fruition, Paragus? You intend to use your son, the legendary Super Saiyan, against us. Vegeta regarded him with a chilling smirk, while Paragus was overwhelmed with astonishment. Even Kakarot, who had just entered, was filled with bewilderment. How could there be two Vegetas? What kind of conspiracy is this? Paragus found himself utterly perplexed. How could this Vegeta possibly be aware? Nappa, eliminate him. Vegeta did not cast his gaze upon Paragus. Instead, he directed his attention towards Nappa. Upon hearing the sound, Nappa approached Paragus with a menacing grin, seizing him by the collar and hurling him outside the palace. With a resounding thud, Paragus collided against the wall as he was flung away. Father. Broly's expression shifted slightly at this sight. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta displayed an air of indifference, remarking, "The legendary Super Saiyan? Transform at once." Vegeta, with a fierce determination, unleashed his energy punch, sending Broly soaring through the air, crashing into and collapsing countless walls. At this moment, Vegeta's base battle power reached an astonishing 5 billion, while Broly's base power stood at only 2 billion. There is no need to dwell on the battle power. It is a fabrication of the author, and I am unaware of the original work's power levels, so let us not apply those metrics. Boom. The ground trembled as Broly crashed through countless walls, propelling himself several hundred meters away. Ah, how formidable. What? Is this truly me? Am I this powerful? Kakarot and Trunks stood in disbelief. However, Trunks provided them with an explanation. Upon hearing Trunks' words, the two were taken aback. What is this? A parallel universe? Furthermore, their timeline coincides with this one. Still within the 7 days of the Cell Games? Impossible. I can't be this strong. Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. That last strike, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, would have been utterly beyond his capabilities. His base power is merely 900 million. This was his battle power upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber for the second time. Haha. Our King Vegeta is exceptionally gifted. Nothing is impossible for him. This is precisely why we are alive, and the reason why that Nappa from your world and I perished. Raditz laughed heartily, clearly undeterred by Trunks. Chapter 58. Vegeta. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? He already has his master. What need has he to fear Trunks? Moreover, his base battle power exceeds 200 million. Although it pales in comparison to Trunks' 900 million, his master is none other than King Vegeta. How dare you, Raditz? Are you implying that I, Vegeta, am weak? That is blatantly obvious. Raditz retorted. Boom. Just as Raditz completed his statement, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. His power soared to an impressive 45 billion. Upon witnessing Vegeta's formidable aura, Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances and swallowed hard. There was no way around it. They were outmatched. Though a hint of fear crept in, their master was indeed King Vegeta. Without hesitation, Nappa shouted, King Vegeta, save me. Trunks, Kakarot, and Broly remained silent, taken aback by the audacity of their adversary. However, Vegeta paid him no mind, as Broly's rage was palpable from afar. Broly's energy surged, and he soared through the air with incredible speed. With a base battle power of 2 billion, he left Trunks and Goku momentarily stunned. As for Kakarot, he was merely astonished that this Broly possessed greater strength in his base form, yet he held confidence in his ability to transform to full power. Boom. The velocity at which Broly approached was matched only by the force of his retreat. Vegeta delivered a powerful right hook, sending the defenseless Broly soaring once more. The intensity of Vegeta's aura became apparent. What manner of creatures are these? Tragedy Tower observed this scene with a look of bewilderment. He is, after all, the Prince of Saiyans. It is one thing for a parallel universe version of himself to emerge, but to possess such overwhelming strength? The most perplexing aspect is that their timelines are identical. Moreover, according to Trunks, this Vegeta has never entered the hyperbolic time chamber, while he himself has done so twice. Broly's roar echoed, and the imprint of a fist remained on his chest, a testament to the severe blow he had just received. The legendary Super Saiyan? Is it truly this feeble? Vegeta wore a disdainful expression, which instantly ignited Broly's fury. Without hesitation, Broly's eyes gleamed with determination as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. This was no mere transformation. This was the legendary Super Saiyan, not a mere Super Saiyan transformation. At this moment, Broly's golden hair cascaded down, and his face contorted into a fearsome snarl. Despite having sustained injuries, he exhibited an increasing ferocity with each passing moment. The mark upon his chest had yet to fade, a testament to the fact that Vegeta had not held back with his previous blow. Nanny, is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? He pondered, overwhelmed by the realization of their impending defeat. We stand no chance. The tragic figure of SPBJ found himself paralyzed with fear. Broly's power was suffocating. The reason was simple. Goku's base power stood at 1.6 billion. While his Super Saiyan form could unleash half of his energy at Korin Tower, approximating around 40 billion in combat strength. Yet, SPBJ felt inferior to Cell, who had reached a staggering power of 44 billion upon achieving his perfect form. This was a sensation he had personally experienced, and that Cell had yet to unleash his full potential. At this moment, having never faced Cell's trials, SPBJ was unaware that Kakarot's Super Saiyan full power amounted to an astonishing 80 billion. Mistakenly believing Kakarot's combat strength to be akin to his own at 40 billion. After all, when he exited the hyperbolic time chamber for the second time, his base was only 900 million, and his Super Saiyan form was 45 billion, leading him to believe he could triumph over Kakarot. However, he remained oblivious to the true strength of both Cell and Kakarot, which only solidified his belief that Broly's Super Saiyan form surpassed theirs. Thus, he incessantly emphasized the futility of their struggle. We cannot win. We stand no chance at all. At last, you have transformed. Now, allow me to demonstrate a glimpse of my power, Vegeta. Vegeta closed his eyes, a serene smile gracing his face. With a thunderous shout, he transformed into the ascended Super Saiyan, his battle power soaring to an astonishing 150 billion. This immense energy caused the very ground of New Planet Vegeta to tremble. In contrast, Broly's battle power was a mere 100 billion, equal to that of the fully realized Cell, yet falling short of the Lightning Cell. Some speculate that during this period, Broly was inferior to Cell, But the author holds a differing perspective. Nanny. The tragic Tao was once again taken aback. How could this be? Another version of him had become an ascended Super Saiyan, radiating an aura even more formidable than that of the legendary Saiyan Broly. Nappa and Raditz watched this spectacle, somewhat bewildered. What has happened to this Vegeta? Why is he so unpredictable? They said little, instead fixated on the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Gohan and Trunks also arrived. This Gohan and Trunks hail from a parallel universe. Oh, dads, what is happening? The other Trunks, upon arriving, witnessed this extraordinary sight. Serving as an interpreter, he explained the situation to them. After all, they were all Trunks, travelers from different worlds, making communication seamless. Upon hearing his explanation, Piccolo and the others were left in astonishment. Chapter 59. Broly, I want your blood to spill 5 steps. Good heavens, this Vegeta is that impressive? Killing Frieza, slaying Cooler. This completely subverted their understanding. In their world, the tragic Tao was merely a fool. Boom. Crash. On the other side, Vegeta and Broly were already engaged in fierce combat. To say they were fighting would be an understatement. It was more akin to Vegeta delivering a one-sided beating. Vegeta transitioned from utilizing his fists to employing his feet, all while his arms remained crossed over his chest. At that moment, he resembled Vegeto, arms folded, playfully toying with Broly using his legs. It can be asserted that Vegeto's regal attributes and primary control are fundamentally rooted in Vegeta. Have you not noticed that Vegeto's name is preceded by Vegeta? What is it? Is the legendary Super Saiyan power truly so insignificant? It leaves me utterly disenchanted. Vegeta relentlessly struck Broly's face with a series of kicks, while Broly had transformed into a frenzied lion. Yet, he found himself at a loss, unable to land a blow on Vegeta. Vegeta's combat power surpassed his by a staggering 500 billion. This marked yet another tragic disparity in combat abilities. You wretched creature. Broly unleashed a frenzied assault. However, in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying by a kick from Vegeta towards Kakarot. Kakarot rushed to catch him. Yet, upon seeing Kakarot, Broly was flooded with childhood memories. Recalling the time he was brought to tears by a mere low-class warrior with a power level of only 2. Kakarot. Broly hurled Kakarot aside and bellowed ferociously. His energy surged dramatically, fluctuating from a staggering 100 billion. Even his muscles began to swell. Kakarot. As Broly grew stronger, he glared at Kakarot with rage. Meanwhile, Kakarot was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Where was he? Why did Broly look at him with such hatred? However, Kakarot had little time to ponder, as he was abruptly thrown back by Broly's overwhelming energy. This included the Z fighters and others like Nappa. At that moment, Broly had transformed into his legendary Super Saiyan form, his combat power reaching a terrifying 2,500 billion. The increase was even more astonishing than that of Super Saiyan 2. It was this transformation that caused Vegeta to lose all sense of confidence when faced with the lightning-fast Cell, boasting a power level of 1,750 billion. Vegeta, fully aware of the impending defeat, still possesses the courage to challenge, unlike his cowardice in the face of Broly. Broly's overwhelming dominance over the Dragon Ball warriors surpasses that of Cell. Specifically, during the Cell games, even Super Saiyan Goku could contend with him. In his transformed Lightning Cell state, he dared not confront Super Saiyan 2 Gohan directly, resorting instead to diminishing the Z fighters' collective strength by targeting Vegeta, ultimately leading to an unexpected injury to Gohan. His eventual defeat at the hands of the one-armed Gohan's Kamehameha signifies that Cell never succeeded in instilling despair within the Dragon Ball warriors. For it was Vegeta, in a final act of desperation, unleashing his Big Bang attack that momentarily distracted Cell, resulting in his own demise. Had it been Broly, however, Vegeta's Big Bang would likely have resulted in nothing more than a mere puff of smoke. It is over, utterly over, we cannot prevail. The despondent Trunks bore a sorrowful expression. Meanwhile, Gohan and the others, including Nappa and Raditz, remained silent. Even Kakarot gazed at the scene with fervent intensity. Though they may be outmatched, the desire to battle burned within him. Yet, scarcely had he articulated his thoughts when Broly charged towards him. His fury ignited by the sight of Kakarot, he transformed into a legendary Super Saiyan. Kakarot. With no semblance of pupils, Broly surged forth. What? He's coming for me? Kakarot gasped in shock, yet he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan at full power. Before Broly could close the distance, he was struck in the back by a Big Bang attack. Boom. A colossal cloud of dust enveloped the area, debris swirling around them. The others were cast aside by the shockwave. Yet, as the dust settled, Broly stood unscathed in his original position, despite the title promising a critical hit. The disparity in combat power was monumental. At this moment, Vegeta has transformed into a Super Saiyan with a power level of 150 billion, while Broly boasts an impressive 250 billion. Indeed, he lives up to the legend of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta offered him an affirming glance. I demand your blood to spill within 5 paces. Broly, his physique a testament to raw power, gazed at Vegeta with his pupil-less eyes. Vegeta erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Spill blood in 5 steps? You? Don't make me lose my teeth from laughing. Vegeta proclaimed, clenching his fists tightly, and with a mocking tone, declared, allow me to present something extraordinary, the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's voice resonated with a formidable intensity, unleashing an aura rivaling that of the legendary Super Saiyan. This was none other than Vegeta's Super Saiyan transformation. In his base form, he wielded an astonishing power of 5 billion, while in his Super Saiyan state, that power soared to an impressive 250 billion. This equaled the overwhelming force of the fabled Broly at 250 billion. Hahaha, let us see how you allow me to spill blood in 5 steps. The legendary Super Fool. Vegeta's mocking voice and derisive expression left Broly's face twisted in rage. Chapter 60. Broly grows stronger when injured. Is this truly a Super Saiyan? The Z fighters, including the hapless Trunks and Kakarot, gazed at Vegeta with the eyes of simpletons. Meanwhile, Nappa and Raditz remained unfazed, fully aware that their Prince Vegeta had yet to unveil his Super Saiyan 2 form. Clearly, their King Vegeta was merely toying with them. In the ebb and flow of battle, one can easily be caught off guard. Kakarot, behold our King Vegeta's Super Saiyan transformation. He is the very first to achieve this form. Raditz chuckled, glancing at his foolish younger brother. Although Kakarot surpassed him in strength, he was confident that aligning himself with Vegeta would undoubtedly enhance his own power. Is the Super Saiyan truly that formidable? Piccolo inquired, astonished. Indeed, our King Vegeta possesses extraordinary talent. Nappa extolled, elevating Vegeta to lofty heights. On the other side, Trunks, feeling overshadowed, found himself rattled. His glory had been usurped. Watching Vegeta engage in a relentless barrage against Broly, envy coursed through him. He yearned for that Vegeta to be himself. For Vegeta's combat prowess was unparalleled. Nearly every one of his strikes landed squarely on Broly, while Broly failed to touch Vegeta even once. Was it truly the case that Vegeta's title was authentic, while Trunks was but a facade? After all, that title significantly enhanced one's attack speed and power. Vegeta swiftly appeared before Broly, unleashing a flurry of punches that made Broly howl in fury. Kakarot. Broly, already inflamed with rage from Vegeta's relentless assault, found himself unable to land a single blow on his adversary. In his frustration, he repeatedly shouted the name of Kakarot. Vegeta, upon hearing this, responded with a mocking expression. Is that all you can say? The legendary Superfool. Vegeta swiftly retreated several hundred meters, then exclaimed with a mighty roar. His golden aura surged once more, ascending to the heavens. Vegeta placed his hands before him, palms open, and rotated them upwards by approximately 90 degrees. Subsequently, he conjured a colossal explosion attack in front of him, which transformed into a Super Kamehameha, a testament to the formidable technique he had recently acquired. The explosive Kamehameha. Explosion. Kamehameha. Vegeta shouted and unleashed the Big Bang attack, while Broly, merely lifting his head, was struck head-on by the powerful blast of the Big Bang attack. Vegeta's movements transpired in an instant. What? That is my Big Bang attack. The despondent Trunks stared in disbelief at Vegeta's stance from afar. Can the Big Bang be executed with both hands? And what is that technique you employed afterwards? The Kamehameha? Can Vegeta even utilize the Kamehameha? Surely he would disdain to do so. Meanwhile, Goku observed in awe. This Vegeta is truly a genius, skillfully merging his Big Bang with my Kamehameha. He is indeed a formidable warrior, a true prodigy of the fighting race. Goku praised. However, this compliment only served to infuriate Trunks. Goku, what do you mean? I, Vegeta, would never employ your techniques. The proud Trunks shouted indignantly. Goku merely regarded him with a bemused expression, further aggravating Trunks. The Big Bang Kamehameha exploded directly upon Broly. The surrounding area was utterly devastated, collapsing under the force of the energy waves. The structures had long been reduced to rubble. Even Goku and the others stood at a distance, watching in astonishment. Vegeta is incredible, Gohan exclaimed, taken aback by the spectacle. Piccolo's words, however, cast a shadow of concern over the group. Wait, haven't you noticed something amiss? This Broly seems only superficially injured. His energy has not diminished at all. And Vegeta? What? Vegeta's energy remains undiminished as well? How can such an intense battle and the use of such a powerful technique result in no apparent damage? Piccolo's face turned pale. What sort of anomaly is this? Hahaha, indeed. Our King Vegeta has yet to unleash his full power. Nappa laughed heartily. Raditz joined in, asserting that Vegeta had only displayed half of his strength. Of course, this half referred to his battle prowess, for Vegeta had yet to reveal his transformation. The Super Saiyan 2 transformation amplifies his base power by 100-fold, allowing his battle strength to soar to 50 trillion. What? Vegeta hasn't even gone all out? Piccolo, already pale, broke into a cold sweat. He could hardly fathom that the Vegeta from this parallel universe could be so formidable. Meanwhile, Trunks seethed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, particularly at the praise from Nappa and Raditz, which left him feeling humiliated as the Prince of Saiyans. Why was Vegeta so exceptional? So outstanding? Broly's energy surged. Goku fixated on Broly, his expression grave. Chapter 61. Vegeta, I'm bleeding? I can't believe I'm bleeding. Upon hearing this, everyone began to sense their surroundings with heightened attention. The thick smoke that enveloped the area was a byproduct of Vegeta's explosive attack. As the haze gradually dissipated, they beheld Broly wearing a chilling smirk, his aura intensifying significantly. His power surged from 250 billion to an astonishing 300 billion. This is the extraordinary nature of the legendary Super Saiyan, growing ever more formidable with each battle. Have we not witnessed Goku and Vegeta in their later stages of Super Saiyan, becoming increasingly powerful and surpassing their own limits during the Tournament of Power? According to legend, the Super Saiyan can indeed augment their combat prowess while engaged in battle. Oh, his aura has remarkably intensified. Vegeta raised an eyebrow at the unfolding scene. While Yang Tian's voice resonated, the tragic truth is that Broly becomes stronger whenever he sustains injuries, unless he is obliterated by a more formidable attack. He will inevitably evolve into a terrifying entity. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Did you not observe that your strike merely breached a fraction of his defenses? His aura has intensified, and that serves as irrefutable evidence. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta furrowed his brow. He was taken aback by the revelation that the legendary Saiyan physique was indeed so extraordinarily abnormal. To gain strength from injuries was unfathomable. Unless faced with a more potent assault, one could only inadvertently foster his growth. With this realization, Vegeta hesitated not, as he prepared to unleash his full power. He suddenly noticed Broly charging towards him at an astonishing speed. In a moment of distraction, Vegeta was sent flying by Broly's powerful blow. Seizing the opportunity, Broly swiftly moved in and, before Vegeta could touch the ground, forcefully pressed his head against the earth, dragging it across the surface for an impressive distance of 100 meters. How outrageous! Vegeta, in a fit of rage, unleashed two devastating energy blasts aimed squarely at Broly's face. The impact resonated with a resounding boom, causing Broly to recoil in pain and release his grip on Vegeta. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Vegeta instantaneously teleported to a distant location. Upon wiping his face, he discovered blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, igniting an expression of pure fury. Blood has been drawn? I am the Prince of the Saiyans. No, I am now King Vegeta. You dare to make me bleed? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his face contorted with rage as he glared at the grinning Broly. Since assisting Frieza in his assault on planets, he had never endured such injuries. Had he experienced any, his combat prowess would have surpassed 18,000, and he would not have been oblivious to the fact that severe injuries could enhance one's strength, as he did during the Namek saga. It can only be said that the planets Frieza dispatched were of inferior quality, allowing Vegeta to progress with ease. Now, having bled, his fury had been ignited. One could refer to the original tale of Vegeta's arrival on Earth to witness his furious demeanor. What? Vegeta has been injured? Raditz could hardly believe his eyes. They had always triumphed effortlessly, never having suffered wounds. This was the first time Vegeta had been harmed by a fellow Saiyan, a sight unprecedented. Even the former King Vegeta possessed only a combat power of 8,000, which was already deemed the pinnacle among the Saiyans. Following closely was Bardock, whose tenacity in battle elevated his strength to 10,000. Remarkably, during his youth, Vegeta's combat power had already reached that figure. Thus, in his adolescent years, he was invincible on planet Vegeta. Nappa, who had been by Vegeta's side the longest, was witnessing the king's injury for the first time, his hand resting on his bald head in disbelief. Meanwhile, the Z warriors were left in a state of confusion. Is Vegeta truly this formidable? Experiencing injury for the first time? In their world, Vegeta had been subjected to relentless torment. He was pummeled by Goku on Earth, beaten by Riku on Namek, tormented by Frieza, and then assaulted by the androids upon his return to Earth, followed by further humiliation at the hands of Cell. One could say that Vegeta was either in a state of defeat or perilously close to it. Vegeta's aura surged, crackling with electricity, his hair standing even more erect. He had directly transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his combat power soaring to an astonishing 500 billion. The onlookers were left utterly astounded, with the exception of a few. What has Vegeta done? He is incredibly powerful. I have no desire to resist at all. If this Vegeta were on our side, how could Goku possibly triumph? The Z fighters whispered in astonishment. Only Spopovich wore an expression of fury. This is identical to the transformation I witnessed in the time chamber with Gohan. This is the true transcendence of Super Saiyan, mused Kakarot. Suddenly, Broly unleashed a green aura, calling out Kakarot's name repeatedly, and unleashed his meteor burst, sending energy blasts in all directions, initiating a carpet bombing attack. Kakarot and the others scrambled to evade, as this strike amounted to a staggering 300 billion. Although it was simply a standard energy blast, it was far beyond their measly combat powers of a few hundred billion. Even Kakarot, with his 800 billion, could only manage to swat away the energy spheres with great effort. At that moment, Vegeta's aura effortlessly neutralized Broly's energy blasts, dissolving them upon contact with his golden flame. In the distance, Broly's father, Paragus, attempted to flee but was struck by an energy blast, meeting an untimely demise. Witnessing this, Broly roared once more, Kakarot. He concentrated a sphere of light in his hand, unleashing a colossal meteor. Originally a mere energy ball, it transformed into a gigantic sphere due to Broly's immense power. In a parallel universe, Gohan had countered similar attacks with the Kamehameha wave, but now it was Vegeta's turn to face this increasingly massive energy orb. Vegeta wore an expression of indifference. A mere blow of 300 billion. He, Vegeta, intended to unleash it upon view. With his arms spread wide, he concentrated an immense amount of energy as dazzling bolts of lightning enveloped him. This time, it was the final flash. Though the speed of the final flash was sluggish, its power was formidable. It was precisely because of its slowness that it provoked Cell and Goku, compelling them to take it head-on. The surrounding golden lightning intensified with each passing moment. Vegeta, upon witnessing a colossal meteor shower looming nearby, charged directly towards it. A tremendous energy sphere collided with the golden final flash. However, to Goku and the others, it appeared as though Vegeta was on the right side. This indicated that Broly was doomed. In the next moment, the surrounding temperature soared, and the Z warriors, including Nappa and Raditz, were swept away. This strike was far more potent than the clash between Super Saiyan 2 Gohan and the lightning-fast Cell. The entire new Vegeta planet seemed on the verge of collapse. The energy sphere was propelled towards Broly by Vegeta's final flash. Observing the situation, Broly hurled several massive meteors once more. Yet, it was futile. They merely slowed down the energy's velocity without countering the speed of Vegeta's final flash. Subsequently, it accelerated even more, crashing directly into Broly and sending him hurtling away from the new Vegeta planet. Yang Tian's voice resonated within Vegeta's mind. Tragedy Tower, propel him into the sun. Your strike may only injure him, but he will only grow stronger after that, matching your power. Thus, send him flying into the sun, where it shall extinguish him. Without hesitation, upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta launched Broly into the cosmos, directly into the sun. Broly's furious cries echoed, yet all was in vain. The final flash, fueled by a battle power of 500 billion, was not to be underestimated. Enhanced by the title of Speedy Tragedy Tower, the final flash nearly obliterated Broly. A being of legendary power, the new Vegeta planet erupted in a cacophony of destruction, clearly unable to withstand such a fierce assault. We must hurry, follow me, Goku urged as he grabbed his team and utilized instant transmission to escape. Nappa, Raditz, and Trunks swiftly joined Vegeta's side. Meanwhile, a notification resonated in Vegeta's mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have slain Broly, earning treasure chest X1. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have completed the task, receiving the reward, energy manifestation. Without a moment's hesitation at the system's announcement, Vegeta prepared to teleport them away. Yet, before he could act, they suddenly found themselves enveloped in a blinding light, clearly having traversed dimensions. Upon reappearing, they discovered themselves back in their own world. As they surveyed the familiar surroundings, Vegeta and the others realized they had returned. Meanwhile, on the other side, oh no, I can't sense the presence of the other Vegeta and his companions. Could they have perished in the aftermath of the planet's explosion? Goku, who had just led his team away, pressed his finger to his forehead, searching for answers. However, Speedy Tragedy Tower scoffed beside him. Humph. Perished in the aftermath? Goku, don't be absurd. Such a formidable existence could not be vanquished by residual energy. At most, they would be unable to survive in the cosmos. After uttering this, Speedy Tragedy Tower felt a surge of pride within. The other him was finally dead. Thus, this era has become his tragic tower, rather than that of the tall Vegeta. With this thought, Super the Tragic Tower wore a smug expression. Meanwhile, Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, felt a sense of regret, wishing to resurrect through the Dragon Balls, only to discover that their Dragon Balls were still inactive. They planned to wait until they had vanquished Cell before utilizing them. The scene shifts to the protagonist, Vegeta. Ding! Congratulations to Nappa, Raditz, and Trunks for assisting Vegeta in completing the mission, earning a reward of 1 billion battle power. Just as Trunks was about to inquire about the source of this announcement, he noticed that the battle power of Nappa and Raditz was soaring, their energy becoming increasingly robust. What is happening? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Nappa and Raditz, however, displayed little reaction. At this moment, Nappa and Raditz boasted a battle power of 21 billion, while Trunks stood at 3 billion. This is far superior to any training you could achieve in a mirror room. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at Trunks before soaring into the sky. He was off to unlock treasure chests and test the manifestation of energy. As Vegeta departed, the three of them exchanged glances but refrained from speaking further. Trunks greeted Nappa and Raditz before making his way to the Supreme Kai's temple. Chapter 63. Trunks and the others acquire a battle power of 1 billion upon arriving at the Supreme Kai's temple. The Z fighters were astonished as they beheld Trunks. His energy was more potent than when he had just exited the hyperbolic time chamber that morning. Having emerged from the chamber in the morning, he was summoned in the afternoon to engage in a battle against Broly. It can only be said that the flow of time was identical for both parties. What has happened to you, Trunks? Piccolo inquired with surprise, as he closely observed Trunks' aura, knowing it well from their time spent together in the chamber. Well, here's the situation. Trunks explained to the group. I undertook a mission with my father and his companions, and as a result, I have grown stronger. He clarified, feeling no need to conceal the truth, especially since Vegeta had not instructed him to do so. Vegeta himself deemed it unnecessary. What could they possibly do to him? Upon hearing Trunks' explanation, the Z fighters widened their eyes in disbelief. What? Trunks, could you be any more outrageous? However, one of them countered, I believe it to be true. Have you not noticed how rapidly Nappa and Raditz have grown stronger? Infuriatingly, it seemed their opponents had indeed powered up. Ultimately, it was Yamcha who spoke last, lamenting. This is absurd, stealing my Bulma. With such a situation, wouldn't it make it easier for Vegeta to confront Cell? Krillin, brimming with joy, mused. Doesn't that mean my Android 18 could be revived? Indeed, Trunks asserted confidently, Cell is no match for my father. Having witnessed the prowess of his father's Super Saiyan 2 form, he held no doubts that Cell could prevail. Haha, that's splendid. Krillin exclaimed, the first to express his exhilaration. Yet Piccolo doused their enthusiasm with cold reality. What are you so happy about? Do you truly believe that androids would take a liking to you? If Cell is annihilated by Vegeta, the androids cannot be revived, as the Dragon Balls only restore the good. He pointed out that androids 17 and 18 had committed crimes, such as bank robberies and heists, and thus were classified as villains. The Z fighters had always revived only the virtuous. Hearing Piccolo's words, Krillin's spirits plummeted. How could he not have realized this? With a grimace, he thought, I must inform Goku, urging him to enter the hyperbolic time chamber once more. Piccolo, contemplating, decided to call out to Goku, urging him to cease his lethargy. He then soared towards the lookout, where Goku was currently at Capsule Corp, spending time with Chi-Chi and Goten. Meanwhile, in a desolate area, Vegeta initiated the manifestation of energy. In the next moment, a blade of pure energy materialized in his grasp, akin to that of Vegeto. In the original tale, it had effortlessly halted Gohan and Bu mid-air. Without hesitation, Vegeta vanished from sight. He reappeared, conjuring an illusory version of himself. This duplicate was merely a fade. Any attack would result in a violent explosion, comparable to Gotenks' Super Ghost Kamikaze attack. It possessed an additional feature. Even if it did not explode, it would ensnare the foe with incredible adhesive properties, rendering them immobile. Vegeta skillfully practiced various forms of energy manifestation. Once proficient, he unlocked the treasure chest containing the means to vanquish Broly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the treasure chest and received an increase in planetary defense. He mused, what a lackluster reward. Vegeta was taken aback by the nature of the reward. A frown etched across his face. Young Tian, what sort of reward is this? What do you mean by an increase in planetary defense? This is a treasure chest. I haven't interfered, and you opened it without my consent, which can only be deemed as random. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that this contraption significantly enhances planetary defense, preventing the easy destruction of fragile planets. What does this imply? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Is this reward truly excessive? To put it simply, it can be utilized on the planet where you currently reside. Your planet cannot withstand the force of a blow from the station of nihilistic novels, designated as 948324092. Should you employ it, even the god of destruction would be unable to obliterate it. Only the Omni King possesses that level of power. Of course, ordinary individuals can still cause destruction. This defense is specifically tailored for formidable beings like yourselves. As Yang Tian's voice faded, Vegeta grasped the implications. Remarkably, this device does possess some utility. There is no need to fear the instant annihilation of Earth. However, upon hearing that even the god of destruction could not cause damage, Vegeta became unsettled. Yang Tian, are you exaggerating? The god of destruction is incredibly powerful. I am aware of its prowess, yet it truly cannot destroy this. Only the Omni King can erase existence, as this is a form of defense, not a means to disregard the rules of annihilation. The Omni King? Erasure? What does that entail? The Omni King is the supreme ruler of the 12 universes, the master of all. He has the authority to replace gods of destruction or supreme Kai, capable of causing entire universes to vanish in an instant. Originally, there were 18 universes, but 6 were eradicated by the Omni King due to their transgressions. You currently inhabit the 7th universe. Enough of this. Sharing such information with you is futile, as you are still far from the realm of deities. Is that so? So much? And what is this realm of deities? To put it plainly, even if you, from Dragon Ball Super, were to transform into a self-destructive god form, it would merely signify that you have stepped onto the threshold of divine existence. Presently, you are merely a Super Saiyan 2, with a long journey ahead of you. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta suppressed his curiosity. He understood that he would inevitably confront such matters in due time, so he refrained from further inquiries and, without hesitation, returned home. Chapter 64. The start of the Cell Games. When Vegeta arrived at his own yard, he found Bulma waiting for him, cradling Trunks. In that moment, Vegeta felt an unusual sensation. Having companionship upon returning home was indeed a different experience. Without hesitation, after soothing Trunks to sleep, the couple engaged in the act of procreation once more. Meanwhile, Bra would be born concurrently with Goten. The time that followed, Vegeta has been accompanying Bulma. And as for training, it has become a mere afterthought. In the original narrative, he felt the pressure of Goku, a towering mountain, compelling him to maintain his diligence. Now that Goku is absent, he only occasionally dedicates time to training. Nevertheless, he possesses a training aptitude that is 100-fold. It can be said that a single day of training for him equates to 100 days for others. 7 days swiftly elapsed. Influenced by Piccolo's words, even Goku, who was resting, dared not to slacken his efforts and re-entered the hyperbolic time chamber. However, this time he merely enhanced his base combat power without breaking through any barriers. Even though the original story depicted him training in hell for 7 years, Goku achieved Super Saiyan 2 in just 2 or 3 years. By the 7th year, during the early stages of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku finally comprehended Super Saiyan 3. Gohan, on the other hand, did not enter, as Chi-Chi would not permit it. Goku was helpless. He knew his son had the potential to break through and planned to let him do so in due time. Trunks also re-entered the chamber, and currently, the combat powers of Trunks and Piccolo, among others, are as follows. Trunks at 1.7 billion, equal to Gohan. Piccolo at 2 billion. Goku at 2 billion in his base form, and Gohan at 1.7 billion. Upon Goku's first exit, his combat power was 1.6 billion. But without Gohan to spar with during his second entry, his power increased slowly, reaching only 2 billion. However, he had initially grasped the concept of the Kaioken technique, though he could not utilize it to the same extent as later transformations, which allowed for a 20-fold increase. This means that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku's combat power soared to 100 billion. When combining it with the Kaioken, it reached an astonishing 200 billion. This was merely a preliminary mastery of the technique, and the base application of the Kaioken defaults to a twofold increase. The time for the Cell Games has arrived. Goku and the Z Fighters have also gathered in the air. Old man, how confident are you? Piccolo inquired, glancing at Goku. Among those present, only Goku is their strongest member and the only one who has entered the hyperbolic time chamber twice. I don't know. I can't believe Cell lacks a trump card. He possesses the cells of all of us. Goku shook his head, indicating uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the others fell silent. Even Trunks remained quiet. During his second entry into the chamber, he aimed to comprehend Super Saiyan 2 but was unsuccessful. Clearly, his rage had not yet reached its peak. Thus, they proceeded toward the direction of the Cell Games. On the other side, Vegeta had donned his battle attire, standing alongside Nappa and Raditz. Bulma was escorted to the Supreme Kai's temple by Vegeta, as it is situated at the highest point and is the safest location. King Vegeta, leave Cell to me. As Nappa cracked his knuckles, he noticed Vegeta's calm demeanor. Nappa, if you wish to survive, you must confront him. His battle power exceeds 170 billion, while your transformation into Super Saiyan 2 barely reaches 60 to 70 billion. How do you intend to engage in such a lethal encounter? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Raditz recoiled slightly. Indeed, Nappa, our battle powers are merely in the hundreds of billions. What folly is this? Nappa's lips twitched at the mention of 170 billion. With his own power only in the hundreds of billions, it was clear that risking his life was ill-advised. Very well, you two, just ensure to shield me, Vegeta declared, before teleporting them instantly. Why fly when we can teleport? Meanwhile, in the arena of the Cell Games, Cell opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Today marks the commencement of my Cell Games. I hope you do not disappoint me. After speaking, Cell gazed into the distance, sensing the presence of Goku and his companions. It wasn't long before Goku and the others arrived. Seeing them, Cell chuckled softly. I almost thought you would not show up. Is that so? That was merely your assumption. Goku replied, and as his words echoed, three figures appeared beside him: Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, the Saiyan trio. Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, you have come. Excellent. This will surely make my tournament more entertaining, Cell remarked with a broad smile directed at Vegeta. He harbored no fear of the Saiyan Prince. His complete form had inflated his confidence. Chapter 65. Vegeta, you two can come at me together. You repulsive creature, how dare you be so arrogant? Watch as I, King Vegeta, bring you to your knees. Nappa sneered at this abomination that bore their cells. As a member of a prestigious Saiyan lineage, it was a disgrace to be associated with such a wretched artificial being. Indeed, I, Raditz, share your disdain. Raditz joined in. Upon hearing this, Cell narrowed his eyes. Are you two courting death? But before he could finish, Vegeta's voice cut through the air. The one courting death is you, you grotesque green monster. As Vegeta observed Cell preparing to unleash his fury, he too couldn't resist the urge to mock. What a pathetic creature Cell is. It truly disgusts me. Vegeta, I see you're itching for a fight. Cell stepped forward, locking eyes with Vegeta. Undeterred, Vegeta stood his ground, facing Cell defiantly. Indeed, I am itching for some action. Perhaps you would care to scratch that itch for me? Very well, when the time comes. I hope my power leaves you quaking in fear. Quaking in fear? Huh. That is the most amusing joke I, Vegeta, have ever heard. Vegeta erupted into laughter. Ever since he had acquired his newfound abilities, he had been on an unstoppable rise. When, pray tell, could he ever be reduced to such a state? Just as the tension between the two escalated, Mr. Satan made his entrance. However, before he could utter a word, he was unceremoniously sent flying by Nappa, an annoying distraction. Nappa sneered at Mr. Satan and his companions. The embarrassing spectacle was broadcasted nationwide, leaving the entire world in disbelief that their beloved Mr. Satan had been so easily bested. At that moment, Cell strode to the center of the arena and casually declared, Who among you shall step forward first? Ah, naturally, it shall be I who takes the first turn. As Vegeta prepared to ascend the stage, Goku materialized at the venue with a swift, instant transmission. Vegeta, allow me to take the first turn, Goku declared, casting a glance at Cell, leaving the others in utter astonishment. They had anticipated Vegeta's participation, hoping he would either vanquish Cell or at the very least, exhaust him. Why then? Was Goku stepping up first? Old son, Piccolo observed Goku, not articulating his thoughts explicitly, yet trusting that Goku understood the underlying sentiment. Goku merely turned his head and nodded. No worries, you all are here too. Gohan could only utter dad before falling silent, perplexed as to why his father would take the initial challenge. However, reassured by the presence of their numerous allies, he concluded that they could wear down Cell with a relentless assault, especially with the supply of senzu beans at their disposal. Goku, why are you the first to enter the fray? I think it best if you withdraw and let someone else take the spotlight, Cell remarked. Equally astonished by Goku's eagerness to engage first, yet still suggesting he step back, Goku shook his head resolutely. There's no need for that. Let's go. With that, he swiftly positioned himself before Cell, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. In this moment, Goku maintained his Super Saiyan form, yet he refrained from unleashing his full energy. His battle power hovering around 50 billion, while Cell S stood at 44 billion. Impressive. It's hard to even perceive. The Z fighters marveled at the spectacle, lauding Goku for seemingly overpowering Cell in their exchange. Go for it, Goku. They cheered, yet they overlooked a crucial detail. Neither combatant was exerting their full potential. Dad, what is he doing? Gohan queried, visibly confused by the scene before him. In the hyperbolic time chamber, his father had displayed a far superior strength. The current Goku appeared significantly weaker. Having spent additional time in that chamber, Gohan found it difficult to reconcile his father's current state. The two warriors engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows with precision. Meanwhile, Vegeta spectated with growing irritation. Once again, it's the same old story. Why do they never go all out at the start? Always testing one another. If they must test, why prolong it endlessly? Frustration simmered within Vegeta. Damn it. Enough with the dilly-dallying. You two should take on Cell together. Vegeta, seething with rage, soared into the arena, unleashing his power as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, utterly obliterating the entire platform. A deafening roar echoed as dust and debris filled the air. Goku and Cell gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, while Piccolo and the others stood speechless, unable to comprehend the sheer velocity of his movements. It became evident that Vegeta had arrived at the arena in an instant, propelled by his own speed rather than mere shock. They could not perceive his actions at all. How is this possible? Cell's expression was one of utter disbelief. Chapter 66. Vegeta's ruthless domination of Cell and Goku. Vegeta's imposing presence is overwhelming, boasting a staggering combat power of 250 billion. It instills fear in the heart of perfect Cell and leaves Goku visibly astonished. They had underestimated Vegeta's strength, initially perceiving him as merely an appetizer. However, upon closer observation, it is clear that he is far more formidable than that. As for Son Goku, he is utterly taken aback. This aura surpasses even Gohan's power while training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Even after emerging from the chamber for a second time, Goku finds himself unable to match Vegeta's might, not even when employing his trump card, the King Kai Fist, in his Super Saiyan form. Would he stand a chance against Vegeta? Goku contemplates Vegeta's prowess, realizing that he is significantly stronger than he had anticipated, a wave of helplessness washing over him. At the same time, he is intrigued by Trunks' mention of a task that could lead to such extraordinary growth. The prospect of gaining strength through a mere mission is indeed enviable. Thus, Goku resolves to inquire further upon their return, hoping to discover if he might join in on such an endeavor. The gap between him and Vegeta is undeniably vast. If you two do not make a move, I shall take action. Vegeta gazed coldly at Cell and Goku, a sneer etched upon his face. Their collusion in a sham battle ignited a fierce indignation within him. How reckless could they be? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Main quest detected. Cell's game has commenced. Objective: eliminate Cell. Reward: a grand gift package. Just as Vegeta readied himself to intervene, he heard the system's alert. If this task were any slower, he would have missed the opportunity entirely. Vegeta expressed his displeasure. Ding. May I inquire if the host accepts the task? Accepted. Vegeta swiftly accepted the challenge, displaying a palpable impatience for any further delay. Upon receiving his assignment, he unleashed a powerful energy punch, leaving a distinct imprint upon Cell's chest and propelling him over 1,000 meters away. What incredible strength! Goku, still reeling from the astonishment of the scene, barely had time to react before Cell reappeared before him, clutching a glowing energy sphere against his abdomen. Kakarot, Cell declared, I have previously admonished you to refrain from holding back your power, yet you chose to ignore my warning. Therefore, I shall ensure you comprehend the consequences. Vegeta's indifferent voice echoed, and in the next moment, Goku was propelled away by an energy sphere, leaving a gaping hole in his abdomen. Witnessing this scene, The Z-Warriors hastily retrieved their Senzu beans and rushed towards Goku. Vegeta disregarded them, instead gazing at the distant horizon where Cell stood, his face etched with fury. Vegeta teleported directly before him and delivered a powerful punch, driving him several meters deep into the ground. Thud. Vegeta unleashed his Prince's battle technique, bombarding the ground without holding back. After all, the Earth's defenses had been upgraded, and at most, it would only create a few craters. Indeed, the ferocity of Vegeta, the king, is unparalleled. Nappa, stroking his bald head, exclaimed with excitement. However, Raditz, despite his own enthusiasm, was taken aback upon witnessing the meager damage inflicted. The reason was simple. With a battle power of 250 billion, Vegeta unleashed energy spheres as if they were free. Yet only managed to create a handful of pits. This was certainly peculiar. HM? The damage seems diminished? No, it appears the ground has become more resilient. Nappa also noticed the anomaly and hurled an energy sphere at the ground, only to see a small dent formed, followed by an unsettling stillness. What? So unyielding? Nappa could hardly believe it. An ultimate android? Is this the extent of their prowess? And you, Kakarot, after training in that time chamber, have you truly reached such a level? Vegeta moved at an astonishing speed, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the two adversaries. The surrounding air grew increasingly heated, a testament to the intense aura emanating from Vegeta. Faced with such ferocious onslaught, both Cell and Son Goku found themselves defenseless, unable to retaliate. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment, unable to fathom that Cell and their principal hero, Son Goku, were being utterly dominated. Vegeta is extraordinarily formidable. If I do not exert my full strength, I fear I will be unable to contend, Son Goku declared, promptly teleporting to a distant location to enhance his combat prowess. Meanwhile, Cell was left in a pitiful state, lamenting his inability to teleport, and thus could only endure the relentless beating from Vegeta. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had not unleashed his full fighting potential. Damn it! Vegeta, have the courage to let me rise, Cell exclaimed, having been knocked to the ground yet again, only to be struck forcefully in the back, rendering him incapable of standing. Chapter 67, Vegeta, allow me to show you something remarkable. Huh? Rise? What will you do if I let you? Have the courage to make me let you rise, Cell shouted. Upon hearing this, Vegeta smirked disdainfully, and then kicked him away into the distance. I shall grant you an opportunity. Vegeta crossed his arms, wearing a disdainful expression. Meanwhile, Cell, after being sent flying, glared furiously at Vegeta. However, Vegeta paid him no mind, instead casting a cold smirk towards both Cell and Goku. Cell Games? Perhaps it should be renamed the Vegeta Games, Vegeta proclaimed, his aura surging once more. Infinite energy, boundless stamina, such is his audacity. Regardless of how many of you unite against me, I shall not falter. Vegeta gazed arrogantly at the crowd, his formidable aura sending tremors through the surroundings. This unmistakably bolstered Earth's defenses, significantly diminishing the potential for destruction. What could Vegeta possibly be planning? Wasn't he supposed to confront Cell? Piccolo, sweating nervously, observed the scene unfold, bewildered by Vegeta's erratic behavior. Could it be that he intended to annihilate the Earth? Yamcha and Tien looked on, equally perplexed by Vegeta's demeanor. Meanwhile, Gohan stood silently, transfixed, his gaze fixed upon his father, Goku. At that moment, Goku had completed his energy accumulation, surrounded by a blazing red aura. This was the Kaioken technique stacked at full power, elevating his combat prowess to an astounding 200 billion. As Cell beheld Goku's overwhelming energy, he was left in shock. What? Goku is this powerful? Previously, he had anticipated Goku's entry into the fray, but with such formidable strength, could he even withstand this onslaught? It was evident that Goku, having re-entered the room of spirit and time, had surpassed even perfect Cell. Not even the lightning Cell could contend with him. Yet, Cell did not hesitate, his rage surging forth. Although Goku's aura was tremendous, Cell could sense that he was no match for Vegeta. What a surprise. Kakarot is this strong? Both Nappa and Raditz stared wide-eyed at the spectacle. Was this truly the power of a lower-class warrior? Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, an expression of indifference on his face. However, he was secretly astonished by Goku's newfound strength. How could someone become so formidable merely by entering a time chamber? Despite this, he feigned disdain. Humph. If this is all the power you possess, then surely you are destined to lose, Kakarot. Vegeta, how can you know without a fight? Goku retorted as he charged toward Vegeta. Yet, as he approached, he was swiftly sent flying by Vegeta's blow. How is this possible? The gap is so vast? Goku exclaimed in disbelief. He had anticipated a reduction in the disparity, but to his surprise, it remained substantial. What was the true nature of Vegeta's Super Saiyan form? Goku pondered. At that moment, nearby, Cell had also gathered his energy. As he swiftly moved behind Vegeta, he found himself with his head pressed down against the ground, being rubbed against the surface. Is this all you've got? Vegeta taunted. Vegeta wore a mocking expression, and with a swift kick, sent Cell sprawling. After that blow, Cell was abruptly severed at the waist. A clash between Cell, valued at 100 billion, and Vegeta, at 250 billion? Quite the mismatch. In a furious roar, Cell attempted to regenerate his severed limbs, glaring at Vegeta with intense rage. Huh. You're like a gecko, amusing. With Vegeta's taunts igniting his fury, the fully formed Cell wasted no time, soaring into the atmosphere and unleashing a thunderous roar. A disgrace, an unimaginable disgrace. I am the perfect android, the ultimate Cell. Cell's face contorted in rage as he began to gather energy, mimicking the stance for the Kamehameha. Indeed. I shall unleash the Kamehameha and obliterate you along with this entire planet. As the intensity of Cell's threat escalated, fear gripped the onlookers. Stop him. That damn Cell. Goku. Intervene. The Z warriors shouted in alarm. Only Son Goku gazed at Cell, his face a mask of fury. He too was astonished by Cell's recklessness. But just as he prepared to intervene, a figure appeared before him, and he lost consciousness. The one who acted was none other than Vegeta. Upon seeing Goku about to interfere, he decisively struck him down, sending him crashing beside Piccolo and the others. Vegeta, with an air of nonchalance, gazed at the crowd with a tone of arrogance. Is this meager strength enough to instill such fear in you? I deem it necessary to present you with something truly remarkable. Chapter 68, The Ultimate Flash and the Super Saiyan 3 Transformation. To think you would dare to destroy Earth in my presence? It appears you are on a path to your own demise. Vegeta, with clenched fists, shouted loudly. Ha! A more fervent aura surged around him, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Isn't this remarkable? I have named it Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta laughed heartily, his battle power soaring to an astonishing 500 billion. Without a moment's hesitation, amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, he raised both hands and shouted, Big Bang Attack. Vegeta positioned his hands before him, harnessing the formidable energy of the Big Bang Attack, and then unleashed it akin to the Kamehameha wave. A dominating azure radiance surged forth, colliding with Cell's own Kamehameha. Without a hint of doubt, Cell's Kamehameha was effortlessly nullified by the Big Bang Attack, rendering it utterly ineffective. Ah! Cell shrieked, as he was engulfed by the sheer force of the Big Bang Attack. Bathed in its overwhelming might, Cell began to dissipate slowly, the very cells within his mind erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. One could say that Cell was incapable of even manifesting the form of Lightning Cell. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing Cell and receiving a treasure chest X1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for the tragic tower's annihilation of Cell, earning a substantial task reward package. Upon hearing the two system notifications echo in his mind, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. He could still boast. This was truly befitting of Prince Vegeta. Did I win? It appeared so. Vegeta was indeed impressive. Had Vegeta just stated that was Super Saiyan 2? It seemed no different. The Z fighters observed this scene, yet all were wary of Vegeta, none daring to approach him with inquiries. As for Krillin, he felt the most anguish, for his beloved Android 18 had perished alongside Cell. Haha, King Vegeta, you are simply magnificent. Indeed, King Vegeta, this so-called artificial human has finally been defeated. Nappa and Raditz exclaimed with delight. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, uttering not a word. How could a mere fool like Cell even think of matching him in combat? Very well, I shall take my leave now. Vegeta, uttering those words, instantaneously vanished, leaving the duo in a state of bewilderment. However, they remained silent. After all, the distance was not great, and returning home via flight posed no challenge. Upon arriving at his abode, Vegeta chose not to open the kill treasure chest, but rather to unveil the grand gift package. Unveil the grand gift package, Vegeta silently recited in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Vegeta, for unlocking the grand gift package, acquiring 1 billion battle power, the ultimate Kamehameha, and the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Upon hearing the system's notification, a surge of joy illuminated Vegeta's face. Naturally, he was enamored with the prospect of Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3? Hahaha, he truly adored it. Vegeta erupted into laughter, for he had just witnessed the complete transformation into Super Saiyan 3. What a tragedy, indeed. While the Super Saiyan 3 transformation is taxing on stamina, it is undeniably formidable, boasting a 400-fold increase in power during its base state. With Yang Tian's voice echoing, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. A 400-fold increase in base power? My goodness. In my Super Saiyan 2 form, my base power only increases by 100-fold. This Super Saiyan 3 transformation is simply astonishing. Haha, marvelous, truly marvelous. I have fallen in love with this transformation. Vegeta wore an expression of excitement. For surely the alternate versions of himself from parallel worlds would not possess the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta, they are utterly worthless. Unlike me who has already mastered it. Vegeta wore a mocking expression. Vegeta, what are you saying? Without me, you cannot change it all. What? I can't hear you without a signal. Vegeta, disregarding Yang Tian, silently invoked the attribute panel. Upon accessing the attribute panel, the following details emerged. Host, Vegeta title, Speedy Tragedy Tower Combat Power, 6 billion. Lifespan, Immortal Transformations, Oozuru Power. Super Saiyan transformations from level 1 to 3 ultimate techniques, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks, Solar Flare, Final Kamehameha, Big Bang Attack. Other attributes, Key Perception, Infinite Key, Instant Transmission. Boundless Stamina, 100-fold Training Talent, Energy Manifestation Subordinates, Nappa, Raditz. System Inventory, Senzabeans X 1050, System Comprehensive Evaluation. The host is invincible on Earth, however. Within the Dragon Ball Universe 7, the host's power is notably weak. It is advised to transform into either Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God. Chapter 69, Vegeta. 3 years later, gazing at his attribute panel, Vegeta appeared utterly self-satisfied. As for the final flash, it has now been supplanted by the final Kamehameha. Vegeta's expression turned sour upon witnessing the event. Why must my ultimate technique be supplanted? For this final Kamehameha can be deemed my most lethal move. The zenith of my power. Vegeta? Who is he? Why does his name bear such a resemblance to mine? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Yang Tian disregarded him and directly played a video. It showcased the moment during the Dragon Ball Z era when he fused with Kakarot while wearing the earrings. It included battles against Buu during the Z era, chaotic confrontations with Broly, and encounters with Zamasu during the Super era. Essentially, he presented all of this to Vegeta. Vegeta felt his blood pressure rising. What? I am the proud Saiyan King. How could I possibly fuse with a lower-class warrior? It is inconceivable, utterly impossible. What is impossible about it? This is entirely normal. Yang Tian remarked nonchalantly. Subsequently, he revealed the matter of fusion. Vegeta looked on in disbelief. The reason for fusing to combat Buu was that his wife Bulma, along with Trunks and others, had been absorbed and given his own inability to defeat Buu. He had reluctantly agreed to the fusion. In the battle against Zamasu, it was due to the utter devastation of the future, coupled with the news of Bulma's demise, that he chose to fuse, albeit for only an hour. How infuriating. These two scoundrels, I shall tear them apart. Vegeta gazed at the scene before him, gritting his teeth. Yet this Super Saiyan 3 is quite impressive. I dare say no one on this entire planet could rival me. Vegeta laughed heartily, while on the other side, Goku, freshly awakened, surveyed his surroundings with a pained expression. Damn, I never anticipated Vegeta would be this formidable. By the way, where is Cell? Goku mused. Feeling an undeniable urge to continue battling Cell, whom he believed could be redeemed. Old friend, Piccolo interjected, Cell has already been dealt with by Vegeta. However, considering Vegeta's immense strength, it seems we may never surpass him. Piccolo stood nearby, looking despondent. Despite spending an additional 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber compared to Vegeta, his combat prowess had barely improved, while Vegeta's ascension was remarkable. How could they not be astonished? I refuse to give up. Let's return to the Supreme Kai's temple and resurrect those who perished, Goku declared, intent on reviving the fallen warriors slain by Cell. Upon hearing this, Krillin's face lit up with excitement. Goku, can we alter this wish a bit? Alter it? What do you mean? Goku asked, perplexed, as he turned to his close friend. Cough. I mean to wish back everyone who died because of Cell, including the villains. Krillin expressed his desire to resurrect androids 17 and 18. Why? Goku inquired, confused. Piccolo scoffed from the side. He's definitely interested in that woman. With that, Piccolo soared towards the Supreme Kai's temple. Witnessing Piccolo's departure, Krillin felt embarrassed. He hadn't expected Piccolo to unveil his feelings so bluntly. Yet, he said nothing further, as it was indeed true. Consequently, the group flew directly towards the Supreme Kai's temple. Upon arriving, they summoned the Eternal Dragon. Goku, adhering to Krillin's suggestion, wished for the resurrection of all who had died in this conflict. Remarkably, androids 17 and 18 were restored to life. However, recognizing their inability to defeat Goku, they refrained from seeking further humiliation and chose to pursue their own paths. Android 17 took on the role of a park ranger, while Android 16 shared a similar fate, reveling in nature. Thus, they found themselves working together. Meanwhile, Android 18, true to the original narrative, seized an opportunity to be with Krillin. "Trunks, today you shall return. I have prepared everything for you," Bulma advised Trunks. As the Z warriors gathered to bid him farewell, Vegeta observed from a distance as Nappa and Raditz bid farewell. After all, he was Prince Vegeta. Watching Trunks depart, Vegeta returned to his training. As for the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, he had found an uninhabited starfield to practice it. He acquired an intermediate version of instant transmission, allowing him to traverse the 7th universe at will, comparable to the instant transmission of the Kaioshin's attendant, Kibito. 3 years passed. Trunks also trained alongside Vegeta, though he frequently sparred with Nappa and Raditz. Throughout these 3 years, Nappa and Raditz's combat power reached an astounding 1.5 billion, which became their norm. Meanwhile, Vegeta's power soared to 7 billion, marking an increase of 1 billion in his base form over the same period. Chapter 70. Vegeta, let me elucidate the distinction between a genius warrior and a lower-tier fighter. One day, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and visited Vegeta's residence. Eager to challenge him, he had also stepped into this new realm. During these 3 years, Goku tirelessly sought a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2. However, Gohan had been occupied by Chi-Chi with studies, resulting in minimal growth. Even when occasionally training with Goku, his progress was slight. Over the course of 3 years, Goku's base power increased from 2 billion to 3 billion, illustrating his diligence in striving to keep pace with Vegeta. He occasionally trained on King Kai's planet, where the gravity could be manipulated to enhance his physical conditioning. Unlike Vegeta, Goku lacked access to the advanced battle suit and spaceship, which could both modify gravity. Thus, it was evident that Vegeta's resources were significantly superior. In these 3 years, Vegeta and Bulma welcomed a daughter, whom they named Bra. Bra, idolizing her father Vegeta, joined him and others in their training, making noticeable progress in her own strength. "Hahaha, Kakarot, with such feeble power, you wish to spar with me? Perhaps you should train for another decade." Vegeta gazed at Kakarot standing before him and simply proposed a sparring match. Upon hearing this, Vegeta naturally scoffed with disdain. As soon as he activated his scouter, he discerned Goku's combat power, a base of 3 billion, 150 billion as a Super Saiyan, and 300 billion in Super Saiyan 2 form. Even when augmented by the Kaioken technique, it barely reached 600 billion. For Vegeta, this was indeed feeble. Not to mention that even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Vegeta's combat power had already soared to 700 billion. As for his Super Saiyan 3 form, it reached an astounding 2.8 trillion. To put it in perspective, 1 trillion equates to 1,000 billion. Thus Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 power had already ascended to the level of trillions. But how could he know without trying Vegeta? Goku remained undeterred, convinced that his strength was sufficient to spar with Vegeta. He chuckled, "I believe you won't truly grasp the outcome until you've been thoroughly beaten." Vegeta smirked, gesturing for Goku to find a suitable spot for their sparring session. The two swiftly made their way to a desolate desert where they assumed their stances. "Kakarot, this time I shall make you acutely aware of the vast chasm that exists between a genius warrior and a lower-tier fighter." Vegeta let out a cold smirk as he transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. It can be said that Vegeta, by holding back his Super Saiyan 3 form, was already showing some respect for Kakarot. He chuckled, "How can one know without a fight? Even as a lowly warrior, I have diligently trained." With that, Goku struck his iconic stance ready to engage. Seeing this, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. This gesture was all too familiar to him. "Haha. This gesture can only be wielded by one person, and that is me," Vegeta proclaimed, his fervor surging once more. The lightning of Super Saiyan 2 and the golden aura soared into the heavens. At this moment, Vegeta's battle power ascended to an astonishing 70 million. Oh, behold, Super Vegeta. Vegeta executed his iconic rapid stance, yet he refrained from utilizing it fully. The intensity of Vegeta's aura caused a noticeable shift in Goku's countenance. "Vegeta, is this truly how you wish to commence our sparring session with all your might?" Goku expressed his discontent, for who begins a practice bout with their utmost strength? However, Goku's concerns were unfounded, as Vegeta was indeed not exerting his full power. Internally, Goku was utterly astonished. The prowess of Vegeta was astonishingly formidable. Previously, during his confrontation with Cell, his battle power surged to an astounding 50 trillion. Now, it had escalated to a staggering 70 trillion, an overwhelming presence that left Goku breathless. Humph, I have no time for your trivialities. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Witnessing Vegeta's attitude, Goku unleashed his power, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. His battle strength surged to an astounding 300 billion. Vegeta, upon witnessing this, let out a light chuckle. I see, you have indeed mastered this transformation. However, to believe that this form can contend with me is a grave misjudgment. Certainly not, for I possess a secret weapon. I had thought it unnecessary to unveil it so soon, yet now it appears I have no choice. With that, Goku gathered his energy once more, exclaiming loudly, Super Kaioken. In the next moment, a crimson aura erupted forth. Goku's battle power surged to an astounding 600 billion. How intriguing. Now I understand why you dared to challenge me. Vegeta squinted his eyes. Had this been 3 years ago, he would undoubtedly have been left searching for his teeth after a beating. But now, it was no longer he who would be in such a predicament. Chapter 71. The new movie mission in an instant. The two engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks, exchanging blows with fervor. However, the tide of battle swiftly shifted from an even match to a decisive advantage of 70 to 30. Clearly, Vegeta was furious, as the disparity in their combat power was a staggering 100 billion. What is the matter, Kakarot? Is this all the strength you possess? If this is your limit, then there is no need to escalate the fight. Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending his opponent flying, and then, clenching his fists, struck Goku down into the depths of the earth from behind. Witnessing Goku being driven into the ground, Vegeta let out a cold laugh as he gathered his formidable energy for a mighty attack. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the Sunshine Cannon. The terrifying wave of energy engulfed Goku entirely, followed by his anguished cries, underscoring the vast disparity between them. In the distance, the Z fighters sensed the overwhelming energy radiating from the battle, astonished by the dramatic advancement in Goku's strength, only to realize that Vegeta was even mightier. Tien, training in the Arctic, felt the intense auras of Goku and Vegeta in the desolate landscape and felt a wave of shame wash over him. Once, the gap between him and Goku was negligible. During the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, their differences were almost imperceptible. By the 23rd tournament, he had only fallen slightly behind Goku. However, with the arrival of the Saiyans, the chasm between their strengths had widened to an unimaginable extent. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi gazed towards the desolate battlefield, fervently hoping for Goku's victory. Yet, their hopes were dashed as Goku's energy waned drastically following Vegeta's devastating Sunshine Cannon. Humph, Kakarot, you are truly weak. Vegeta, having spoken, instantly teleported away, but not before tossing a Senzu beam to him. Upon regaining consciousness, Goku found himself unaware of how long he had been unconscious, only to discover a Senzu beam nearby. With great effort, he suppressed his pain and promptly consumed the beam. To his astonishment, he realized Vegeta's prowess was far beyond his expectations. He contemplated the notion of training alongside Vegeta or emulating his methods to enhance his own strength. After a moment of reflection, Goku resolved to follow in Vegeta's footsteps and made his way to Vegeta's residence. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Vegeta observed Nappa and Raditz amusing themselves with Bra. He cast a sidelong glance at the pair. How has your training been progressing? He inquired. Ah, King Vegeta. We just took a break. Nappa replied. Indeed, King Vegeta, we were merely resting for a moment. Raditz added. Upon noticing Vegeta's arrival, Nappa and Raditz instinctively shrank back, genuinely fearful of Vegeta. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta let out a cold snort. Kakarot has already attained the transformation of Super Saiyan 2, and his base combat power has reached an astounding 3 billion. If you wish to remain idle, then by all means, do so. How can you bear to be surpassed by a lower-class warrior? Vegeta harbored a certain frustration akin to the saying iron that does not become steel. Nappa and Raditz, both elite warriors, were simply indolent. Previously, the author mistakenly classified Raditz as an elite warrior. However, there is no need to amend the earlier statements, as they are of little consequence. What? Kakarot has attained Super Saiyan 2? Nappa exclaimed in disbelief. This low-class warrior is astonishingly powerful. Initially, we believed that King Vegeta was already extraordinarily formidable, but now emerges a low-class warrior, Kakarot, who is truly remarkable. I never anticipated my brother could be this formidable. Raditz was equally taken aback. He had merely been slothful, maintaining a combat power of 1500 during the earlier battles. Had it not been for Vegeta's recognition of his superior warrior status, coupled with the unfortunate demise of the Scion race, he would have long since vanquished him. Ding! A crisis has been detected in the galaxy. The mission, eliminate Bojack and his subordinates, with a substantial reward awaiting. What is this new mission world? As Vegeta sought to find Bulma, a notification echoed within his mind. This was a parallel universe, where Goku had brought Cell back to King Kai's planet, resulting in an explosion that claimed the life of North Kai and rendered the seal on Bojack and his entourage ineffective. Yang Tian's voice resonated, prompting Vegeta to raise an eyebrow. It seemed that this matter did not concern him. No, after Cell's demise, he witnessed the actions of Kakarot and his son, Goku, which led to an unexpected revelation. He declared that he would never fight again. Subsequently, a new world martial arts tournament emerged, where Bojack reappeared with the intent to kill his son Trunks. In an effort to save his son, he rushed out, only to find himself swiftly incapacitated upon hitting the ground. As Yang Tian concluded his account, he even played the video footage. Vegeta, witnessing the cerebral hemorrhage, exclaimed in disbelief, "What manner of absurdity is this?" After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he lay on the ground, uttering the words, "I shall never fight again." This segment serves as a precursor to the Cell games. In Chapter 72, Goku joins the team, wielding the divine technique of destruction. It is inconceivable, utterly impossible. How could Cell be so formidable? Vegeta wore an expression of disbelief. To think he would declare he would never fight again over such a trivial matter, only to ultimately contradict himself by engaging in battle. Though it was for the sake of his son, the speed at which he contradicted himself was utterly absurd. The scene has been presented to you. No matter how you attempt to spin it, it is futile. Yang Tian remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta cast a disdainful glance around, as if searching for an outlet for his frustration. In response, Nappa and Raditz fled in haste. It was no jest. The expression on their king's face signaled impending fury. They were utterly on edge, for since their arrival on Earth, the temperament of their monarch had become inscrutable. Damn it. I shall make them pay dearly. No, I shall ensure their blood spills abundantly. Vegeta spoke with a grim expression. Ding. May I inquire if the host, Tragedy Tower, accepts? Accepted. Vegeta shouted in his heart. He then turned his gaze towards Nappa and Raditz, who were observing from a distance. Vegeta, with a dark expression, reprimanded, "You too. Come here at once. There is a new mission." As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, Goku appeared in an instant. With a whoosh, a figure suddenly materialized before Vegeta and Nappa. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Vegeta scoffed, "Kakarot, what brings you here? Do you wish to fight again?" Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, a serene expression adorning his face. In the parallel universe, he had surpassed another version of himself, yet here, he would not allow Kakarot to eclipse him. "Hey, Vegeta, I wish to train alongside you to grow stronger. Surely you wouldn't want to feel lonely without a worthy opponent, would you?" Goku chuckled as he expressed his desire. Indeed, he yearned to train with Vegeta, for he believed that such collaboration would yield the greatest enhancement. Humph. Do you truly believe that your words would persuade me? Vegeta gazed at Goku with an air of calmness. He had no intention of training with anyone. Moreover, he found solitary training to be exceedingly slow. Completing missions offered a far swifter path to improvement. Surely, you two yearn for a formidable rival, do you not? Goku looked at Vegeta with sincere eyes. As Vegeta was about to decline, he suddenly heard a notification chime in his mind. Ding. It detected that the Saiyan son Goku wished to join the team. The task, to recruit the Saiyan Kakarot, Son Goku, as a subordinate to embark on missions together. The task reward, divine technique, destruction. Divine technique? Destruction? What could that possibly entail? Vegeta pondered in confusion. Yang Tian, is this the reward? Destruction. Does it imply that I am to engage in acts of devastation? What significance does such a task hold? In Vegeta's mind, he contemplated the notion of destruction. This term, destruction, surely implied a capacity for rampant devastation. What kind of task was this? If he wished to obliterate, would it not be merely capricious? However, he mused, "Dear Vegeta, you are overthinking. This is destruction. It is one of the divine techniques possessed by the god of destruction, who need not engage in combat to annihilate objects. The targets of annihilation will vanish entirely from existence. According to the god of destruction Sidra from Universe 9, destruction can even obliterate the very essence of an entity's existence. What? Is this a skill of the god of destruction? So Beerus and the others utilize this technique? Indeed. How splendid. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Beside him, Goku appeared somewhat perplexed, while Bardock and Raditz had grown accustomed to the situation and refrained from inquiring further. Yet Goku remained unaware. He wished to ask, but was silenced by Raditz's hand over his mouth. My foolish brother, this is not the time for your questions. I understand your curiosity, but some inquiries are best left unasked. Raditz exclaimed. Having lived on Earth for these years, he had developed a fondness for it. He no longer harbored the intense hatred for Kakarot that he once did, dismissing notions of being assimilated by Earth. Now, he relished this way of life. Particularly enamored with the cherry blossom girls, Raditz found them utterly delightful. Hearing Raditz's admonition, Goku nodded in silence, standing patiently for Vegeta's response. By the way, young Tian, is this destruction not the most potent of divine techniques? After all, it bears the name destruction. Vegeta pondered within. Not quite. While destruction is formidable, it cannot eradicate the immortality granted through the wish made with the Super Dragon Balls. A higher level of obliteration is required to completely erase the immortality bestowed by the Eternal Dragon. Immortality, you say? It seems I am no longer as fixated on this immortality as I once was. Vegeta felt a moment of disorientation upon hearing the notion of immortality. The narrative of the new Master 9 had commenced. Chapter 73, The Bojack Faction. Initially, his desire was to attain immortality and eternal life. However, at this juncture, he found himself utterly disinterested in the concept of being immortal. If one were to be unable to vanquish their foes and were subjected to relentless torment, then living would be akin to a fate worse than death. He pondered that perhaps eternal life was the more pragmatic choice. Of course, this perspective was entirely his own. Ding. May I inquire if the host, Vegeta, accepts the mission? The sound of the system's notification echoed once more in his mind. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Accepted. Upon accepting the task, Vegeta turned to Goku. It is certainly permissible for you to train alongside me, and I would not mind bringing you along for the mission as well. However, Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Goku, emphasizing his final words with added weight. If you wish to train with me, you must join my team and become my subordinate. Upon Vegeta's utterance, Nappa and Raditz expressed their indifference, asserting that it was entirely natural for Scions to revere Vegeta as their king. Meanwhile, Goku realized that in order to associate with them, he would have to align himself with Vegeta, which was a perfectly logical conclusion. However, he quickly interjected. What? You want me to join you in your violent endeavors? Absolutely not. Just as he finished his statement, he was unexpectedly struck by Raditz's knee, sending him flying. Oh, my foolish brother. When have we ever engaged in such ruthless acts? Raditz replied darkly. The present-day Scions were markedly different from their former selves. Since the demise of Frieza and their establishment on Earth, they had abandoned such behaviors. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Raditz, what are you doing? Goku exclaimed, clutching his abdomen. Humph. You should feel honored and elated to accept King Vegeta's olive branch. Nappa added in agreement. Goku, rising to his feet while still holding his stomach, declared, I am not Kakarot. I am Goku, a Scion raised on Earth. I don't care where you were raised. This is how it is. If you agree, I will take you along on missions to grow stronger. Otherwise, forget it. Vegeta gazed at Son Goku, and, upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku fell silent, eager to grow stronger. He was simultaneously filled with immense curiosity about this task. Unable to resist, he turned to Vegeta and declared, All right, I shall join, but murder is beyond my limits. It was just as Goku's words echoed in the air. A chime echoed in Vegeta's mind. Ding! It detected the addition of Son Goku to the team, and the task reward, the godly technique of destruction, has been bestowed. In the next instant, knowledge of destruction coursed through Vegeta's mind, and a new aura of annihilation enveloped him. In essence, it was a matter of understanding the rules of destruction. Only the gods of destruction possess the ability to comprehend and master this art. Yet, Vegeta had grasped it ahead of time. He then concentrated and conjured a sphere of purple energy in his hand. Although it was merely a few inches in size, Vegeta marveled at its potential. The destructive force it harbored was beyond comparison. Without hesitation, Vegeta instantaneously transported himself into the cosmos, shaping the destructive energy sphere into a football-like form before casting it downwards. In the blink of an eye, the forlorn planet made contact with the energy sphere and was utterly obliterated, disintegrating into countless specks of starlight. Clearly, nothing remained of the destruction. Vegeta was utterly astonished upon witnessing this. What an impressive skill! He returned to his original position. Vegeta addressed Goku and Nappa, saying, Come, I shall take you on a mission. Ah, a mission so soon? Goku exclaimed. astonished. We have only just arrived. This is wonderful. Vegeta paid him no mind. And in a flash of random light, the quartet of scions traversed into a world beset by a galactic crisis. What is this place? As the radiance dissipated, Goku beheld an entirely different scene. They had arrived at the venue of the world's premier martial arts tournament, now at the semifinals. This event was orchestrated by the world's wealthiest individual, Qian Duo, for the sake of his son. The victorious contenders would have the opportunity to face the four so-called aliens invited by Qian Duo, and the ultimate victor would earn the honor of challenging Satan. Additionally, the winner would receive a prize of 100 million yuan and the chance to travel the world. Of course, there were also immense accolades and rewards, culminating in a showdown with the world champion, Satan. The Z fighters, along with Gohan, also participated. Gohan, in truth, sought a bit of financial assistance for his household. As his grandfather, the Bull Demon King, had long since exhausted his fortune, and his father was not earning much. The expenses were substantial, and sustaining a scion like him was quite a challenge. However, the four so-called aliens had already been annihilated by Bojack's faction. Chapter 74 Goku. Then I shall confront Bojack. Such formidable energy, it resembles that of Cell. Goku sensed Bojack's power with a hint of astonishment. Bojack's battle strength in his normal state was 90 billion. Slightly inferior to that of Perfect Cell. He was also just a tad stronger than Super Saiyan Gohan, who at that time had just emerged from the Cell games with a battle strength of 85 billion. In his powered-up state, Bojack's strength surged to approximately 100 billion, on par with Perfect Cell. As for why Goku perceived Cell's power to be comparable to Bojack's, it was primarily because he had never encountered Lightning Cell. It could be said that Lightning Cell never appeared, having been slain by Vegeta. Thus, Goku deemed Cell weak, lacking in formidable strength, and considered him to be of a similar caliber to Bojack. Weak, truly weak, Vegeta declared as he soared into the distance, having sensed another presence akin to his own. At that moment, this other version of himself was engaged in battle with Bojack. Haha. I never anticipated encountering such an entity after my emergence. How exhilarating. Bojack sneered upon spotting Trunks, a visage of malice upon his face. He was a marauder intent on wreaking havoc across the four great galaxies, but had been sealed away on a distant planet at the galaxy's edge by the combined efforts of the four kings of the other world, enduring an existence of perpetual darkness and suffering. However, with the demise of the North Kai, the seal was lifted, granting his faction the freedom to emerge. Upon their release, they set their sights on a planet within the North Galaxy, intending to conquer it. Yet upon encountering Gohan and his companions, their thoughts turned to annihilation. Just moments prior, Bojack had commanded his minion Bujin to ensnare Trunks with his translucent energy threads, rendering him immobile. However, in a critical moment, Trunks was rescued by the timely intervention of Vegeta. Alas, this reprieve proved futile as Trunks was swiftly overpowered once more. At last, a worthy adversary has appeared. Otherwise, this would have been utterly tedious. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, casting a mocking glance at Bojack. In response, Bojack smirked, swiftly closing the distance between them. Vegeta retaliated with a ki blast, leading to an explosive exchange of energy within the building, the surrounding area trembling as a result. The spectators were gripped with fear. Haha. So many opponents to choose from. Vegeta, may I select two? Daba inquired, glancing at Zangya, Gokwa, Bujin, and Baido, addressing Vegeta with anticipation. Certainly, Vegeta remarked with a hint of indifference. He discerned that the combat prowess of these four individuals was merely 600 billion, placing them on par with the diminutive Cell. Although Vegeta had never encountered the small Cell himself, he recognized that these individuals would falter against Trunks in a one-on-one confrontation. Their strength was comparable to that of the small Cell, yet they possessed unique abilities that rendered Trunks utterly beleaguered. Piccolo, too, was swiftly subdued. The level of the small Cell was such that Vegeta felt entirely incapable of intervening. In that case, I shall handle that blonde leader who faced Vegeta, exclaimed Goku, charging forth with the intent to confront Bojack directly. Upon witnessing Goku's swift movement, Daba's expression shifted. However, once he recalled that Goku was facing Bojack, he felt somewhat reassured, for he knew he could not contend with Bojack. Presently, Bojack's displayed combat strength was beyond what Daba dared to challenge. He could easily manage a few lackeys of the small Cell's caliber. Daba's regular form boasted a power level of 15 billion, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it soared to 750 billion. One could say he was merely slightly weaker than Goku when he first emerged from the Room of Spirit and Time. As Vegeta observed Goku engage with Bojack, he remained unmoved. How amusing. After all, Kakarot was already part of his team. The enemies he vanquished were merely part of his mission, albeit without the spoils. As for the spoils, the final blow would undoubtedly be his. Oh, Nappa too slow. I shall choose 2 as well, Raditz declared, transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging forward, directly intercepting Buken and Bido. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, gazing on with a nonchalant demeanor. On the other side, Goku's energy erupted, leaving the assembled Z fighters momentarily stunned. Father? Gohan looked up. Disbelief etched on his face. His father had perished in a cataclysmic explosion with Cell. How could it be? The energy still lingers? Old man's aura. How is that possible? Didn't he say he wouldn't return? Piccolo struggled to rise. At that moment, far away in the North Kai's realm, Kakarot was utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. Is that me? What on earth is happening? And another Vegeta? Wait, that's Nappa and Raditz. The haloed Goku gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Chapter 75. 2 Gokus. Not just him, but even the North Kai wore a bewildered expression. What is going on? The North Kai nearly dropped his glasses. I must investigate. Goku prepared to teleport away, only to be halted by the North Kai. That is not possible, Goku. You're already dead. Dead? I recall you mentioning, Lord Kai, that one could request a day off from King Yama to return to the living realm. Please assist me in securing that day off. I must see this. The haloed Kakarot proclaimed before vanishing in an instant. He could hardly contain his excitement. Simultaneously, he yearned to confront these unexpected arrivals. Seeing Goku depart, the North Kai sighed but proceeded to contact King Yama, requesting a day off for Goku. Dada. Super Tragedy Tower unleashed the prince's combat technique, bombarding Bojack with relentless strikes. Hahaha, utterly defenseless. After finishing his assault, Super Tragedy Tower erupted into laughter. Yet, the next moment, his mirth faded, for he beheld a figure emerging from the smoke. What are you laughing at? Bojack sneered. Then swiftly appeared before Tragedy Tower. Startled, Tragedy Tower responded with a punch, but at that moment, his stamina was waning. The prince's technique had drained him significantly. And this transformation was far from full power. After a brief exchange of blows, Tragedy Tower succumbed. With a resounding thud, Bojack delivered a powerful punch to Tragedy Tower's abdomen, sending him flying. However, Trunks managed to catch him just in time. Father, get away. Tragedy Tower grunted through the pain and retaliated with a fierce strike towards Trunks. He attempted to soar away, but suddenly sensed the presence of Goku. What? Kakarot? Wait, what about those other energy signatures? Tragedy Tower inquired, glancing into the distance, where Goku was approaching. Upon landing, Goku greeted Tragedy Tower with a cheerful hi, Tragedy Tower. Humph. Kakarot, did you not claim you would not be revived? How is it that you have returned? Tragedy Tower retorted with a disdainful snort. Oh, did I die in this world? Goku scratched his head, seeking clarification. He was already aware of parallel worlds and missions, thanks to Raditz's explanations. After all, Goku was his brother. He could hardly expect King Vegeta to provide an explanation. Utter nonsense. Tragedy Tower expressed his displeasure. Goku dismissed his complaints, for this version of Tragedy Tower was rather weak. Instead, he turned to Trunks and greeted him with a smile. Hi, Trunks. It's been a while. For Goku, it had been 3 years since he last saw Trunks, making the phrase long time no see quite appropriate. In this particular timeline, shortly after the Cell Games, Goten had yet to be born. Chi-Chi, noticing Gohan's constant studying, wished for him to take a break and enjoy some leisure time. Currently, Goku was 3 years into the future, where Goten had already come into the world. Born alongside Bra, who had arrived a bit earlier due to certain circumstances. Mr. Goku, it's wonderful to see you back, Trunks exclaimed joyfully. With Goku's presence, Trunks felt reassured that Bojack and his crew posed no threat. This was a significant part of Trunks' excitement. Goku scratched his head again, accustomed to hearing such sentiments. Just then, Gohan and Piccolo flew in. Their excitement upon seeing Goku was palpable. Gohan, why are you so small, and Piccolo, why have you weakened? Goku questioned upon seeing them. Gohan, now a bit taller after 3 years, seemed diminutive compared to his former self from 3 years prior. As for Piccolo, his strength had diminished compared to the other timeline. It was evident that the Piccolo from that universe was on a different level than the one here. You, after dying once, now dare to boast? Piccolo's expression darkened, incredulous at Goku's audacity. As a few individuals contemplated their next words, the distant Bojack and his faction clustered together. Have you chatted enough? My patience wears thin. Bojack's voice was chillingly cold. He had refrained from interrupting them, curious to witness the unfolding events. Yet after observing for a considerable time, he realized they were merely engrossed in conversation. Truly absurd. Humph. Let us resume our battle, declared Tragedy Tower, preparing to soar toward Bojack to engage him. Only to be halted by Sun Wukong. Hey, leave this to me, Sun Wukong proclaimed, cracking his neck before transforming into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 76. Sun Wukong's ferocious assault on Bojack. As Sun Wukong ascended to Super Saiyan form, a terrifying aura of 150 billion battle power surged outward. Those present, upon sensing such an overwhelming force, turned pale. Goodness, this energy is only slightly inferior to that of Lightning Cell. How long has it been since the Cell Games? Were you hiding your true strength at that time? Tragedy Tower seethed with rage, feeling utterly defeated once more. Kakarot. Tragedy Tower exclaimed through gritted teeth. Piccolo frowned at the sight. Old son, that's rather ungracious of you. With your immense power, why did you not eliminate Cell directly? Did you allow Gohan to endure a beating merely to nurture him? Piccolo was visibly displeased. When it came to Gohan's well-being, he would claim second place, with Chi-Chi being the only one daring enough to claim the top spot. Huh? That's not true, Piccolo. I intended to be the first to fight. But I was interrupted by Vegeta, Sun Wukong explained, shaking his head. The others were left utterly perplexed. Have you traversed into another realm? What on earth are you talking about? How come we are unaware of this? Realizing the discrepancies in their experiences, Sun Wukong sought to clarify. But before he could utter another word, Naba and Raditz arrived. Raditz promptly spoke. Allow me to clarify. We are not from this world. The events you perceive differ. Consider it akin to Trunks' future, a parallel universe. Raditz articulated succinctly. The Z warriors gaped in astonishment at the arrival of Naba and Raditz. Equally shocked by Raditz's revelation that Sun Wukong and his companions hailed from a future parallel world. Nanny! Tragedy Tower exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Raditz. Raditz, Naba. Are you both still alive? Naba and Raditz exchanged glances, clearly aware that their counterparts in this world had met their demise. Quit your rambling and fight me. Bojack bellowed in fury, commanding his subordinates to attack. Naba and Raditz, recognizing the gravity of the situation, transformed into Super Saiyans, unleashing an aura far surpassing that of Tragedy Tower and Trunks. Directly, the tragic Super Vegeta Tower is both charred and tender. No, it cannot be. Has Naba and Raditz already surpassed me? Super Vegeta Tower expressed disbelief. Yet, the reality is undeniable. Naba, leave these two to me, Raditz declared as he charged forth, engaging Buchian and Bida single-handedly. Without hesitation, Naba confronted the other two. Witnessing their standoff, Sun Wukong dashed forward, clashing with Bojack. However, in the fray, Bojack found himself utterly lost, his combat prowess vastly inferior. Without a moment's pause, Bojack unleashed his power. Even in his unleashed state, he was merely subjected to a relentless barrage from Sun Wukong. It was an exceedingly humiliating predicament. The Z fighters, observing this spectacle, were astounded. The Sun Wukong from the parallel universe is exceptionally formidable. Piccolo swallowed hard, expressing his awe. Meanwhile, Super Vegeta Tower was seething with rage, his fist clenched tightly. In contrast, the Sun Wukong of this world had arrived as well. With a halo above his head, he appeared before Piccolo and the others. Greetings, Piccolo. Vegeta Tower, Trunks, Gohan. The Sun Wukong with the halo greeted them. The group was momentarily startled, but upon seeing the halo, they comprehended the truth. This was indeed their world as Sun Wukong. Father. Gohan rushed forward to embrace Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong chuckled, tousling Gohan's hair. Gohan, if you are filled with anger, no one can match you. Not even another version of myself. Even if the other Sun Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan, boasting a power level of 150 billion. He still did not consider himself a match for the Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, who had a power level of 180 billion. I understand, father. Gohan nodded. Piccolo then addressed Sun Wukong. Old son, with the other you being this strong, did you conceal your true strength back then? Well, yes, I held back my Kaioken. But at that time, I was still unrefined in its use, so I refrained from employing it, Sun Wukong replied, nodding. I had utilized it during my previous encounter with Raboka Fan, but I was caught off guard and countered. Humph, you rascal, with another you being this powerful. What are your chances against him now? The odds are slim. I believe he has surpassed the Super Saiyan level. The Sun Wukong with the halo fixed his gaze upon his counterpart. At that moment, the other him was dominating Bojack in combat. Just as Sun Wukong finished speaking, A voice resonated above them. Chapter 77. Super Saiyan 4 Humph. He has trained for 4 more years than you. It is only natural that he is stronger. The tragic figure, Tada, observed with a faint sigh. Before him, the haloed Sun Wukong exhibited a normal combat power of 2 billion, indicating that he had endured the Hell Martial Arts Tournament, resulting in an enhancement of several billion to his standard battle prowess. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong from his own realm had lived and cultivated for 3 years, additionally spending time in the hyperbolic time chamber, achieving a normal battle power of 3 billion. Ah, Vegeta, I understand now. You are an alternate version of Vegeta, but why is your power so elevated? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Vegeta. Heh. My genetics as Vegeta are superior. Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. On the sidelines, the tragic figure, Tada, felt a pang of discomfort but hesitated to act. Witnessing the overwhelming strength of his counterpart quelled his aggression. At this moment, Tada still exhibited a tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. The sight of the transcendent warrior left him trembling, particularly since this was not the Vegeta from the canonical Dragon Ball Z universe. Nanny, are you seeking your demise? Tada, still concerned about his pride, threw a punch at Vegeta, only to be effortlessly subdued. Heh, spare yourself the effort, Tada, Vegeta mocked. The alternate version of himself truly lacked strength, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Tada? The tragic figure seethed with anger. Did he truly look down upon him? He yearned to unleash his fury, yet the outcome of the battle had already been determined. At the moment of resolution, Vegeta sprang into action. He instantaneously teleported, whisking away their group. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing Bojack, Zangya, Goku, Bujin, and Baido, earning a treasure chest X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, receiving a great gift pack. Upon hearing the system notification, a smile spread across Vegeta's face. It seemed that executing a surprise attack for a kill was quite effective. Hey, Vegeta, why did you steal my kill? Kakarot, Sun Wukong, flew over, visibly displeased. As for Nappa and Raditz, they remained silent, having just enjoyed a fierce bout. They dared not provoke the king of Vegeta regarding the matter of kills. Humph, I have already warned you several times. Unleash your powerful moves without hesitation. Who instructed you to ignore my counsel? Vegeta scoffed, while the others nearby were taken aback. What is this? In just a fleeting moment, you dispatched 5 foes? This is utterly absurd. Hey, I didn't expect you to be another version of myself. Greetings. How did you meet your end, and why not use the Dragon Balls to revive? Goku inquired curiously, eyeing the haloed version of himself. Ah. I have no desire for resurrection. The afterlife is quite pleasant. I can train under Lord Kai and spar with the formidable spirits of the underworld. The haloed Goku explained with a smile. Hearing this, Goku's face lit up with envy. Really? I must pay a visit. By the way, would you be open to a friendly spar? The haloed Goku gestured with a pleading hand. It was evident that this Goku was already trending towards a higher level of power. Upon hearing this, Goku nodded enthusiastically. I would be delighted. The two then assumed their stances. Goku transformed once more into a Super Saiyan. The haloed Goku remarked, no wonder you have trained for several more years. Your strength is indeed remarkable. By the way, have you surpassed that bottleneck? You mean Super Saiyan 2? Hee, I broke through that barrier not long ago, Goku said, scratching his nose as he took up a battle-ready posture. Without hesitation, the haloed Goku also transformed into a Super Saiyan, and soon the two were engaged in combat. It was evident that the haloed Goku was simply on the receiving end of the assault. This is troubling. Even though old Sun's strength matches that of the fully realized Cell, he is still insufficient to contend with Goku, who is nearing his return. The haloed Piccolo observed as he saw his counterpart from another world struggling in battle. The haloed Goku possessed a base power of 2 billion, and in transformation, he reached only 100 billion. Meanwhile, the other Goku was at 150 billion, an entirely different realm. Wow, both Mr. Gokus are incredibly strong. It's only been a short while since our last encounter, and they've become so powerful, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. As for Trunks, he remained silent, his anger bubbling to the surface. Yet, no one paid him any mind. Vegeta observed their brawl with an expression of utter calmness. How tedious, he remarked, as he proceeded to unseal the grand gift bag for himself. After all, the teleportation had yet to commence. He eagerly opened the magnificent package. Vegeta silently contemplated. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Vegeta, for unlocking the treasure chest and acquiring 1 billion battle power, 100 sins of beans, and the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 78, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Upon hearing the news of the grand reward, a look of delight spread across Vegeta's face. Super Saiyan 4, however, as soon as he received the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he was momentarily stunned. Was it truly this extraordinary? Previously, Super Saiyan 3 was exceedingly taxing on both energy and stamina. It was only manageable for him due to his infinite reserves. Yet, this Super Saiyan 4 turned out to be an even more superior transformation. The most notable distinction between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 3 lies in their energy manifestation. Super Saiyan 3 expends an immense amount of energy that overflows abundantly, thus consuming an exorbitant amount of stamina. In contrast, Super Saiyan 4 is a more energy-efficient form, although it is still not suited for prolonged battles, as its energy only slightly overflows, fully unleashing its power only during combat. Haha, I never imagined I, Vegeta, could transform into Super Saiyan 4. Yang Tian, did you not mention something about synchronizing with the power of the Great Ape? Vegeta was overcome with joy. The power of the Great Ape is an augmentation of battle strength. Even if you have not attained the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, you can still attempt to utilize the Great Ape power to achieve that transformation. Could it be that the reward for becoming a Super Saiyan 4 is merely a ruse? I previously possessed the power of the Great Ape, so I should be able to transform, correct? Indeed, that is the case, but you did not inquire about it. Vegeta, at this moment, Vegeta is filled with fury. By this calculation, he has suffered a loss. As a Super Saiyan, is it possible for me to amplify the might of the Great Ape? Vegeta pondered within himself. This represents a tenfold enhancement. In other words, Super Saiyan 4 is an astounding 4,000 times the base state, and when combined with the tenfold strength of the Great Ape, the mere thought is terrifying. Currently, Vegeta's base power stands at 8 billion. Transforming into a Super Saiyan amplifies this to 400 billion, while Super Saiyan 2 reaches 800 billion. And Super Saiyan 3 escalates to 2 trillion. Upon ascending to Super Saiyan 4, this surges to 32 trillion. Super Saiyan 4 offers a tenfold increase over Super Saiyan 3. When this 32 trillion is further augmented by the tenfold strength of the Great Ape, it culminates in a staggering 320 trillion. The mere consideration is utterly daunting. Yes. Haha. I, Vegeta, am invincible. Upon hearing Yang Tian's response, Vegeta erupted into laughter. However, Yang Tian's subsequent words shattered Vegeta's confidence. What are you so proud of? GT Goku started at a base of 2 trillion. Just imagine the magnitude of his enhancements in the latter stages, and you will understand the true power. It was Yang Tian's statement that contorted Vegeta's expression. How utterly demoralizing. Yet, recalling his own system and 100-fold training talent, Vegeta regained his resolve. What is there to fear? Sooner or later, I shall overpower them all. Vegeta scoffed. Confident in his system, what was there to fear? Training without a system was futile. Now, Vegeta had tasted the sweetness of power. It hurts. I never expected another version of myself to be so formidable. The Goku adorned with a halo clutched his abdomen. Despite his tremendous strength gained post-mortem, he found himself outmatched by another Kakarot who had trained for an additional 4 years. Considering I am a few years your senior, it's only natural that I am stronger. Goku chuckled, scratching his nose. However, the haloed Goku unleashed his Super Kaioken. Now, he had combined Super Saiyan with Kaioken, creating the Super Kaioken. His battle power surged from 100 billion to 200 billion, matching the strength of the Goku who had emerged from the time chamber for the second time. Oh, I didn't realize you had mastered the Super Saiyan combined with Kaioken. Goku exclaimed, recalling how Piccolo had initially informed him of Vegeta's overwhelming strength, prompting his second venture into the time chamber. Come and fight. Kakarot, employing the Super Kaioken, charged forward, sending Goku flying. Before he could react, a single punch launched him into the audience. At that moment, the spectators finally recognized him. That's Sun Koen. Bulma, with her sharp eyes, spotted Goku being sent flying. What? Goku? He is back to life? Chi-Chi gasped in surprise. However, upon closer inspection, both were overjoyed. It truly was their Goku. Then, Kakarot, wielding the Super Kaioken, appeared again and struck Goku down into the ground. What is happening? 2 Gokus? Bulma was astonished. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi shouted, What is going on, Goku? Why are you two fighting? No, wait, how are there 2 of you? Stop fighting, both of you. She attempted to rush towards the arena, the final battleground where he had faced off against Satan. Chapter 79, Nappa and Raditz transform into Super Saiyan 2. Chi-Chi reached the arena and spotted the Goku with the halo. Only then did she realize this was indeed her Goku. Chi-Chi, what are you doing here? He asked. Humph. I should be asking you. Weren't you dead? How are you here instead of in the afterlife? Goku stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a powerful aura surged forth, causing the ground to tremble. Kakarot enveloped Chi-Chi in a warm embrace, a moment of comfort amidst the chaos. But in the next instant, an even more overwhelming surge of energy erupted, piercing the heavens. From the earth emerged the Super Saiyan 2 Goku. I didn't expect you to be this strong. It's quite painful. As Sun Wukong touched his cheek, he felt a peculiar sensation upon seeing another version of himself holding onto Chi-Chi. Hey, why are you holding my Chi-Chi? What do you mean your Chi-Chi? She is mine. No, she is mine. Witnessing their exchange, Chi-Chi was taken aback. How could there be two identical figures? Just moments ago, she thought one might be an imposter. However, upon observing their voices, tones, and gazes, she discerned that they were indeed the same individual. Wait, you two, stop arguing. Chi-Chi shouted. The two ceased their bickering. Yet, Sun Wukong interjected, True, this is not my world. All right, let us resume our battle. With that proclamation, Sun Wukong's aura surged once more. Kakarot utilized instant transmission to whisk Chi-Chi away to the audience seats before rejoining the fray. Boom. Kakarot did not lag behind, unleashing his Super Kaioken again. However, this time, Sun Wukong's power overshadowed Kakarot's. It was inevitable. Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong possessed a battle power of 300 billion, exceeding Kakarot's Kaioken by a staggering 100 billion, a disparity that could not be understated. Impressive, but I shall not concede. Let us settle this with one decisive move, Kakarot declared, forming his hands into a flower bud shape, channeling his signature Kamehameha. All right, I shall join you. Sun Wukong responded, also executing his Kamehameha. The two azure energy waves collided, sending shockwaves throughout the arena. Yet, the Kamehameha from Super Saiyan 2 Wukong was overwhelmingly dominant. Meanwhile, the Wukong utilizing Super Kaioken was beginning to exhaust his stamina. The Super Kaioken itself drained vast amounts of energy and inflicted strain on the body, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged combat. Even at full power, it could not sustain the Kaioken for long. Just as the Wukong with the halo above his head was about to be overwhelmed by the other version's Kamehameha, the pressure on the other side eased, and his Kamehameha surged back. Without hesitation, he directed his Kamehameha towards the cosmos. If it were to make contact with Earth, it would surely be obliterated. However, upon looking around, he realized the issue at hand. The other him and Vegeta had already vanished, evidently having departed. Otherwise, had Sun Wukong taken that hit, it would have likely meant his demise. On the other side, Trunks and Gohan had raised a colossal energy shield to protect the innocent from the ensuing chaos. They have left. What a pity. If we meet again, I shall ensure we have a proper confrontation, Sun Wukong mused. Nevertheless, in the time that followed, Sun Wukong spent a day reuniting with his family. After all, he had not transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to shorten the duration, so a full day remained. Meanwhile, the tragic Speedy Paprika, upon seeing Kakarot had a whole day, immediately challenged him, only to be met with humiliation as he was thoroughly outmatched. Wukong, what is the matter with the other you? It is evening. Chi-Chi inquired of Sun Wukong. According to Gohan, they have come to complete a mission. Just like Trunks who traversed through time. Oh, but how did they depart so swiftly? I am uncertain about that. However, the other me is indeed formidable. Humph. All you do is cultivate. Why have you not yet revived? On the other side, Vegeta and the others have returned, and the system notification chimes above their heads. Ding. Congratulations to Nappa and Raditz for assisting Vegeta in completing the mission and earning the reward. Super Saiyan 2. In the next instant, Nappa and Raditz grasped the secret to transformation. Without hesitation, they shouted in unison, Ha! 2 bolts of golden lightning enveloped them, and they transformed into Super Saiyan 2. My hair is standing on end. It looks dreadful, Raditz exclaimed, his expression sour as he surveyed his spiky locks. I want my hair back. No, I cannot go bald. I must keep my hair, Nappa insisted. Chapter 80, 7 years. Nappa is certainly not bald. He has hair, just like Krillin, who simply shaved it all off. I'll just get a trim, then. This long hair is a hindrance in battle, Raditz declared, reverting to his normal state, gazing at his hair with a sense of resignation. Meanwhile, Goku looked on in astonishment. Is this the transformation beyond Super Saiyan? This seems absurd. Is it really so simple? It took me years to achieve this transformation, he marveled. These two completed a mission and transformed instantly. It's utterly ridiculous. Following King Vegeta. What rewards have you received? Raditz chimed in. Indeed, Kakarot. You should learn to be a good subordinate. Ding. Congratulations to Goku for assisting Vegeta in completing the mission and earning Super Saiyan 3. Upon hearing Nappa and Raditz's remarks, Goku was about to respond when he received his reward. In the blink of an eye, a radiant light enveloped him, and he immediately understood how to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Meanwhile, Nappa and Raditz were left speechless. No way. We all undertook the same mission. Yet you achieved Super Saiyan 3? Nappa questioned incredulously. Is it possible that Kakarot already knew how to become Super Saiyan 2? Raditz speculated calmly. Perhaps I simply mastered Super Saiyan 2 before you. Goku chuckled, then shouted, Ha! In the next moment, he instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 3. It could be said that the system's reward was proficiency. There was no need for prolonged shouting. Hiss! How terrifying! Nappa admitted, astonished by this lower-class warrior. Is this Super Saiyan 3? Goku marveled at his own body. At this moment, the surroundings were vibrating. One can only say that after enhancing Earth's defenses, it was not so easily destructible. With a base power level of 3 billion, Goku's combat prowess soared to a staggering 1.2 trillion after transforming into Super Saiyan 3. This truly equaled the base form of Goku at the beginning of GT, matching Super Saiyan 3 Goku in Z. Impressive, though his stamina and energy deplete rapidly. Sun Wukong sensed the energy within him and remarked. At that moment, Vegeta coolly replied, naturally, Super Saiyan 3 is an erroneous transformation. Only Super Saiyan 4 can be deemed the optimal form. Vegeta, did you just mention Super Saiyan 4? Have you truly mastered it? Of course. Even the forthcoming Super Saiyan 5, I shall master as well. Vegeta remarked nonchalantly, stating that Goku's Super Saiyan 3 was merely a power of 1.2 million, which to him felt rather feeble. In contrast, he unleashed his full strength, reaching an astonishing 320 million. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku was elated. He had not anticipated Vegeta's formidable prowess. I never expected you to be this strong, Vegeta. Let's battle again next time. With that, Goku instantaneously teleported away, determined to solidify his mastery of this Super Saiyan 3 form. Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction with his shortcomings, pondering if he could rectify the issue. Upon witnessing Goku's departure, he scoffed and resumed his training. Thus, time flowed onward. For years later, Trunks was now 8, and Bra had reached the age of 7. The two little ones had forged a close friendship with Goten from the Sun family. Thanks to Vegeta's influence, Bra had already transformed into a Super Saiyan. It can be said that while Bra was eager to learn martial arts, Trunks was less enthusiastic. Nevertheless, both Bra and Trunks were capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, with Bra exhibiting greater prowess. Father, when will you take me to the amusement park? Bra inquired while training in the gravity chamber alongside Vegeta. She yearned for a visit to the amusement park, having heard from her brother Trunks about the delightful experiences there. As soon as you touch me, I shall take you. Vegeta replied with a grin. Though he had no real desire to visit an amusement park, using it as a goal for Bra was a clever notion. All right. No backing out. No backing out. However, in the ensuing battles, Bra never truly had the opportunity to touch Vegeta, leaving the matter unresolved. For years had passed. Vegeta's base combat power has now reached an astounding 10 billion. It can only be said that he has enhanced his base power by 2 billion in just 4 years. A feat largely attributed to his extraordinary training aptitude. Without such talent, this rapid progress would not have been possible. In the original narrative, it took Vegeta 7 years to achieve merely a few hundred million in base power, all while training alongside Trunks, during which he comprehended the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. The disparity between the two is indeed remarkable. Chapter 81. Instant transmission. Stepping out of the gravity chamber, Vegeta murmured to himself, opened the attribute panel. Host, Vegeta title, Speedy Tragedy Combat Power, 10 billion lifespan, Immortal Transformations, Grade 8 Power, Super Saiyan Forms 1-4 Signature Moves, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks, Solar Flare, Final Kamehameha, Super Spirit Bomb. Other abilities, Ki Sensing, Infinite Ki, Instant Transmission, Infinite Stamina, 100-fold Training Talent, Energy Manifestation. Allies, Goku, Nappa. Raditz System Inventory. 1100 Senzu Beans. The system's comprehensive evaluation states that the host is invincible on Earth. However, within the 12 universes of Dragon Ball, the host cannot even withstand a single glance from Jiren. Damn, Yang Tian, who is this Jiren? Can he truly eliminate me with just a gaze? Vegeta was somewhat displeased upon hearing the final words. After all, he is Super Vegeta, a being far superior to any mere Super Saiyan. How could one suggest that he could not prevail against a mere glance? This made him question the authenticity of the Saiyan warrior race's strength. When it comes to combat prowess, they are said to surpass even the gods of destruction. What? Just how much power must one possess? You realize now that you are premature in your assumptions. You still have the potential to grow stronger, Vegeta. If you have yet to reach 1,000,000,000 in your base form, do not even entertain thoughts of battling Jiren. You would be defeated in an instant. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta was infuriated. Must one possess 1,000,000,000,000 power to engage in battle? How absurd. Vegeta severed his connection with Yang Tian and directly made his way to the living room. There, he observed Bulma and Bra engaged in play. Ah, Vegeta, you've emerged. Bulma exclaimed. Is there something you need? He replied. Indeed. Sun Wukong came early this morning to announce the revival of the world's greatest martial arts tournament and inquired if you would participate. Bulma said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Vegeta found it to be quite tedious and dull. Just as his words faded, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task. Participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Task reward. Instant transmission. Instant transmission? What is that? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Having just rejected Bulma, he was now faced with a mission. Wasn't this a contradiction? Naturally, he wished to inquire about the nature of this time-skipping technique. If it proved to be worthless, he would forego it. However, Yang Tian did not respond to him, prompting Vegeta to directly examine the description of the time-skipping technique. The technique, known as time leap, could allow one to jump forward in time by a fraction of a second. Upon reading this, Vegeta's pupils constricted in astonishment. Jumping through time? Even if it were merely a fraction of a second? Given their level of power, they could unleash countless moves in just 1/10 of a second. Ding. Would the host like to retract the previous statement and accept the mission? Acceptance is imperative. Truly delightful. Vegeta's heart was in turmoil. His expression contorted as if in the throes of constipation, leaving Bulma utterly perplexed. What is the matter, Vegeta? If you don't want to go, then simply don't. But why such a face? Upon hearing his wife's words, Vegeta turned back, indignant. Not go? Who said I wouldn't? I, Vegeta, shall go, and I shall be the best. Vegeta spoke and then departed, unwilling to endure any embarrassment. It was indeed he who had initially declared his disinterest in attending, and now, to suddenly change his mind felt rather incongruous. Despite being married, Vegeta still valued his pride. Bulma chuckled at the sight, choosing to remain silent. Your father is just like that. Do not ever emulate his obsession with face. She admonished her 2 children. Trunks and Bra exchanged glances, understanding only partially as they nodded. By the way, when does the competition begin? Vegeta's voice resonated once more. In 3 days. Upon hearing the answer, he hurried away. 3 days later, the venue for the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Vegeta and his family, along with Nappa and Raditz, came to participate in the competition. Father, I wish to compete in the junior division, Trunks exclaimed excitedly. Whatever, came the indifferent reply. Vegeta replied casually. Over the years, Trunks has surpassed his original self. And as for Bra, she has now attained the power of Super Saiyan 2. One can only say that Bra truly dedicates herself to training, and with her presence, Vegeta has already reached Super Saiyan 2. Thus, Bulma's child is even more formidable. Hooray! She can now participate alongside Goten. Trunks made a gesture. Upon registering, Vegeta was greeted by the sound of the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully enrolled and have been awarded the time leap skill. In the next instant, Vegeta comprehended the intricacies of the time leap skill. Hiss, a leap of a mere 0.1 seconds? Though it is but a fraction of a second. It suffices. With my innate talent, advancing the time leap skill shall pose no challenge for me, Vegeta. Vegeta smirked coldly within. Chapter 82, Ensnaring Satan. Did he truly believe that his 100-fold training talent was merely an idle boast? It could be asserted that his dedication to cultivation surpassed that of the original narrative by 100-fold. In the original tale, Vegeta consistently kept pace with Goku. And even without a system, he could easily overpower Goku through his enhanced training. To put it into perspective, during the Z era, 7 years into the future, Vegeta's regular combat power was merely 2 billion, while Goku's stood at 2.5 billion. Yet, in the present, Goku's normal power reached 5 billion, whereas Vegeta's soared to 10 billion. It is evident that with the advent of the system, Vegeta has grown significantly stronger, which in turn has driven Goku to strive even harder. Vegeta, you've decided to join us. I was beginning to think you would not show up. The voice belonged to none other than Goku. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. Were it not for the system's task, he would have been disinclined to come. By the way, Vegeta, have you registered? Goku inquired. Before Vegeta could speak, Bulma took the initiative to voice his thoughts. Understanding Vegeta's temperament, and given her close relationship with Goku, she engaged in conversation for a while. Vegeta, feeling ennui, stood idly by, waiting. Half an hour passed. As Vegeta and his companions entered the venue, it became apparent that this tournament would not feature preliminary rounds, but would instead utilize a punching machine for assessment. The world champion, Satan, re-emerged, proclaiming that any participant who could emerge victorious would have the opportunity to challenge him for a grand prize of 10 million. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the magnificent Satan, he declared, draped in a cloak and adorned with a gold medal. The crowd erupted with fervent cheers of Satan, 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 showcasing their unwavering enthusiasm for him. It is worth noting that during the Cell Games, Satan had previously made a fool of himself. However, due to a malfunctioning camera, after Cell's defeat, Satan boldly claimed that he had exposed a flaw and vanquished Cell himself, with Goku and his friends remaining silent on the matter. The credit for Cell's defeat was unjustly bestowed upon Satan. Seeing your enthusiastic response brings me great joy. Now, allow me to elucidate the selection criteria for this competition. Satan laughed heartily at the crowd's excitement. Hey, do you think this guy is out of his mind? Krillin whispered to Goku. Perhaps that's just how he is. Goku shrugged dismissively, unconcerned about the title. Following this, a fabricated montage of the Cell Games was displayed, entirely concocted since the audience had not witnessed the battles involving Vegeta and Goku. Consequently, the portrayal was solely dictated by Satan. Piccolo refrained from sabotaging the camera, given that the content was entirely fictional. Meanwhile, Videl covered her face in disbelief, having once again found herself entangled with Gohan. Who would have thought my father would act this way, claiming your achievements as his own, Videl remarked, feeling embarrassed. Don't worry about it. We aren't seeking the spotlight, Gohan reassured her. Indeed, it doesn't bother us at all, Krillin and the others concurred, while Vegeta and his crew were indifferent to the Hollow fame. At that moment, a punching machine was wheeled in. Satan stepped forward, exclaiming, Watch me put on a punching display. Only those who score 100 or above will qualify. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful punch against the machine, which registered a staggering score of 137. The host shouted in astonishment, Incredible! Mr. Satan achieved a score of 137. Let us applaud. As the host with sunglasses concluded his remarks, a fervent applause resonated throughout the venue. Satan, Satan. A throng of voices erupted in unison. Satan raised his hand, bursting into laughter. All right, I shall await you backstage. With that, he departed. Observing Satan's exit, the host continued, Now, let us invite the contestants to take their turn for the tests. One by one, the participants approached to undergo their assessments. When it was Vegeta's turn, he effortlessly obliterated the power testing machine with a casual punch. What a farce. It was non-existent. Chapter 83. The top 8 contestants. The onlookers were astonished at Vegeta's display of strength as he shattered the machine with a single blow. What in the world is this monstrous power? This device should register at least 9,999 pounds. How much must that punch have been? They speculated. Perhaps the machine is faulty. We must immediately procure a new one. The host instructed the crew to bring out a replacement. Subsequently, Goku and the others approached with caution. Goku managed to register a few hundred pounds, startling the host once more. They feared the machine might be malfunctioning again, but upon verification, it functioned perfectly, leaving them in disbelief. Is it truly possible for everyone to casually achieve figures around 700 or 800 pounds? Are they not anomalies? Stronger than Mr. Satan? This cannot be real. Nevertheless, they were permitted to proceed, as the data had been recorded. Meanwhile, Biddy Lee stood in stunned silence. Goodness, they are all extraordinary. Haha, my father and uncles are indeed formidable, Gohan explained to Biddy Lee, who nodded numbly in response. Soon after, the top 8 contestants were selected. Vegeta versus Jebet, Goku versus Spabovich, Piccolo versus Nappa, Android 18 versus Raditz. This time, Gohan did not participate, as his father was present, occasionally venturing out to earn a living. Unlike in the original where he spent 7 years in the afterlife, which allowed Gohan to compete. One might say that with Goku around, Gohan has been primarily nurtured by Chi-Chi to become an academic. This has resulted in his current inability to transform into Super Saiyan 2. And even his Super Saiyan 1 form pales in comparison to his former prowess during his time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Ah, splendid. Everyone has entered the arena. Krillin observing familiar faces, chuckled warmly. He chose not to participate, aware of the vast disparity in strength. Will Vegeta's first opponent, Jebet, be able to secure a victory? Bulma inquired from the sidelines. Absolutely. Who could possibly contend with Vegeta now? Krillin replied with certainty. Bulma watched intently. Meanwhile, the children's division was about to commence. Goku and the others decided to check it out, as the adult matches had yet to begin. The children's group consisted of Goten, Bra, and Trunks, prompting their curiosity. However, upon arrival, they witnessed Goten and Trunks facing off. Humph, what is this nonsense from Trunks? He should be training diligently instead of slacking off, Vegeta remarked, visibly displeased by Trunks' performance. Oh come now, Vegeta, we weren't nearly this strong at their age. These children are impressive. Goku responded nonchalantly. Yet, just as Goku finished speaking, Goten was knocked out of the ring by Trunks. Witnessing this, Vegeta erupted in laughter. Hahaha. It seems my lineage is indeed of superior quality. Vegeta expressed his utmost satisfaction. Alas, Goten has lost so swiftly. Goku was somewhat taken aback by the haste of his defeat. It can only be said that Goten is not yet proficient in the instant transmission technique. The subsequent match featured Trunks against Bra. Within mere moments of the bout's commencement, Trunks was eliminated by Bra. It is evident that Bra, having been raised under Vegeta's watchful eye, possesses formidable strength. At this juncture, the 7-year-old Bra is on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. Well done, Bra, Vegeta shouted with fervor. Nearby, Naba and Raditz exchanged glances, each seemingly pondering the same thought. It appears that King Vegeta holds Princess Vegeta in higher regard, remarked Raditz. No, it's not Princess Vegeta. It's Princess Bulma. She isn't Vegeta. Naba interjected, correcting him. Despite his imposing stature, he possesses a keen sense of observation. Hey, Gohan, these children are remarkably strong. You haven't been hiding your true abilities from me, have you? Bidiri questioned in disbelief. What she witnessed was truly astounding. All right, father. The adult matches are about to commence over there, Gohan reminded them. Upon hearing this, Son Goku and the others nodded and proceeded to the other side of the arena. However, upon arriving at the competitors' area, Piccolo was struck with horror as he beheld the East Kaioshin, Shin, with his distinctive hairstyle. Their eyes met, and Piccolo was consumed by fear. This was an overwhelming divine pressure, independent of strength. What's wrong, Piccolo? Is he bullying you? Should I settle the score? Son Goku inquired, mistaking the situation. He could not allow anyone to intimidate Piccolo, who was destined to be a caretaker for his family and a godfather to his son. Did they think that Super Saiyan Son Goku lacked spirit? Chapter 84, Kaioshin Shin no, old man, he is. Piccolo attempted to clarify but struggled to find the right words. At that moment, Kaioshin Shin spoke up, wearing a villainous grin. Greetings. I am Shin, the Kaioshin of this universe. Kaioshin? What is that? Are you powerful? Son Goku asked, perplexed. Meanwhile, far away on the King Kai's planet, North Kai was berating Son Goku. Goku, be quiet. The Kaioshin is the most revered and esteemed deity in the universe, even more so than the Grand Kai. North Kai communicated telepathically, hoping to silence him. However, Son Goku scratched his head, dismissing the warning entirely. The Grand Kai on the other side nearly stumbled in shock. He never anticipated that the Kaioshin would venture to the desolate North Kai's domain. This was significant. Good heavens, how did the esteemed Kaioshin end up there? The Grand Kai stammered, hesitant to even catch a glimpse of Kaioshin Shin. At that moment, one of Kaioshin Shin's attendants spoke up. How dare you? The Kaioshin is the most respected and noble being in the universe. You, a mere mortal, have no right to speak so, Jebet proclaimed, preparing to strike, but was quickly halted by Kaioshin Shin. Fortunately, he intervened just in time. Otherwise, there would surely have been repercussions. Jebet, do not misstep. Yes, my Lord Kaioshin. Jebet stood respectfully to the side. Just as the Supreme Kai of Time was about to speak, a voice echoed from outside. The 24th World Martial Arts Tournament for the Adult Division has commenced. Please welcome the first group, Vegeta and Jebet, to the stage. Upon hearing the announcer's call, Vegeta stepped outside, followed closely by Jebet. At that moment, the Supreme Kai finally found the opportunity to explain to Goku and the others. His explanation was straightforward. When the second round commenced, Goku was to unleash his full power and remain still, allowing Spabovich to absorb the energy necessary to resurrect Majin Buu and uncover Babiti's whereabouts. The Supreme Kai had deduced this from the insignia on Spabovich's head, otherwise he would have remained oblivious. Moreover, upon realizing that these two were gathering energy for Babiti elsewhere, he devised this strategy. He planned to take advantage of the moment they completed their energy absorption and follow them to ascertain their location. Only Goku and his companions possessed the strength to fill that vessel. Ordinary individuals would not suffice. Initially, Goku was reluctant. But upon hearing the voice of the North Kai in his mind, he reluctantly acquiesced. "All right, let the match begin," the announcer proclaimed loudly. Vegeta cast a scornful glance at his opponent, remaining motionless. Jebbet, witnessing Vegeta's demeanor, arrogantly declared, "Make your move, or you shall miss your chance." He certainly did not believe that Vegeta could triumph over him. He was a master, an elite among elites, dispatched as a servant to the god of destruction. And his strength was undoubtedly formidable. However, before he could finish speaking, Vegeta launched a powerful punch, sending him flying out of the arena. Jebbet was eliminated. Vegeta emerged victorious. The host was momentarily taken aback. Was that it? Humph. Such arrogance from someone so clearly inferior. Vegeta scoffed derisively before retreating backstage. As he watched Jebbet exit the arena, the god of destruction was left in a state of disbelief. "So swift? Haha, brah, your father has won," exclaimed Bulma, joyfully embracing Bra. Trunks stood nearby, gazing in admiration, thinking, "Father is truly remarkable. Indeed, one need only consider who our father is, the king of the Saiyans. You possess great strength," Jebbet remarked gravely, eyeing Vegeta with a serious expression. "Heh, if that is the extent of your abilities, you are certainly no match for me." Vegeta chuckled softly. The combat power of this Jebbet is merely 1,600,000,000. The official narrative would certainly place the normal form of Gohan in a dire struggle. Currently, Gohan's normal state is also 1,700,000,000, akin to his power during his first emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber. In the original tale, he had fallen into neglect and subsequently returned to training shortly before the tournament. However, in this world, due to Goku's continued existence, he is occasionally summoned by Goku to battle. Thus, Gohan's normal state has consistently remained at 1,700,000,000. "You are quite audacious, mortal." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Jebbet felt a surge of irritation. "A mere mortal, and with a few flattering words, you presume to elevate yourself? You, a servant of the divine, think yourself impressive? Your combat power is nothing more than a pitiful 1,600,000,000. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, gazing at him. "I have noticed numerous comments and messages, yet this book has garnered little attention. It barely earns a few coins a day." The author truly struggles to continue, updating at their whim. Readers may wish to accumulate more chapters before diving in. The author primarily engages in other writings, which you may explore on their homepage. Chapter 85, Spavich. Upon making eye contact with Vegeta, Jebbet felt disheartened. Vegeta's gaze seemed to convey a warning. "Speak carelessly, and I shall break your legs." Humph. Jebbet snorted and retreated to the backstage. "What is it, Jebbet?" asked King Kai. "Nothing, it's just that this Vegeta is rather arrogant," Jebbet replied, clearly displeased. Just as he finished speaking, Naba interjected, "Haha, you, a mere servant, are also quite audacious. Do you not know that our Saiyan King is the mightiest in the universe? Indeed, you lack discernment. Should you dare to chatter, I shall beat you to a pulp." Raditz chimed in. Jebbet's expression darkened at their words. Yet, there was little he could do. He knew he could not prevail in a confrontation. Meanwhile, in the distance, Spavovich was fixated on Vegeta. Yamu. This individual, named Vegeta, possesses considerable energy. He is worth absorbing. Indeed, next time, we shall absorb him directly. However, I find this Goku intriguing as well. I shall wait for an opportunity to absorb him and then plan our next moves. Spavovich and Yamu conspired in the shadows, their every action observed by King Kai. Now, let us welcome the contestants, Son Goku versus Spavovich, the host announced loudly. Upon hearing this, Goku stepped forward but promptly declined. He suggested that Naba or Piccolo showcase their abilities instead. In truth, he had secretly conferred with Piccolo, intending to provoke Naba into transforming into Super Saiyan 2 during their bout, facilitating absorption. Initially, Piccolo had been resistant, but he acquiesced upon realizing the importance of the task assigned by King Kai. As Son Goku entered the arena, Spavovich stood opposite him. The referee's voice rang out, and without hesitation, Goku launched a powerful punch. He had no desire to waste time when a battle with Vegeta awaited him. Entering the arena, the victor is Son Goku, the host proclaimed as Spavovich was sent flying by the forceful blow. At this moment, discontent rippled through the crowd. 2 consecutive knockouts? What is the point of this? Protests erupted, questioning why both matches ended so swiftly. Is this a staged match? What sort of rules are these for the quarterfinals? Observing the uproar, the host and organizers quickly issued apologies. The third match was now set to commence. Next up, Piccolo versus Naba. As the host concluded, Piccolo and Naba ascended to the stage. Originally, Videl was to participate, but she had been sidelined, unable to qualify against several contenders capable of delivering blows of immense power. Begin, the host shouted as he observed Naba in the arena, and Piccolo, swallowing hard, began to engage in verbal sparring. Hey, bald head, you pathetic fool. Do you even know if your strength has improved over the years? Naba retorted, What? You Namekian, are you seeking death by insulting my esteemed self? Enraged, Naba wondered why this Namekian would start off with insults. What was his crime? Humph. Calling himself my superior? I should have you licking my toes. As Piccolo spoke, he unleashed a rapid-fire special beam cannon. Naba transformed into a Super Saiyan and effortlessly swatted the beam into the sky. How do you take this seriously? Naba fumed. If he had reacted slowly, countless lives would have been lost, and Bulma would have laid the blame on him. Bulma had repeatedly cautioned him to avoid harming innocents. He had promised to heed her words. Yet, unexpectedly, this Namekian chose to insult him right from the start. How could he bear it? Humph, Super Saiyan. Can you transform into Super Saiyan too? Show me, don't let me look down on you. Piccolo gulped as he spoke. Damn it, you seek death, Naba declared, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. A terrifying aura surged forth. Meanwhile, Spopovich and Yama took notice and charged forward. King Kai, intervening, restrained Naba, who was then subjected to a syringes treatment. What? Naba, Raditz exclaimed, soaring into action. Goku intercepted him. What are you doing, Kakarot? Raditz, don't rush. This is King Kai's arrangement. Goku reassured him, indicating that all was well. Thus, Naba's energy waned, while Spopovich's energy reached its peak, and he flew away. Jebit, upon receiving instructions from King Kai, went to assist with healing. Chapter 86. Vegeta learns about Vegeta. What happened? Why couldn't I move just now? Naba questioned, rising in confusion. But King Kai explained the situation. Upon hearing this, the others expressed a desire to investigate this Babidi. As for the tournament, they were not there for monetary gain. Did they really need to worry about such trivialities? Subsequently, Goku, Vegeta, and the others departed, leaving Android 18 to face Satan in the finals alone. This mirrored the original tale, with 18 feigning defeat for the sake of a 10 million reward. At this moment, Vegeta and the others flew alongside Gohan and his group. It could be said that everyone was present except for his girlfriend, Biddy. You say Majin Buu is powerful? Indeed, he is formidable. The Kaioshin nodded. How formidable is he? Surely not as weak as your subordinate? Remarked Nappa dismissively. You are aware of Frieza, correct? With just a single finger, I could crush him. Kaioshin refrained from engaging with Nappa's bravado and instead spoke of Frieza. Upon hearing this, Nappa was taken aback. You could eliminate him with a mere fingertip? Truly impressive. Yet, considering my own enhanced abilities, I scoff. Humph. I too could vanquish Frieza with a single finger, but when faced with Majin Buu, I find myself with no means to resist, sighed Kaioshin. In response to Kaioshin's words, the others fell silent, yet their curiosity about the strength of Majin Buu grew, eager to engage in battle. After all, several warrior races were present. Ding. The system detected the Majin Buu storyline. Task: eliminate Babidi and his minions, and enable Majin Buu to split into Good Buu, with a reward of a substantial gift package. Vegeta, still soaring through the air, was momentarily stunned by the feminine AI voice echoing in his mind. What on earth is this? I understand the need to eliminate him. But how does one facilitate Majin Buu's division? This eludes my comprehension. Yang Tian, what sort of absurd task is this? Why not simply annihilate them all at once? Good Buu is admirable. There is no need for his destruction, especially with the Grand Kaioshin involved, even though he is merged with Buu. What course of action should I take? Vegeta furrowed his brow. This task was beyond his capabilities. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Right, Yang Tian. I still have one wish left from the 3 wishes I previously made. How about I have him split apart? What do you think? Of course, that is feasible. Yang Tian replied. Vegeta felt a surge of joy. This was indeed a manageable situation. After all, he had no particular wishes to make. It sufficed that it could assist him in attaining task rewards. That was more than enough. A grand gift package. He was quite fond of those. If he were to receive some splendid items, it would be a tremendous windfall. Ding. May I inquire if the host, Tragic Tower, accepts? Acceptance confirmed. Vegeta has turned a blind eye to his Tragic Tower. He has become so accustomed to disregarding it that it barely registers in his consciousness. After all, As long as he, Vegeta, is not ensnared by tragedy, he remains indifferent to everything else. By the way, Vegeta, would you like to see another version of yourself from this period? Yang Tian pondered aloud. Well aware that this iteration of Vegeta was solely focused on battling Goku once more, not to mention the subsequent events involving his transformation into a being of Majin Buu. Very well, there is still some time before we reach our destination, Vegeta remarked. In the next instant, a luminous veil materialized in his mind, visible only to him. Damn it, another one is actually willing to embrace darkness to enhance their combat prowess? Vegeta was furious. He never anticipated that another version of himself would witness Goku attaining Super Saiyan 2, ultimately succumbing to the temptation of being corrupted. Subsequently, he unleashed chaos at the venue, engaging in a fierce battle with Goku. To his dismay, not only did the confrontation end in a stalemate, but this alternate Goku also concealed the power of Super Saiyan 3. This revelation infuriated Vegeta. The eventual fusion into Vegito left him visibly perturbed. How could he possibly merge with Kakarot? Huh. What a tragic fate. This Vegito possesses a personality reminiscent of his own. Humph. But what of it? Observing him, he hardly seems formidable. No, let me clarify. This Vegito is capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 3. And his power level is the product of both you and Kakarot combined. What? Combined? Vegeta was taken aback. What does that even mean? This is not merely addition. It is multiplication. You, Vegeta, are indeed powerful, stronger than the Vegeta in the video, but this Vegito's strength is at least on par with Super Saiyan 4. In a standard state, he slightly surpasses Gohan and Buu, which implies that your Super Saiyan 4 can only match him blow for blow. This is what Yang Tian asserted. Vegeta fell into silence. Chapter 87. Attention. The entirety of this chapter's setting is hereby rendered obsolete. Please note that I have made revisions here. Many have expressed confusion regarding the power levels from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 10, so I shall refrain from detailing combat prowess and instead focus on descriptions. For Vegeta remains invincible. From chapter 88 onward, new settings will be acknowledged, while the old ones in this chapter shall remain unchanged. Attention, attention, attention. The settings of this chapter are entirely null and void. How absurd this is. Vegeta felt a profound disruption in his worldview. Let us amend the units of battle power. The previous figures were somewhat absurd. Henceforth, we shall use Super 1 and Super 10 as our measuring units, refraining from specifying numeric values. In essence, Z Vegeto's baseline battle power commences at the Super 4 level. Absurd? What is absurd about it? After all, the fully unleashed Super 3 Vegito merely reaches the Super 6 standard. Super 6 standard? And what about me? Enough of this. You now possess an abundance of irrelevant knowledge. So just admit that you cannot surpass me. Your current capacity, even at full power, merely grazes the threshold of Super 4.9, falling short of the Super 5 level. Upon hearing Yang Tian disclose his full battle power, he could only manage a wry smile, saying nothing further. When Vegeta witnessed him concede that Kakarot was the strongest in the universe, he could no longer remain composed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta roared within his heart, declaring that nothing is impossible, for all things are possible. Humph. I shall never allow this to transpire. Vegeta let out a cold snort and gazed into the distance, for their destination was nearly at hand, the Babidi base. Lord Babidi, we have completed the energy charging, Spobobic announced as he handed a fully charged water flask to the waiting Pui. Pui then presented the flask to Babidi, who wore a delighted expression. Completed charging? So soon? Babidi exclaimed, looking at the flask with glee. However, his joy was short-lived as he realized that only half of the energy had been harnessed, around 40%, to be precise. What on earth? Such a formidable energy level, and yet only half charged? There is still so much to go. Babidi sighed in frustration. Nearby, Dabura interjected, Lord Babidi, perhaps I could lend my energy to see if it could aid in resurrecting Majin Buu? Absolutely not. Babidi retorted sharply. Dabura was his strongest subordinate. If he were to expend his energy, who would protect him afterward? Observing Babidi's reaction, Dabura mistakenly believed it to be a sign of favor and began to express his loyalty fervently. Lord Babidi, he started, but Babidi interrupted him. It appears there are individuals approaching from a distance. It seems your two companions have attracted attention, Babidi remarked, glancing over at Goku and the others, who were conspicuously unhidden. Primarily due to Vegeta's inability to conceal himself. No matter how King Kai urged him, Vegeta refused to act like a coward. No, it was TS. It's true, Lord Babidi, We had nothing to do with it. Spobobic and his brother hurried to clarify. However, before they could fully explain, Pui silenced them with a swift blow. "Huh. You two are utterly useless." Babidi sneered, dismissing their plight. "Lord Babidi, allow me to teach them a lesson." Dabura stepped forward eagerly. "Very well, let us see if you can battle while also reviving Bu." Babidi chuckled. Dabura joined in the laughter and then leapt toward Vegeta and the others. "That's the Demon Realm King, Dabura. He's coming our way." King Kai shouted in fear. The large figure of Nappa charged forward, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with Dabura. However, in his base form, Nappa could only endure a couple of exchanges before Dabura spat a glob of saliva that struck Piccolo, who was merely a bystander in this fray. "Ah!" Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment as he felt himself gradually turning to stone. Yet, in a swift motion, Vegeta executed a precise strike. Severing Piccolo's head from his body before anyone could utter a word, Piccolo's body reformed. "Thank you." Piccolo expressed his gratitude to Vegeta, recognizing that the latter's intentions were not to harm him, but rather to save him. The petrifying saliva had caught him completely off guard. "Humph. Be more careful next time. If it lands directly on your head, there will be no salvation for you." Vegeta scoffed, and the others also noticed the severity of the situation, remaining vigilant. In truth, Vegeta was aware of the circumstances because he had watched a video. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious. "Dabura, let us change locations. We mustn't shatter Bu's egg," Babidi shouted. Having suddenly realized something, he subsequently teleported Dabura, Vegeta, and the others away. Observing the desolate landscape, Dabura grinned wickedly. This area was indeed spacious and bore a gravitational force 10 times greater than that of your planet. At this moment, Pui also began to chuckle. Chapter 88. Power Levels Revised. Pui was born on a planet with tenfold Earth gravity. Thus, he was extraordinarily powerful. Babidi chose this venue as it was his home turf. However, they were mistaken. Vegeta and his companions were unperturbed by such gravity. Even 100-fold would pose no challenge. Pui was originally a warrior from the first level of Babidi's spaceship in Dragon Ball Z, one of Babidi's subordinates. Living on a high-gravity planet, he was a cosmic fiend, controlled by Babidi due to his malevolent heart. He bore resemblance to Frisia's third form, yet his strength surpassed that of Frisia's third stage. 10 times gravity? Haha. What of 100 times? Raditz laughed heartily, striding forward and delivering a single punch that obliterated Pui's head. Pui was defeated. "Nanny? This is a cosmic demon. How could this be?" Babidi gasped in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the scene before him. His subordinate Pui had been dispatched in one blow? One could only conclude that Raditz's base power level had long since eclipsed that of Frisia from years past. Was there an issue with a single punch? None whatsoever. Then, what of Naba and Raditz's battle power? They were Super Saiyan too. Is there anyone stronger? Otherwise, I shall find this exceedingly dull, Raditz chuckled. "Hey, Raditz. It's my turn now," Naba announced as he stepped forward. "All right, this time it's your turn," Raditz replied, moving aside for Naba. "Damn it. Those who underestimate me are courting death. Edge, it's your time. Absorb them," Babidi intoned, casting a spell to transport them to Dark Planet. This was Edge's domain. "Hey, what is happening?" As Vegeta and the others beheld the shifting scenery around them, they remained largely unfazed, particularly Vegeta, who had mastered the advanced technique of instant transmission, allowing him to teleport effortlessly within this universe. Thus, the notion of a dark planet posed no challenge to him. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, Nappa transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura illuminating the surrounding darkness. However, in the blink of an eye, Nappa's Super Saiyan energy was siphoned away, reducing him back to his normal state. "What just happened?" Nappa inquired in astonishment. "Look over there. Something is absorbing your Super Saiyan energy," Vegeta elucidated. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa was taken aback but still replied, "Then what should we do? If he enjoys eating, let him indulge until he bursts." Vegeta disdainfully remarked that he had already viewed the preceding video. The other Goku was indeed capable of overwhelming this monster, Jaeger. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Naba did not hesitate and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The golden aura, intertwined with crackling lightning, caused the surrounding atmosphere to become tumultuous. This dark planet could hardly contain such immense energy. Jaeger might manage to consume some energy, but his actual combat prowess was lacking. "Haha, light. My favorite. Come to my belly." The monster Jaeger bellowed, attempting to absorb the light into himself. "Haha, absorb away. Just watch how I, Naba, will make you explode." Naba laughed heartily, unfazed by Jaeger's antics, for his own energy was abundant. Before long, Jaeger could no longer endure the overwhelming influx. He cried out, "No more. It's too much. I can't consume it all." Yet, Naba paid him no mind and continued to feed him energy. Due to the incessant light, Jaeger was compelled to absorb it, leaving him no choice in the matter. In the next moment, Jaeger exploded, clearly overwhelmed. Hahaha. This is the consequence of attempting to absorb my energy. Naba spat disdainfully. Upon witnessing the situation, Vegeta tossed him a senzu bean. There. Infinite stamina and energy were not readily available. Upon receiving it, Nappa consumed the bean with gratitude. "Thank you, King Vegeta," Nappa exclaimed with a smile. Vegeta disregarded him and continued, "Next opponent, let us go." Damn it, this group of scions is truly despicable. Babidi felt somewhat helpless, as he now had no one else to dispatch. "Lord Babidi, why not let me take action? If I do, Majin Buu can gather energy to revive." Upon hearing Dubra's suggestion, Babidi pondered deeply. "Very well, but you must be cautious, Dubra." "Rest assured, Lord Babidi, their strength is merely mediocre," Dubra chuckled, preparing to await the transfer. Chapter 89, Dubra's Demise. In the next moment, Dubra and the others, including Vegeta, were transported to a desolate planet. "Heh, is this the grave you've chosen?" Raditz laughed. Just moments ago, this young man was quite arrogant, striking and then fleeing, clearly lacking courage. "A grave? No. This is the tomb I have chosen for you." Dubra grinned. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin and Jebbet felt intimidated. They had not anticipated facing Jebbet directly. This is Dubra, the king of the demon realm, reputed as the realm's foremost expert. "We are doomed," the Kaioshin exclaimed. He clearly did not believe that Vegeta and the others could prevail. Observing the Kaioshin's cowardice, Babidi expressed his dissatisfaction. "Hey, we haven't even fought yet. How can you be so certain? You are so confident?" "Exactly, just a nobody." "What demon king? I've never even heard of him. We scions are a warrior race." Raditz chimed in, evidently dismissing Dubra's significance. "All right, I'll step forward," Raditz declared, but was halted by Goku. "Hey, this time it's my turn," Goku said, cracking his knuckles. Seeing this, Raditz stepped back. Indeed, everyone had their own opponent. Although Dubra was formidable, what of it? They were Super Saiyan 2s, far superior to the youth of the original series. Dubra, at best, could only match the level of the young Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, which was beneath that of the Lightning Cell. "Heh, can you handle this alone?" "I suggest you all come at me together," Dubra mocked. "Just one of you? How could that suffice? Does he truly underestimate my strength?" "Hey, I'm more than enough on my own." Goku chuckled, then began to warm up. In the next instant, he clenched his fists and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. "Come on." Goku gestured. Dubra vanished from his position, engaging in combat with Goku. Meanwhile, Vegeta watched from a distance, his face a mask of fury. "Once again, you hold back. Wasting my precious time." Vegeta was somewhat irked. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances and transformed into Super Saiyan 2, launching themselves into the fray with determination to conclude this battle. Witnessing Dubra evenly matched with Goku, Nappa unleashed a powerful energy blast. "What?" Dubra exclaimed, astonished by the sheer intensity of Nappa's energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he dodged the attack. However, just as he evaded, Raditz delivered a swift kick, sending Dubra tumbling into the river. "Hey, Nappa," Raditz, "that is my opponent." Dubra protested. "Why did you intervene?" "Humph. Kakarot, your indecisiveness has made King Vegeta quite impatient." Nappa retorted. "Indeed, Kakarot, I suggest you remain on the sidelines and observe," Raditz added. Following their declarations, Nappa and Raditz gathered a substantial amount of energy, preparing to hurl it into the river to obliterate Dubra. "Ah, you two scoundrels are resorting to ambush," Dubra sputtered, still recovering in the river, as he spotted two massive energy spheres descending from above. Without hesitation, he soared into the air. Yet, as he ascended, the ground beneath the desolate planet shattered, revealing that only 3 minutes remained before it would explode. "Haha, 3 minutes until annihilation. Are you ready to meet your demise?" Nappa cackled. They were emboldened by the knowledge that Vegeta could transport them away. "You two will pay for this," Dubra roared, unleashing a fiery assault from his mouth. As the flames surged forth, Nappa grinned wickedly, opening his mouth to release a countering energy blast. The two forces collided. "What?" Dubra gasped in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his most formidable technique would be rivaled by Nappa. Was this truly his full strength? After all, he was the king of the demon realm. In the next instant, he was engulfed by the energy blasts as Raditz joined forces with Nappa, merging their energies to overwhelm Dubra completely. Dubra has fallen. Hey, Raditz, I didn't require your assistance. This weakling dared to challenge me? Ah, you too. Why hold back? Are you not concerned about angering King Vegeta? Ah, true. I had forgotten. I suppose my playful spirit got the better of me. Nappa chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his bald head. Vegeta paid them no heed, directly seizing them to execute instant transmission back to Earth. He possessed an advanced version of this technique, allowing unrestricted use within his universe. Chapter 90. Kicking Buu like a ball. Upon returning to Earth, they found themselves beside Babbidi's spaceship, where a colossal orb emerged. This orb was none other than the egg of Majin Buu. Damn it, you. Babidi attempted to utter further words, only to be met with the swift intervention of the Supreme Kai. With a flicker of power, he immobilized Babidi. Witnessing this, Jebbet unleashed his full might, obliterating Babbidi's head in an explosive burst. Bang! The brain matter splattered. Babidi met his swift demise. It must be said that Babbidi's end was remarkably rapid. Meanwhile, Buu's egg had only gathered half of the necessary energy, as the battle between Dubra and Goku had been utterly thwarted by Nappa and Raditz. Yang Tian, have I not yet completed my mission? Vegeta disregarded them, and instead pondered the matter in his mind, inquiring about Yang Tian. However, Yang Tian's response left him momentarily stunned. Aren't you going to check the mission? With Yang Tian's suggestion, Vegeta turned his attention to the task at hand. It became evident that the mission was to eliminate Babidi and his ilk, as well as to induce the emergence of good Buu from Majin Buu. Contemplating this, Vegeta wasted no time and approached the egg. He understood that Buu was encased within and silently questioned, how can I release him? Transfer your energy to him. Yang Tian's words echoed in his mind. Vegeta pressed his palm against the Buu egg, infusing it with energy. Witnessing this scene, the Supreme Kai of the West broke into a cold sweat. Vegeta, stop. This is Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai exclaimed. Vegeta paid no heed. With the energy fully charged, he had no time to concern himself with others. Before long, his power was completely restored. Subsequently, a fissure opened, and a plume of gas ascended into the air. Witnessing this, King Kai burst into laughter, exclaiming, Haha. It seems that Buu is no longer present. What a false alarm. You startled me. Indeed, dear King Kai. This is indeed a stroke of good fortune, Jebbet chimed in. However, as they noticed Babidi and Raditz gazing at them with expressions of bewilderment, they were taken aback, for they observed everyone gazing skyward. Without hesitation, they too looked up. Just as they did, a mass of pink clouds came into view. Gradually, the clouds coalesced, merging to form a rotund figure. The sight of this figure's face caused King Kai to nearly soil himself in terror. Majin Buu, he stammered, trembling. He had never anticipated that Majin Buu still existed. With Babidi deceased, there was no one left to seal him away. As for King Kai, he certainly would not undertake such a task. In the next instant, Buu descended to the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta chuckled and transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Striding forward with purpose. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, Majin Buu was sent flying, crashing into countless fragments of stone. Ah! It hurts. It truly hurts, Buu groaned, clutching his abdomen as he rose to his feet, glaring at Vegeta. You struck me with such force. I will turn you into a biscuit. Given that Buu had not yet fully regained his strength, having recently revived, his power was merely comparable to that of the lightning cell. Thus, Vegeta's blow elicited a scream of agony from him. Were it not for Buu's formidable immortality, the damage inflicted would have been even greater. Pain? The true suffering lies ahead. Vegeta smirked coldly and vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he delivered a powerful punch that shattered Buu's face, sending him flying. However, Buu quickly regained his footing, his pores erupting with energy, signaling his intent to unleash his power. Clearly, his combat prowess had ascended to the pinnacle of Majin Vegeta's level. Is this all the strength he possesses? How disappointing. Upon witnessing the situation, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Majin Buu had just vanished from his position, only to be propelled into the air. It was evident that Vegeta surpassed him in speed. With such a physique, you're ill-suited for battle, you corpulent swine. Vegeta recalled something and provoked, aware that after the split, Buu transformed into Slim Buu. Subsequently, Slim Buu absorbed Mr. Buu, becoming the formidable Super Buu, whose physique was exceptionally suited for combat. Fat pig? You dare call me a fat pig? I shall bring about your demise. I will turn you into chocolate. As Buu spoke, his antenna unleashed a beam of light. Vegeta had long anticipated this moment. Vanishing from his original position to once again send Buu flying, subsequently treating him as a mere ball to be kicked. It was evident that he regarded Bu with utter disdain. What on earth is happening to King Vegeta, attacking the hefty creature with such ferocity? Babidi inquired, unable to fathom the spectacle before him. He had claimed to be decisive and ruthless, yet here he was merely playing around. Chapter 91. The Grand Package, Super Saiyan God. How utterly unreasonable. They too wished to partake in such amusement, yet they dared not do so, for Vegeta would not permit it. However, witnessing Vegeta's demeanor left them feeling utterly helpless. At this juncture, Majin Buu was covered in bruises from punches and kicks, clearly suffering a most miserable fate. In stark contrast, Vegeta appeared remarkably relaxed and at ease. How unsightly. I suggest you reconsider your approach. Majin Buu, Vegeta's scornful taunts provoked Bu, triggering an explosive release of energy. Subsequently, he summoned all his strength, reaching the level of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. However, it is worth noting that this pertains solely to the terrestrial version of Super Saiyan 3, while the Underworld's variant possesses limitless stamina. Yet, what significance does that hold? Vegeta let out a mocking laugh and transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His flowing long hair and fierce countenance attested to his formidable strength. With a resounding impact, he began to mercilessly pummel Majin Buu for an entire hour. It could be said that Bu now looked upon Vegeta with palpable fear. I never anticipated that Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 form would endure for so long, exclaimed Son Goku in astonishment. Over the years, he had mastered Super Saiyan 3 entirely, and it could be said that his form was no longer prone to exhaustion, yet he could not match Vegeta's relentless intensity. He remained unaware that Vegeta possessed infinite energy and stamina. Enough. I cannot withstand this. Majin Buu begged for mercy, clearly terrified by the relentless onslaught. This guy is like a humanoid fighter jet, relentlessly beating me without a hint of fatigue. After an hour of continuous assault, I feel as though I might split apart. Meanwhile, Jebbet had collapsed to the ground, utterly astonished by Vegeta's overwhelming power. He had previously thought to bully him, but now he realized how fortunate he was to still be alive. Oh no, who is this Buddha he speaks of? I know Frieza, but Frieza cannot save me. He sighed. I never expected that after such a lengthy battle, Bu would remain intact. Alas, I suppose I must waste my final wish opportunity. As Vegeta witnessed Majin Buu pleading for mercy, he let out a sigh. Initially, he had no intention of wasting his wishes, but given the circumstances, he found it imperative to act. Without a moment's hesitation, he proclaimed his third wish, commanding Majin Buu to separate into good and evil. The instant the malevolent Bu emerged, he was utterly obliterated by Vegeta's energy wave, leaving no trace behind. Ding! Congratulations to Vegeta for completing the task, earning a splendid gift package. Upon hearing the notification of task completion from the system, Vegeta's face lit up with astonishment. He then silently chanted, "Open the grand gift." In the next moment, the grand gift was unveiled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the grand gift, acquiring 3 wishes from the Eternal Dragon, the ability to pause time, and the transformation into Super Saiyan God. He heard the voice resonating in his mind. Vegeta was taken aback. 3 wishes from the Eternal Dragon. He recalled Yang Tian mentioning that this could grant the wish for true immortality. As for the ability to halt time, he felt perplexed. However, he soon understood what it entailed. Holding one's breath, it could indeed allow time to come to a standstill, much like the ancient technique. Combined with the instant transmission technique, wouldn't TI be invincible? Vegeta erupted into hearty laughter, eliciting puzzled expressions from those around him. In the distance, Mr. Bu trembled at the sound. Goodness, that laughter is truly terrifying. The god of Super Saiyans? How intriguing. Boom. In the next moment, Vegeta has transformed into a Super Saiyan God. His long hair has been shortened, and an aura of crimson energy radiates from his entire being. Even his muscles have diminished, resulting in a more slender physique. This is unmistakably the form of a Super Saiyan God. I can no longer sense his energy. Goku's expression shifted dramatically. He did not perceive that Vegeta was suppressing his power. On the contrary, he sensed that this new state of Vegeta was extraordinarily formidable, remarkably so. Meanwhile, Vegeta paid no heed to Goku, instead focusing inwardly to assess his own strength. It appears that this Super Saiyan God form can be considered on par with Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta's assertion is not without merit, for he has yet to attain the Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4. The Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 stands in stark contrast to the Super Saiyan Blue. The tragic tale of this Super Saiyan God. Should it merge with Super Saiyan 4, the results could be astonishing. Oh, what sort of results? It would render your Super Saiyan 4 aura non-existent, while your hair would transform to a brilliant blue. Yang Tian demonstrated this transformation to Vegeta. Is this Kakarot? Indeed. It is him from another realm, having fused with divine energy to achieve this state. Chapter 92, The Saiyan Annihilation Plan World. Hiss. How formidable must that be? Heh. It resembles the strength of a trainee destroyer god, which implies it is akin to the evolved form of Super Saiyan Blue. In a parallel universe, you have reached the deep blue transformation by defeating Topo, thus achieving the evolved state of blue. At this juncture, you have already attained the level of a trainee destroyer god. Deep Blue Vegeta would find it quite effortless to vanquish Topo. However, Topo is not the most formidable candidate for the role of destroyer god. Hence, it is said that the strength of Deep Blue Vegeta in this realm is that of a trainee destroyer god. Only the Black Frieza, after a decade of training in another dimension, can reach the level of a destroyer god. Yet, this only pertains to attaining that level. Jiren possesses combat capabilities that surpass those of a destroyer god, rather than sheer power. Impressive, but I, Vegeta, shall not be defeated, Vegeta confidently declared. Yang Tian did not respond, yet Vegeta heard a voice and turned around. What transformation is this, Vegeta? Inquired Son Goku with curiosity. Upon hearing the voice, Vegeta turned, wearing a calm smile. The Super Saiyan God. Super what god? Naba scratched his head, utterly bewildered. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta sent him flying. Humph. It is the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta let out a cold snort. He then reverted from his transformation and gazed at everyone. All right, the matter is settled. I shall take my leave now. Vegeta spoke and then departed. Given that this Majin Buu had become benevolent, there was no longer a necessity for him to take his life. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's departure, the others sought to eliminate Buu. Yet, Buu simply left. The Supreme Kai, enraged, could only seethe in frustration, as this Mr. Buu had not harmed anyone. Thus, he reluctantly returned to the Kai-S realm. Meanwhile, Goku clung to Vegeta, eager for a duel, only to be knocked unconscious with a single punch. Vegeta had no desire to engage in battle with Goku, who seemed rather feeble in comparison. Without having attained the form of Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4, Goku held no allure for Vegeta whatsoever. Returning to West City, Vegeta silently contemplated. I shall make a wish. This time it is the Super Shenron. He distinctly remembers the promise of immortality. Previously, he had attained eternal life. But now he seeks to rectify his shortcomings and achieve true immortality. Vegeta clicked on the wish and a dialogue box appeared. Without hesitation, he typed, I, Vegeta, wish to attain immortality. In the next instant, a radiant light enveloped his body. Vegeta wore an expression of exhilaration. As for Bulma, he refrained from granting her wishes, for he was well aware of her frequent use of the Dragon Balls to maintain her physique. The Dragon Balls had now become a family possession. After each wish was made, before they could ascend into the skies, Vegeta would intercept them. Thus, every year, when the Eternal Dragon emerged, it was greeted by a familiar face, adorned with a plethora of inquiries. Days passed once more. Vegeta heard the voice of the system. Ding. The extermination plan for the Saiyans has been detected. Mission, eliminate Hachiyak. Mission reward, a grand gift package. Vegeta was still training in the gravity chamber when he heard the system notification sound. Without hesitation, he deactivated the gravity chamber and inquired, Yang Tian, what is this task? The Saiyan extinction plan? Why would they wish to annihilate the Saiyans? He continued, it is the most distinguished scientist of the Zafu race, Raiki, who has developed a machine capable of amplifying vengeful energy known as Hachiyak. Who is he? Vegeta furrowed his brow, for he had never heard of such a tale. Well, let me elaborate, Yang Tian continued. They are the Zafruans from Planet Plant, a civilization renowned for their advanced technological prowess. One day, a Saiyan arrived on this planet aboard a spacecraft, seeking assistance from the Zafruans in hopes of establishing a settlement for his kin. The Zafruans acquiesced, and thus, the Saiyan led his tribe to thrive on this new world. As Yang Tian spoke, Vegeta listened intently, entirely unaware of this narrative. Over time, the Saiyan population surged until, one fateful day, a man endowed with extraordinary intellect was born into this world. He subsequently orchestrated the downfall of the Zafruans, leading to their annihilation. This man would later be venerated as King Vegeta, and in his honor, the planet was renamed Planet Vegeta, with the Saiyans emerging as the true rulers. Yang Tian explained with a smile. Vegeta frowned upon hearing this. Is this a parallel universe? Our Vegeta planet is certainly not like this. Vegeta is indeed well versed in the history of the Saiyans. Otherwise, how would he be aware of the legend of the Super Saiyan? In Chapter 93, Hachiak. It is true that this pertains to a parallel world, which bears no relation to yours. The planet Vegeta in your realm also underwent a name change. But it was not acquired through forceful means, Yang Tian remarked with a hint of indifference. Upon hearing this, Vegeta also deemed it impossible. Ding. May I inquire if the host, Tragic Tower, accepts the task? Acceptance. Vegeta did not hesitate to accept the offer. After all, who would refuse a reward that comes without effort? He was also curious to witness the true extent of Hachiak's power. What kind of machine could amplify the energy of resentment? He was eager to see for himself. Subsequently, Vegeta exited the gravity chamber and called out to Nappa and Raditz. What is it, Prince Vegeta? Nappa inquired. We have a mission. Prepare yourselves. Vegeta stated nonchalantly. I will go summon Kakarot. Raditz replied. Go ahead, but be swift. Vegeta nodded. For Kakarot was under his command, and it mattered little to him if they journeyed together. Shortly thereafter, Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, and Raditz arrived. However, he was accompanied by two others, Son Gohan and Piccolo. Clearly, upon hearing of the mission, Piccolo decided to join, and Gohan, despite not having trained, wished to partake in the endeavor to grow stronger. Raditz, why have you brought this Namekian along? Nappa inquired with confusion. Vegeta instructed you to refer to Kakarot. Why bring along someone unnecessary? It matters not. It is merely a mission. Vegeta interjected directly, interrupting their conversation. Vegeta, was not one to be petty. It was merely a task. Presently, he possessed considerable strength. If they ventured into the dungeon, it would provide him the opportunity to engage in battle, allowing him to seize the glory of the kills. Indeed, King Vegeta. Bardock responded respectfully. Piccolo contemplated voicing his thoughts but chose to remain silent upon hearing Vegeta's declaration. Vegeta, what is the task this time? Goku inquired with a chuckle. We'll discuss it once we enter. Vegeta did not provide an explanation. Instead, he activated the task transmission. In the next instant, everyone was transported to the world of the Scion Extinction Plan. Huh? What is happening? Why do I feel so mentally unfocused? Goku was the first to sense the difference and quickly spoke up. Vegeta also sensed it, furrowing his brow. The Tragic Tower, this Testolan vase, has caused everyone's mental fortitude to diminish, rendering them incapable of utilizing their ki blasts. Before Vegeta could inquire, Yang Tian's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Vegeta nodded and proceeded to elucidate to the gathered crowd. Everyone expressed their astonishment. There is an immense energy over there, Raditz exclaimed, pointing into the distance. It was there that Kakarot, Trunks, and others were engaged in a fierce battle against the undead warrior, Guldo, among others. The undead warriors are invincible, even if defeated. They can resurrect and reassemble infinitely. Let us go and take a look. Vegeta, uttering his words, soared towards that direction, for it was the site of the release of Testolanvas. However, this location was guarded by the spectral warriors of Cooler. Upon the instant transmission of Vegeta and his companions, they were met with the chaos of battle. You are all mere defeated foes, seemingly unaware of our current prowess, daring to be so brazen, Vegeta declared, directing his words towards Frieza. Hearing this, Frieza chuckled. Ho ho ho, Vegeta, after many years, your eloquence has only sharpened. Yet, have you not grown a tad too complacent? The others expressed their disbelief, questioning whether they had not already perished. Upon seeing Cooler, Slug, and Door, Gohan was taken aback. Nevertheless, they did not hesitate. Each confronting their respective adversaries, Goku faced Cooler, Piccolo challenged Slug, Trunks engaged Frieza, and Gohan confronted Door. Although they retained their former strengths, their resurrection as warriors of gas enraged Kakarot and the others. This endless cycle cannot continue, Kakarot shouted. Meanwhile, the reconstituted Frieza became increasingly formidable, leaving them in shock. As Vegeta and his companions appeared, they beheld Kakarot and the others having already vanquished the spectral warriors. Upon discovering the presence of these undead fighters, they had swiftly eliminated them, unaware of the reason for their failure to reconstitute. The communication between King Kai and Kakarot went unnoticed by Vegeta and his group. Their surprise was palpable upon the sudden appearance of Raditz and Nappa, leading them to initially believe that the spectral warriors had returned. Nanny, is it now Raditz and Nappa's turn? Piccolo remarked, adopting a combat stance. Chapter 94. Preparing for the journey to the dark planet Hey, Namekian. Are you out of your mind? Nappa scowled. Upon their arrival, to suggest it was their turn was perplexing. What does that even mean? Do you wish to fight? Huh? Uncle Piccolo and father? On the other side, young Gohan spotted Piccolo and Goku, who also noticed him. Oh my Gohan, how small you are. Could it be from years past? Goku said, scrutinizing him closely. He marveled at how this Gohan possessed strength surpassing that of the young Gohan on his side. The young Gohan was indeed weak, having regressed in his cultivation, whereas this younger version was not. They belonged to the timeline post-Broly and prior to the Cell games. You. Who are you? Kakarot exclaimed, astonished at the arrival of Vegeta and his companions. He was momentarily stunned upon seeing Vegeta standing at a height of 6 feet. Goodness, has this Vegeta grown so tall? In the distance, the diminutive figure of Vegeta was visibly shaken. Who are you? Why do you resemble me? Spopovich inquired, gazing at Vegeta. However, it was not Vegeta who responded, but rather Nappa who provided the explanation. Upon hearing Nappa elucidate the situation to Raditz and the others, Spopovich became even more unsettled. What? Another version of him is so formidable? One individual is capable of taking on Frieza and his ilk. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Wait, are you Gohan? Given your appearance, are you from a few years in the future? At that moment, Piccolo, the sole survivor of the Scion extermination, noticed the peculiarities and spoke up. Ah, indeed. If we consider the timeline, it seems that in your reality, Cell has not been defeated, which means we are 7 years ahead of you. In the realm of Vegeta. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Upon hearing their words, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. 7 years later? How formidable must that strength be? So, you must be quite powerful, then? Kakarot gazed at Goku. Haha, not too bad, but I am not the strongest. That title belongs to Vegeta. Goku pointed at Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed. Nanny? Kakarot and Trunks were taken aback. They had not anticipated that another Kakarot would acknowledge Vegeta as the mightiest. Vegeta, however, merely smirked at them, choosing not to elaborate. He reveled in being the center of attention, for all eyes were upon him. Humph. I am the Prince of the Scions. Being the strongest is only natural. Trunks interjected, simultaneously elated that another version of himself was indeed powerful. Yet, as soon as he spoke, Nappa countered, saying, that statement is erroneous. This is our King Vegeta, not merely a prince. Prince Vegeta did not accompany us, Nappa remarked, leaving the others bewildered. Vegeta? Is it possible that their planet Vegeta, has not been destroyed? All right, Nappa, there is no need to elaborate so much. Vegeta inquired, Yang Tian, where is this Hachiak? The dark planet at the edge of the universe. Upon hearing this, Vegeta fell silent. What dark planet? Why didn't TU teleport us there? What purpose does this serve? You possess instant transmission. You could have transported yourself. Yang Tian elucidated. Vegeta remained silent after hearing this, then turned to Nappa and the others, saying, Let us proceed to the dark planet. Huh? Vegeta, you are also aware of the dark planet? Kakarot inquired with curiosity. Just moments ago, it was King Kai who informed him about the dark planet. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious. Humph. I am here on a mission. How could I possibly be unaware of where to go? Vegeta let out a cold snort as Nappa and the others linked hands, resting them upon his shoulders. Observing this, Goku joined in, grasping their hands as well. The individuals opposite Kakarot hurriedly seized hold as well. However, before they could activate their instant transmission, a familiar energy surged towards them. Vegeta and the others turned around to behold a familiar face. It was Cell. At this juncture, Cell's game had yet to commence. Sensing an unusual energy, he had come to investigate. Upon landing, Cell was met with a group of recognizable figures. Two Gokus and Vegeta, along with Piccolo? You do not appear to belong to this world, Cell mused, quickly deducing that they hailed from the future. Cell, what brings you here? Kakarot inquired with curiosity. Nothing much. I sensed an odd energy and decided to check it out. But what about you? Are you hoping to recruit people from the future in just 10 days? Cell laughed heartily. In the future, your existence is surely non-existent. I, Cell, have already eliminated you. What future could you possibly have? His laughter echoed with disdain, clearly dismissing the notion that they could summon help from the future. His words, however, sparked a realization in Trunks. Indeed. Why not venture further into the Dragon Ball timeline to bring Goku and the others to confront Cell? After all, what difficulty could there be in dealing with such a Cell and the androids 17 and 18? Chapter 95, Hachiak and Cell. Is this Cell's mind truly fractured? Nappa inquired, pointing at his own bald head. I don't know. Perhaps it is, Raditz replied, shaking his head before nodding in agreement with Nappa's observation. Enough chatter, Nappa, Raditz. Deal with him. Vegeta spoke softly, expressing that this Cell posed no threat to him whatsoever, thus allowing Nappa and Raditz to handle the situation. Even the lightning Cell could not endanger Nappa and Raditz in their current forms. Oh, Vegeta was unaware of the lightning cell. Huh. These two foolish beings dare to strike at me? I am perfection. Before Cell could finish his proclamation of being the perfect android, he was sent flying by the massive fists of Nappa and Raditz. They exclaimed, "Fool, you prattle on excessively. Indeed, with such feeble strength, he dares to boast. Impossible. Just a couple of blows, and I have sustained such grave damage?" Yet, in the next moment, Cell felt a wave of discomfort, as if something was about to be expelled from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Android 18 was ejected from him. Impossible, Cell gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated being forced back. The moment he expelled Android 18, he reverted from his perfect form. Nanny. A single punch from Nappa and Raditz rendered this Cell. Piccolo was astonished. He had not foreseen that Nappa and Raditz, having transformed into Super Saiyans, would incapacitate Cell. He had not yet sensed the difference. In truth, they had transformed into Super Saiyan too. Damn it! Cell cried out, then retreated to a distance, his body swelling with intent. He aimed to obliterate this world. The onlookers were taken aback. Just when one crisis subsided, another emerged. This is bad. He is about to self-destruct. Nappa discerned the impending danger. Ha. You only just realized? In my current state, any slight injury could trigger an explosion that would annihilate the entire Earth. Cell laughed uproariously, clearly intending to take them all with him. Vegeta furrowed his brow upon hearing his words. You two are truly useless, allowing this trash to resort to self-destruction? Vegeta lashed out at Nappa and Raditz with scathing remarks. He then placed a hand upon Cell's form. Haha, Vegeta, what are you planning? Nothing much, merely intending to take you to the Dark Planet for its destruction. Vegeta spoke softly before employing instant transmission, appearing directly on the Dark Planet. The scene astonished King Kai, as well as Cell himself. No, he could no longer contain himself and exploded. Half of the Dark Planet was obliterated. It can only be said that Hachiyak absorbed the majority of the destruction. As for Vegeta, he had already returned to Earth. Vegeta, what happened? Goku inquired with curiosity. Nothing much, just a little visit to the Dark Planet, he replied. Vegeta remarked softly, then furrowed his brow. What is the matter, young Tian? Did the Dark Planet not explode? Or did it fail to eliminate Hachiyak? Vegeta initially believed he could achieve two objectives with a single strike. However, he was left with nothing. Merely half of the Dark Planet was obliterated, and there remained a mere 5 minutes until complete destruction. Upon hearing this, Vegeta furrowed his brow. If I wait for 5 minutes and Hachiyak perishes in the explosion, would that count as fulfilling my mission? It would not, came the reply, and furthermore, Hachiyak will not meet his demise. He will linger in the cosmos alongside Cell. Cell? He is not dead? No, he has transformed into Lightning Cell and is currently confronting Hachiyak on the Dark Planet. In an instant, the technique of instant transmission was activated. Vegeta and the others had just arrived at the Dark Planet. Upon their arrival, Kakarot was taken aback. Oh, Vegeta. I didn't expect you to master instant transmission, but how can your technique be so precise? Upon hearing Kakarot's remarks, Vegeta chose to ignore him. Always asking questions. I have no interest in explaining myself to you, he thought. Noticing Vegeta's indifference, Kakarot expressed his dissatisfaction with a few murmurs. Goku, witnessing this, chuckled. Vegeta's instant transmission can traverse the entire universe. Wherever he wishes to go, he can go. Really? That's incredible! How did you master it? Can you teach me? Kakarot exclaimed, astonished at Goku's words. This was the first time he had heard of such a technique. His own instant transmission relied on sensing energy. Without that, it was impossible to execute. I can't do it either. I wish to learn, but it's far too difficult. Goku scratched his head awkwardly, as he had attempted to learn it in secret but had made little progress. Chapter 96, Tragic Lightning Cell at this moment on the Dark Planet. Lightning Cell regarded Hachiyak with a furrowed brow. He had initially intended to use instant transmission to return to Earth and settle scores with Goku and Vegeta. But he sensed Hachiyak's malevolent intent, prompting him to halt and observe the situation. As he approached, he noticed Hachiyak glaring at him and preparing to strike. With Saiyan cells within him, Hachiyak viewed Cell as an adversary. I never expected such a presence on this planet. It truly astonishes me. Had it been my former self, I might have been at a loss against you. Lightning Cell declared, exuding arrogance. Hachiyak's strength surpassed that of Broly in their battle, easily overpowering Perfect Cell. When Cell referred to his former self, he meant when he was still in his perfect form. He was keenly aware of his own power, recognizing that he fell short compared to Hachiyak, whose design was intended to overpower all characters that appeared. At this point, during Cell's game. He was simply unable to surpass Lightning Cell. Roaring, Hachiak unleashed a terrifying wave of malicious energy that radiated outward in all directions. As Shara raised an eyebrow, poised to strike, he suddenly witnessed the appearance of Vegeta and the others. Instantaneous movement, he murmured to himself. Although he had mastered this technique, he lacked the extraordinary proficiency exhibited by Vegeta. Unlike him, who relied on sensing energy, like Goku. Shara, Kakarot exclaimed, gazing at him in astonishment. As the crackling electricity surrounding Shara sent chills down his spine. Ah, Goku, you've arrived. Shara, now enveloped in lightning, cast a scornful glance at Kakarot. Noticing the presence of two Gokus, he refrained from further comment. How have you grown so powerful? Kakarot asked, astonished. He had not anticipated that Shara's energy would be significantly stronger than before. Doubt gnawed at him. He questioned whether Gohan's explosive power would be sufficient to overcome this formidable foe. Uncertain of the outcome, he could only place his hopes in Vegeta and the others. Now, Nappa, Raditz, deal with this Hachiak. The cold and detached voice of Vegeta resonated. Following this, Nappa and Raditz nodded in agreement, subsequently transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and soaring towards Hachiak. Upon witnessing this, Hachiak erupted in a furious roar, engaging in a fierce battle with Nappa and Raditz. Their power, surpassing that of Lightning Cell, left Hachiak utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, Lightning Cell was taken aback. What? Is that really Nappa and Raditz? Have they come to the wrong place? They are so formidable. As he beheld their Super Saiyan 2 forms, he was filled with trepidation. Was this truly the Nappa and Raditz recorded in his database? Were they not mere weaklings, easily dispatched on Earth? How had they transformed into Super Saiyans, and even surpassed him in strength? Hey, Cell, shall we have a spar? At that moment, Goku, poised to transform into Super Saiyan 3, regarded Cell. Observing Nappa and Raditz engaging Hachiak, he sought an opponent to alleviate his boredom. A spar? Are you certain? Lightning Cell gazed at him with a look of incredulity. What kind of energy do you possess? You are merely Lightning Cell. Your strength akin to that of Gohan's Super Saiyan 2. How dare you presume to be my equal? With your long hair and electric aura, are you truly proposing a battle rather than a slaughter? Indeed, I am certain. Rest assured, it will merely be a friendly match. Goku signaled with an okay gesture. Cell yearned to decline, yet as Goku swiftly approached him, he had no choice but to raise his hands in defense. In the next instant, he was sent flying, engulfed by a powerful energy blast. However, he was not vanquished, his core remained intact. In the following moment, Cell reconstituted himself, his energy surging once again, reaching the level of Majin Vegeta from the original Dragon Ball Z. Hahaha, thank you for enhancing my power. I no longer require your assistance. Lightning Cell cackled in a frenzy. This energy amplification was indeed formidable. He felt confident enough to contend with Super Saiyan 3 Goku, though it was merely an illusion of power. Yet, no sooner had he finished laughing than he was sent flying once more. Chapter 97. Mission accomplished, Hachiak and Cell fall. Without delving into Cell's brutal defeat at the hands of Goku, let us consider Hachiak. He was no longer capable of roaring. The relentless assault from Nappa and Raditz had him questioning his very existence. Why? Wasn't I the strongest? I have absorbed an ample amount of malice. He found himself fleeing in utter disgrace, humiliated. Nappa taunted him with a particularly demeaning maneuver, leaving Hachiak's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, there was nothing he could do. He could not land a blow on Nappa. Haha, you are utterly weak. Allow me to demonstrate how it's done. As Nappa spoke, he opened his mouth. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from his lips, striking Hachiak directly. Raditz followed up with a ki blast. Ding. Congratulations, host. The tragic tower has completed its mission. And you have received a grand gift package. Would you like to open it? No. Vegeta decisively declined. This is certainly not the time for grand gestures. The Dark Planet is set to explode in merely 2 minutes. His Goku is truly formidable, effortlessly overpowering this Cell. And what about Nappa and Raditz? Are they truly the Nappa and Raditz we once knew? The Piccolo of this world gazes in disbelief, unable to comprehend that even someone as powerful as Cell could be so thoroughly defeated. Just moments ago, the self-destructed Cell transformed into Electric Cell, his aura causing them to tremble. This is an unparalleled force. Yet, in the next instant, Super Saiyan 3 Goku instills awe throughout the arena. He delivers a single, mighty punch that sends Cell flying, forcing him to reassemble. This, in turn, leads to Cell swelling with newfound strength. However, even a Cell enhanced to the level of Majin Vegeta is no match for Super Saiyan 3. It can be said that the way Fat Buu toyed with Majin Vegeta is precisely how Super Saiyan 3 Goku is now toying with the power of Electric Cell. Remarkable. Another father figure is extraordinarily strong. Gohan, too, watches in astonishment. He never anticipated his other father would be so powerful, driving Cell back relentlessly. Of course, he has 7 more years of training than us. A disheartened Trunks laments. These individuals are all above him. It's a significant blow to his confidence. Indeed. 7 additional years make a difference. Future Trunks nods. Cell, what was that you just said? You don't want my help? Goku continues to pummel Electric Cell, who howls in humiliation. What a disgrace. Cell, reduced to such a pitiful state. Yet, every time he attempts to retaliate, Goku effortlessly evades. Meanwhile, every strike from Goku connects solidly. The disparity is far too great. Hurry and resolve this. The explosion is imminent, with only a minute and a half remaining. The urgency is palpable. Vegeta's voice resonated with urgency. Nappa and Raditz had been dealt with, yet Goku seemed intent on prolonging the encounter with Cell. As if relishing the game rather than seeking resolution, Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, a sense of exasperation washing over them. They had already come to terms with Kakarot's peculiarities, but in such dire circumstances, it was bewildering that he still sought amusement. Following Cell's self-detonation, the Dark Planet was on the verge of destruction. And with only a minute and a half remaining as Vegeta had declared, Goku continued to toy with Cell. Curse that Kakarot. Vegeta was seething with rage. He had declared a resolution, yet Son Goku remained unyielding. They continued to exchange blows, driving Vegeta to the brink of a heart attack. In the next moment, an explosion erupted. Vegeta transforms directly into Super Saiyan 3, his flowing long hair cascading down his back. Vegeta did not hesitate. In an instant, he teleported behind Goku and delivered a powerful punch to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Consequently, Goku reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Vegeta did not hesitate. In an instant, he teleported before Cell, pressing a hand against his abdomen, uttering the words, "Perish." In the next moment, his ultimate technique, the Big Bang attack, was unleashed from his right hand. The lightning-fast Cell was engulfed by the energy blast. Boom. Cell's core exploded, undeniably meeting his demise beyond resurrection. Ding. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing Cell and earning a treasure chest X1. Vegeta disregarded the treasure chest and instantaneously transported everyone back to Earth. During the brief 30 seconds of his departure, the entire Dark Planet erupted, erasing it from this universe entirely. On Earth, Kakarot and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, aware that the planet had been on the brink of destruction. Fortunately, Vegeta acted swiftly. Otherwise, Kakarot would have had to use instant transmission to escape, albeit with his teammates in tow. Chapter 98. Goku, the Super Saiyan God, and Bardock, the Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta did not greet them. Instead, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the spot, returning to their world. Observing the departing Vegeta and his companions, the protagonists of this realm gazed in astonishment. Yes, this Vegeta truly acts with remarkable decisiveness. Upon witnessing the power of this Vegeta, Piccolo's complexion turned pale. For just moments ago, Vegeta had unleashed a Super Saiyan 3 transformation that surpassed even Goku's strength. Initially, they believed Goku to be the mightiest. But Vegeta's display shattered that notion. I had hoped to spar with them. Kakarot lamented with a hint of helplessness. Humph. He has 7 more years of training than we do. If you seek to challenge yourself, go ahead. With that, Super Tragic Tappa took flight. With matters resolved, their Earth returned to normal, free from the disturbances of the Murovass, allowing them to focus on utilizing the Kamehameha technique once again. As Super Tragic Tappa departed, Piccolo prepared to leave as well. Goku called out, "Piccolo, where do you plan to train?" "The Heavenly Realm," Piccolo replied without turning back. As for the Cell games, they had ceased to exist, with Cell thoroughly defeated. Vegeta and his companions have returned to their world, gazing at the familiar courtyard. Vegeta realized he was back in his own yard. In the next moment, Goku also awakened. He had just been hoisted by Raditz. Ouch, that hurts. Goku grasped his neck and then recalled something, turning to Vegeta. "Hey, Vegeta, why did you hit me?" "Humph, I told you it was going to explode." "Do you want to endanger them? They cannot survive in the universe." Vegeta, with a countenance full of fury, declared that if it were solely up to him, he would not care at all. After all, he could thrive in the cosmos. Moreover, he had no desire to squander time. This Goku was truly tedious. Defeating that lightning-infused Cell was exceedingly bothersome, which left him thoroughly displeased. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku chose not to elaborate further. Ding! Congratulations to Goku for assisting Vegeta in completing the task, thus earning the reward of Super Saiyan God transformation. In the next moment, Goku was enveloped in a radiant light. Subsequently, a divine aura began to emanate from within him. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God, his hair now a vibrant crimson. His previous muscular form faded away, rendering him youthful once more, with hair and eyebrows aglow in fluorescent red, and his eyes encased in a red hue with black pupils, surrounded by a fiery golden-red aura. While ordinary individuals could not perceive the divine presence, they could certainly feel the overwhelming pressure. Characters like Nappa, Raditz, and Piccolo found Goku's aura to be suffocating, making it hard for them to breathe. Is this truly the Super Saiyan God? King Vegeta had achieved this transformation before. I never anticipated that Kakarot would attain it as well. Nappa swallowed hard. He was astounded that Goku could reach the realm of the divine so swiftly. Truly remarkable. Indeed. I wonder what rewards await us. Raditz expressed envy but was even more curious about the powers he might gain. Ding! Congratulations to Nappa and Raditz for assisting Vegeta in completing the task, earning the reward of Super Saiyan 3 transformation. In the next instant, both Nappa and Raditz were enveloped in light. They roared in unison. In the following moment, they both transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Nappa retained his bald appearance, yet his beard had grown remarkably long. Clearly, what had once been hair had now turned into a lengthy beard. Lightning surged around him. As for Raditz, his hair stood upright rather than hanging down, resulting in his Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle being even longer than in his Super Saiyan 2 form, though not excessively so. Imagining Raditz, towering at 2 meters, with upright hair reaching that height meant he would be nearly 4 meters tall overall. My hair is far too long. It looks dreadful. Raditz lamented, having expected that upon achieving Super Saiyan 3, his hair would hang down. To his surprise, it became longer and even more erect. I call this truly unappealing. Instead of hair, I have grown a beard. Nappa sighed in dismay. Hahaha, Nappa, Raditz. Your Super Saiyan appearances are utterly hilarious. Vegeta, upon witnessing the transformations of the two, erupted into laughter, crossing his arms with mirth. The two, faces flushed with embarrassment, dared not utter a word. Chapter 99, The Breakthrough of the Group. Ding. Congratulations to Gohan for assisting Vegeta in completing the task and receiving the reward. Full potential unleashed. Mysterious form. In the next instant, a rift in space opened, and a beam of light penetrated Gohan's forehead. His aura began to rise exponentially, surpassing even that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku and Raditz. This was the manifestation of his full potential and mysterious transformation. The author is uncertain if this description is accurate, but it shall suffice. What immense power! I feel like there's an inexhaustible force within me. The astonished Gohan gazed at his hands, noticing that the tuft of hair on his forehead had transformed into a spiky form, resembling that of Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Yet his aura was magnitude stronger than that of his younger self. Presently, Gohan, despite not having transformed into Super Saiyan 2 or 3, had undeniably reached the level of the mysterious Gohan from the original story, capable of defeating Majin Buu with ease. Wow, Gohan, what an incredible aura! Can you still transform? Goku exclaimed, astonished by Gohan's newfound power. If Gohan could still transform with such an aura, it would be truly extraordinary. Currently, Gohan's aura was on par with that of Super Saiyan 3. This was previously unattainable. During the Z Saga, Goku had only recently mastered Super Saiyan 3. While in the present timeline, he had acquired the transformation years prior and had spent additional time solidifying its durability. If Goku's Super Saiyan 3 from the Z era could maintain the form for 10 minutes, then the current Goku could sustain it for 3 hours. It could be said that Goku's strength had reached the level of the Divine and God arc, comparable to that of Super Saiyan God Goku battling the God of Destruction. Beerus. Indeed, Gohan, your aura is truly immense. Piccolo remarked, equally astonished. He had not anticipated the magnitude of the reward Gohan had received. Moreover, as Gohan was considered his surrogate son, his increase in strength was undoubtedly a positive development. Not at all, Uncle Piccolo. However, Father, this form I currently possess is already a transformation. I cannot stack it with Super Saiyan. Gohan scratched his head and explained to Piccolo, then turned to Goku to clarify his earlier query. He had also attempted to stack the Super Saiyan transformation with his mysterious form, but found it impossible. Otherwise, it would be nothing short of miraculous. I see, that makes sense. With such overwhelming power, Gohan, Let us have a sparring match sometime. Goku made a playful gesture. Gohan nodded, understanding his father's nature, while Piccolo huffed in annoyance, feeling outmatched among them. Ding! Congratulations to Piccolo for aiding Vegeta in completing the task and receiving the reward of assimilating 100 combat-type Namekians. In the next moment, a spatial rift manifested 100 combat-type Namekians. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow, reluctant to assimilate them. However, upon realizing their lack of consciousness, he felt a sense of relief. His hesitation stemmed from the desire to avoid merging with others' personalities. Furthermore, had they been his kin, he would have sent them to Namek instead of assimilating them. Yet, when he discerned their true nature, he exhaled in ease. For these 100 Namekians were entirely devoid of awareness. They possessed mere combat forms without souls. They were akin to materials for his assimilation. With this thought in mind, Piccolo placed his hand upon them and commenced the fusion. A moment later, Piccolo's aura surged dramatically, equaling that of Super Saiyan God Goku. Wow, Piccolo! Your power has increased tremendously. Shall we spar? Goku exclaimed with a grin, turning to Gohan. Gohan's strength was formidable as well, mysterious and even surpassing that of his Super Saiyan 3 form. Goku believed that he could not gain an advantage over Gohan's recently revealed energy. If he transformed into Super Saiyan God, it would be somewhat shameless. Upon hearing Goku's invitation, Piccolo nodded. Let us go. Thus, Piccolo and Goku set off to spar. They found a secluded area to engage in combat. Gohan followed suit, realizing that there was little for him to do here, especially since Earth had already been upgraded by Vegeta. Their attacks posed no threat to the planet, so they fought without holding back. Feel free to carry on with your tasks. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. The two nodded in response, and Raditz exclaimed, I shall go witness their sparring. So shall I? Nappa declared as he followed suit. Thus, the five of them plunged into a chaotic brawl. Vegeta did not participate. In Chapter 100, the focus is on Super Saiyan Blue and Whis' attention. Even when combined, the five of them are insufficient to contend with Vegeta. Is it worth watching a mere display of mediocrity? It is utterly meaningless. Unveil the grand gift. Vegeta exclaimed internally. Ding! Congratulations to the tragic hero for unlocking the grand gift package, a 0.3-second enhancement in his instant transmission, along with the bewildering body and the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. In the next moment, a radiant light penetrated Vegeta's forehead. Vegeta has comprehended the skills of dominance and instantaneous movement. The latter has improved from an original 0.1 seconds to a remarkable 0.3 seconds. For beings of their caliber, 0.1 seconds would yield an uncountable number of punches. A mere 0.3 seconds offers a significant advantage in speed. Coupled with his ability to halt time, Vegeta is confident that, aside from the God of Destruction, he is invincible in Universe 7. Upon witnessing the description of the dominant skill, Uncle Joe's pupils constricted in astonishment. Dominance. Once activated, all damage is reduced by 50. This ability can be toggled at will, bearing no adverse effects on himself. With unlimited stamina and energy, this dominance skill undoubtedly enhances Vegeta's resilience. If the Vegeta from Dragon Ball Super were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly exclaim that it is tailored for his Ultra Instinct form, suited for the God of Destruction. The more he battles, the stronger he becomes. It can be said that this dominance is entirely designed for Super Vegeta. Nevertheless, the current Vegeta finds it equally beneficial. He will inevitably attain his Ultra Instinct form. What about Super Saiyan Blue? Let me witness its grandeur. Vegeta declared, clenching his fist tightly, and then exclaimed, Ha! In the next instant, his black hair transformed into a brilliant blue. This was the Super Saiyan Blue form, also known as the Godly Blue State. However, for others, this transformation may present challenges. For Vegeta, it posed no such issue. Indeed, I can sense a power surpassing that of Super Saiyan 4 and the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta gazed in astonishment at himself, having transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, a fact unbeknownst to others. But Goku was aware, for he too could assume the form of a divine warrior. Sensing the essence of the gods, including that of the God of Destruction, the aura of divinity. Whose presence is this? Before him stood an individual with turquoise skin and cascading white curls, his eyes and lips a striking shade of purple. Adorning his neck was a large, pale blue halo. In his right hand, he held an elongated staff, its top crowned with a black magical orb. This was his angelic staff. He was none other than Whis, the attendant and mentor to Beerus. His true power surpassed that of Beerus. He held the esteemed position of an angel, being the son of the Grand Minister. Should the god he serves perish, His role as an angel would cease until the emergence of the next god of destruction. With a gentle wave, Whis revealed the image atop his staff, showcasing Vegeta. At that moment, he had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, prompting Goku to rush over for a closer look. Sensing the blue energy emanating from Vegeta, he paused his sparring with Piccolo and others, eager to witness this transformation. Ah, Vegeta, what is this transformation? Blue hair? Goku inquired with curiosity. Vegeta, in high spirits, gladly explained, this is an advanced transformation of Super Saiyan God, which I have dubbed Super Saiyan Blue. Wow, that's incredible! I want to reach that level too. Goku exclaimed, his face alight with envy. Vegeta chose to disregard him and departed. After finishing his sparring session, Goku began his training. Aspiring to attain the Azure state of power. With Vegeta's influence, Goku devoted himself to his training with greater fervor. And it was not long before he brushed against the transformation of Super Saiyan Blue. Oh, how surprising it is that remnants of the Saiyan race still exist. Especially since Lord Beerus declared them all annihilated. Whis observed in astonishment. In the past, King Vegeta concealed the finest pillows in the universe, inciting Lord Beerus's wrath, which led him to send Frieza to obliterate planet Vegeta. Whis was privy to all these events, having been inseparable from Beerus. Yet, Vegeta's prowess piqued his interest. Should he consider training him as a potential candidate for the role of a destroyer god? Whis contemplated. However, he dismissed the notion, reasoning that Beerus was still youthful and decided to wait until Beerus awoke to discuss the matter. Subsequently, Whis turned his attention away from Vegeta and returned to his own affairs. Years passed, and the timeline of Dragon Ball Super drew near. Observing the individuals before him, Vegeta clenched his fist and shouted, "Ha!" He transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 101, the divine form of Super Saiyan 4. Yet, it was not sufficient. He gathered his energy once more and yelled, "Ha!" At that moment, Vegeta achieved the form of Super Saiyan 4. His hair, now dark rather than the previous golden hue, became more disheveled and elongated, cascading over his shoulders. His chest and hands were adorned with crimson fur, symbolizing the primal ferocity of the Saiyan race. The reason for his transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was his engagement in battle. Before him lay two fallen foes, Nappa and Raditz. Three figures remained standing: Piccolo, Gohan, and Goku. They were the strongest after Vegeta. Following his fusion, Piccolo had significantly strengthened due to his innate abilities and the years spent training alongside Goku and Gohan. At this moment, Piccolo's power was on par with Goku's Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, Gohan's mysterious form had reached its peak potential, but he could not ascend further without diligent training, which was scarce for him. Over the years, he had merely maintained his enigmatic state. As for Goku, he had not transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Instead, he had attained Super Saiyan Blue. He had not received the reward of transformation, nor did he possess a tail. Even if he had a tail, he would be unable to channel the Oozuru transformation. As a lower-class warrior, he would lose his reason upon becoming an Oozuru. Previously, he had transformed into Super Saiyan God. But over these past few years, he had surpassed that and reached Blue prematurely. Although he had achieved a less stable version of Blue, it sufficed, augmenting his strength beyond measure compared to the original story. It can be said that at this moment, Sun Wukong has attained the level of Sun Wukong from the Golden Frieza arc, faced with the combined assault of the fused Piccolo, the enigmatic Gohan, and the Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong. He handles the situation with remarkable ease. Vegeta merely transformed into Super Saiyan 4, refraining from employing techniques such as instant transmission or the mighty body. He relied solely on his innate Super Saiyan 4 prowess and strength. Had he utilized the mighty body, instant transmission, or his ability to pause time, his adversaries would have been swiftly vanquished. With a series of explosive sounds reverberating through the air, the enigmatic Gohan was the first to be struck down. Following him, Goku and Piccolo also succumbed to defeat, having only withstood a few rounds of combat. Ouch! That hurts, Goku exclaimed, clutching his abdomen, having just been dealt a devastating blow by Vegeta. Little did he expect that King Vegeta's power was so formidable. Nappa stood in stunned silence, witnessing Super Saiyan 4 effortlessly overpowering the trio, who scrambled in disarray. What an absurd display, truly beyond comprehension. Cough, cough. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of King Vegeta's might. Ah, indeed. Raditz chimed in agreement. If one were to inquire whether Vegeta has made any advancements in recent years, the answer is a resounding yes. Vegeta has achieved a new transformation, aptly named the Super Saiyan 4 God form, which embodies the essence of divine energy. This form represents his most formidable state to date. Is this about right? Subsequently, the Super Saiyan 5 will also incorporate this coloration. Furthermore, Goku will eventually attain this transformation as well. Enough of this, I stand no chance, Piccolo remarked. Rubbing the back of his head, he was astounded by the sheer magnitude of Vegeta's power, which was almost on par with Goku's Super Saiyan Blue. Despite their combined efforts, they were swiftly overwhelmed by Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4. Truly absurd. One can only assert that Vegeta's extraordinary talent for rigorous training is astonishing, surpassing the original narrative by an unimaginable degree. Humph! How tedious. Vegeta let out a cold snort and instantly teleported away. He never anticipated that these individuals were far too weak, insufficient for him to engage in a meaningful spar. They were utterly incapable of bringing forth his true power. He yearned for an exhilarating battle. However, no one could match him in such a contest. With this thought, Vegeta scoffed. Access the attributes panel, Vegeta remarked softly, having not examined his panel in quite some time. Host, Vegeta title, Speedy Tragedy Tower Lifespan, Immortal Talent, 100-fold Training Talent Transformations, Oozuru Power. Super Saiyan levels 1 to 4, Super Saiyan God Blue, Super Saiyan God 4. Ultimate Techniques, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks, Solar Flare, Ultimate Kamehameha, Big Bang Kamehameha. Other abilities, Key Perception, Infinite Ki, Infinite Stamina, Energy Manifestation, 2 Wishes with the Eternal Dragon Skills, Instant Transmission, Destruction, Time Pause Ability Subordinates, Son Goku, Nappa, Raditz. System Inventory, Senzabean's X1100 System Comprehensive Evaluation. The host's power reaches the level of an average god of destruction. However, when confronted with the top 3 gods of destruction, he would still be instantly defeated. Chapter 102. Jiren, Vegeta. Upon witnessing this system evaluation, Vegeta's expression changed. Goodness, have you truly reached the level of a mere god of destruction? To think you would fall to your knees before the top 3 gods of destruction in an instant? Is this truly how one speaks? Yang Tian, have you made a grave error? Is the disparity among gods of destruction so profound? I have attained the level of a god of destruction, yet I would still succumb to the top 3 in a heartbeat? Vegeta inquired with a hint of disbelief. Surely, there must be some mistake. The disparity in power among the gods of destruction is immense. Even the weakest among them cannot be defeated in a single blow by the strongest. And you, Vegeta, in your current Ultra 4 transformation, have merely attained the level of a god of destruction. Moreover, this is only possible due to your boundless energy and infinite stamina compensating for the gap in power. It can be said that without such limitless energy and endurance, you would not even reach the threshold of a god of destruction. Yang Tian remarked nonchalantly. Vegeta furrowed his brow upon hearing this. You mentioned Jiren, who transcends the existence of the god of destruction. How do I compare to him? Vegeta recalled what Yang Tian had informed him about a being from another universe named Jiren, whose power surpassed that of the gods of destruction. However, this was solely in terms of raw strength. If a god of destruction were to employ their divine aura and the power of destruction, Jiren would undoubtedly be brought to his knees in an instant. You are stronger than him. He merely operates at the full power level of Super Saiyan Blue, having achieved an unprecedented mastery over energy manipulation. Vegeta pondered this. So, I possess the advantage of boundless energy and infinite stamina? No, you possess an advantage in technique. With your abilities such as Dominance Body, Instant Transmission, and Time Stop, Jiren would find himself in quite a predicament. At the very least, Jiren would struggle to counter Time Stop, especially given the relatively close disparity in your powers. Under such circumstances, he would be unable to overcome it. Yang Tian explained calmly. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, his abilities were remarkably overpowered. Time manipulation, as long as the disparity in strength was not too great, was akin to divine prowess. When combined with instant transmission, he was invincible. Moreover, with the activation of his invulnerability, he could reduce damage by 50%. It was akin to donning several sets of level 3 armor. Ding. Detection of the resurrected fused realm. Task. Eliminate the malevolent wave. Conquer Gogeta. Task reward. Exclusive Dragon Ball GT background music. Upon activation of the BGM, the host's power would surge tenfold across all dimensions. Hiss. Upon witnessing this reward, Vegeta inhaled sharply. A tenfold increase across all dimensions? Was this not extraordinarily formidable? My goodness, truly remarkable. Ding. May I inquire whether the host, Vegeta, accepts the task? Acceptance is imperative, Vegeta shouted. He must accept that although he is unaware of what this BGM is, it has the potential to enhance his power tenfold. He can already envision himself employing the Super Saiyan 4 transformation while harnessing the BGM. In that moment, even encountering the mightiest god of destruction may not be out of reach. Vegeta approached Nappa and Raditz, proclaiming, "It is time to embark on our mission." Without hesitation, Raditz took to the skies, his departure swift and decisive. The prospect of undertaking a mission to grow stronger was enticing to him as well. Now residing on Earth, they found life to be quite agreeable and had developed a fondness for this planet. Vegeta disregarded Raditz, instead choosing to remain silent as he engaged in conversation with Yang Tian. "Yang Tian, what is this Gogeta you speak of? I recall you mentioning that he is the fusion of Kakarot and myself." When Vegeta was rewarded with the Big Bang attack, Yang Tian had previously informed him of the origins of this formidable technique. Indeed, this world had just endured the ordeal of Majin Buu. You, Vegeta, perished, while Son Goku also met his demise, yet you descended to hell, whereas Son Goku remained unaffected, merely adorned with a halo. What? Is he enjoying some sort of privilege? Vegeta found it hard to believe. What on earth is happening? Do not wear that expression. Consider the countless lives you have taken. You have ravaged numerous planets, embodying the very essence of a villain. It is only natural for you to descend to hell. Son Goku, on the other hand, has saved Earth multiple times and vanquished countless evildoers. More importantly, he possesses connections. He maintains favorable relations with the likes of King Kai of the North Galaxy and the Supreme Kai. Yang Tian remarked, exasperated. He is merely a beneficiary of his network. As the narrative progresses into Dragon Ball Super, there is also the Omni King. One could say he is quite secure. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Vegeta fell silent. It seemed he spoke a profound truth. However, that was merely the Vegeta of a parallel universe. He himself would not perish, nor would he descend to hell. Without further contemplation, Vegeta soon saw Son Goku teleporting in. Son Goku arrived with Gohan, Piccolo, and Raditz in a flash. Chapter 103, Fusion. Vegito. Hey Vegeta. Son Goku greeted, but Vegeta chose to ignore him. He was aware that Raditz would bring Son Goku along, given their brotherly bond. After all these years on Earth, they had developed a camaraderie, and thus, it was only natural. At that moment, he said nothing to Piccolo and Gohan either. It was merely a task, nothing of great significance. If they wished to mingle, so be it. He would simply enjoy the rewards while they fought the monsters. He had come to a conclusion. Let them do the work, while he, Vegeta, would reap the benefits from the sidelines. Let us proceed. Vegeta uttered a few words, and the group commenced their teleportation. However, upon opening their eyes, they were greeted by a scene of chaos in the streets, with traces of energy blasts scattered in the distance. Clearly, the malevolent energy had manifested, unleashing the spirits of the underworld and reviving the deceased. Commonly referred to as the rising of the dead. What on earth is happening? Gohan was taken aback, astonished that this planet had transformed in such a manner. He was yet unaware that he had entered an alternate reality of Earth. A bunch of fools. Vegeta scoffed, deeming these insects unworthy of his intervention as he searched for the true protagonist of this saga. Yet, after surveying the entire planet, he found no sign of his mission target. Yang Tian, what on earth is going on? Where are they? In the underworld. Damn it. Why didn't you just send me directly to the underworld? Vegeta was rendered speechless, once again expected to employ instant transmission on his own. However, he did not hesitate and prepared to depart using the technique. Yet, before he could act, he noticed a ki blast being launched from a distance. Nappa, quick-witted, deflected it effortlessly and turned to gaze at the attacker. Yet, upon seeing the individual, he was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? Indeed, another Nappa had appeared. Raditz. Vegeta spoke coolly. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Eliminate him. Vegeta commanded with an air of indifference. What audacity this Nappa had, daring to strike at him. Meanwhile, the other Nappa stood in shock, having failed to notice until it was too late. What had he witnessed? Another version of himself, along with Raditz and others. Before he could utter a word, he was dismissed. At this juncture, Nappa recounted their current mission. Goku and the others quickly grasped the purpose of this alternate world. Since Raditz had sought out Goku, Vegeta succinctly explained their objective. To think this is another world. Let us proceed, Goku said, slightly astonished before moving forward. They could indeed sense another Gohan's ki. At this moment, Gohan still retained his enigmatic persona, as it had been less than a year since the conclusion of the Majin Buu saga, and his powers had yet to fully wane. Vegeta executed an instantaneous movement, transporting them all to the underworld. Upon their arrival, they beheld a realm of grotesque distortion, and nearby, Goku and the tragic Taka were engaged in an attempt to fuse. I would rather die than fuse with you. Taka shouted vehemently at Goku. He was taken aback by Goku's sheer audacity, as the latter had concealed the existence of Super Saiyan 3rd level during their sparring, which severely undermined Taka's confidence. In this parallel universe, Kakarot, having witnessed Goten and Trunks fail to vanquish Buu through fusion, sought the old Supreme Kai's assistance to develop Gohan's potential. Gohan, however, proved to be formidable, swiftly dispatching the Great Buu, thus avoiding the narrative wherein the old Supreme Kai extended Goku's lifespan. Vegeta, now is not the time for this discussion. You surely do not wish for everyone to perish, Kakarot exclaimed. What do I care? I am already dead, Vegeta retorted. And you do not want Bulma and Trunks to become his prey, do you? Kakarot dropped this heavy bombshell. Taka's face contorted in fury at the thought of the grotesque entity atop his beloved Bulma, igniting his rage. Quick, teach me to fuse, Vegeta bellowed. Driven by the need to annihilate the threat, Goku commenced the instruction, yet their initial attempts ended in failure. Either they were too thin or too corpulent, enduring a relentless beating. On their third endeavor, however, they successfully merged into a new warrior, Gogeta. I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. My name is Gogeta, the newly formed Gogeta declared with a cold smirk, gazing at the evil spirit bomb. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Vegeta and the others arriving via instantaneous movement. Chapter 104, Super Saiyan 3 Goku vs. Evil Spirit Bomb. Such formidable energy. Goku was the first to react, focusing on Gogeta and the Evil Spirit Bomb. At that moment, Gogeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 1, his battle power matching that of GT Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. His strength was comparable to that of Super Saiyan Blue. This was Goku's most palpable sensation, as he could feel Gogeta's soaring fighting spirit. As for the malevolent energy wave, he did not take it to heart, considering it on par with the enigmatic Gohan. This malevolent energy wave's corpulent form is inferior to that of Super Saiyan 3. However, it has transformed into its second form, resembling a demon with a fierce countenance. Its dual horns are cloaked in a violet shell, its orange skin adorned with purple armor, and a robust long tail accompanies its ferocious demeanor, reveling in destruction. Its power is formidable, capable of altering the laws of life and death, allowing the deceased and spirits to traverse into the mortal realm, while also possessing mastery over spatial spells. Moreover, it wields a myriad of peculiar skills, one of which enables it to disintegrate its form mid-battle and reconstitute itself at will, as well as create voids that redirect its adversary's energy attacks. It can even transmute fragmented objects into weapons for combat. In this second form, its strength overwhelmingly surpasses that of Super Saiyan 3. Only the mysterious Gohan stands a chance against it. However, at this moment, Gohan exists in the mortal realm, not in the underworld. Meanwhile, Gogeta and the malevolent energy wave have noticed the arrival of Vegeta, particularly Gogeta, who was taken aback. As a fusion of Kakarot and Bardock, he possesses the memories of both. The malevolent energy wave chuckled darkly, eager for the opportunity to unleash torment once more. Defeat the malevolent energy wave. Leave that to me. Vegeta spoke softly. Just as Gohan, transformed into the enigmatic mystic Gohan, was about to make his move, he was intercepted by Goku. Gohan, leave the evil energy wave to me. Understanding his father's disposition, Gohan did not dispute but nodded in agreement. Upon receiving Gohan's consent, Goku immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Eager to confront the evil energy wave, Vegeta, upon witnessing the scene, felt his veins pulse with fury. This Kakarot, always with that same demeanor. Yet, he chose to disregard him, opting to deal with the aftermath once he had finished battling Gogeta. With a resounding crash, Goku's Super Saiyan 3 clashed evenly with the malevolent energy wave. Observing this spectacle, Gogeta's lips twitched in confusion. What was happening? Why was it that when he was Goku, Super Saiyan 3 faced the second form of the malevolent energy wave with nothing but passive endurance? Yet now, in his turn, he could match it blow for blow? He found himself perplexed. At that moment, a figure stood not far from him, the protagonist, Vegeta. Hey, stop daydreaming. You have only half an hour. Let us engage in battle. Vegeta let out a light chuckle and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Witnessing this scene, Gogeta's expression turned solemn as he sensed a formidable threat. The power of Super Saiyan Gogeta was overshadowed. Gazing at the wild-haired, crimson-clad Vegeta, Gogeta spoke, though I am uncertain how you manifested. Do you wish to engage in battle with me? Indeed, Vegeta replied with a calm demeanor, gathering energy in his hands. Upon noticing this, Gogeta narrowed his eyes and remarked, while I may not comprehend the nature of your transformation, do not underestimate me. However, Scarcely had he finished speaking when Vegeta's energy blast surged forth. Gogeta immediately crossed his arms to block the incoming attack. Upon witnessing the situation, Vegeta initiated the prince's fighting technique, unleashing countless energy blasts as if they were of no consequence. Vegeta yelled with fervor, channeling his energy to its zenith. He sensed that Gogeta was still under assault, and thus his energy blasts continued to rain down relentlessly. In the distance, all onlookers felt the tremors and gazed in astonishment. They had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of Vegeta's full power in his Super Saiyan 4 form. Previously, they had struggled to elicit even half of his strength. Uncle Vegeta is incredibly powerful, Gohan exclaimed, his mouth agape. Meanwhile, Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat, utterly astounded. Incredible! I never imagined this was Vegeta's true strength. Piccolo's perception was skewed, as he believed that Vegeta was exerting his utmost effort, having never witnessed a greater display of power from him. Vegeta had always adhered to the philosophy that every strike should be a decisive blow. King Vegeta has grown even stronger, exclaimed Nappa and Raditz, their faces alight with excitement. This is the true Saiyan King. On the other side, Goku was relentlessly pummeling the evil energy wave with ferocity, each punch landing with resounding force, pushing the malevolent entity back. In Chapter 105, The Furious Vegeta, Goku had trained for an additional 5 years compared to his counterpart during this era. Having also ventured into a parallel world with Vegeta, he naturally surpassed the Super Saiyan 3 Goku of this time. The evil energy wave was left bewildered, questioning why the figure before him was forcing him to retreat. He had previously been able to spin effortlessly with one hand. Clearly, he was at a loss, entirely unaware that this Super Saiyan 3 was not the same as the one he had previously battled. With a thunderous crash, a figure emerged from the swirling dust. It was Gogeta, clutching the Star Destroyer and hurling it toward Vegeta. Gogeta appeared somewhat disheveled, struggling to breathe under the pressure exerted by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. As the ominous Star Destroyer approached within inches of Vegeta, he extended a hand and calmly uttered, "Destruction." What? Gogeta gasped in shock. As the Star Destroyer drew near, it began to dissipate slowly before Vegeta's very eyes. Vegeta did not merely lose a destructive sphere, rather, he was solely focused on annihilating celestial bodies. Before long, Gogeta beheld Vegeta standing steadfastly, a sinister grin plastered across his face, as he proclaimed, "If this is the extent of your power, you have truly disappointed me, Fusion Warrior." Vegeta wore a mocking expression. "Is this the extent of your prowess after fusion? Nanny?" Goku's composed visage shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that the mere Vegeta would dare to be so audacious. Does he not realize he is facing a being of fusion? His counterpart is none other than the formidable Gogeta. "One half of my being is you, Vegeta? Though I am uncertain how you managed to nullify my assault, prepare yourself, for I shall soon unveil the terrifying might I possess." Goku articulated each word with chilling precision. Unlike the invincible confidence radiating from Vegeta, he exuded only an air of icy determination. Hearing his words, Vegeta crossed his arms and burst into laughter. "Haha, the greatest joke I have ever heard in my life is the one you just told." As Vegeta's words resonated in the air, Gogeta erupted with fervor, transforming directly into the 3rd grade of Super Saiyan. His flowing long hair cascaded elegantly as he beheld the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. "Prepare to perish. In this state, I am akin to the dead, and the dead are devoid of limitations regarding energy. Thus, my 3rd grade Super Saiyan form possesses boundless energy." A chilling aura enveloped Gogeta, with crackling lightning dancing around him. This was in stark contrast to the restrained energy of Super Saiyan 4. A mere facade, this so-called boundless energy. Just as Vegeta was about to mock, a figure suddenly appeared before him and struck him away with a powerful blow. Boom. Vegeta was abruptly sent sprawling into the depths of hell by a single punch, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. What? A sneak attack? How careless of me. Rising to his feet, he wiped the blood from his lips, his expression icy. "I have bled. This is unforgivable. You dare make the noble Saiyan King bleed. You shall pay for this." Vegeta, upon noticing the blood at the corner of his mouth, erupted in fury. The last individual to draw blood from him, Broly, had already been vanquished. Now, facing Gogeta, he was determined to exact a heavy toll, a grievous price to be paid. "Huh," Vegeta roared, transforming directly into the Super Saiyan 4 God form. He radiated a pinkish aura, reminiscent of the rosy-hued Son Goku. However, the current Vegeta was more than capable of overpowering the rosy Son Goku, and even the fused Zamasu would not suffice against him. This Super Saiyan 4 God form represented an ultimate transcendence. It was not merely a sum of Super Saiyan 4 and divine energy. One could assert that in this state, Vegeta had ascended to the realm of the gods of destruction, particularly as he possessed the ability to defy the very rules of destruction. I can no longer sense his energy. Gogeta furrowed his brow. Just as he quietly muttered this, the very fabric of space around him solidified. What? The space has been affected? Gogeta was taken aback. No sooner had he spoken than a figure in the distance launched a punch towards him. Gogeta was sent flying. This time, he was unaware of how many buildings he had crashed into. Even if the system's task is gone, I, Vegeta, will ensure your demise. Vegeta swiftly appeared before Gogeta, delivering a powerful punch. Gogeta hastily raised his left hand to block, but alas, Vegeta's fist shattered his arm, much like the Blade God, effortlessly severing Tien's hand. Ah, Gogeta cried out in anguish. Chapter 106, Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Gohan. Vegeta gazed upon his masterpiece with a mocking expression. A colossal explosion. Kamehameha. Vegeta placed both hands before him, palms open, and rotated them upward by approximately 90 degrees. Subsequently, he conjured a colossal explosion attack, channeling a massive Kamehameha while simultaneously elevating his own energy to its zenith. He then released all the energy from his hands. Witnessing the immense Kamehameha, Gogeta was taken aback. However, just as he was about to act, he unexpectedly transformed into Son Goku and Trunks. Trunks, momentarily stunned, was swiftly teleported away by Kakarot, narrowly escaping the devastating Kamehameha that passed by them, allowing both to survive. Phew, thankfully my hand is intact. Kakarot and Trunks examined their left hands, recalling the recent memories shared with Gogeta. Damn it, why is this Vegeta so powerful? Trunks glanced briefly at his left hand before fixing his gaze on the towering figure of Vegeta, disregarding Kakarot's comments. Humph. At that moment, Vegeta, observing their disbandment, had no intention of launching another attack. Their individual strength was too feeble. He had no reason to be incensed. Without hesitation, Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing behind the evil spirit wave. With a single punch, he pierced through its chest and followed up with a solar flare, obliterating the evil spirit wave in an instant. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You've earned the exclusive BGMs from Dragon Ball GT. Congratulations, host Vegeta, for defeating the evil spirit wave. You've received a treasure chest. The two notifications echoed, signifying that the mission was accomplished. Vegeta, you snatched my kill again. Son Goku expressed his dissatisfaction. Yet, Vegeta paid him no mind, reverting from his Super Saiyan 4 form and preparing to depart. However, he was halted by Kakarot's call. Hey, Vegeta, you're quite strong. How about a spar? Kakarot gestured pleadingly. The earlier actions were Gogeta's doing and had nothing to do with him. Boring. Aside from your fused form, you individuals are not worthy to challenge me. Nanny. Trunks' face twisted in anger. Had he been insulted? Was it implied that individuals like them were unfit to engage in combat? What did that mean? Was it solely Vegeta who was exceptional? Soon after, Vegeta and the others departed, leaving Kakarot and Trunks staring at each other in disbelief. Returning to their own world, Vegeta departed on his own, while the rewards for the others arrived. Ding! Congratulations to Gohan for assisting Vegeta in completing the mission, earning the transformation into Super Saiyan Level 4. As the system's voice echoed, a rift opened in the fabric of space, and a radiant light enveloped Gohan, merging with his forehead. To his astonishment, Gohan sprouted a dark brown tail. My tail? It has actually grown back? He marveled, gazing incredulously at his rear. The sight of the swaying tail left him in shock, for it had not reappeared since the events on Namek. Gohan, let us witness your Super Saiyan 4. Goku proposed, filled with envy as he lacked this transformation, possessing only Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. All right, father, Gohan replied, clenching his fists and exclaiming, Ha! The air around him erupted with swirling dust and debris. Had Earth not been upgraded, it would surely have faced obliteration. Incredible! Such immense energy, far surpassing your mysterious form. Piccolo remarked, sweating profusely. Gohan's visage radiated wild intensity, with a tuft of hair at the front and his body adorned in crimson fur and muscle, signifying his status as the mightiest existence. I feel a continuous surge of power within me, Gohan declared, tightening his fists. Impressive, Gohan. Your strength has increased tremendously. My Super Saiyan Blue may not even stand a chance against you. Goku responded with delight. The prospect of his son growing stronger was a joyous revelation. His own Super Saiyan Blue was indeed lacking, unable to compete with Super Saiyan 4 unless in full power, where it could match the limits of Super Saiyan 4. Ding! Congratulations to Goku for assisting Vegeta in completing the mission, earning the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. The AI's feminine voice resonated once more. A tail sprouted from Goku as well, and he shouted in exhilaration, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 107, The Awakening of Beerus. Ha! This form maintains its energy for a longer duration. Goku exclaimed, reveling in his transformation. Gohan, shall we spar? Goku suggested. Gohan nodded, and together they ventured into the desert, leaving Nappa, Raditz, and Piccolo behind. Ding! Congratulations to Nappa and Raditz for assisting Vegeta in completing the mission, earning the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Haha. I can achieve this transformation too, Nappa exclaimed. Me too, Raditz chimed in. Their rewards were also Super Saiyan 4, and the two rejoiced like children, leaping 3 feet in the air. Haha, behold Nappa's Super Saiyan 4. Huh, Nappa shouted as he transformed. His tail, like Raditz, remained intact, so there was no need for it to regrow. Nanny? Why am I still bald? Nappa gazed at his head, utterly bare, finding it difficult to accept. He was not a bald man. His hair had merely fallen out. But why had it fallen out and not regrown? It was truly vexing. Haha, my hair is still quite decent, about the right length. Raditz chuckled, inspecting his own condition. Raditz, could you spare me a bit of your hair? Nappa pleaded, grasping at Raditz's locks. However, he was promptly kicked away by Raditz. Go away. I have so little hair. How could I give any to you? Raditz retorted before soaring into the sky, with Nappa following closely behind. Observing everyone depart, Piccolo exhaled deeply. He understood that it was now his turn. Ding! Congratulations to Piccolo for assisting Vegeta in completing the mission, unlocking his full potential. Unlocking my full potential? Do I still possess so much potential? Piccolo murmured. In the next moment, his skin took on a yellowish hue, though it was not fully yellow yet. He still had a transformation left, the unlocking of his full potential. Such immense energy, rivaling that of Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan God. Piccolo whispered to himself before flying towards Goku and Gohan, eager for a sparring session. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the God of Destruction's realm, yawned. At this moment, Beerus, the God of Destruction of Universe 7, was stirring from his slumber. As he was still drowsy, an energy sphere obliterated countless star systems. Oh dear, Lord Beerus has only slept for 30 years this time. The God of Destruction's attendant, Whis, sensed Beerus' awakening and without hesitation began preparing breakfast for him. The God of Destruction, Beerus, stands in contrast to the Kaioshin, being a deity of destruction, not a malevolent being. Though he may rage uncontrollably when angered, he often showcases an adorable side, with diverse interests, particularly a fondness for gourmet food. He is arrogant and capricious, possessing unimaginable destructive power, ready to obliterate planets at the slightest inconvenience. At times, he even enlists his agent to assist in this destruction, and his agent is none other than Frieza. In the bathroom, hey Whis, has anything happened while I've been asleep all these years? Beerus inquired while soaking in the bath. Indeed, Lord Beerus, your subordinate Frieza has been slain by a Saiyan. Nanny? Although Frieza is not formidable, the one to kill him was a Saiyan? Are you certain, Whis? Indeed, Lord Beerus. Take a look. Whis shook his head and then gently tapped the angel's staff. In the next moment, an image appeared within the staff, a solitary Vegeta vanquishing Frieza. As he gazed at the image of Vegeta, Beerus fell into deep contemplation. Is this Vegeta? How is it that he can transform his hair to a golden hue? Oh, this seems to be referred to as the Super Saiyan transformation. However, it appears they have developed several additional transformations, which are particularly intriguing. Lord Beerus, do take a look. Subsequently, which showcased the various forms of Super Saiyan exhibited by Vegeta and Son Goku, including Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, and Super Saiyan 3. He even revealed Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Beerus rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What is this? So many transformations? And what is that wild transformation called? Beerus inquired, referring to Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, as he was the first to attain that form. I believe they refer to it as Super Saiyan 4. As for those with blue and red hair, they are called Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan God. Chapter 108, The Realm of the Kaioshin. Just as was finished speaking, a line of realization crossed Beerus' forehead. Wait, Whis, did you mention Super Saiyan what? What is it, Lord Beerus? I just mentioned Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan God, Whis replied, somewhat puzzled but repeating himself. Yes, indeed, Super Saiyan God. Do you remember the dream I had before my slumber? It spoke of a Super Saiyan God as my formidable rival. Beerus recalled with a sudden spark of memory. Oh ho ho. Lord Beerus, I had almost forgotten until you mentioned it. Humph, my rival? How amusing. Whis, prepare to journey to their dwelling. That accursed Frieza. I had entrusted him with the extermination of the Scions, yet he has left a few behind, only to be slain. How ironic. Beerus remarked lazily as he rose to his feet. Frieza certainly did not consider the Scions to be formidable. Hence, he met his demise. What a fool. Indeed, Lord Beerus. You sealed the Kaioshin away back in the day. Were you aware that you nearly perished in your slumber? Whis chuckled at the thought. Beerus looked on, puzzled. What? Lord Beerus, during the emergence of Majin Buu, many Kaioshin were slain, leaving only Kaioshin Shin, who was intertwined with you. Whis continued, stifling laughter. Nanny? So, I was teetering on the brink of death? That accursed Kaioshin, why did he not seek me out in such dire straits? Beerus cursed, realizing he had almost faced his end. Had he perished, and the Omni King discovered it, the entire universe would have faced obliteration. He would have truly been finished. Ah, how perplexing. Is that Lord Beerus? Come, Whis, let us proceed to the Kaioshin realm, for I wish to meet the new Kaioshin. And do remind him not to wander aimlessly. Upon hearing that his lifespan was now intertwined with the new Kaioshin, Beerus grew restless. If he were to court disaster, it would surely lead to his demise. With this thought in mind, Beerus urged Whis to hasten. Whis nodded, raising his staff, enveloping them both in a radiant spectrum of light as they journeyed to the Kaioshin realm. Beerus placed a hand on Wiss's back, feigning a yawn. He had slumbered for decades, yet it felt insufficient. In light of their immensely prolonged lifespans, 30 years was akin to a mere nap. Oh, Whis, do remind me to visit that place. What was it called? Earth. Yes, Earth. I must seek out Vegeta and ascertain whether he is the Super Saiyan God I have been searching for in my dreams. Beerus mused aloud. Very well, Lord Beerus. Time swiftly passed, and tranquility reigned in the Kaioshin realm. Without the elder Kaioshin, the new Kaioshin Shin was as oblivious as a novice. Unable to sense the presence of the Destroyer God, he believed himself to be the most exalted deity in the universe, a sentiment shared by his servant, Jebet. Is this truly the new Kaioshin? Beerus's languid voice echoed within the Kaioshin realm. Who dares enter the Kaioshin realm? This place is not for just anyone. Jebet, the sycophantic servant of Kaioshin Shin, immediately stepped forward, raising his voice. You dare to call me a mere commoner? You are the new Kaioshin? No. I am merely a servant of the Kaioshin. How audacious of you to speak to me in such a manner. Do you wish to be obliterated? Beerus's expression darkened, and he seriously contemplated the idea of annihilating him. What audacity to intrude upon our sacred realm. Lord Kaioshin, I implore you to allow me to eliminate him. Jebet bowed in deference, seeking permission from Kaioshin Shin. Before Shin could respond, the Destroyer God flicked Jebet away, sending him flying to an unknown distance. How infuriating. I mistook you for a Kaioshin, you insignificant minion. By the gods. Beerus erupted in expletives, then turned to the mohawk-haired Kaioshin Shin. You are the Kaioshin? Indeed. May I inquire who you are? Huh. Did your elders not inform you of the Destroyer God? Beerus squinted at him. Destroyer God? I am unaware of such a title. I only know that the Kaioshin is the greatest. Who are you? And what is a Destroyer God? Kaioshin Shin was utterly bewildered. Beerus sighed in exasperation yet replied. Whis, where is that sword? Over there. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Beerus departed. Chapter 109. The Training of Supreme Kai Shin. This Supreme Kai, akin to a fool, preferred silence over idle chatter. It would be more prudent to summon the old Supreme Kai to elucidate matters to this Supreme Kai. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis proclaimed as he transported Beerus forth. The Supreme Kai, too, employed instant transmission to follow suit. Contrary to the earlier claim that the Supreme Kai could not utilize instant transmission, Shin indeed possessed that ability. Upon arrival, Supreme Kai Shin's countenance shifted dramatically. What did he behold? He witnessed Beerus unsheathing the Supreme Kai's sword. Legend has it that drawing the Supreme Kai's sword grants one unparalleled power. At that moment, he yearned to draw it and vanquish Majin Buu, yet he found himself utterly incapable, unable to even stir it a fraction. The Supreme Kai's sword had been drawn. Jebet also materialized through instant transmission, only to behold this astonishing scene. Both Shin and Jebet stood agape, their expressions betraying utter disbelief. Yet, in the next heartbeat, they stood frozen in place. They beheld Beerus flick the sword, causing it to shatter into fragments. The Supreme Kai sword is shattered? No, it cannot be. According to legend, ignoring their astonished gazes, Beerus regarded the sword and remarked coolly, "Come forth, old fool. Do not presume I am unaware of your continued existence." With a disdainful snort, Beerus noted that the old Supreme Kai, concealed within the sword, had not emerged, clearly sensing his presence and trembling in fear. After all, it was he who had sealed him away, and after such a prolonged confinement, there was no animosity, only dread. The god of destruction wields the power of annihilation, while the Supreme Kai embodies creation. Together, they maintain the cosmic equilibrium. The formidable strength of the god of destruction may not culminate in the death of the Supreme Kai, but it could certainly leave him battered and bruised, or even sealed away. This fact elucidates why the old Supreme Kai dared not harbor even a trace of resentment. In the next moment, a figure materialized, the Supreme Kai from 15 generations prior. Upon his appearance, he respectfully addressed Beerus, Lord Beerus. Internally, he felt a sense of grievance. As a deity of equal stature, he was compelled to show such deference, which was rather uncomfortable. He too aspired to become a god of destruction. "You old fool. Do you comprehend the events of these years?" Beerus fixed an icy gaze upon the old Supreme Kai. "I do." "Then why do you remain silent? Are you aware that I nearly perished, and that when the Omni King intervenes, we shall all be obliterated?" Beerus erupted into a tirade, spittle flying onto the old Supreme Kai's face, clearly incensed. Meanwhile, the onlookers, Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet, stood in stunned silence. How had an old man emerged from the spectacle? Their conversation, why could they not comprehend it? I was sealed away and could not convey my words. I had thought that some deity of the realms could liberate me, yet not a single one could. The old Kaioshin lamented his plight. He was truly aggrieved. Striding directly before Kaioshin Shin and delivering a resounding slap. "Ouch. Why did you strike me?" "Humph. I am the Kaioshin from 15 generations ago. Must I seek your permission to hit you?" The old Kaioshin stood with his hands behind his back, his expression one of dissatisfaction. What? A Kaioshin from 15 generations ago?" Kaioshin Shin gaped, utterly incredulous. It is well known that a Kaioshin's lifespan is exceedingly long. For instance, Kaioshin Shin himself has lived for over 100 million years. To think of a Kaioshin from 15 generations prior implies a minimum of 2 billion years. Clearly, this revelation astonished him. It is akin to encountering an ancestor from 15 generations back. Would one not be astounded? "Humph. You two need not be so flabbergasted. Allow me to briefly enlighten you about their origins," the old Kaioshin scoffed, proceeding to elucidate the background of the god of destruction, Beerus, and the existence of Whis. However, just as he finished speaking, he turned to find that Beerus had already vanished. Beerus had no interest in listening to his ramblings. He was off to Earth to seek out Vegeta and the other Super Saiyans. "What? He disappeared?" Kaioshin Shin inquired, perplexed. "Baka. He has left. You would do well to cherish your life and avoid recklessness. Should you perish, this universe will meet its end. What sort of planets have you created, you fool?" The old Kaioshin began to scold, then surveyed the celestial bodies of the universe, his expression darkening. "Goodness. The state of this universe is perilously close to being annihilated by Lord Zeno." Chapter 110. The arrival of Beerus. This was a far cry from the state of affairs 15 generations ago. At that time, his universe ranked among the top 5. Now, it languished in second to last. Reflecting on this, the old Kaioshin felt a profound sense of disappointment and began to furiously impart the knowledge a Kaioshin ought to possess. Thus commenced the dismal existence of Kaioshin Shin. Meanwhile, the 4 great Kaioshins sensed the presence of the god of destruction and trembled in fear. But upon realizing he was headed towards the North Galaxy, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, the North Kai is doomed. His planets have already been reduced to mere fragments. Now they shall likely be obliterated. His archrival, the West Kai, remarked with a wicked grin. The other Kaioshins wore expressions of deep concern, fearing the god of destruction's approach to their domains. This illustrates the formidable reputation that the god of destruction holds. On Earth, it was Bulma's birthday. She had chartered a ship to celebrate this special occasion, and Goku along with others had come to extend their congratulations. "Hey, Bulma, I wonder how old you are today," Goku exclaimed, approaching her with his usual carefree demeanor. The others looked on in horror, as they had arrived early and were the first to pose such a question, only to be met with reprimands. "Son Goku." Bulma's face flushed with anger as she delivered a sharp slap. "What are you doing, Bulma? Why do you ask?" Goku replied, oblivious to the social faux pas. "Do you not know that a woman's age is a taboo subject?" Bulma retorted, her annoyance palpable. Meanwhile, Yamcha and the others stood awkwardly by, while Krillin, unfazed, inquired, "By the way, how old are you this year?" Goku is nearly 40. As soon as he finished, Bulma directed her ire towards his bald head. In the distance, Vegeta observed with indifference, finding their inquiries rather trivial. He had previously asked Bulma in his leisure time whether she desired to possess immortality akin to his own. Upon her acquiescence, he had wished upon the eternal dragon to grant her that wish. Open the attributes panel. Vegeta muttered while eating, addressing the system within his mind. Host, Vegeta title, Speedy Tragedy Lifespan, Immortal Talent, 100-fold Training Talent Transformations, Great Ape Power, Super Saiyan Forms 1 to 4, Super Saiyan God Blue, Super Saiyan 4. Ultimate Techniques, Gallic Gun, Dirty Fireworks, Sun Ray Cannon, Final Kamehameha, Big Bang Attack Others, Key Sense, Infinite Ki, Infinite Stamina, Energy Manifestation, One Wish from the Eternal Dragon, Dragon Ball GT Exclusive BGM. Skills, Instant Transmission, Destruction, Time Pause Ability Minions, Goku, Nappa, Raditz. System Inventory, Senzu Beans X 1100 System Evaluation. The host's strength is comparable to the mightiest god of destruction. Coupled with immortality, he is invincible against the gods of destruction. Should he encounter an angel, they would kneel in an instant. Upon reading the final description, Vegeta disregarded the latter portion, focusing solely on the initial details. Subsequently, Vegeta continued to eat, initially reluctant to attend the birthday festivities. But he decided to join for Bulma's sake. Nappa and Raditz transformed into voracious eaters, indulging heartily, showing little concern for Bulma's age. Just then, Goku and Vegeta sensed a mysterious energy. Having achieved the power of Super Saiyan God, they were naturally attuned to divine energy. And the presence of Lord Beerus was overwhelmingly oppressive. Ding! The arrival of the god of destruction, Beerus, has been detected. Task, defeat Beerus. Task reward, evolution to Super Saiyan Blue transformation. The god of destruction, Beerus? What brings him here? Vegeta narrowed his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Upon noticing a person and a cat in the corner, a wave of unease washed over him, a remnant of the pressure exerted by Beerus during his youth. In those days, his father had hidden the finest pillow in the universe, only for it to be trampled beneath Beerus's feet. Vegeta had been so terrified that he had cowered on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Ah, Vegeta, quite the quick reflexes you possess, Beerus remarked with a grin, before continuing. I wonder what delectable dish you are savoring. Might you extend an invitation for me to join you? Beerus's words stirred Vegeta from his thoughts. Of course, Lord Beerus, and this gentleman, he said, referring to Whis, whose name he did not know. Whis smiled amiably, clearly pleased with the formality of the address. Meanwhile, Beerus squinted slightly. Do you not wish to add Lord before my title? My apologies, but I, Vegeta, do not prefer to address others as Lord. The last one who made me call him, that was Frieza, and he has since met his end at my hands. Vegeta snorted. Ding. May I inquire if the host accepts the mission? Accepted. What is there to decline? Now, he had obtained the BGM, capable of enhancing his attributes tenfold. It could be said that few could match him. Among the gods of destruction, he was invincible. It has been far too long since I last emerged. Has someone dared to challenge the authority of a god? Vegeta, you are not the first, but you shall certainly be the last. Beerus's smile vanished, replaced by a sullen expression. The esteemed god of destruction found himself compared to the likes of Frieza. What an utter humiliation. Do not act so mysteriously. It is merely a matter of strength and longevity. In my presence, Vegeta, you are worth less than nothing. Vegeta spat out the bones, wiped his mouth, and turned to face Beerus. You possess audacity. I am thoroughly dissatisfied and exceedingly displeased, thus I have resolved to obliterate you. As Beerus spoke, a terrifying purple aura emanated from his being. A sphere of purple energy coalesced at the tip of his finger. Sensing the danger, Goku and the others swiftly approached, witnessing the unfolding scene. Hey, who are you? What do you intend to do? Gohan shouted. How noisy, Beerus retorted without hesitation, hurling the energy sphere towards Gohan, seeking to eliminate him first. At that moment, Gohan felt the chilling grip of death and immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level. Aware that his mysterious form would be insufficient to withstand the impending destruction, he unleashed his full power. The entire ship trembled. Gohan crossed his arms, preparing to counter the destructive energy sphere. However, before he could make contact, Vegeta appeared before him, gripping the destruction ball with one hand. Vegeta possessed the power of destruction. Nanny? Beerus exclaimed, taken aback. He sensed something extraordinary, rules of destruction emanating from Vegeta. This was a power reserved for the gods of destruction. And yet Vegeta was not even a candidate for that title. Where did you learn to destroy? Beerus inquired darkly. No comment. If you wish to fight, let us ascend above. Vegeta gestured towards the sky. The earth is quite sturdy, and there are ordinary people aboard the ship whom I wish to protect from harm. There is no need for such recklessness. Beerus, undeterred, prepared to destroy the ship. Observing Vegeta's readiness to engage, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and charged forward. At that moment, his Super Blue form was still unstable and fleeting. Goku delivered a powerful kick, sending Beerus soaring into the air. Beerus was astonished, sensing the divine energy emanating from Goku, and it was not weak. No wonder, this power indeed surpasses that of Frieza, Beerus remarked with a calm demeanor, now understanding that Frieza's demise was well-deserved. Have Frieza? We are far stronger than him. Piccolo interjected with a smirk, eager to test his own strength against the god of destruction. Oh, do you two wish to join forces? Beerus queried, eyeing the duo. No, I too shall fight. Super Saiyan 4 Gohan ascended into the fray. Wait, I am here too, Bardock. Raditz joined in as well. At this moment, Bardock and Raditz transformed into Super Saiyan 4. 3 Super Saiyan 4s, 1 Super Saiyan Blue, and a Piccolo who had unleashed his latent potential formed a formidable alliance, encircling the god of destruction, Beerus. Alas, Lord Beerus is being besieged. Moreover, each assailant possesses formidable strength. Whis observes with a cheerful demeanor, confident that Beerus shall not be defeated. The rationale is simple. These individuals lack the power to truly challenge Beerus. Vegeta, do you not intend to join the fray? Whis inquires, noticing Vegeta's posture, arms crossed, gazing skyward. If he cannot best a mere handful of opponents, there is no need for me to intervene. Ah, Vegeta, you are indeed humorous. Yet, your adversary is a god of destruction, the mightiest deity in this universe. Whis chuckles, clearly amused by Vegeta's apparent disregard for Beerus's prowess. He rises. With one final thought unspoken, Beerus is the most powerful god of destruction among the 12 universes. Most powerful? When faced with me, Vegeta, that claim holds no weight. Vegeta gazed triumphantly upwards. Chapter 112, Beerus versus Vegeta. Once upon a time, he, Vegeta, had cowered before the god of destruction and Frieza. Now, he delivered a kick to Frieza and prepared to strike Beerus. Although he had yet to land a blow on the god of destruction, he was confident that soon he would. He did not believe that Goku and the others could contend with Beerus. Their power levels were inferior to the top 3 gods of destruction, merely on par with an ordinary god. As for Beerus, he was uncertain if he was the mightiest, but they certainly could not overpower him. At that moment, Goku and the others launched their attack. The 5 of them assaulted from all directions with fists and feet. Beerus effortlessly dodged their strikes, moving as if he had attained a state of perfect instinct. Goku and his companions unleashed countless punches, yet they could not even graze a corner of Beerus. Vegeta, observing from within, felt a twinge of surprise. He discerned a certain pattern. Beerus responded to their movements as if his body instinctively reacted. Without hesitation, Vegeta activated his time-stopping ability. In the next instant, everyone stood frozen. Even Beerus could not escape this fate. Given their comparable strengths, it was indeed feasible for Vegeta to halt time. Ah, time-stopping. Though this is not the power of the laws of time, Vegeta, how did you achieve this? As Vegeta scrutinized Beerus's physical movements, Whis' voice resonated beside him. Vegeta, taken aback, turned around in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Whis could actually move. What Vegeta is unaware of is that Whis possesses the ability to reverse time, demonstrating an exceptional mastery over the laws of time. Consequently, he remains unperturbed by Vegeta's time pause. Unless Vegeta surpasses Whis in strength and exhibits a greater proficiency in the domain of time. As Vegeta lifted the suspension of time, he beheld the 6 individuals engaged in battle above him. He turned to Whis and remarked with a hint of surprise. I did not anticipate that you could disregard my ability to halt time. Ah, it's merely a trivial matter, dear Vegeta. Would you be interested in becoming a candidate for the god of destruction? Whis inquired, his expression still adorned with a cheerful smile. Recognizing Vegeta's remarkable potential, he envisioned the possibility of grooming him as a future god of destruction. This would not only elevate his own status among his siblings, but also allow him to nurture an immensely powerful god of destruction for the future. The thought brought a smile to Whis' face. Vegeta gazed at him with a smile, merely uttering, not interested. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Whis attempted to persuade him further, only to witness the battle above come to a swift conclusion. The 5 were swiftly toppled into the ocean, sending a cascade of water splashing around them. Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin shouted in unison, their voices filled with alarm upon witnessing their comrade's fall. Meanwhile, Beerus concentrated, conjuring an enormous sphere of destructive energy. I've grown bored. This is truly disappointing. Just disappear. The sight of that violet energy orb sent shivers down everyone's spine. Humph. To think you would dare to destroy Earth in my presence, Vegeta? Who do you think you are? Vegeta soared into the air, transforming directly into his Super Saiyan 4 form. The formidable aura he emitted startled Beerus. This energy had reached the level of a god of destruction. Upon witnessing this scene, Beerus dissipated the destructive energy sphere and turned his gaze toward Vegeta. How intriguing. Is this your source of confidence? Beerus observed him with keen interest. Ah, indeed. Behold. Super Vegeta. Vegeta unleashed a long-forgotten signature move, filled with unwavering confidence that he would not be defeated swiftly. Humph. Let it come. Beerus scoffed, his aura flaring once more. He erupted with power. After all, the earlier encounter had merely served as a warm-up. Goku and the others could not compel him to utilize the full extent of his God of Destruction abilities. Now, however, he unleashed 80% of his strength. As he gazed at Beerus, Vegeta vanished from sight, only to reappear before him in the next instant, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding bang, Beerus reacted swiftly, their fists colliding. Oh dear, this Earth hasn't he been obliterated? Whis marveled, surveying the surroundings. When two gods of destruction engage, the cosmos itself could be shattered. It was truly astonishing that this planet could withstand their onslaught. Yet, the force of their clash sent waves crashing and ships trembling. To that side, Vegeta pointed to the desolate island and declared, it matters not where you go. You have lost. I shall annihilate this planet as well. Beerus, indifferent, replied. Chapter 113, The Power of Destruction. We shall see if you possess such capability. Vegeta soared towards a distant isle, with Beerus closely trailing behind. His heart astonished by the resilience of this planet. That recent strike had not resulted in an explosive rupture. Observing their departure, Goku and the others expressed a desire to follow, yet were halted by Whis. It is of no consequence to witness it from here. As he spoke, Whis pointed his angelic staff, conjuring a luminous barrier. Oh, how marvelous. I wonder if Vegeta will emerge victorious. Of course he will. King Vegeta is the mightiest. Indeed, King Vegeta is invincible. Raditz exclaimed vehemently in defense of their king upon hearing doubts cast upon him. Meanwhile, Beerus regarded Vegeta with astonishment. To his surprise, at 80% of his power, he found himself evenly matched against Vegeta. Although he had not unleashed the full extent of his destructive capabilities, he was still not a foe to be underestimated. 80% of his strength was sufficient to contend with other universe destroyers. Yet he could only engage Vegeta in an equal struggle. At that moment, an aura of formidable energy enveloped Vegeta. Vegeta gazed solemnly at Beerus before him. He had unleashed his full power in the Super Saiyan 4 form, yet was astonished to find himself unable to best his opponent. Yang Tian. Is Beerus truly among the top 3? He recalled Yang Tian's system evaluation, indicating that the foremost entities could annihilate their foes in an instant. Indeed, he was the supreme being. Upon hearing this definitive answer, Vegeta narrowed his eyes. The first, is it? Then I shall have to present him with something truly remarkable. Vegeta proclaimed within himself, his aura surging once more. He shouted, Beerus, this is the full extent of my power in this form. I am about to amplify the destructive force. Upon concluding his statement, Vegeta's aura surged dramatically. A violet flame encircled him, embodying the destructive power of the god of destruction. He enveloped himself in this force while seamlessly preparing to execute his instant transmission technique. Witnessing this spectacle, Beerus was taken aback. Destructive power? Impossible. You are not a candidate for the god of destruction. How could you wield such power? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. With a chuckle, Whis remarked, Oh dear. It seems Lord Beerus is quite flustered. Suddenly, a mighty punch sent Beerus hurtling through the air. The augmented destructive energy inflicted considerable discomfort upon him. Though it could not obliterate Beerus, it certainly caused him great pain. Vegeta swiftly appeared behind Beerus and unleashed a powerful punch. Beerus, caught off guard and not yet exerting his full strength, was treated like a mere ball by Vegeta. As Beerus was submerged beneath the ocean, he finally unleashed his fury. Damn it, I shall destroy you. Beerus roared, his form enveloped in a swirling aura of purple energy. He, the god of destruction, had entered his true state. In this realm, he thrived in battle, growing stronger with each encounter. Even when struck, he became increasingly formidable. At this moment, he was utilizing 90% of his power. Before Vegeta could react, he was sent flying. Now, It was his turn to be treated like a mere ball. Vegeta, weren't you just relishing in the fight? Now, it's my turn. Every punch and kick from Beerus inflicted unbearable torment upon Vegeta. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation merely equaled an ordinary god of destruction, rather than surpassing them. Damn it, how infuriating. If you have the capability, then let me rise. Vegeta erupted in furious exclamations, truly feeling overwhelmed this time. To be treated like a mere ball in front of so many witnesses was profoundly disheartening. Huh, what can you do when we let you rise? With a fierce kick, Beerus sent Vegeta hurtling into the depths of the ocean. Beneath the waves, Vegeta directly unleashed a pause in time. Subsequently, he soared before Beerus and delivered a fierce punch. As he struck, Vegeta released the suspension of time. Just as Beerus kicked Vegeta away, he found himself on the receiving end of Vegeta's blow, sending him flying. What? Beerus was utterly taken aback. As he turned around, Vegeta had vanished. Yet again, he felt a strike from behind. The humiliation was unbearable. Where had he gone? The god of destruction, Beerus, expanded his senses but soon perceived an anomaly. Time, it seemed, had been suspended. In that moment of distraction, he was struck once more. Ah, it appears Lord Beerus has noticed something, remarked Whis with a smile. The others were puzzled. Noticed what? Krillin queried. Time. Goku exclaimed in surprise, struggling to grasp the situation. Chapter 114, Vegeta defeats Beerus. Indeed, Vegeta has mastered the manipulation of time. You may be unaware, but he is employing the ability to pause time. Whis revealed without reservation. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, astonished. How remarkable. Manipulating time. Haha. Who would have thought that King Vegeta has grown powerful enough to control time? That Ba exclaimed with pride, as if Vegeta's prowess mirrored his own. Well, Uncle Vegeta is incredible, Gohan gasped, utterly incredulous. Meanwhile, Goku gazed at the projection of the battle displayed by the Angel's staff, his heart ablaze with excitement. He yearned to partake in the clash between the two. Bang! After enduring several blows from Vegeta, Beerus initiated his counterattack. He unleashed his full power. This was the first time since his victory in the last God of Destruction tournament that he had employed such might. He had only exerted himself to this extent against other gods of destruction, and yet, here he was, compelled to go all out against Vegeta. It was truly astonishing. Vegeta, you are the first and the last mortal to push me to this extent, Beerus declared coldly, fixing his gaze upon Vegeta. He resolved to obliterate Vegeta. If others were to learn that someone could compel Beerus to exert his full strength, it would be a source of ridicule. After all, in Universe 11, Jiren only surpassed the power of a god of destruction, but the gap in realms was immense. Oh, you may attempt it. I shall remain right here and see if you can destroy me. Vegeta chuckled at his words, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the cosmos. Did he truly believe that Vegeta was a mere amateur? Aside from the Supreme King's apprehension towards annihilation, Vegeta feared nothing. He possessed an immortal essence. Humph. Such arrogance shall bear consequences today. Beerus smirked, swiftly appearing before Vegeta, raising a hand and declaring, destruction. In the next moment, the very essence of destructive power enveloped Vegeta. Yet, he remained unscathed. The force of destruction could not breach his defenses. What? Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the laws of destruction could not affect Vegeta. Whis was also astonished, though his surprise was fleeting. Ignoring destruction did not equate to invincibility. Humph. Lord Beerus, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Witness my own power, destruction. Vegeta raised his head and unleashed destruction upon Beerus. In the next moment, Beerus began to vanish in terror, bit by bit. Witnessing this scene, Whis immediately appeared beside Vegeta. Mr. Vegeta, it would be prudent to cease. A god of destruction must not fall, he cautioned. As Beerus spoke, he tapped his staff and began to reverse time, reappearing shortly thereafter. He was not immune to destruction. After all, Beerus stood as one of the foremost beings among the gods of destruction. Who could possibly obliterate Beerus? To his astonishment today, Beerus had indeed been destroyed by Vegeta's power of destruction, and this was no mere novice's destruction. It was the perfected force of the rules of destruction bestowed by the system. As Whis reversed time, Vegeta was left in awe. He could not perceive the rules of power that Whis wielded, highlighting the vast disparity between him and the angels. Whis, what are you doing? Beerus inquired in confusion. He had just been about to unleash his own destruction upon Vegeta when Whis appeared unexpectedly. Ah, Lord Beerus, I have merely reversed time. Whis replied. Reverse time? What do you mean? Beerus's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that my upcoming destruction has failed? He questioned in disbelief, his eyes bulging. Whis offered no response, but instead replayed the earlier events. Beerus was taken aback. He had indeed been destroyed by Vegeta. Chapter 115. Beerus is thoroughly defeated by Vegeta. This revelation astonished him. He had never anticipated Vegeta could wield the power of destruction, and to such a degree. How infuriating. Beerus clenched his fists and declared to Whis, "Step aside. I shall unleash my full power to confront him. This is a tremendous humiliation." Whis complied and stepped back. Subsequently, an overwhelming purple aura enveloped Beerus. The terrifying presence of a god of destruction sweeping across the surroundings. However, it failed to inflict significant damage upon Earth. It merely caused the ground to tremble. Oh dear. Lord Beerus is enraged. But why can this planet withstand his fury? Whis pondered, gazing at Earth with a puzzled expression. No one was there to provide an explanation, leaving Whis to speculate. Meanwhile, Vegeta, witnessing Beerus unleash his full might, harbored no hesitation. He did not wish to resort to his time-stopping ability, as achieving victory in such a manner would feel unjust. He still possessed a secret weapon, the exclusive theme from Dragon Ball GT. Young Tian, please assist me in activating the exclusive background music for Dragon Ball GT. Vegeta silently cried out within, and Young Tian, having received his call, promptly assisted him. In the next moment, a captivating melody, Dan Dan, resonated in the air. Although it was labeled as background music, it felt more like a song. Naturally, this was not the only track exclusive to Dragon Ball GT. Upon hearing the sound, everyone wore expressions of bewilderment. Who had turned on the speakers? Yet, they did not dwell on it for long as Vegeta's energy surged once again, his aura becoming increasingly formidable. At that moment, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 transformation amplified his combat power tenfold. This was the effect brought about by the exclusive Dragon Ball GT background music. Nanny? Beerus sensed the overwhelming divine energy emanating from Vegeta, momentarily taken aback. This was a comprehensive enhancement, akin to Goku utilizing the Kaioken tenfold. However, it bore no side effects. Once the music ceased, the tenfold augmentation would vanish. It seemed that Lord Beerus had encountered a formidable challenge. Whis remarked with a cheerful demeanor, increasingly intrigued by Vegeta. Such potential was tempting. He contemplated grooming him as a candidate for the role of God of Destruction. Yet, he was aware that Vegeta would not be amenable to such a proposition. Without hesitation, he glanced towards Goku nearby. His potential is also commendable. Perhaps he could be considered as a candidate for God of Destruction? Whis mused internally, though it was merely a fleeting thought. At this juncture, the outcome of the battle had already been determined. Just moments ago, Vegeta launched into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent Beerus flying. In a swift motion, he appeared behind Beerus, seizing his tail and swinging him violently. Subsequently, he hurled him towards a desolate island, then instantaneously reappeared before him, pressing his head down into the ground as if tilling the earth. How could the power of a god be so insignificant? This has truly disappointed me, Vegeta. Vegeta, with a fierce determination, unleashed a powerful punch directed at Beerus's lower back. Beerus let out a howl of pain, exclaiming, how many years has it been since I've been struck like this? Today, I came to Earth only to be beaten like a dog. Whis, however, refrained from intervening. Even if Beerus were to be defeated, he possessed the ability to rewind time. The notion from the original narrative that there are limitations to this time reversal was merely a ruse, designed to prevent them from becoming overly reliant on Whis. As an angel, he maintained a neutral stance, which made it unwise for him to intervene, lest he face obliteration. Observing Vegeta relentlessly pummeling Beerus, Whis couldn't he help but smile cheerfully. Vegeta is remarkably powerful, surpassing all the gods of destruction, including the 6 from the obliterated universes. Originally, there existed 18 universes, and among them, Beerus was not the mightiest. The other 6 gods of destruction, each possessing greater strength than Beerus, chose to rebel against the Omni King due to their awareness of their superior abilities, resulting in their inevitable destruction. Consequently, Beerus emerged as the most formidable god of destruction among the 12 universes. However, this supremacy is confined solely to the 12 universes. Boom. As Vegeta unleashed his devastating final flash, he rendered Beerus unconscious. Concurrently, Whis reappeared, promptly enveloping Beerus in a protective shield, allowing him to rest peacefully. The outcome was clear. Beerus had suffered a complete defeat. In terms of destruction, he could not obliterate Vegeta. Instead, he found himself subjected to counter-destruction. When it comes to sheer power, the Vegeta who activated his background music surpassed Beerus by a staggering tenfold. What competition could there possibly be? Chapter 116. Deep Blue Transformation. Vegeta-san, you have triumphed. Your power now ranks as the strongest in the entire 12th universe. Whis remarked with a cheerful demeanor. His statement was indeed accurate. Vegeta was currently the mightiest. Excluding the angels from consideration, Vegeta now struggled even against the novice angels. The angels are 2 tiers above the destroyers, while the novice angels are 1 tier stronger. Such prowess cannot be quantified by mere combat power. Vegeta belongs to the pinnacle of destruction gods, and even when compared to the 6 annihilated universe's gods of destruction, he can only be regarded as the strongest among them. The aspiration to touch the angelic apprentice is still a distant dream, unless he transforms into Super Saiyan 5. Moreover, this Super Saiyan 5 must embody the divine form of the 5th. Victory has been achieved. King Vegeta has triumphed. Haha, King Vegeta is invincible. Nappa and Raditz, his loyal subordinates, erupted in jubilation, embracing each other in sheer celebration. Goku and the others looked on, bewildered. Are you all too excited? At this moment, Vegeta returned to the ship, and he also heard the system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, Vegeta, for defeating Beerus and attaining the evolutionary blue transformation. Vegeta, experiencing the transformation into the evolved Super Saiyan Blue, let out a resounding shout. In the next moment, Vegeta's entire being radiated an aura resembling blazing flames, and his combat prowess surged dramatically. The increase exceeded 20-fold compared to the Super Saiyan Blue Goku utilizing the Kaioken technique. This transformation occurred when Vegeta, forsaking the tenets of justice to embrace the god of destruction form, staked his pride and transcended his limits. His hair, eyebrows, and pupils turned a deep azure. After his metamorphosis, his muscles slightly swelled, and the particles emanating from his aura grew larger and more luminous, some even taking on a star-like shape and bursting forth like fireworks. This was not merely a display of Super Saiyan transformations, but a comprehensive enhancement. Piccolo remarked on the unfathomable power of this form, while the Grand Minister confirmed that its strength far surpassed the previous Super Saiyan Blue. In terms of performance, it could obliterate the god of destruction form of Topo, who, as the weakest of the gods of destruction, belonged to the intra-level ranks of that realm. At this moment, Vegeta's aura soared, his terrifying presence contained, not sweeping across the surroundings. This indicated that he had mastered the capabilities of this form. He was also astonished to realize that this form was not significantly weaker than the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Super Saiyan 4 matched Super Saiyan Blue, merely adding a divine essence. However, the evolved Blue was acknowledged by the Grand Minister to possess strength far exceeding that of the previous Super Saiyan Blue. The power they spoke of was not just raw strength, but a holistic enhancement of all attributes. Hahaha, such a formidable aura. I, Vegeta, am invincible. Vegeta threw his head back and erupted into laughter, causing great alarm among Goku and the others below. Is this yet another transformation? Uncle Vegeta, have you achieved a new form? Gohan remarked succinctly, his words resonating with the collective sentiment of the group. This transformation seems to rival the previous one in strength. The others echoed his astonishment, excitement coursing through their veins. Incredible, truly remarkable. It fills me with fervor. Goku contemplated a challenge. Yet the vast disparity in their powers deterred him from pursuing that thought, realizing it would only lead to his own suffering. At that moment, Whis reappeared, while Beerus chose to remain absent, evidently embarrassed by his previous defeat. Oh dear, Vegeta-san, is this your new transformation? I wonder what it is called. Whis inquired cheerfully, his gaze fixed on Vegeta's new form, as the others awaited his response, equally curious about this latest evolution. The Super Saiyan Evolution Blue could also be referred to as Deep Blue. Vegeta gazed at his deep blue aura and spoke. Whis nodded in response, finding it quite commendable. Oh ho ho, splendid name. However, I must bid you all farewell. By the way, I wonder if I could take some of this delectable food with me? Whis smiled amiably at the group. They turned their eyes towards Bulma, as it was her domain, and they had no authority over it. Bulma, seemingly unperturbed, nodded in agreement. It's not worth much. With so many ingredients, the chef will whip something up in no time. Meanwhile, Beerus, traversing the cosmos, wore an expression of discontent. Wasn't the Super Saiyan god supposed to be his formidable rival? Was this truly a rival? He was being dominated instead. Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus, lift your spirits. Who could blame you after all these years of slumbering idly, neglecting your training? Whis remarked teasingly. Whis, spare me your sarcasm. Give this Vegeta some time, and you shall see he is no match for me. Beerus retorted indignantly. Yet he subsequently inquired, Whis, why does this Vegeta possess a divine aura? Furthermore, How has he become so powerful in just a few short decades? Chapter 117, Zamasu oh ho ho, Lord Beerus, if he surpasses me, then so be it. After all, I am not a combat-oriented angel, Whis replied nonchalantly, inciting Beerus's irritation. However, Whis's next words left Beerus agitated. Lord Beerus, this Vegeta's prowess has indeed surpassed that of the 6 destroyed gods of destruction. Nanny? Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. He was currently touching Whis's back, allowing Whis to navigate through the time portal. The distance to the realm of the gods of destruction was unfathomably vast. Impossible. Stronger than those 6. Naturally, that last surge of power from Vegeta was among the most extraordinary seen amongst the gods of destruction. Whis stated without reservation. Beerus fell silent, contemplating the idea of this young man becoming a candidate for the position of god of destruction. Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus, I have indeed inquired, Whis cheerfully announced. Beerus was taken aback. When? How come I was not informed? Nanny? When was this? Whis continued. During your battle with Son Goku and the others. Humph. You rascal. Beerus snorted, knowing well Whis's intentions. Nevertheless, he asserted, while I may consider him as a candidate for god of destruction, I have no immediate intentions of abdicating. He may remain as a candidate for billions of years. Beerus cleared his throat before continuing. However, Whis's subsequent comment caught him off guard. Lord Beerus, he has no desire to become a candidate for god of destruction. Nanny, behold, the most esteemed deity of the cosmos. How can he possibly refuse? Is he unaware of what it means to embody the essence of destruction? With a countenance full of ire, Beerus exclaimed. In his quest to become a candidate for the title of god of destruction, he had exerted tremendous effort. Yet now, this Vegeta dares to decline? Unfathomable, indeed, Whis remarked as he hastened back to the realm of the gods of destruction. As they passed by various planets, he urged Beerus to obliterate them. It had been many years since Frisia's demise, and these planets had not faced devastation in quite some time. While wreaking havoc, Beerus grumbled, why are there so many planets? Enough of this, Whis. Let's seek out that Son Goku and propose him as my successor for the role of god of destruction, so he can take over the task of annihilating planets. Very well, Lord Beerus, I shall inquire again at the next opportunity, Whis responded with a gentle smile. As for when that next opportunity would arise, it would depend on when they desired a sumptuous meal once more. At this moment, everyone was engrossed in their respective duties. Meanwhile, the old Kai was imparting wisdom to the Supreme Kai about the responsibilities of his role. Ding! A fusion of Zamasu has been detected. Mission: assist Kakarot and Vegeta in eliminating the fused Zamasu. Mission reward: 1 gift package. Fused Zamasu? What could that possibly be? Vegeta was still sharing a kiss with Bulma when a voice echoed in his mind. What is it, Vegeta? Bulma inquired, embracing him with a look of confusion. We were enjoying ourselves. What is this about? Are you discontented with my age? No, it's just a mission. Forget the mission for now. Let us attend to our matters first. Ding. Does the host, Vegeta, accept the mission? Accepted. Vegeta, bracing himself with a hand on his waist, exited the room while mentally responding. Simultaneously, he continued with his actions, donning his attire and instructing Nappa and Raditz to prepare for assembly. Your Majesty Vegeta, do we have another mission? Nappa inquired. The early summons undoubtedly indicated a task at hand. Otherwise, there would be no reason to seek them out during such an early hour. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. Following tradition, Raditz went to call his brother, Son Goku. Vegeta remained indifferent, his hands crossed behind his back as he awaited developments, pondering the nature of this particular mission. Yang Tian, what is the status of this task? Assisting Kakarot and another version of myself in vanquishing Zamasu? Is it truly the case that the other me is utterly incompetent? Vegeta was visibly perturbed. He found himself perpetually assisting others or being assisted, a sign of his perceived weakness. Zamasu, originally the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, was selected as a candidate for the position of Supreme Kai by the formidable Kai, Gaosu, due to his exceptional power. However, his distorted perception of good and evil led him to be intolerant of any perceived transgressions. Despite his divine status, he harbored a prejudice against humanity, believing that humans were prone to the misuse of violence and the instigation of war. This ideological rift regarding the worthiness of humanity to be protected ultimately culminated in the horrifying Zero Mortals plan, which threatened multiple parallel universes. Yang Tian remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 118, Black Goku. Vegeta, you are merely the appetizer. Vegeta furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Can such a personality truly be a candidate for the god of destruction? What nonsense is this? Is he truly strong? How could he possibly influence multiple parallel universes? Vegeta inquired with confusion. No, in a parallel universe. He exchanged bodies with Goku using the Super Shenron, while another wished for immortality. Consequently, the two merged to become the fused Zamasu. Yang Tian elucidated. Vegeta frowned upon hearing this. Why should he exchange bodies with Kakarot? Is my body inferior to his? I am the noble Scion Prince. Vegeta harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. He was perturbed by Zamasu's decision to assume Goku's form instead of his own. Who does he look down upon? Huh. This choice stemmed from Zamasu's observation of the Tournament of Power. The Tournament of Power? What is that? It is a clandestine tournament held between the 6th and 7th universes to vie for delectable cuisine in the Super Dragon Balls. However, upon the emergence of the Omni King, its scale expanded, evolving into an all-encompassing brawl involving a total of 80 warriors from 8 different universes. The universes that are defeated shall be obliterated by the Omni King. Oh, quite intriguing, but isn't it rather trivial that defeat leads to annihilation? Vegeta was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. The notion of erasure upon defeat seemed utterly absurd. How could it be that a warrior of his caliber would concern himself with such trivial matters? Of course not. What truly mattered to him was whether there would be a tournament on his end. There would be. Seeing Yang Tian's unwavering confidence, Vegeta refrained from further comment. After all, it was only a matter of time. In that case, I shall extend a warm welcome to this Zamasu who has taken over Kakarot's body. Upon witnessing the arrival of Son Goku and his companions, Vegeta could not suppress a cold chuckle within. He was determined to make this so-called Zamas aware that he had swapped bodies in error. Ah, Vegeta, do we have another mission? Goku inquired, having instantaneously transported himself and the others over. Notably absent was Piccolo, but Gohan was present. Piccolo had insisted that Gohan take charge, offering to look after the children instead. Thus, the Sun family's caretaker role was established. The primary aim was to ensure Gohan grew stronger, lest he fall behind. As the group assembled, Vegeta commenced the transmission task. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe known as Trunks World, Kakarot and Trunks were visiting for the first time. Humph. Kakarot, leave this to me. You've battled him once already. Trunks declared as he charged forth to confront the ominous Black Goku hovering above. At that moment, Black Goku wore a sinister grin, engaging Trunks in close combat. Presently, he possessed greater strength than Trunks, who was merely the appetizer in this encounter. What's going on? Kakarot pouted, watching as Vegeta soared away. He had yet to settle the score with Black Goku. Both Kakarot and Vegeta were oblivious to the fact that this Black Goku was, in truth, Zamasu. Trunks. You mere appetizer, step back, Black Goku taunted, evading Trunks' assault. His words provoked Trunks' ire, for to be deemed an appetizer was intolerable. How dare you? You seek your demise. Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, incited by the provocation. His hairstyle and the hues of his hair, eyebrows, and pupils shifted to a luminous blue, his aura becoming a cerulean hue, embodying the power of Super Saiyan God. Oh, let's go, Trunks, he proclaimed, executing his signature rapid assault gesture. However, in the very next moment, Black Goku pierced through Trunks' chest with a sword strike. At this juncture, Black Goku had merely transformed into a Super Saiyan. Having engaged in battle with Son Goku using the Time Ring, he had fully unlocked the potential of the Power Tournament's Son Goku. As for Trunks, he was not worthy to challenge Kakarot of the Power Tournament. Thus, he fell victim to the energy sword of the Super Saiyan Black Goku. This technique involved transforming energy into a blade-like weapon, renowned for its slicing and cutting prowess. Ha. Trunks, you are but an appetizer, down you go. Black Goku proclaimed as he subdued Trunks. The latter reverted to his normal state, his expression one of disbelief. Had a Super Saiyan truly dispatched him in an instant? Father? Trunks gasped. What? Vegeta. In the distance, Tenanks and Kakarot were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them, particularly Son Goku. He had completely failed to perceive the speed of this Dark Goku just moments ago. Chapter 119, Super Saiyan Rose Hahaha. How foolish of humanity to aspire to challenge a deity. The Dark Goku exclaimed, arms outstretched, erupting into laughter. Meanwhile, Kakarot stepped forward, his expression grave. This Dark Goku possessed formidable strength, stronger than during their previous encounter. Previously, he had only managed to match the Dark Goku in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Now, with his injuries healed, the Dark Goku's power had returned to the level of Son Goku during the Tournament of Power, instilling a deep sense of apprehension within him. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others had arrived from afar. However, when Naba and Raditz attempted to charge forward, they were halted by Vegeta. Naba, Raditz, suppress your energy. I wish to observe the unfolding drama. Time is on our side. Vegeta spoke softly, expressing his curiosity about the alternate version of himself. However, upon witnessing the entirety of the scene, his eyes blazed with fury. How could it be that this other self was swiftly defeated by a Super Saiyan? Not just any Super Saiyan, but one in the blue form. Although this blue variant appeared somewhat feeble, it still exhibited signs of weakness. The likes of Ba and others exchanged glances, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Once again, they had witnessed Vegeta being vanquished. Could this pose a threat to his life? Yet, noticing that their king did not display anger, they breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it. At this moment, Vegeta's gaze was fixed intensely on Black Goku. This incident had caused him considerable humiliation. Yet, he found himself immobilized. The blow had inflicted severe damage. Kakarot, the sins of beans. He lamented, his expression filled with distress. As for Kakarot, he checked his belongings and realized he had forgotten them. How embarrassing. Vegeta, I didn't bring them, he admitted. Damn it, at such a crucial moment. Vegeta's face contorted with frustration. What are you two whispering about? Come on, Goku, let us have another battle. You are quite the delicacy. Black Goku Zamasu sneered at Kakarot. He desired to engage in combat with his original self, to demonstrate that mortals are indeed fallible, while he, the divine, stood exalted above all. Angering a god incurs punishment. Come, Kakarot, undeterred, soared into the air. The two faced each other, and Black Goku began to laugh. Haha, allow me to showcase my form. The form of a god. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a terrifying aura. His energy shifted from yellow to pink. This was the Super Saiyan Rose. This transformation had been awakened after enduring several defeats at the hands of Son Goku on Earth, unlocking his latent potential. This unique divine form, a manifestation of Zamasu within the body of Saiyan Son Goku, enveloped him in flames similar to the Super Saiyan Blue, yet it bore the distinct luminescence of divine energy. The flames transitioned from deep red to light red and finally to purple, while his hair transformed into a striking rose color. In contrast to the Super Saiyan, his eyes lacked defined outlines, with pupils and irises turning a pale gray and the aura radiating a rosy hue. At the moment of maximum energy release, a hint of electric sparks flickered around him. The combination of the Saiyan physique with the original divine state has bestowed upon him a formidable transformation. Coupled with the malevolent aura characteristic of Saiyans, his demeanor has become increasingly wicked, narcissistic, arrogant, and self-assured, frequently indulging in self-aggrandizing boasts. This rose-hued, or magenta form possesses the capacity to rival the ultra-blue state. However, the essence of Black Goku, being divine in nature, does not deplete much energy or stamina. Yet, the current scenario is markedly different. He has awakened the ultra-blue power of Son Goku from the Tournament of Power. During this period, Cabe finds himself utterly overwhelmed and unable to contend. Even after entering the hyperbolic time chamber and training in the red-blue transformation, Vegeta cannot match his prowess. It can only be said that the hesitation of Vegeta and his companions has triggered a butterfly effect, rendering Black Goku Zamasu even more formidable. He chuckled, declaring, "With your kind of transformation, I shall call myself Super Saiyan Magenta, or perhaps Peach Pink. Yes, Super Saiyan Peach Pink. It perfectly aligns with my essence." As he spoke, he tossed his pink hair with an air of flamboyance. Upon hearing his declaration, Kakarot and Trunks exchanged glances of disdain, while in the distance, Vegeta and the others displayed their contempt. Of course, it was Vegeta, Gohan, and Goku who were particularly dismissive. Vegeta requires no introduction. His prowess is undeniably unparalleled. Gohan and Goku have each achieved the extraordinary level of Super Saiyan 4, while Nappa and Raditz have not. They exhibit a certain lethargy, neglecting their training and merely awaiting assignments to enhance their strength, unlike Goku, who diligently practices. During his training, Goku consistently brings Gohan along, ensuring that Gohan does not remain feeble. Coupled with his inherent talent, Gohan has reached the state of Super Saiyan 4 breakthrough. This state is formidable enough to rival Goku at the height of his power. However, this Dark Goku is ultimately not his own body, and his proficiency cannot possibly match that of Gohan or Goku. Super Saiyan Rose? At this moment, Kakarot gazes intently, sensing the terrifying aura surrounding him. Yet, he remains exhilarated. Battling such a powerful entity is indeed thrilling and ignites his fervor. Come on, Goku! Dark Goku declares, launching himself forward. Before Kakarot can even transform, he is struck and sent flying, crashing into numerous dilapidated structures. Hahaha, nothing more than this. Mortals are, after all, mere mortals. Dark Goku cackles with reckless abandon. Amidst the ruins, Kakarot, gasping for breath, transforms into Super Saiyan Blue and charges at Dark Goku once more. However, this encounter is markedly different from the last. He is once again effortlessly hurled away. How is this possible? Kakarot spits blood, disbelief etched across his face. Nevertheless, he urgently addresses Trunks. Trunks, we must prepare to retreat and regroup for another attempt. They had not brought any Senzu beans this time, and the tragic tower was incapacitated, rendering them unable to fight. They must return to consume Senzu beans before returning. Trunks comprehends Goku's intent and nods vigorously. In an instant, Kakarot teleports, whisking Trunks and the others away right under Dark Goku's nose. Furious at this turn of events, Dark Goku ascends into the sky, vowing to make them pay. Come out, face me. Dark Goku unleashes a barrage of energy blasts, aware that these individuals can suppress their energy, making them undetectable. Thus, he resorts to bombardment to force them out. In the distance, Vegeta observes this unfolding scene and addresses Nappa and Raditz. Can you handle this? This. It seems precarious, King Vegeta, they respond. Indeed, this doppelganger of Kakarot possesses immense strength. What has driven this Kakarot to madness? His aura is distinctly malevolent. Nappa and Raditz shook their heads, still unaware that this Dark Goku was not Kakarot. Only Vegeta was privy to the truth. Nappa, Raditz, this is not Kakarot. Merely a jester who has exchanged bodies with Kakarot using the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, with a disdainful sneer, scoffed at the notion of a self-proclaimed deity residing within a mortal form, deeming it quite unimpressive. Contemplating this, he prepared to emerge and vanquish the insolent foe. However, before he could make his move, an individual had already soared past him. It was none other than Goku, eager and ready for battle. Goku recognized the formidable nature of the dark counterpart and felt compelled to engage in combat. TCH, that Kakarot, Vegeta thought, but then again, it is merely a task. Vegeta, with indifference, disregarded Kakarot's actions, allowing him to proceed unimpeded. Father, Gohan exclaimed upon witnessing his father's sudden dash forward. Vegeta remarked, you are well aware of Kakarot's character. If your father finds himself at a disadvantage, do not hesitate to intervene and strike. In the face of such a situation, do not speak of martial ethics. Chapter 121. Gohan's fury. Vegeta is not typically like this, but his discontent arises from the fact that Zamasu has taken over Kakarot's body rather than his own. Were it Vegeta's body that had been usurped, he might not have been as irate. In light of this, Vegeta must compel Gohan to disregard any sense of honor in combat. Very well, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan nodded, turning his gaze towards the battlefield. By the way, Uncle Vegeta, what exactly is the situation with this individual who bears an uncanny resemblance to my father? Why has he assumed my father's form? Gohan inquired with curiosity. Vegeta scoffed. Humph. How absurd that this Zamasu believes Kakarot surpasses me. I am the rightful Saiyan King. What? Is Zamasu's mind slipping? He muttered, stroking his bald head. He too believed that Vegeta was indeed stronger than Kakarot. This Zamasu, refusing to change his mind, was quite peculiar. However, Raditz interjected, King Vegeta, this is from another world. Might we encounter a similar situation on our side? My brother Kakarot would not be swapped, would he? Raditz expressed his concerns. Upon hearing this, Gohan shuddered. He certainly did not wish for such a father. Vegeta squinted, pondering, Young Tian, could I possibly be swapped? What do you think? Upon Young Tian's response, Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Zamasu, he thought with a cold smile, I must eliminate you in advance. He resolved that after this affair, he would seek out his counterpart Zamasu and send him on his way. He, Vegeta, declared, even a god of destruction could not hinder him. Meanwhile, the furious Black Goku, unleashing energy blasts, sensed Goku's presence and turned around in surprise. Haha, come to meet your demise? He laughed maniacally. He had thought they had fled. Yet here they were again. However, he felt something was slightly different about this Kakarot. Dismissing it, he swiftly appeared before Goku, who hovered several meters away in the void. Come to die? Heh, I see strength in you. I wish to spar. Goku chuckled foolishly. At that moment, Gohan shouted, Father, this is not a spar. He must be killed. Just moments ago, he had understood the nature of this Black Goku. A swap. He had taken his father's form. Such a being was intolerable. Noticing another arrival, Black Goku Zamasu narrowed his eyes. Gohan? Interesting. Gohan approached Goku's side, casting a cold gaze upon him. Hee hee. I have killed your father and your entire family. Black Goku Zamasu cackled wickedly. At that time, he had used the Super Dragon Balls to switch bodies with Goku. then eliminated the farming Goku, subsequently annihilating his entire family, culminating in a single energy blast that obliterated the Earth. Following this, he utilized the Time Ring to seek out a world devoid of Beerus. In this world, the Supreme Kaishin had perished while confronting Majin Buu, and the God of Destruction Beerus had met the same fate. Damn it! Gohan seethed with fury, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 4. His fiery red hair and wild expression seemed to convey, "You must die." It is essential to note that his daughter, Xiao Fang, has just been born. Yet, the one who has taken over his father's body claims to have slain his kin. How could this not incite his wrath? Synopsis: Vegeta, Nanny? Is the system indicating that I will forever be second best? Vegeta, Hahaha, behold, Super Vegeta. Kakarot, Vegeta, take me along to grow stronger. Raditz, I am grateful to Prince Vegeta for resurrecting me.